As the saying goes, indulging in leisure brings unparalleled delight. As a corporate drone, Chen Suian traverses into a world of martial prowess and awakens the fish-playing system. As long as he engages in idleness during work hours, he shall reap rewards from the system. Thus, this sets Chen Suian on an irrevocable path. While others toil in competition, he slumbers. While others cultivate, he takes it easy. While others labor, he indulges in leisure. By indulging in leisure, he secures the SSS-Grade 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. By indulging in leisure, he acquires the chaotic Divine Thunder. By indulging in leisure, he obtains the Emperor-level Taiyi Golden Radiance Thunder. On this path of leisure, Chen Suian ventures ever further. Regarding Chen Suian's leisurely pursuits, the director of the Guardian Bureau exclaims, "What? Chen Suian is at it again." The new icy cool female superior remarks, "Leisurely indulging at work every day. He is nothing but a disgrace to the Guardian Bureau. A worthless fool." Those entangled in the competitive bureaucracy of the Guardian Bureau ponder, leisurely indulging at work, training while idling. They must conspire to outpace Chen Suian. Yet the outcome is, they soon discover that Chen Suian grows ever stronger through his idleness. Chapter 1. SSS-Grade Divine Thunder of the Nine Heavens. Leisurely indulging at work is indeed a most pleasurable endeavor. A young lad reclines beneath a grand tree, hands clasped behind his head, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze upon his visage, unable to suppress a chuckle of delight. The youth is named Chen Suian. He is not a native inhabitant of this world, but rather a traveler who arrived a year prior. This realm venerates the powerful, a world of high martial arts where formidable beings can shatter mountains, cleave seas, rend the heavens, pluck stars from the sky, and traverse the cosmos. Some of these titans rival deities, immortal and unyielding, soaring high above, surveying all creation, regarding the world as mere fodder. Upon his arrival, Chen Suian was initially elated, for he awakened to his system. This led him to contemplate the protagonists of novels, who traverse to new worlds and gain systems, ascending to the pinnacle of life, receiving extraordinary rewards, and attracting a multitude of beautiful admirers. However, the system he awakened to was not as formidable as he had envisioned, for it was named the fish-playing system. The name of the fish-playing system itself implies that by indulging in leisure during work hours, one can receive various rewards from the system, yet pales in comparison to those illustrious systems. Nevertheless, this prompted Chen Suian to embark upon the path of leisure. A year prior, upon awakening the fish-playing system, he leveraged an intricate web of connections through his second uncle's neighbor's aunt's son's friend's daughter to join the Guardian Bureau in this small fourth-tier city. The Guardian Bureau was established 500 years ago during the resurgence of spiritual energy, a time when cities were besieged by monsters and malevolent entities. Thus, under the auspices of the Huaxi organization, the Guardian Bureau was formed with the primary duty of safeguarding the populace's safety while also vanquishing demons and monsters. Chen Suian chose to join the Guardian Bureau because, after centuries, the monstrous beasts and malevolent spirits had become considerably subdued and rarely invaded human settlements. Consequently, the Guardian office is currently quite leisurely, making it an ideal environment for Chen Suian to indulge in idleness. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that the benefits and welfare provided by the Guardian office are exceptionally generous. However, those who are able to join the Guardian office are, without exception, practitioners of cultivation. Take Chen Suian as an example. He entered as a martial artist. In this world, practitioners are categorized into three distinct types. The first type consists of martial artists, who primarily rely on vitality and physical prowess. The second type encompasses those with awakened abilities, and the third type comprises mentalists, who focus on spiritual cultivation. Overall, among these three methods of cultivation, martial artists rank as the weakest. This is largely because martial artists not only require substantial medicinal resources to assist their training, but also demand a considerable amount of time for practice, and their combat prowess does not match that of certain ability users or mentalists. Nevertheless, those who have not awakened any abilities or lack mental strength can only pursue martial arts. Chen Suian, having neither, thus devoted himself to the path of martial arts. Just as he was leisurely reclining, his phone rang. Instantly, Chen Suian, who was still indulging in idleness, sprang to his feet. The reason was simple. It was time to clock out. After a whole day of idling, I can finally leave work. It has been quite a challenge. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, announcing, "Ding! Detection indicates the host has idled for 8 hours, rewarding you with 800 free attribute points." Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Chen Suian was not surprised. Instead, he calmly addressed the system, saying, "Open my attribute panel. I wish to allocate my points." Host, Chen Suian. Age, 19. Vitality, 2,000 calories. Martial arts realm. First stage martial artist. Ability points, 1,000 points. Awakened ability, SSS-Rank, Divine Thunder from the Nine Heavens. Ability User Realm. First stage, first tier, equivalent to Martial Disciple. Unallocated attributes, 1,000 points. Note, martial arts realms include Martial Disciple, Martial Artist, Martial Master, Martial Sovereign, Martial Spirit, Martial Candidate, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Saint, Martial God. Ability User Realms range from 1st to 10th tier, with each tier corresponding to the realms of martial artists. Reviewing his attribute panel, Chen Suian was not taken aback. Just a month prior, he had reached a yearly milestone of idling and received a system reward of the SSS-Rank ability, Divine Thunder from the Nine Heavens, which granted him his powers. The ranks of abilities are categorized as F, E, D, C, B, AS, SS, and SSS. Thus, Chen Suian directly obtained the highest ranked ability, SSS, which left him astonished at the time, almost doubting his own consciousness. This was because it was rumored in Huaxia that the highest awakened ability was merely SS rank, and Chen Suian had never heard of anyone attaining the top-tier SSS rank. Now, upon seeing his SSS rank ability, Chen Suian's excitement had faded, replaced instead with a sense of composure. Acquiring this SSS rank ability did not alter Chen Suian's leisurely lifestyle, and others remained oblivious to his awakening. Otherwise, the entire Huaxia would likely be in an uproar, and his subsequent life would hardly be tranquil. As a laid-back individual, Chen Suian's ideal existence is one of serenity, tranquility, just a peaceful life. He simply wishes to spend his days idling until work ends and then return home to enjoy a few bottles of soda, relishing a day of joy. System, allocate all attribute points to my ability. After reviewing his attributes, Chen Suian did not hesitate to command the system. For him, the SSS rank ability would undoubtedly surpass that of other martial artists at the same level. Hence his initial focus was on enhancing his abilities realm. Of course, he could not neglect his martial arts realm either. A dual approach was essential. Before long, Chen Suian sensed a surge of energy within him. Soon, his ability realm was elevated once again. Ability realm, second stage, first tier. Indeed, Chen Suian had successfully advanced one minor realm with his allocation of 1,000 attribute points. Do not underestimate the significance of even a single minor elevation. This is an SSS rank ability, and advancing in realm is undoubtedly 100-fold more challenging than with other abilities. Although raising his ability realm poses certain difficulties, Chen Suian felt confident that he could engage a martial artist with his abilities. The power of the SSS rank ability is evident. Transcending realms in combat is merely an ordinary occurrence. After completing all tasks, Chen Suian gazed at the descending twilight and patted the black and gold uniform of the Guardian Office on his body, then hummed a tune as he made his way homeward. In this world, Chen Suian, like his previous incarnation, is an orphan, yet the notable difference lies in the fact that this version of Chen Suian possesses a house left by his parents. Thus, this became Chen Suian's home. Jiangnan City, southern district of the Old Town. Happy community. Upon entering the community, Chen Suian was warmly greeted by the elderly residents. Suian, you're as punctual as ever. You civil servant from the Guardian Office have it so good, always leaving work on time. Unlike my son, who is forever working overtime at the police station and sometimes doesn't even return home. Suian, you're not a child anymore. Should I find you a partner? Responding with a smile to the enthusiastic elders, Chen Suian said, Uncle, we civil servants from the Guardian Office do indeed leave on time. If we work overtime, it surely means something significant is unfolding in the city. Aunt Lu, I am only 19. Why do you keep trying to set me up? After engaging in light-hearted banter with the elderly, Chen Suian returned to the familiarity of his home. Chapter 2. The Cunning Dragon and the Talented Phoenix. The following morning, Chen Suian arrived at the Guardian Office situated in the heart of the city, as was his custom. Upon entering, he was greeted by the imposing sight of two stone fire cheilants at the entrance, exquisitely crafted and seemingly poised to spring to life at any moment. These magnificent creatures serve to intimidate malevolent beings. Should any fiend dare to approach, their true forms would be revealed, rendering any disguise as a human futile. However, Chen Suian had long grown accustomed to this spectacle and strode confidently into the office. As he stepped through the grand doors, a familiar figure caught his eye. There stood a plump figure, sneaking about with one hand clutching a large meat bun, eyes darting cautiously around. Simultaneously, he nibbled at the bun with great care, each bite eliciting a satisfied sound, as if it were the most delectable dish in existence. Yet, his comical and endearing manner of eating was hard to suppress a smile at. In a matter of moments, the two hefty buns had vanished without a trace into the mouth of this rotund individual. Noticing this, Chen Suian approached, exasperated. Lu Pangpang, how can you be pilfering food during work hours again? Lu Pangpang, who had joined the Guardian Office in the same year as Chen Suian and was his teammate, was a familiar presence to him. Lu was notorious for sneaking snacks during work, much like Chen, who was known for slacking off. They could be considered the clever duo of the Guardian Office. Startled by the sudden voice, Lu Pangpang turned, visibly relieved upon recognizing Chen Suian. Chen, you nearly scared me to death. I thought the captain had caught me. Besides, it's just the start of the workday. Is it not normal to have a bite? As he spoke, Lu gave Chen a disdainful look. Aren't you late too? Feeling the weight of Lu Pongpong's scornful gaze, Chen Suian grew defensive. Nonsense. Lu. I stepped into the Guardian office precisely at 8 o'clock, right on time. How could that be considered late? Lu Pangpang held up a thumb in acknowledgement. You're impressive. Indeed, Chen Suian had mastered the art of punctuality, arriving at work with impeccable timing, an accomplishment not easily achieved by most. All right, let us hurry to the assembly. Upon the arrival of Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang, the rest of their team members were also present. You two are late again. If the captain catches you, you'll be cleaning the toilets. A rather nondescript young man jested upon seeing them. Another, slightly more handsome youth chimed in, lucky for you. The captain hasn't arrived early today, otherwise, you'd surely be in trouble. Lu Pangpang quickly defended himself. Wang Cheng, Li Mu. My last encounter with the captain was purely accidental. Who would have thought he would appear so early? Chen Suian merely shrugged. For him, it mattered little, as he had perfected the art of idling. Their banter was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of a burly middle-aged man who strode into the training area with authority. An instant hush fell over the gathering, everyone refraining from uttering a word. Chen Suian recognized the newcomer as their squad leader, Wu Lu-yi, a martial artist primarily trained in physical prowess, currently at the martial master level. Wu Lu-yi's expression was perpetually stern, lending him an air reminiscent of a living demon. However, after a year and a half of camaraderie, Chen Suian had discovered the captain had a commendable character beneath that formidable exterior. Standing before Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang, Wu Lu-yi's gaze fell upon them, and he felt an involuntary headache coming on. The duo was famously known in the Guardian office as the cunning dragon and the talented phoenix, one who relished sneaking food, the other who preferred to slack off. Since taking command of the 6th Squad, Wu Lu-yi had not experienced a moment of peace. Without further ado, he addressed the assembly. Today, you will be patrolling the old southern district of Jiangnan City. I expect thoroughness in your duties, no slacking off. As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance at Chen Suian, a warning laced within his tone. In unison, the members of the 6th Squad turned their gazes toward Chen Suian. Feeling the weight of their collective scrutiny, he raised his hands in feigned innocence. What are you looking at? Who doesn't know that I, Chen Suian, never slack off at work? At his declaration, the corners of his comrades' mouths twitched in disbelief, while Wu Lu-yi's expression darkened considerably. Who would believe such a claim? Even the dogs on the street would scoff at it. Enough. Just go on your patrol. Wu Lu-yi waved his hand in exasperation, wishing to avoid Chen Suian for the time being, as he aspired to live a few more years. The sight of Chen Suian ignited a frustration within him. The lad seemed utterly devoid of ambition, spending each day idling away. With Wu Lu-yi's command, the members of the 6th Squad dispersed in pairs. Given the vastness of the old southern district of Jiangnan City, it was impractical for them to patrol as one. Naturally, Chen Suian's partner was Lu Pangpang. For the latter's penchant for pilfering snacks complemented Chen's inclination to find a quiet spot to idle away the hours. After Chen Suian departed, Wu Lu-yi rubbed his temples, preparing to attend to other matters. However, he soon found himself summoned to the office of the highest authority within the Guardian office. In the director's office of the Guardian office, Wu Lu-yi looked perplexedly at the imposing middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. Boss, what brings you to summon me? The director, Li Hu, bore a serious expression as he slowly spoke. It concerns a significant matter. A significant matter? Wu Lu-yi's confusion deepened. What could possibly be so momentous? Li Hu nodded gravely, choosing to dispense with further suspense. The higher-ups intend to assign a female prodigy to our Jiangnan City Guardian office as the deputy director. This was indeed a significant matter, but how did it concern him? Scratching his head in bewilderment, Wu Lu-yi pondered the implications. How does this concern me? Very much so. You're two clever ones in the 6th Squad, Li Hu said, his tone laden with meaning. Tell them to rein in their antics. They must not attract the attention of the new deputy director. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee their safety. It's said that she has little tolerance for those who cut corners, especially those who indulge in idleness during work. Moreover, she has powerful backing. Wu Lu-yi's eyes widened in realization as he connected the dots. The implications were clear. Only the cunning dragon and the talented phoenix of the 6th Squad were known for such behaviors. A shiver ran down his spine as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. The new deputy director dislikes those who cut corners, particularly those who slack off at work? And she has strong connections? As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Lu-yi abruptly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no!" Observing Wu Lu-yi's agitation, Li Hu felt a surge of exasperation. Yet, recalling Chen Suian's usual demeanor, he offered a comforting remark. All you need to do is ensure that Wulong and Fengshu perform admirably during this period. This newly appointed deputy director will likely not remain in our Jiangnan City for long. After all, she is a prodigy, not to mention the formidable forces supporting her. She certainly won't linger in this humble locale for too long. That's a relief. As long as I can prompt Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang to maintain a commendable performance, everything will be fine. Upon hearing Li Hu's words, Wu Liuyi couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. However, he instinctively inquired, by the way, boss, when is the new deputy director arriving? I need to ensure Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang are on their best behavior. Li Hu nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. As for when she arrives, if my memory serves me correctly, it should be today. Upon hearing this, Wu Liuyi once again slapped his thigh with fervor, exclaiming, well, that's just splendid. He could only hope that the new deputy director would not coincidentally encounter Chen Suian. Wu Liuyi could only wish for such luck. Encountering the gluttonous Lu Pangpang would be manageable, as snacking during work could be justified. However, encountering the idler Chen Suian would be a different matter altogether. With this thought, Wu Liuyi sighed and shook his head, lamenting the misfortune that had led him to cross paths with the troublesome Chen Suian. In the Old South District, Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang conducted a perfunctory patrol of the streets before parting to attend to their respective tasks. Jiangnan City had remained peaceful in recent years, with no demons or beasts appearing within the city, rendering it relatively safe. Thus, extensive patrolling was unnecessary, providing Chen Suian with ample opportunity to slink away. After parting ways, Chen Suian leaned back, hands clasped behind his head, humming a tune as he strolled towards an old park in the Old South District. Oh, another day of idling awaits. How delightful. Before long, Chen Suian arrived at the dilapidated park, which was bustling with visitors due to it being Sunday. His appearance immediately captivated the parkgoers, for the uniform of the Guardian Bureau he donned was most alluring. Shaoan, you're here again. Do you have to work today? Shaoan, always punctual. The familiar faces of the elderly greeted him with warm smiles. It was evident that the regulars at the park had grown accustomed to Chen Suian, as he often visited to engage in idle chatter with the older folk before dozing off. Responding with a nod to the greetings, Chen Suian was suddenly approached by an endearing little girl, her face brimming with excitement. Brother Suian, she exclaimed sweetly. Chen Suian, charmed by the girl's enthusiasm, affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling. Does Xiaoming not have school today? The little girl tilted her head and replied, Brother Suian, don't you remember? It's Sunday. I don't have school. At this revelation, Chen Suian's expression stiffened, mentally berating himself. Damn it, it's Sunday and I still have to endure work. What a cruel fate. Fortunately, he thought, he could slack off. Otherwise, how could he bear this shift? Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the little girl tugged at his hand, pleading, Brother Suian, let us go play on the rocking horse. Huh, playing on the rocking horse might not be appropriate. Chen Suian hesitated, though inwardly he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect. Just then, a young couple approached and reprimanded the little girl. Xiaoming, you can't make Brother Suian play on the rocking horse. He is an adult. Recognizing the couple as the girl's parents, Chen Suian was not surprised. They frequently brought their daughter to the park, and he had grown familiar with her. The little girl, disheartened, released her grip, saying, all right then. Unable to bear her disappointment, Chen Suian gently patted her head, saying, never mind, Brother Suian will accompany Xiaoming to play on the rocking horse. Internally, he reassured himself that this decision was not motivated by his own desire to play. Meanwhile, in the Old South District, a woman of ethereal beauty with an icy demeanor strolled down the street, scrutinizing her surroundings. The glances of passers-by discreetly lingered upon her, captivated by her striking appearance that eclipsed even the most glamorous of television stars. Luo Tianyi, accustomed to such attention, remained unfazed. Yet, she murmured to herself, why have I not encountered any patrolling guardians in the Old South District? How peculiar. Could it be that some guardians were shirking their duties? Her expression turned even colder at this thought, as she harbored a deep disdain for those who slacked off. After a while, Luo Tianyi arrived at a busier park, intent on discovering whether any guardians were neglecting their responsibilities. After all, those looking to evade work typically sought out secluded spots, and while the park appeared crowded, it still harbored many hidden corners. As she entered the park, her presence immediately drew the attention of the elderly, who marveled at her beauty. Unbeknownst to Chen Suian, who was blissfully unaware of the impending discovery of his idleness, he had just finished playing with the little girl and sought refuge beneath a large tree. Intending to spend the day lazing about, the summer breeze wafted through, bringing with it the essence of the season, and all felt serene and beautiful. As was customary, it wasn't long before drowsiness overtook him, and he soon succumbed to slumber. However, Luo Tianyi's footsteps were drawing ever closer. Chapter 4. Caught idling by the new female superior. On this scorching summer day, the sun blazed down upon the earth. Upon entering the park, Luo Tianyi began her search for secluded areas, driven by an instinct that someone might be slacking off in this vicinity. Indeed, she had not walked far when she spotted a figure clad in the black and gold uniform of the Guardian Bureau, sprawled beneath a tree in deep slumber. At once, an intensified chill emanated from Luo Tianyi, causing the grass nearby to exhibit signs of frost. How dare one idle on duty? A death wish, she remarked coldly. No wonder she had not encountered any guardians patrolling the Old South District. It turned out someone was shirking their responsibilities. As Luo Tianyi approached, A wave of cold enveloped the sleeping Chen Suian, awakening him from his slumber. What the hell? Why has it suddenly grown so cold? He muttered in confusion. However, he quickly discerned the source of the frigid air, as he found himself face to face with an exquisite woman of ice-like beauty, her chill emanating from her very being. At that moment, Luo Tianyi fixed her icy gaze upon Chen Suian, her eyes filled with an unmistakable coldness. Chen Suian, bewildered, wondered why this woman was staring at him. Could it be that she is captivated by my handsome appearance? He mused, though it was not entirely implausible, as he considered himself quite the dashing figure. Chen Suian, not giving it much thought, directly inquired, "Why are you staring at me like that, miss?" Luo Tianyi glanced at the Guardian Division uniform adorning Chen Suian and coldly interrogated, "Are you with the Guardian Division? Why are you sleeping here? Shouldn't you be patrolling the streets?" Faced with Luo Tianyi's inquiries, Chen Suian was momentarily taken aback. It was his first time being questioned in such a manner. Moreover, he was unaware of the identity of this strikingly beautiful woman who dared to challenge him. His mind raced, and after a few awkward coughs, he replied, "Ahem. Actually, I received intelligence that a beast would appear here, so I was merely lying in wait." Chen Suian could not help but admire his own cleverness for concocting such a plausible excuse. However, Luo Tianyi's lips curled into a cold smile as she retorted, "Do you think I would believe your words? You're merely slacking off." Surprised by her bluntness, Chen Suian managed an awkward smile. Luo Tianyi cast a disdainful glance at the seemingly dashing Chen Suian and coldly remarked, "I never imagined the Guardian Division would recruit people like you, who are so adept at shirking responsibility. You would likely be the first to flee in the face of danger." Hearing her words, Chen Suian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Who on earth was this woman, berating him so ruthlessly? It was truly intolerable. With that thought, he dusted himself off and stood up, responding irritably, "Who are you exactly? Please refrain from openly insulting public servants, or you may regret it." He had hoped to enjoy a leisurely moment, but this woman had interrupted his respite, which was quite vexing. Upon hearing Chen Suian's words, Luo Tianyi smirked and slowly introduced herself. "I am Luo Tianyi, the newly appointed Deputy Director of the Guardian Division in Jiangnan City." With that, Luo Tianyi regarded Chen Suian with a bemused expression, eager to witness his reaction. Would he be fearful or beg for mercy? Strangely, however, Chen Suian's expression remained surprisingly calm. He even nodded and said, "Ah, so you are the new Deputy Director." At that point, he realized that whether he was afraid or panicked was irrelevant. He had already been caught slacking off at work, so he might as well accept whatever consequences came his way. He thought to himself that if things turned sour, he could always find another job where he could slack off in peace. He harbored no doubts regarding Luo Tianyi's identity, as he believed no one would be so bored as to fabricate such a story, especially given the formidable aura she exuded, which was even stronger than that of their captain, Wu Lu-yi. Luo Tianyi, taken aback by Chen Suian's composed demeanor, pondered why he was not afraid or pleading for leniency. Did he not fear her potential to dismiss him? With that thought, she scrutinized him further, realizing that his calmness was genuine, not a facade. After a moment of silence, Luo Tianyi decided against prolonging the conversation and stated, "All right, we will address this matter back at the Guardian Division." Sighing, Chen Suian acquiesced, lamenting the loss of his chance to relax. In Luo Tianyi's eyes, his demeanor was indicative of regret for having slacked off at work. On their way back, the elderly folks in the park greeted Chen Suian warmly. "Shaoan, where are you off to? Is this your girlfriend, Shaoan? She is truly beautiful. Shaoan, you've done well to find such a lovely girlfriend." Hearing this, Luo Tianyi's expression grew colder as she thought to herself, who is this slacker-esque girlfriend? Chen Suian could only manage an awkward smile in response to the elders. Explaining the situation would likely fall on deaf ears, so he opted for silence instead. Upon entering the Guardian Division, Chen Suian cast a glance at the frosty Luo Tianyi and quietly asked, "Deputy Director Luo, where are you taking me?" Luo Tianyi, unfamiliar with her surroundings, was at a loss for where to go. This made her cheeks flush slightly as she awkwardly replied, "You lead me to the Director of the Guardian Division first." Of course, Chen Suian nodded in agreement. He had nearly forgotten that this woman was new to the Guardian Division and thus unfamiliar with the layout. He proceeded to guide Luo Tianyi towards the director's office. Along the way, many acquaintances of Chen Suian in the Guardian Division cast curious glances at Luo Tianyi, with some even vocalizing their inquiries. "Is this your girlfriend, Chen Suian? How did you manage to find such a beautiful girlfriend?" Luo Tianyi's icy demeanor only intensified upon hearing these remarks, wondering why so many were labeling her as this slacker-esque girlfriend. Meanwhile, Chen Suian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking that if these people knew she was the new deputy director, they might refrain from making such comments. Before long, Chen Suian led Luo Tianyi to the director's office. "Knock, knock. Director, I'm coming in," he announced as he rapped on the door. Inside, Li Hu's irritated voice responded. "Just come in." Chen Suian chuckled, glancing at the still frosty Luo Tianyi before pushing the door open. Upon entering, they found Li Hu engrossed in his work, neither acknowledging their presence nor noticing Luo Tianyi's arrival. "What are you doing here instead of patrolling?" Li Hu continued to focus on his tasks, oblivious to Luo Tianyi. Chen Suian offered an awkward smile, casting a glance at the still frosty Luo Tianyi. It wasn't his intention to be there. He had been brought in by her. Luo Tianyi paid no heed to Chen Suian's expression and directly introduced herself in a cool tone. Hello, Director. I am here to report for duty. Li Hu, previously absorbed in his work, halted his actions, surprise written across his face as he looked up at the icy Luo Tianyi. And you are? Li Hu's mind began to race with speculation, yet he hesitated to confirm his thoughts. Luo Tianyi, unfazed, succinctly stated, Director, my name is Luo Tianyi, and I am the new appointee. With confirmation, Li Hu immediately sprang to his feet, his demeanor shifting to one of enthusiasm as he warmly welcomed her. Ah, so it is Comrade Luo. Please, have a seat. Li Hu's exuberance only heightened Chen Suian's feelings of resentment. Internally, Chen Suian thought, how unfair. He barely acknowledged my presence. Yet he is all smiles for her. Despite Li Hu's warm welcome, Luo Tianyi remained as frosty as ever, showing no signs of thawing. She then turned her gaze to Chen Suian, her voice sharp as she declared, Director, on my way here, I discovered this individual was slacking off at work. Her words caused Li Hu's previously warm expression to freeze in place. However, he quickly composed himself, glancing at the feigned innocence on Chen Suian's face and feeling a headache coming on. What a stroke of bad luck. This fellow had been caught slacking off by the newly appointed deputy director. With that thought, Li Hu slammed his hand on the desk and shouted at Chen Suian. Chen Suian, were you slacking off at work again? How many times have I told you that you cannot slack off? You must not slack off. At that moment, Chen Suian desperately wanted to cry out in protest. This is so unfair. It's not that I wanted to slack off. It was the system that made me do it. If the system were to uncover Chen Sun's innermost thoughts, it would undoubtedly chastise him, exclaiming, Host, you are truly despicable. After reprimanding Chen Suian, Li Hu turned to smile amiably at Luo Tianyi, saying, Deputy Chief Luo, I have already scolded this rascal. He will surely think twice before slacking off again. However, this action of Li Hu's caused Luo Tianyi to furrow her brow, for it was evident to any discerning observer that he was shielding Chen Suian. Was it truly enough to merely brush aside such behavior with a few words of reprimand? Chief, I firmly believe that such a duplicitous character should be dismissed from the Guardian Department. Otherwise, in the face of a beastly threat, he would undoubtedly be the first to flee. Luo Tianyi declared coldly. She could not comprehend why Director Li would protect someone so deceitful. Yet her hatred for such dishonesty compelled her to ensure that such an individual did not remain within the ranks of the Guardian Department. Upon hearing Luo Tianyi's words, a troubled expression crossed Li Hu's face. He inwardly mused that, despite Chen Suian's penchant for idling at work, he had demonstrated principle in times of grave danger. This reminded Li Hu of the time when, in his first month at the Guardian Department, Chen Suian had bravely confronted a cult that attacked a shopping mall, risking his life and preventing any fatalities, although he had sustained serious injuries in the process and only recently recovered. Thus, both Li Hu and Wu Lu had turned a blind eye to Chen Suian's slackness. After all, how many in the Guardian Department could muster the courage to confront a cult? Alas, I owe this lad a debt. Li Hu sighed internally, shaking his head. With a serious demeanor, Li Hu addressed Luo Tianyi, Deputy Chief. You cannot dismiss Chen Suian merely for his idleness. He has bled for this nation. Luo Tianyi cast a sidelong glance at the fidgeting Chen Suian, her expression growing even colder. She did not believe for a moment that he had truly shed blood for the country. However, seeing Li Hu's grave countenance, she realized that she would not be able to have Chen Suian dismissed. Although she could leverage her connections to force Li Hu's hand, doing so would undoubtedly alienate him, complicating her work in Jiangnan City for the year to come. Thus, she refrained from insisting on his dismissal and instead proposed, Director Li, while you may refrain from dismissing him, he must accompany me on daily patrols throughout Jiangnan City to prevent any further slacking. Chen Suian, who had already resigned himself to his fate, felt his expression freeze upon hearing Luo Tianyi's words. No slacking off at work? What was the point of even showing up? He might as well be dismissed and find a job where he could indeed slack off. The prospect was more unbearable than death. Just as he was about to voice his discontent, Li Hu quickly beamed and replied, All right, no problem, with you watching over him. This lad certainly won't dare to slack off. However, Chen Suian weakly raised his hand and said, Perhaps I should just be dismissed. At that, both Li Hu and Luo Tianyi's expressions darkened, and Li Hu retorted irritably, Chen Suian, don't play coy. Luo Tianyi's icy gaze fixed upon him, emanating a palpable chill. Instantly, Chen Suian's face contorted in anguish. Nothing was more torturous than wanting to slack off but being unable to do so. Ultimately, Li Hu shook his head and instructed Chen Suian, You, go outside for now. I need to discuss some matters with Deputy Chief Luo. Yes, Chen Suian weakly replied. Once outside, Chen Suian wore a long face, lamenting his misfortune of being caught slacking by his female superior. Most importantly, he could no longer afford to slack off. The thought of this filled him with indignation. What was the point of working if he couldn't even relax? Just then, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Startled, he almost retaliated with a punch, only to halt upon realizing it was Lu Pangpang. "Brother Chen, you nearly scared me to death," Lu Pangpang exclaimed. "You nearly scared me. Why do you walk so silently?" Chen Suian retorted, slightly annoyed. Lu Pangpang chuckled awkwardly before shifting the topic. "Brother Chen, what was this about not slacking off at work? What else could it be? I was slacking off and got caught by the new female superior. From now on, I have to patrol the streets with her. No more slacking off." Chen Suian sighed as he recounted his plight. Lu Pangpang's curiosity piqued. He pressed on. "Is the new female superior pretty?" Observing Lu Pangpang's eager expression, Chen Suian refrained from divulging too much, instead giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "You'll find out when you see her. She is indeed beautiful. But she is also a fierce tigress." Chapter 6. A Future Shrouded in Darkness. Before long, Lu Pangpang finally caught sight of Luo Tiany's beauty, leaving him utterly awestruck. "She is simply stunning." He gaped at the emerging Luo Tiany. However, in the next moment, Luo Tiany's frigid gaze locked onto Lu Pangpang, her aura chilling the air around them. Lu Pangpang shivered, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by some ancient beast. Chen Suian, witnessing this, shrugged. This fool was truly fearless, daring to stare at the tigress. As expected, Luo Tiany soon addressed Lu Pangpang in a cool tone. "What are you looking at?" Snapped back to reality, Lu Pangpang quickly shook his head. "I wasn't looking at anything." He could sense that Luo Tiany's presence was even more formidable than their captain, Wu Lu-yi, and quickly capitulated. With a deadpan expression, Luo Tiany issued a stern warning. "If you dare to look again, you may find your eyes no longer in your possession." Terrified, Lu Pangpang nodded vigorously, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile, assuring her there would be no next time. Chen Suian stood by, chuckling to himself as Lu Pangpang was fooled by the tigress's fierce facade. At that moment, Luo Tiany's icy gaze shifted to Chen Suian, startling him. He was merely watching the show. Surely he wouldn't be caught in the crossfire? Yet Luo Tiany said nothing further, simply stating, "Let us go. Time to patrol the streets." With that, she strode off, indifferent to whether Chen Suian had heard her. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Suian could only manage a bitter smile before hastily following. He thought to himself, "Alas, my leisurely slacking days have been shattered. I must devise a plan to find a new job where I can continue to slack off." Lu Pangpang, witnessing this scene, looked at Chen Suian with pity. It appeared that Brother Chen's days of slacking were now at an end. Jiangnan City, Ping'an Street. At this moment, Chen Suian trailed behind Luo Tiany, utterly drained, as if each step sapped him of immense energy, having followed her for an hour and a half. This was an enormous challenge for someone like him, who was accustomed to idling. Of course, with his martial prowess, he was not truly exhausted from merely walking for over an hour, but the bleakness of his future loomed heavily over him. When will I be able to resume my slacking life? Luo Tiany, walking ahead, glanced back at the weary Chen Suian, a smirk tugging at her lips. Consider it a lesson for this deceitful individual. Let us see if he dares to slack off at work again. Subsequently, Luo Tiany continued to urge coldly. "Aren't you going to hurry up? We must complete the patrol of the entire Old South District tonight, and at this speed, we might not even make it for dinner." Upon hearing that they were to patrol the entire Old South District, Chen Suian nearly fell to his knees. The Old South District was vast, and this was a matter of life and death for him. However, circumstances dictated his actions, and with a face full of resentment, Chen Suian could only follow Luo Tiany on the patrol. This particular street was one that Chen Suian usually patrolled, but typically he merely conducted a cursory check before indulging in some leisure activities. Now, as the residents who recognized Chen Suian witnessed him patrolling the streets, they began to murmur in astonishment. "Oh, is the sun rising from the west today? Since when do the Guardians patrol the streets? Am I dreaming? The Guardians are actually patrolling?" In such a peaceful Jiangnan city, the presence of the Guardians made little difference whether they patrolled or not. Hearing these discussions, Luo Tiany shot a fierce glare at the back of Chen Suian. Chen Suian, feeling awkward, scratched his nose. Although he often slacked off, he had indeed patrolled. It was just that these people did not remember him. Time passed, and a streak of twilight appeared in the sky as Chen Suian and Luo Tiany nearly completed the patrol of the entire Old South District. Only one street remained unpatrolled, and once that was done, Chen Suian would be liberated. In fact, it had been a day since he last slacked off, which made him feel quite discontented. No slacking off also meant no system rewards. This simply wouldn't he do. If this continued every day, the system would be effectively rendered useless. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to resign from the Guardians and find another job where he could slack off. Just as Chen Suian was lost in thought, a childish voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Suian, what are you doing here?" Recognizing the voice without needing to look up, Chen Suian raised his gaze to find Xiao Ming staring at him with her round, innocent eyes, each hand holding a stick of cotton candy, seemingly just purchased. Chen Suian instinctively patted Xiao Ming's head and surveyed the surrounding pedestrians with curiosity. "Xiao Ming, what are you doing here? Where are your parents?" Luo Tiany, walking ahead, also paused and turned to look at Chen Suian and Xiao Ming, her eyes reflecting her confusion about who this little girl was to Chen Suian. "My parents are at home. I came to buy cotton candy," Xiao Ming explained, offering one stick of cotton candy to Chen Suian. Here, Brother Suian, this is for you. Upon receiving the offered cotton candy, Chen Suian accepted it without hesitation. All right, Xiaoming, you should head home now. It's getting dark, he said, holding the cotton candy towards her. Xiaoming's home was nearby, so Chen Suian was not overly concerned. Okay, I'm going home now, Brother Suian. With that, Xiaoming happily trotted off in the direction of her home, cotton candy in hand. Chen Suian couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Taking a bite of the cotton candy, how sweet. Watching the scene unfold, Luo Tianyi regarded Chen Suian with a strange look. She never imagined he would stoop to accepting a little girl's cotton candy. Truly, those who are cunning and sly are often shameless. With this thought, Luo Tianyi resolved to find an opportunity to oust Chen Suian from the Guardians. Just as Chen Suian took a bite of the cotton candy, he felt Luo Tianyi's unwavering gaze upon him, causing him to tense up. What was this woman planning now? Tentatively, he offered the bitten cotton candy to Luo Tianyi, saying, "Would you like some?" Luo Tianyi shot him a fierce glare but did not respond, continuing to walk ahead. This left Chen Suian thoroughly perplexed. Yet he hastened to catch up. Within the labyrinthine sewers of the Old South District, a colossal rat with eyes gleaming a malevolent crimson was slowly climbing along the walls. Its body was significantly larger than that of a human, with dark red fur, and it clutched a dripping piece of flesh in its jaws. After devouring the blood-soaked meat, it emitted a sharp, piercing squeak. In response to the rat's cry, several pairs of red glowing eyes appeared in the sewers shortly thereafter. Chapter 7. Blood-Devouring Rat. As evening approached, the sun gradually descended, casting the sky in hues of fiery red. With only half a street left to patrol, Chen Suian thought to himself that liberation was imminent. While he followed behind Luo Tianyi, he was suddenly jolted from his thoughts when she abruptly halted. Caught off guard, Chen Suian collided with Luo Tianyi's back, letting out a pained yelp. Ouch! He nearly knocked her to the ground, prompting Luo Tianyi to turn and glare at him in anger. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Chen Suian wore an expression of innocence. It wasn't his fault. She had stopped suddenly. His words reminded Luo Tianyi of why she had stopped. She had sensed the presence of a beast not far away. Without further ado, Luo Tianyi instructed, "Stay here. I'll go take a look." She chose not to bring Chen Suian along, as his pace was too slow and would hinder her. Besides, she was uncertain whether it was indeed a beast. With that, Luo Tianyi's figure transformed into a streak of blue light and vanished in an instant, leaving Chen Suian dumbfounded. What was wrong with this woman? However, he quickly brushed off the thought and felt a sense of relief. He could finally rest. Chen Suian found a nearby spot to sit down and relax. Alas, I couldn't slack off today, so the reward points are gone. With nothing to do, Chen Suian couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. For him, the most significant matter in the world was slacking off. At that moment, a piercing shriek from a rat shattered the tranquility. Before Chen Suian could react, he heard panicked voices nearby. Mommy, help! A beast has appeared. Why is there a beast? Wah! Run for your lives. Wah! Who can save Xiaoming? Amidst the cacophony, Chen Suian suddenly heard Xiaoming's cry, which left him momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected things to escalate so suddenly. However, there was no time to hesitate. In an instant, Chen Suian dashed towards the source of the commotion. Xiaoming mustn't be in danger. As he ran, he recalled the innocent expression on Xiaoming's face as she handed him the cotton candy. Before long, he arrived at the street they had previously patrolled. The street was in chaos, with frightened citizens scattering in all directions, their screams and cries intertwining into a cacophony of panic. At the end of the street, he spotted a giant rat resembling a small giant. Chen Suian immediately recognized it as the beast, the blood-devouring rat. A group of these rodents feasted on human flesh and could even release venom. Moreover, judging by the aura of this blood-devouring rat, it appeared to be a second-tier beast, possessing strength surpassing that of a typical early-stage second-tier beast, likely a mid-stage second-tier beast. Note: beasts are ranked from 1 to 10, each tier corresponding to the human cultivation realms preceding them. Upon contemplating this, Chen Suian felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. The strength of a mid-second tier demon beast corresponded to the 4th stage of human martial artists, while he himself had only just entered the 1st stage of martial arts, making it exceedingly difficult for him to thwart the bloodthirsty rat. However, Chen Suian did not dwell on this predicament. Instead, he began to search for the whereabouts of Xiaoming. Before long, he spotted Xiaoming trembling in fear beneath a stall, her terrified sobs audible as she cried, "Woo! Xiaoming is scared. Where are you, Mommy and Daddy?" The bloodthirsty rat was relentlessly pursuing other humans, merely a few hundred meters from where Xiaoming was hiding. For a demon beast of the 2nd tier, this distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Chen Suian let out a deep sigh and murmured to himself, "Alas, I merely wished to fish peacefully, yet here I find myself entangled in such a dire situation. Oh well, if fate has brought me here, I can only fight with all my might." In truth, Chen Suian could have chosen to turn a blind eye and hide, knowing that no one would hold him responsible afterward. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to do so, especially recalling the moment when Xiaoming had offered him cotton candy, and remembering that he was a member of the Guardian Division. Protecting the safety of the citizens within the city was precisely the purpose behind the establishment of the Guardian Division. When night falls, we shall safeguard every household's light. Standing before the masses, this thought rekindled the fighting spirit within Chen Suian, and he resolved that today he would not fish idly. With that, he launched himself toward the bloodthirsty rat. His figure, moving against the tide of the fleeing crowd, shone with an unusual brilliance. Clad in the black and gold uniform of the Guardian Division, he immediately caught the attention of many panicked citizens. Look, is that not a member of the Guardian Division? How marvelous! The Guardians have arrived. Isn't that the one who used to fish idly in the Guardian Division? How incredibly brave! The frightened citizens marveled at Chen Suian's defiant stance, their astonishment mingled with relief at his presence. For the very name of the Guardian Division had long nestled in their hearts. Even Xiao Ming, hiding beneath the stall, caught sight of Chen Suian rushing forward. Her fear instantly replaced with awe. "Gij Suian, you look so cool," she exclaimed, gazing at him with admiration, completely oblivious to the danger surrounding her. Moreover, the potent aura of Chen Suian attracted the bloodthirsty rat's attention. With a fierce roar, the beast's eyes glinted with bloodlust as it fixated on him. Compared to ordinary humans with their feeble life force, the bloodthirsty rat preferred the vitality radiating from Chen Suian. Thus, it abandoned its pursuit of other humans and charged at Chen Suian with a shrill howl. As the bloodthirsty rat bore down on him, Chen Suian instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of the Guardian Division's dagger. Both entities moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance between them to mere meters in an instant. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty rat raised its sharp claws, launching an aggressive strike at Chen Suian. The terrifying force of the bloodthirsty rat produced a sound akin to tearing air, accompanied by a gust of wind that surged toward Chen Suian. Observing this, Chen Suian narrowed his eyes, summoning the boiling vitality within him, and then stepped forward with a heavy thud. In the next moment, a metallic clang resonated as the dagger. Chapter 8. Where the thunder strikes, all shall perish. The dark red blade, composed of life force, cut through the air with an unstoppable momentum toward the bloodthirsty rat. In response, the beast was compelled to swing its sharp claws toward the energy blade. With a resounding crash, the bloodthirsty rat shattered the dark red slash. Yet it was also forced back several steps. Chen Suian did not believe a single strike would suffice to slay the bloodthirsty rat. So he prepared himself and continued to swing his dagger at the retreating beast. The blade, glinting with a cold light, was enveloped in a faint aura of life force. Faced with this attack, the bloodthirsty rat let out another roar, spewing venom toward Chen Suian's dagger. Upon seeing the incoming venom, Chen Suian halted his advance, swiftly dodging to the side. While he could have cleaved through the venom, he dared not take the risk of being splattered, as the corrosive liquid could still injure him. Indeed, as he evaded, the venom splashed onto the ground, creating a deep pit of dark green liquid. What in the world? Is it really that toxic? Chen Suian was taken aback. Had he taken the hit, he might have sustained a grievous wound. Seeing that the venom had missed, the bloodthirsty rat grew increasingly agitated. Emitting a series of frantic roars, it resumed its assault on Chen Suian with relentless attacks. Faced with an opponent stronger than himself, Chen Suian could not afford to confront it head-on and could only evade while launching occasional strikes. Nevertheless, he sustained some injuries throughout the skirmish. The beast's claw had nearly raked across his chest. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Chen Suian had retreated just in time to escape with only superficial wounds. However, blood still dripped profusely from his chest, presenting a rather gruesome sight. After an indeterminate amount of time spent evading the bloodthirsty rat, Chen Suian found himself in a dire state. His internal vitality had been significantly depleted during the fierce battle, and he bore numerous wounds, blood flowing freely and causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Of course, the bloodthirsty rat had also sustained some minor injuries, having been struck by a few of Chen Suian's slashes. Yet, for the beast, which possessed tough skin and thick flesh, these were merely trifling wounds. Damn it! I've held out for so long. Where's that she-tiger? Chen Suian cursed under his breath. He had initially believed that Luo Tianyi would be nearby and would soon arrive upon hearing the commotion. Thus he aimed to stall the bloodthirsty rat until her arrival to dispatch it. Yet, as time dragged on with no sign of her, he feared that he might be worn down to nothing. This cannot continue. It seems I must reveal my trump card, Chen Suian muttered to himself. The onlookers, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but worry for Chen Suian. It was evident that he was outmatched by the demon beast. Yet, those watching from concealment silently cheered for him in their hearts. Sensing the scent of blood emanating from Chen Suian, the bloodthirsty rat became increasingly frenzied, letting out another roar as it lunged toward him. This time, Chen Suian altered his approach. Instead of dodging, he narrowed his eyes, standing resolutely in place to await the beast's charge. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle surge of thunder began to emanate from his form. The raging bloodthirsty rat, oblivious to the sudden manifestation of lightning, was singularly focused on devouring Chen Suian. From a distance, the spectators could only think, this is it. They feared that the young man had been overwhelmed by the bloodthirsty rat's ferocity. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng, who had already retreated to safety, felt her heart race at the sight. Without regard for whether the beast would notice her, she shouted, "Gij Suan," with Xiao Meng's loud shout serving as a signal. In an instant, a surge of purple lightning erupted from Chen Suian, emanating an aura of devastation. Simultaneously, a torrent of purple lightning surged toward the blade in his hand. In mere moments, the straight sword was enveloped in the purple lightning, resembling a blade forged from thunder itself. The blood-munching rat sensed the imminent danger and attempted to halt its reckless advance. But it was already too late. Where the lightning struck, annihilation ensued. "Behold my strike! Divine thunder slash!" Chen Suian's voice was not particularly loud, yet those in the distance could hear it with startling clarity. This left the onlookers dumbfounded as they beheld Chen Suian, now shrouded in purple lightning. As his words fell, the lightning surrounding him grew even more radiant against the dimming twilight. Suddenly, Chen Suian, wielding the lightning-enshrouded sword, elegantly swept it forward. A 4-meter-long bolt of purple lightning materialized out of thin air, charging with unstoppable force towards the blood-munching rat. As it traversed the air, a tearing sound echoed, accompanied by the piercing crackle of thunder. The tempest unleashed by the lightning slash carried an aura of destruction. The blood-munching rat trembled in response. Engulfed by the scent of death, though it attempted to evade, at such a close distance, escape seemed impossible. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying lightning slash was upon the blood-munching rat. What followed was a brilliant flash of lightning illuminating the surroundings, coupled with the rat's anguished screams. Within moments, the once massive blood-munching rat vanished without a trace, leaving only a dark red crystal core the size of a fingertip behind. Additionally, a pair of extraordinarily sharp claws remained. Everything else had been obliterated by the fearsome lightning, leaving only a residue of black ash. Having completed his feat, Chen Suian whimsically sheathed his sword. The spectators gazing from afar could not help but internally exclaim, "How incredibly impressive!" However, if anyone were to glimpse the expression on Chen Suian's face, they would likely be taken aback. His visage was ashen, his lips pale, and his forehead was beaded with cold sweat, leading one to mistakenly believe he had overindulged. Damn! Did this technique consume so much energy? Chen Suian wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That last move had nearly depleted all his ability points. And coupled with significant blood energy expenditure, he now felt utterly drained. However, upon spotting the 2 items that had fallen, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurriedly ran over to retrieve the dark red crystal core and the pair of sharp claws, chuckling to himself, "Hee hee, I've struck gold. I've struck gold." This dark red crystal core is known as a beast core, containing a substantial amount of vitality. Warriors can absorb the energy within a beast core for cultivation. Sometimes, a single beast core can sustain a warrior's arduous training for over a month. The price of beast cores remains consistently high. For instance, a mid-tier second-grade beast core can fetch over 20,000 coins. Yet, Chen Suian's elation stemmed not solely from the beast core, but more crucially from the pair of claws left by the blood-munching rat. These claws are worth considerably more than the beast core, as they can be forged into weapons far superior to those crafted from ordinary steel. Typically, treasures dropped by beasts are classified into grades ranging from F to S. The higher the grade, the more formidable the beast from which they originated. For example, treasures from second-grade beasts can forge E-grade weapons, while those from first-grade beasts can only yield the lowest F-grade weapons. Given that these claws were left by a second-grade beast, forging them into an E-grade weapon should pose no challenge, with an approximate value of around 100,000 coins. The rarity of such treasures is a primary reason for their exorbitant price. Not every beast drops a treasure, with only 1 in 10 potentially doing so. This 10% drop rate is what makes these treasures so precious. Chen Suian's face lit up with joy. He had truly struck it rich this time. However, his elation was short-lived as he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "Oh no, I forgot to restore my ability points first." Just as he uttered these words, he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. 2 days later, within the first hospital of Jiangnan City, Chen Suian gradually awoke in a hospital room. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, confusion filled his eyes. "Where am I?" At this moment, standing beside his hospital bed was Luo Tianyi, gazing at the awakened Chen Suian with a complex expression. Through the rescued crowd, she had learned of Chen Suian's exploits in slaying the beast. Upon hearing this news, her initial reaction was disbelief. After all, how could someone so seemingly negligent at work exhibit such bravery in combat against a beast? However, the evidence was irrefutable, and she had to accept that it was indeed Chen Suian who had slain the second-grade beast. This revelation left her feeling conflicted. She had never expected Chen Suian to display such courage in a battle against a beast. It is well known that beasts typically possess greater strength than humans, and even humans of the same realm may struggle against their beastly counterparts. For Chen Suian, who had just ascended to the realm of a warrior, to slay a mid-tier second-grade beast was astonishing. Just then, Chen Suian noticed Luo Tianyi beside the bed, causing him to jump in surprise. "What is this tigress doing here?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he realized he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts. Instantly, the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. and Luo Tiany's previously complex expression turned icily cold, radiating an even heavier aura of frost. Did he just call her a tigress? Chen Suian felt a chill run down his spine, shivering involuntarily. I was just joking, he stammered, realizing his excuse sounded flimsy. At this point, Chen Suian felt as if his life was at stake. Surprisingly, Luo Tiany did not resort to violence. Rather, she composed herself and spoke in a cool tone. Chen Suian, you did well this time. I will report this to the higher-ups. You shall be duly rewarded. Huh, this. Luo Tiany's words left Chen Suian utterly bewildered. He even questioned whether he had misheard her. This Ice Queen just praised him for doing well. Speaking of rewards, Chen Suian's mind immediately raced to a crucial matter. Damn it, where's my beast core? Where are my claws? In a panic, Chen Suian leapt from the hospital bed, sensing that neither of the precious items was with him, and feared they had been stolen. Luo Tiany, witnessing Chen Suian's sudden leap, wore a perplexed expression, unsure why he had abruptly sprung up. My beast core, my claws, where are they? Chen Suian glanced left and right, nearly stamping his foot in frustration. Hearing this, Luo Tiany's lips twitched slightly. She thought to herself, does this person have some serious issue? I was worried something grave had occurred, and it turns out he's just anxious about a beast core. This left Luo Tiany in silence for a moment, before she spoke. Yes. I have placed the beast core and that claw in the storage cabinet of the hospital room. When you are discharged, you may take them. Chen Suian, initially anxious about the situation, regained his composure and nodded. That's good. I almost thought my little savings were about to vanish. All right, focus on your recovery. I shall return to the Guardian office now. Luo Tiany did not linger any longer, rising to depart. However, at that moment, Chen Suian called out to her, wait. Luo Tiany turned back with a puzzled expression, wondering what more he could possibly want. In the next instant, Chen Suian scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed as he asked, would this count as being injured on duty? Does my recovery period count as work? Upon hearing this, Luo Tiany, who had maintained an impassive demeanor, couldn't help but twitch her face slightly, but coldly replied, it counts. After saying this, she did not linger further and exited the hospital room. The longer she stayed, the more she feared being caught off guard by Chen Suian's unconventional logic. Once Luo Tiany had walked away, Chen Suian, brimming with excitement, sprang up from the hospital bed. Finally, he could indulge in some leisure time. The system chimed in. Although it suspected that Chen Suian had encountered a bug, it still issued a notification. Host has earned 1 attribute point for slacking off at work. Thus, Chen Suian reclined leisurely on the hospital bed, humming an unknown tune. He even picked up some fruit beside him, feeling as if his future was now brightly illuminated. However, not long after, a cacophony erupted outside. Captain, why did you bring a case of beer to visit Chen? And you, why don't you bring a case of 6 walnuts for Chen Suian? Hey, I'm just trying to help Chen replenish his brain. As these familiar voices reached his ears, Chen Suian hastily discarded the fruit in his hand, quickly covering himself with the blanket. He held his breath for a moment, trying to appear unwell, presenting a rather frail facade. Chen Suian's motive for this charade was, of course, to extend his leisure time. Before long, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing Wu Liuyi and Lu Pangpang, followed by the rest of Team 6. Chapter 10. Who the hell brings this to a patient? Inside the hospital room, Wu Liuyi and Lu Pangpang immediately noticed the feeble Chen Suian lying on the bed. Lu Pangpang was the first to rush forward in concern, asking, Chen, are you all right? The visibly weak Chen Suian coughed a few times, weakly responding, cough, cough. I'm fine. This prompted Wu Liuyi to express his concern as well. Suian, are you really okay? It looks like your injury is quite serious this time. Chen, you're so brave. You're always the first to charge into danger. The members of Team 6 who entered began to cheer him on. Lying in bed, Chen Suian felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He had only intended to relax, but had unknowingly consumed someone else's cotton candy. Wu Liuyi, observing the commotion, scowled and raised his hand to quiet them down. All right, you're making too much noise. How can Suian rest? The members of Team 6, realizing the importance of Chen Suian's recovery, quickly agreed. Right, we forgot that Chen still needs to rest. They exchanged a few more words with him before taking their leave. Once they departed, the previously frail Chen Suian transformed into a completely different person. His fatigue and pallor vanishing in an instant, replaced by vigor and vitality. I can enjoy my leisure time again. Chen Suian nodded contentedly. However, upon spotting the case of beer and 6 walnuts, he couldn't help but grimace. Who brings such gifts to a patient? In the Guardian office, the director's office. Li Hu listened intently to Luo Tiany's report, his expression serious. By the end, however, his brow relaxed, a joyful expression emerging on his face. This kid Chen Suian is remarkable. He managed to single-handedly slay a mid-level second-tier beast. I truly did not misjudge him. Li Hu remarked, his spirits lifted. He knew that despite Chen Suian's penchant for leisure, he would not falter in critical moments. At this, Li Hu turned to the still icy Luo Tiany, offering praise. Deputy Director Luo, you performed admirably as well, managing to slay several second-tier beasts on your own. Rest assured, I will report this to higher-ups and recommend that you and Chen Suian receive commendations. In response to Li Hu's commendation, Luo Tianyi merely shook her head calmly. As a fourth-tier ability user dealing with second-tier beasts, what merit is there to commend? Compared to Chen Suian, who risked his life, I am not worthy. This incident had significantly altered Luo Tianyi's perception of Chen Suian. She had not anticipated that someone who enjoyed cutting corners would rise to the occasion in a life-or-death scenario, defeating a mid-level second-tier beast with the strength of a novice warrior. This led her to sense something unusual about Chen Suian, especially since the battlefield bore signs of being scorched and the carcasses of the second-tier beasts had vanished. Moreover, witnesses confirmed that Chen Suian had used lightning to defeat the beasts, solidifying Luo Tianyi's suspicion that he was an electricity-type ability user. However, this only deepened her curiosity, as her investigation revealed that Chen Suian had not awakened any abilities before the age of 18. This led her to speculate that he might have awakened his powers later. A phenomenon not uncommon in Huaxia, where some individuals did not awaken their abilities at the typical age but did so after certain stimuli. Additionally, Luo Tianyi was astonished that Chen Suian's ability was of the lightning type, which was renowned for its formidable attack power among abilities. However, fewer than 2% of individuals in Huaxia could awaken such powers, highlighting their rarity. Yet, she pondered why Chen Suian had not revealed his abilities. Though Luo Tianyi was now aware of everything, she chose not to disclose it, instead wanting to observe Chen Suian's true intentions. Was he secretly training to unveil his powers dramatically, or was he deliberately concealing his talents? Chen Suian had indeed piqued her curiosity, but unbeknownst to her, his sole desire was to enjoy his leisure time. A week later, within his hospital bed, Chen Suian beamed with joy upon seeing the attribute points he had accrued during his week of leisure. Unallocated attribute points, 4,000. Seeing such a bounty of attribute points nearly made him leap for joy. What thrilled Chen Suian even more was discovering a bug in the system. As long as he was hospitalized, the Guardian office would count it as work, which meant he could indulge in leisure time. This implied that if he were injured on duty in the future, he could enjoy leisure time daily without even needing to undertake the simplest patrols. Moreover, he could do so openly. Was there anything more delightful than this? Gazing at the abundant attribute points, Chen Suian did not hesitate and promptly instructed the system, allocate all of these to my ability points. At present, Chen Suian's paramount objective is to elevate the realm of his extraordinary abilities, for his power is classified as SSS-Grade, undoubtedly his most formidable trump card. The combat prowess associated with an SSS-Grade ability far surpasses that of a martial artist. The mere fact that he previously dispatched a mid-phase second-tier beast with a single strike at the first stage, second segment, serves as a testament to the terrifying might of his SSS-Grade power. As Chen Suian's words lingered in the air, he swiftly sensed an immense surge of energy manifesting within him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his extraordinary abilities continuously broke through to new heights. Ultimately, his power ascended to the first stage, fifth segment, marking his entry into the mid-phase of the first stage, significantly augmenting his strength compared to before. Note: for martial artists and practitioners of extraordinary abilities, each realm is divided into 10 segments. Segments 1 to 4 represent the initial phase. Segments 4 to 7 denote the mid-phase, and segments 7 to 10 signify the late phase. Having completed his transformation, Chen Suian rose to stretch his body, only to find himself reclining again within mere seconds. He was inherently lazy, preferring to remain inactive as much as possible, often opting to lie down. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting Chen Suian to ponder who might be visiting at such an hour. Nonetheless, he called out, "Come in." Shortly thereafter, the icy-cold Luo Tianyi pushed the door open. Instantly, Chen Suian was taken aback, unable to fathom why this formidable woman had come to seek him. Observing the flush on his face, Luo Tianyi confirmed her suspicion. He had been slacking off again. Previously, she had conducted various health assessments on Chen Suian and discovered that his physical indicators were exceedingly normal, even healthier than those of an average individual. Chapter 11. Chen Suian is truly magnificent. Under Chen Suian's bewildered gaze, Luo Tianyi merely stated coldly, "You are to return to the Guardian office for work tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chen Suian was momentarily stunned. What? Luo Tianyi could not help but smile at his reaction, a rare sight that brought a hint of amusement to her otherwise stoic demeanor. For reasons unknown to her, she found enjoyment in Chen Suian's perplexed expression. While lying on the hospital bed, Chen Suian was momentarily entranced by Luo Tianyi's smile, which was as captivating as the sudden thawing of a millennia-old snow-capped mountain. However, he quickly regained his composure, feeling an inexplicable chill as he sensed an ominous premonition accompanying her smile. Sure enough, Luo Tianyi continued in her cool voice, "In truth, I had already reviewed your examination report. Your health is excellent. Initially, I intended for you to rest for a few days, but I did not anticipate your extended rest to last an entire week. It appears that, without my intervention, you would have lazed about in the hospital for a lifetime." As she spoke, Luo Tianyi shot a fierce glare at the rather embarrassed Chen Suian. Indeed, had no one called for him, he would have remained in the hospital indefinitely. Enough. I shan't say more. You are to report to the Guardian office tomorrow. Without further delay, Luo Tianyi departed, leaving Chen Suian with a pained expression, realizing that his leisurely days were coming to an end. If he had to patrol the streets with that fierce woman tomorrow, he would have no chance to slack off. With a sigh, Chen Suian grabbed a nearby bottle of milk and drank deeply, seeking solace in its comforting embrace. The following day, Chen Suian arrived at the Guardian office with a face reflecting his discontent. He truly wished he could continue his leisurely existence in the hospital. Along the way, those who encountered him greeted him warmly. Suian, has your injury healed? You're back at the Guardian office so soon? Brother Chen, when I visited you, you appeared so weak. How is it that you're back at work already? You should take a few more days to rest. I know. Brother Chen must be eager to continue safeguarding the peace of Jiangnan City, which is why he returned to work despite his injuries. Oh my, Brother Chen is truly magnificent. Hearing such remarks, Chen Suian's face was adorned with a multitude of dark lines. What nonsense. Who would want to come to this miserable job? It was all because of that fierce woman. Just then, Li Hu, who had entered through the main entrance of the Guardian office, observed this scene and nodded in satisfaction. Internally, he felt proud, thinking, Suian is truly a good kid, returning to work so swiftly instead of resting in the hospital. With this thought, Li Hu decided it was the perfect opportunity to publicly announce the commendation he had received for Chen Suian a few days prior. Many individuals noticed Li Hu's arrival and greeted him boss. In the Jiangnan City Guardian office, it was customary to refer to the director as boss, leading outsiders to mistakenly believe they were in the midst of a gang's hierarchy. Even Chen Suian, lost in thought, noticed Li Hu approaching. He greeted him boss. Li Hu patted Chen Suian's sturdy shoulder and inquired, are you alright? Do you need a few more days to rest? No need. No need. Although Chen Suian yearned for additional rest, the chilling image of Luo Tianyi flashed in his mind, causing him to shiver. Who knew whether that fierce woman would reveal that he was not genuinely injured? Li Hu observed Chen Suian's flustered expression, leading him to believe that the young man was eager to return to the front lines to protect the populace, which only made him feel prouder. He then turned to the surrounding members of the Guardian office and spoke in a serious tone. Everyone, please inform your teams that a commendation meeting will be held shortly. The members of the Guardian office shifted their gazes toward Chen Suian, as he was the only one deserving of such recognition. Astute as ever, Chen Suian surmised that this likely pertained to him, causing a flicker of excitement within him. Perhaps he would be rewarded with a substantial sum of money? Subsequently, Li Hu continued to extol Chen Suian's virtues before making his way to his office. After Li Hu departed, the others dispersed, eager to relay the news to their colleagues. Chen Suian, as per usual, proceeded to the assembly point for the 6th squad. Upon arrival, he found the team already gathered, save for their captain, Wu Liuyi. Brother Chen, you've arrived. Why are you back at work so soon? Brother Chen, are you feeling better? The members of the 6th squad expressed their concern. Notably, some of them had shifted from simply addressing him as Chen Suian to calling him Brother Chen. This subtle change did not go unnoticed by the observant Chen Suian, though he did not dwell on it. In this world, strength commanded respect. His triumph over the mid-phase second-tier beast was evidence enough of his superiority over the members of the 6th squad. Previously, the strongest member of the 6th squad, aside from Captain Wu Liuyi, was a man named Wang Cheng, a practitioner of mental abilities, currently at the initial phase of the 2nd stage, equivalent to the martial artist realm. Note, practitioners of mental abilities, like martial artists, also progress through 10 stages, making the realm structure simple and memorable. Although Chen Suian had previously been at the same level as Wang Cheng, the combat effectiveness of mental practitioners far exceeded that of martial artists. Thus, Wang Cheng was regarded as the strongest in the squad. While some squad members had reached the mid-phase of the martial artist realm, they were no match for a mental practitioner at the initial phase of the 2nd stage. As for Chen Suian, who had vanquished a mid-phase second-tier beast, he was naturally perceived to be far superior to Wang Cheng. As Chen Suian pondered the situation, Lu Pangpang, grinning mischievously, leaned in and whispered, "Hey, Chen bro, I have some delightful news for you." Chen Suian cast a bemused glance at Lu Pangpang, questioning what good news could possibly arise when he was already unable to slack off. Lu Pangpang, however, wasted no time in revealing. Deputy Director Luo will no longer be patrolling, so you can resume your idling. At this, Chen Suian was momentarily taken aback, before a surge of joy washed over him, prompting him to eagerly inquire, "Are you serious, fatty? How did you come by this information?" "Hehe, you've been in the hospital for the past few days. So you wouldn't know that with Deputy Director Luo stationed at our Guardian Department's Iron Shield Guard, he won't be patrolling the streets with you anymore." Understanding dawned upon him. The Iron Shield Guard represented the elite forces of the Guardian Department, tasked primarily with executing special missions such as eliminating cults and malevolent creatures lurking within the city, as well as dealing with the beasts that roamed outside its boundaries. Essentially, they took on the most perilous assignments, making their mortality rate significantly higher than that of the average Guardian Department personnel. Naturally, the Iron Shield Guard was also the strongest faction within the department, boasting resources and salaries that far exceeded those of ordinary officers. Upon receiving this news, Chen Suian was overwhelmed with elation, nearly bursting into jubilant leaps. Whoa, I can finally return to my leisurely life, he mused inwardly, tears of joy welling up in his heart. As time passed, Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang engaged in casual banter. Eventually, after an unmeasured span, Wu Lu-yi arrived. He greeted Chen Suian warmly before announcing, "Everyone is to gather at the training ground of the Guardian Department. The boss is going to hold a commendation ceremony." As for who would be honored, Wu Lu-yi and the members of Team 6 turned their gaze towards the unperturbed Chen Suian. It was evident that he was the one being recognized. The training ground, spanning 5 acres, approximately over 3,000 square meters, was filled with hundreds of individuals clad in the uniforms of the Guardian Department. At the center stood a grand platform, where Li Hu sat prominently, flanked by Luo Tianyi, followed by various squad leaders, including Wu Lu-yi among them. Cough, cough. Allow me to say a few words first. Li Hu cleared his throat and spoke with a booming voice. During this commendation ceremony, Chen Suian, standing beneath the blazing sun, could only shrug in exasperation. Fully aware of the leader's penchant for lengthy speeches, he anticipated that even a brief address could extend for an hour. True to form, an hour later, Li Hu finally paused, feeling his throat grow parched, leaving the audience relieved and inwardly exclaiming, "Finally, it's over." It was such a trial. Chen Suian, submerged in drowsiness, hardly grasped what Li Hu had just conveyed. Meanwhile, Luo Tianyi wore an expression of disbelief. She had expected a simple acknowledgement of Chen Suian, but never anticipated that Li Hu would elaborate for so long. After taking several sips from a cup of tea, Li Hu set it down, his demeanor turning grave as he called out, "Chen Suian." This startled the drowsy Chen Suian, who responded with a puzzled expression, "Huh? Who called for me?" Beside him, Lu Pangpang couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. It was clear that Chen Suian had not absorbed a single word from the preceding speech. It was obvious that the head of the Guardian Department intended to honor him. Realizing this, Lu Pangpang discreetly urged, "Chen bro, Director Li is calling for you." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Suian scratched his head, finally understanding that it was indeed Director Li summoning him. "Chen Suian, come up to the stage to receive your commendation." Li Hu called out again. With the mention of a commendation, Chen Suian's eyes sparkled with renewed energy. Using all his might, he pushed forward, declaring, "Make way, everyone. I am Chen Suian." His proclamation drew the attention of many, who instinctively parted to create a path for him. In no time, Chen Suian navigated through the throng to reach the central platform. Li Hu rose from his seat, and Luo Tianyi and the others also stood to show their respect. Upon meeting Li Hu's serious gaze, Chen Suian offered a sheepish smile. At that moment, he yearned to ask, "So, what is my reward?" Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Li Hu approached Chen Suian, placing a hand on his shoulder, and heartily remarked, "You did well this time. The higher-ups have decided to award you with a third-class merit, promoting your rank to lieutenant, along with an additional 5,000 points. I hope you continue to strive diligently and eradicate more threats to the city." Initially, Chen Suian displayed little reaction upon hearing about the third-class merit, but his eyes brightened significantly at the mention of the 5,000 points. This amount could procure a considerable array of valuable items within the Guardian Department, equivalent to 50,000 currency units. "I've struck gold." Chen Suian reveled inwardly. Observing Chen Suian's elated expression, Li Hu was unsurprised and encouraged him. "All right. Now it's your turn to say a few words." Without hesitation, Chen Suian accepted the microphone, adopting a serious tone as he addressed the densely packed assembly of Guardian Department personnel. "First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to my parents for bringing forth such an exceptional individual as myself. Next, to Director Li for nurturing my talents." Hearing this, Li Hu nodded approvingly, thinking, "What a grateful child he is." Chen Suian continued unabated. "Furthermore, I must thank our captain for his unwavering support and encouragement. And let me not forget my uncle's neighbor's friend's daughter's child, without whom I would not have joined the Guardian Department. And of course, my good buddy Lu Pangpang." As Li Hu's satisfaction began to wane, the crowd sensed the absurdity of the situation. Chen Suian had expressed his gratitude to so many people that it seemed he was on the verge of thanking his great-grandmother as well. Luo Tianyi, maintaining her impassive demeanor, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, Wu Lu-yi, Chen Suian's captain, could only shake his head in exasperation, lamenting, "It's over. This kid has lost his mind again." Eventually, under Li Hu's stern gaze, Chen Suian was ushered off the platform. Had he continued, who knew how long his list of thanks would have been? Once back among the crowd, Chen Suian felt no embarrassment. Instead, he strutted back to his previous seat with a triumphant air. Seeing Chen Suian return, Lu Pangpang was deeply moved, exclaiming, "Chen bro, I am truly touched. It's the first time someone has thanked me in front of so many people." In response, Chen Suian smiled and patted Lu Pangpang on the shoulder, saying, "What else would you expect? We are brothers." Thus, the ceremony concluded swiftly, and the members of the Guardian Department dispersed, preparing to commence their duties for the day. As the protagonist, Chen Suian intended to join Lu Pangpang for some leisurely time. Oh, wait, he meant to patrol the streets. However, before he could take a few steps, he was intercepted by Luotianni. In an instant, Chen Suian's expression shifted dramatically. What was this fierce woman up to now? Surely she wasn't going to prevent him from indulging in leisure again, was she? Without delay, Luotianni articulated her purpose for seeking out Chen Suian. I would like to invite you to join the Iron Shield Guard. Upon hearing this, Chen Suian was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? You wish to invite me to join that so-called incinerator, the Iron Shield Guard?" The very notion left him astounded. This is incredibly difficult to refuse. You want me to join a place with a 50% mortality rate, akin to sending me to my doom? His shock compelled him to voice his thoughts. In the next moment, a chilling aura enveloped him. Luotianni, upon hearing Chen Suian's words, wore a frosty expression, radiating an intense coldness that nearly froze the nearby Lu Pangpang. Chen Suian, wearing a smile more grotesque than tears, stammered, "That's not what I meant." Luotianni, retracting her icy demeanor, furrowed her brows and questioned, "You don't wish to join the Iron Shield Guard?" She was perplexed as to why Chen Suian would decline. Despite the slight dangers associated with the Iron Shield Guard, the benefits far surpassed those of the ordinary Guardian Division. Hesitantly glancing at Luotianni, Chen Suian contemplated his leisurely lifestyle. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and resolutely declined her offer. "I do not wish to join." Luotianni was even more bewildered. If Chen Suian were truly afraid of death, why had he previously risked his life to slay a second-tier beast? But soon, she speculated that perhaps he simply enjoyed his leisurely work and feared that joining the Iron Shield Guard would hinder that. Tentatively, she suggested, "In truth, there is hardly any work in the Iron Shield Guard, as Jiangnan City has been quite peaceful in recent years. If there are no tasks, you can do as you please at work, and there is no need to patrol the streets daily." Pausing momentarily, Luotianni then issued a stern warning. "However, if you dare to slack off during missions, I won't let you off easily." This piqued Chen Suian's interest. It seemed that the Iron Shield Guard might indeed be conducive to his leisurely pursuits. Over the years, Jiangnan City had not encountered significant threats, and the Iron Shield Guard was generally devoid of peril. Moreover, the prospect of openly indulging in leisure was far superior to sneaking around. The enhanced benefits of the Iron Shield Guard made it increasingly difficult for Chen Suian to find a reason to refuse, though there were risks involved. As long as he could engage in his leisurely activities daily, he felt emboldened by the prospect of gaining attribute points, rendering him unafraid of potential dangers. Observing Chen Suian's intrigued expression, Luotianni's lips curled into a slight smile, knowing she had him in her grasp. Soon, after some deliberation, Chen Suian hesitantly inquired, "If I join, can I really do as I please when not on missions?" "Of course," Luotianni affirmed with a nod. "If there are no tasks, even leisure is permissible." With confirmation, Chen Suian readily accepted the invitation to join the Iron Shield Guard. He even turned to Lu Pangpang beside him and asked, "Hey, would you like to join the Iron Shield Guard as well?" Startled by the inquiry, Lu Pangpang cast a wary glance at Luotianni and hesitated. Is that even possible? Though the Iron Shield Guard was perilous, it was also the strongest faction within the Guardian Division, a position only elite individuals could attain. As an ordinary ability user, could he truly join? Chen Suian also glanced at Luotianni, reluctant to lose his companion in leisure, as that would render the experience dull. Luotianni silently scrutinized Lu Pangpang for a moment before asking, "What is your cultivation path? What is your realm?" Her invitation to Chen Suian stemmed from her knowledge of his status as a lightning ability user, coupled with his achievement of defeating a mid-tier second-tier beast, which made her believe he was qualified for the Iron Shield Guard. As for Lu Pangpang, he appeared rather unremarkable, hardly fitting for such an elite group. Responding to Luotianni's query, Lu Pangpang introduced himself. "I am an ability user, classified as B-grade, with the power to manipulate Earth. My realm is merely first tier, 9th stage." Feeling a bit shy, he was acutely aware that joining the Iron Shield Guard required at least second-tier strength, and he felt he fell short of that standard. Upon learning that Lu Pangpang possessed a B-grade ability, Luotianni was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary individual would possess such power. It was known that only 6 or 7 B-grade ability users existed within the entire Jiangnan City Guardian Division, all of whom were in the Iron Shield Guard. It was astonishing to discover an overlooked talent within the division. Previously, Lu Pangpang had been eligible to enter the Iron Shield Guard, but the thought of undertaking dangerous missions had deterred him. However, after hearing Luotianni's words, he felt that joining the Iron Shield Guard might not be so perilous, given how safe Jiangnan City was. Without further deliberation, Luotianni readily agreed. "All right, you can join the Iron Shield Guard." Upon hearing this, Chen Suian joyfully patted Lu Pangpang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Fatty, we can indulge in leisure together again." Lu Pangpang shared in the excitement. Joining the Iron Shield Guard meant he would no longer have to patrol the streets daily. Observing the two elated individuals, Luotianni refrained from saying much more, simply stating in a cool tone, "You both should report to the second team of the Iron Shield Guard today. As for street patrols, you need not concern yourselves with that. Rest assured, I will inform your team leader of this arrangement." "Ah, excellent." Naturally, Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang were thrilled at the prospect of avoiding street patrols. In the office of the 6th Team's captain, Wu Liuyi wore an expression of shock and, with an incredulous tone, addressed the impassive Luo Tianyi. What? You intend to transfer the Wulong Fengchu to the Iron Shield Guard? Huh, Wulong Fengchu. Luo Tianyi responded with confusion. Was she referring to Chen Suian and that hefty fellow? Realizing her bewilderment, Wu Liuyi cleared his throat and said, ahem, it's nothing. Luo Tianyi did not press further and asked, so, have you agreed? Wu Liuyi, still puzzled, replied, I can understand sending Lu Pangpang to the Iron Shield Guard, given his B-grade ability, but this Chen Suian. He simply could not fathom why Vice Director Luo would want to enlist someone like Chen Suian, who was merely a martial artist, into such an elite group as the Iron Shield Guard. Martial artists were weaker than ability users and even less formidable than thought manipulators. By all logic, Chen Suian should not qualify, even if he had slain a mid-tier second-tier beast. Chen Suian is indeed qualified to join due to his ability to slay a mid-tier second-tier beast, Luo Tianyi stated calmly, omitting the fact that Chen Suian was a lightning ability user. Upon hearing this, Wu Liuyi's doubts dissipated, and he remarked to Luo Tianyi, very well then. I shall leave those two in your capable hands. As he watched Luo Tianyi depart, Wu Liuyi couldn't help but shake his head, reflecting, it's indeed hard to part with Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang from the 6th Team. Yet, in the next moment, he considered how he would no longer have to worry about those two, which brightened his mood as he sat down and hummed a little tune. The working environment of the Iron Shield Guards can be described as exceedingly comfortable, with each squad enjoying its own independent air-conditioned office, complemented by exclusive training rooms. When Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang reported to the 2nd Squad of the Iron Shield Guards, they found the squad members engaged in training within the training room. Consequently, Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang joined them in the training space. Upon entering, they observed some individuals diligently training while others lounged about. This revelation brought a spark to Chen Suian's eyes, as it was evidently an ideal locale for him to indulge in leisure. Simultaneously, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the plethora of auxiliary equipment available in the training room, including several sparring rings in the center. Yet, what captivated him most were the individuals focused on their training. He beheld one person wielding a long spear, executing fluid and powerful movements, each thrust seemingly capable of piercing the very fabric of reality, accompanied by a flicker of flames at the spear's tip. Even more astonishing was another young man adeptly manipulating 3 sharp, flying daggers, which danced gracefully through the air. With a calm and focused gaze, he commanded the daggers with such precision that they struck their target with the accuracy of a well-trained flock of birds. It was apparent that every individual training here possessed formidable strength. This realization prompted Chen Suian to nod in acknowledgement. Indeed, these were the most elite among the Iron Shield Guards. While Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang were observing, the members of the 2nd Squad noticed the 2 curious newcomers at the door. The red-haired youth, who had been practicing his marksmanship, ceased his training, performing a few flourishes with his spear before striding towards Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang. Soon, the red-haired youth stood before them, regarding them with a disdainful gaze, for they struck him as exceedingly weak at first glance. Just as the ever-enthusiastic Lu Pangpang was about to greet him, the red-haired youth interjected with a scornful inquiry. Who are you? What brings you here? Are you unaware that this is a training ground for the Iron Shield Guards? The condescending tone caused Chen Suian to furrow his brow slightly, thinking to himself how insufferable this red-haired individual seemed. Lu Pangpang shared a similar sentiment, but nonetheless introduced himself. I am Lu Pangpang. We are here to join the 2nd Squad of the Iron Shield Guards. The red-haired youth responded with a cold smirk. Oh, to join the Iron Shield Guards? Let me see if you possess the requisite strength. He felt it necessary to demonstrate that not just anyone could join the ranks of the Iron Shield Guards. Upon hearing this, Chen Suian glanced at the red-haired youth and inquired, and who might you be? Are you the captain of the 2nd Squad? He sensed the ill intentions behind the red-haired youth's demeanor. The youth shook his head and, with a face full of pride, introduced himself. I am Zhao Zilong, a member of the 2nd Squad, with a B-grade fire ability and a rank of 2nd stage, 6th tier. His pride was well-founded, considering his B-grade ability and impressive rank at merely 21 years of age. Zhao Zilong, Chen Suian remarked with curiosity, observing the somewhat petulant Zhao Zilong, which prompted him to ask, is your grandmother perhaps the legendary Zhao Zilong of Changshan? Zhao Zilong. He looked at Chen Suian with a puzzled expression, utterly baffled by the question. What do you mean by asking if my grandmother is the Zhao Zilong of Changshan? Never mind. Chen Suian replied, awkwardly waving his hand. As the conversation unfolded, a sudden, heavy sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Chen Suian and the others turned towards the source of the noise, only to see a tall, robust middle-aged man striding towards them. With each step, a formidable aura emanated from him, enveloping Chen Suian and the others in a palpable sense of pressure. The once proud Zhao Zilong found himself startled, greeting the approaching man with a respectful, Captain Zhang. The man, Zhang Wu, acknowledged Zhao Zilong with a nod before turning his serious gaze towards Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang, inquiring, so, you two are Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang? Having received prior notification from Luo Tianyi, he surmised that these two must indeed be the newcomers. In response to the imposing middle-aged man's query, Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang nodded like obedient children. Zhang Wu scrutinized them from head to toe, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. Consequently, he offered a casual wave of his hand. All right, welcome to the second squad. I am your captain, Zhang Wu. You may address me as Captain Zhang. You are free to train at your discretion, or not train at all. The choice is yours. However, I must advise you to strive to enhance your abilities. For I cannot guarantee everyone's safety during missions if you do not. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me. After a brief pause, Zhang Wu continued. Let me also inform you of the benefits of being an Iron Shield Guard. Each month, you will receive 200 points and a salary of 10,000 yuan. Should you undertake missions, rewards in the form of additional points and salary will be based on your performance. Upon hearing this, Lu Pangpang was the first to exclaim in astonishment. What? 200 points each month? A salary of 10,000? And rewards for missions? Even Chen Suian found himself taken aback by the generous benefits offered by the Iron Shield Guards. Setting aside the impressive salary, the monthly reward of 200 points was equivalent to an additional 20,000 yuan, combined with the salary that amounted to a staggering 30,000 yuan each month. Moreover, there were further rewards for undertaking missions. No wonder the Iron Shield Guards are so perilous yet attract so many recruits. Their benefits are far better than one could have imagined. Zhang Wu, having witnessed their astonished expressions, was unperturbed. For he too had been similarly surprised by the benefits when he first joined the Iron Shield Guards. Following this, he provided Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang with a brief overview of the Iron Shield Guards before departing, leaving the two of them exchanging glances. Feeling that their captain was far more formidable than their previous captain, Wu Luyi. The aura Zhang Wu exuded was far more imposing than that of Wu Luyi. After Zhang Wu's departure, Zhao Zilong, who had been observing, let out a sigh of relief and shook his head before addressing Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang. Captain Zhang usually has a serious demeanor. Do not take it personally. Chapter 15, Exchange. Through his conversation with Zhao Zilong, Chen Suian learned that Zhang Wu was indeed a martial artist, having already reached the martial sovereign realm, equivalent to a fourth-tier ability user. He also discovered that the Iron Shield Guards had not undertaken any missions for a month, which caused Chen Suian to inwardly rejoice. Feeling he had come to the right place. Clearly, the Iron Shield Guards were more suitable for his leisurely inclinations. Why had he not thought of joining them sooner? While Chen Suian was reveling in his good fortune, Zhao Zilong warmly invited him and Lu Pangpang into the training room. Upon entering, Zhao Zilong began to introduce them to the other members. Do you see that person practicing with the flying daggers? His name is Mo Dao. He is a mind master, and his rank seems to be second stage, third tier. However, do not underestimate Mo Dao. Although his rank is lower than mine, I might not be his match even at the same level. Especially, the ink blade can control 5 flying daggers simultaneously, rendering one's defenses nearly futile. Moreover, the burly man training his endurance, named Huang Tiangang, is a supernatural being, possessing a B-grade ability just like me. However, his power is that of the Earth Bear, while mine is Fireblaze. As for the bespectacled gentleman engrossed in his reading, namely Macho, he is also a telekinetic, slightly superior to the aforementioned ink blade. The gamer, known as Tian Xinjian, is a supernatural being with an A-grade ability named Sword Rain, making him the strongest among us. Upon hearing this, Chen Suian's gaze instinctively shifted towards the gaming Tian Xinjian. There, he beheld a young man with long hair, clutching his phone with both hands, immersed in his game, exclaiming, "Damn, can this little chow even play? Why are all the skills hitting me? I'm the enemy here." Chen Suian found himself at a loss for words. Next to him, Zhao Zilong merely shrugged, accustomed to such antics. At that moment, Huang Tiangang, finishing his training, approached them with bare shoulders, showcasing his bronzed muscles, and greeted them warmly. "Hello. I am Huang Tiangang. Hello, I am Chen Suian. I am Lu Pangpang." Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang introduced themselves. Upon hearing Chen Suian's name, both Huang Tiangang and Zhao Zilong expressed surprise, evidently having heard of him. Huang Tiangang scrutinized Chen Suian from head to toe, inquiring, "Are you the one who slayed the mid-second tier monster?" Confronted with Huang Tiangang's curiosity, Chen Suian appeared puzzled. What of it? I truly did not expect you to have slain a mid-second tier beast. I have also heard of your illustrious name." Huang Tiangang chuckled. Zhao Zilong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Chen Suian, saying, "So you are Chen Suian. Your strength must be remarkable, right? How about a duel?" Feeling the eager gaze of Zhao Zilong, Chen Suian's heart tightened, pondering what kind of battle he was referring to. Regardless of the type, Chen Suian would decline, as he was there to relax, not to engage in combat. I refuse," Chen Suian stated decisively, without a hint of hesitation. This abrupt rejection caused Zhao Zilong's previously buoyant demeanor to slump in disappointment. Why not? No reason. With that, Chen Suian prepared to find a place to rest. For there is no greater joy than sleeping under the vast sky. Lu Pangpang, unbeknownst to the others, had taken out snacks and was munching while observing the training around him. Soon, Chen Suian's eyes brightened. He noticed a sofa nearby, perfect for a short nap. With this thought, he made his way toward the sofa adjacent to the gaming enthusiast. As Chen Suian approached, he caught the attention of the gamer. Just as the gamer was about to inquire who this person was, Chen Suian had already laid down on the sofa. Zhao Zilong and Huang Tiangang exchanged glances. Surprised that Chen Suian's first action upon joining the Iron Shield Guards was simply to find a place to recline. At that moment, the sound of crunching snacks drew their attention. They turned to see Lu Pangpang devouring a large bag of treats. Instantly, both Zhao Zilong and Huang Tiangang fell into a contemplative silence, unsure of what to say. One relished lounging around, while the other delighted in food, a true meeting of talents. Oblivious to their thoughts, Chen Suian found himself surrounded by the incessant chime of the system in his mind. Ding. Host detected slacking off during work hours, awarding 1 attribute point. This made Chen Suian feel even more justified in his idleness, attributing it to the enticing rewards from the system. Thus, time passed unnoticed until the end of work hours approached. Chen Suian, still lounging, finally rose to stretch and decided to visit the resource depot of the Guardian Division to redeem his points. In the happiness community, at Chen Suian's home, he curiously examined the dark red elixir he had just redeemed. Is this the Blood Vitality Pill? The Blood Vitality Pill and the Beast Core serve similar purposes, both imbued with substantial vitality, but the Blood Vitality Pill is more suited for human consumption to enhance vitality. Chen Suian had just spent all of his rewarded 5,000 points to acquire 5 Blood Vitality Pills, costing 2,000 points in total, with each pill priced at 400 points. Essentially, each Blood Vitality Pill is worth 4,000 yuan, making it an incredibly lucrative industry. Additionally, he used his remaining points to redeem 3 specialized spirit pearls for supernatural beings, expending 3,000 points, with each pearl valued at 1,000 points. Significantly pricier than the Blood Vitality Pills. However, the cost is justified, as these spirit pearls are produced within the bodies of ghostly entities, and the second-tier ghostly spirit pearls he acquired are naturally more expensive. Furthermore, it is said that consuming these spirit pearls may yield a certain probability of awakening new skills. What are skills, you may ask? Simply put, they are akin to martial techniques employed by warriors. Upon utilizing a technique, their attack power can increase tenfold or even 100-fold, making skills exclusive martial arts for supernatural beings. When supernatural beings awaken, they inherently possess a companion talent skill, and the higher their ability level, the more talent skills they possess. Take Chen Suian for instance. With his SSS-Grade ability, he is endowed with 4 formidable talent skills, one of which is the Divine Lightning Strike he unleashed earlier. Apart from talent skills, others seeking new skills must rely on consuming spirit pearls to gain them. However, acquiring skills through spirit pearls is merely a matter of chance. Whether one succeeds depends solely on luck. Some may gain a skill after consuming just 1 spirit pearl, while others might devour hundreds without any success. Not wishing to ponder further, Chen Suian resolved to first test the effects of the Blood Vitality Pill. Chapter 16. Is the King of the Scrolls right beside me? As he swallowed the Blood Vitality Pill, a fragrant essence filled his mouth. Within moments, Chen Suian felt as though his body had ignited, a tremendous surge of vitality coursing through him like an unstoppable torrent, rapidly flowing through his meridians and bones. This vitality seemed to possess boundless strength, incessantly battering at his sinews and vessels, each wave sending a jolt of pain through him, nearly eliciting a cry from Chen Suian. Yet, in a brief span, he ascended to the second stage of martial arts. However, as the effects of the Blood Vitality Pill waned, Chen Suian did not hesitate to swallow another one, resuming his refinement. After consuming the last 4 Blood Vitality Pills, his realm surged to the 3rd stage of martial arts. This left Chen Suian utterly astonished. He had never imagined that 5 mere Blood Vitality Pills could facilitate such a rapid 2-stage breakthrough. If he possessed a multitude of Blood Vitality Pills, would he not soar to new heights? Of course, this remarkable effect might be attributed to it being his first experience with the Blood Vitality Pill, yet it sufficiently attested to the potency of the elixir. Chen Suian chose not to dwell on it further and retrieved a blue spirit pearl from his pocket. He activated his supernatural ability, placing his palm upon the pearl to absorb the energy contained within. As time elapsed, the energy from the spirit pearl gradually flowed into his body, causing it to emit a faint glow. After a lengthy moment, the spiritual orbs were completely drawn in by Chen Suian, dissipating into fine dust and vanishing entirely. Feeling that his abilities were on the verge of a breakthrough, Chen Suian hesitated no longer and proceeded to absorb the remaining 2 spiritual orbs. Time passed unmeasured, and soon Chen Suian's level ascended to the 7th stage of the 1st tier, allowing him to leap over 2 minor levels. Moreover, fragmented images flickered in his mind, as if some supernatural entity were casting spells. However, due to their disjointed nature, Chen Suian could not fully comprehend them, nor did he awaken any new skills. He paid little mind to this, as he believed it was improbable for him to be so fortunate, gleaning skills merely from the absorption of 3 spiritual orbs. Having completed his tasks, Chen Suian reclined comfortably, reasoning that cultivating was far less efficient than investing in enhancements. Why toil away at training? Yet, he lamented the exorbitant costs of such enhancements, 4,000 for a chi blood pill and 10,000 for a spiritual orb. Alas, it seemed he had to scrimp and save. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Throughout this month, Chen Suian had been idly passing the time, as the Iron Shield Guard had no assignments, leaving him free to squander his hours. This month-long idleness had yielded substantial rewards, as his unallocated attributes surged to 25,000 points, calculating based on the 100 attribute points earned per hour. It was akin to having idled for 250 hours, given that the Guardian Department typically operated for 8 hours a day. 250 hours over a month implied that Chen Suian had effectively spent the entire month in leisure. He even wondered how he had managed to accrue several extra hours of idling. After all, with 8 hours a day over 31 days, he should have only reached 248 hours. With his amassed attribute points, Chen Suian prioritized enhancing his abilities. He spent 5,000 points to elevate his power to the second tier, not neglecting his martial prowess. He recognized that martial artists often possessed robust physiques and a life force far denser than that of psychics or thought manipulators. As a laid-back individual seeking stability, he chose to fortify his martial arts first to bolster his defenses. After all, if he were ever ambushed by the sixth brother, wouldn't a single strike be fatal? Thus, he immediately invested 12,000 attribute points to reach the martial master tier. With 8,000 points remaining, Chen Suian refrained from further elevation, opting instead to enhance the proficiency of his skills and martial techniques. Having completed all adjustments, Chen Suian contentedly reviewed his attribute panel. Host, Chen Suian. Age, 19. Martial realm, Martial Master. Chi blood, 15,000 calories. Martial techniques, D-Class 8 Extremes Fist. Minor achievement, 13,000. C-Class Gale Blade Technique. Minor achievement, 14,000. Ability realm, second tier. Ability points, 12,000 points. Talent skills, S-Class Divine Thunder Slash. Novice, 200, 010,000. S-Class Divine Thunder Descends. Unawakened. Note. Requires third tier to cultivate. SS-Class Thunder Flash. Unawakened. Note. Requires fifth tier to cultivate. SSS-Class Thunder God of Nine Heavens. Unawakened. Note. Requires eighth tier to cultivate. Note. The proficiency of martial techniques and skills is categorized as novice, proficient, minor achievement, mastery, and perfection. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, Chen Suian couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. He had not anticipated that his talent skills would come with restrictions. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Merely using the Divine Thunder Slash once had nearly drained him of energy. Thus, limitations were understandable. Perhaps sufficient abilities were required to unleash such formidable talents. In the training room, Chen Suian continued to recline on the sofa. However, today he was not asleep. Instead, he rested his hands behind his head, humming a cheerful tune. Appearing quite pleased. Once I had a little donkey, I never rode it. Nearby, Tian Xingjian, engrossed in a game, shot a bewildered glance at Chen Suian's childish melody. What a grown man, singing nursery rhymes. Curious about Chen Suian's evident joy, Lu Pangpang, who was munching on snacks, inquired, Brother Chen, is there some good news? Why are you so happy? In response to Lu Pangpang's question, Chen Suian cast a sidelong glance at him and casually replied, Indeed, there is good news. My great-grandmother has come back to life. At this proclamation, Tian Xingjian halted his actions, his mouth twitching. Lu Pangpang, who had been snacking, also paused, staring incredulously at Chen Suian. Brother Chen, do you take me for a fool? How can the dead come back to life? Fatty, I didn't expect you to be quite sharp. You saw through that. Chen Suian chuckled from his position on the sofa. In truth, observed the three lounging nearby, and shook his head. Ever since Chen Suian's arrival, he had not engaged in any training, consistently opting for relaxation. Lu Pangpang was perpetually snacking, while Tian Xingjian was absorbed in gaming. The second squad of 6 members, with 3 idling, was utterly ineffective. Yet, Zhao Zilong felt a peculiar sense of gratification. With Chen Suian and the others lazing about, he could toil away in secret, ultimately dazzling everyone and emerging as the strongest in the second squad. Were Chen Suian aware of Zhao Zilong's thoughts, he would surely exclaim, Goodness, a true overachiever is right beside me. Chapter 17. Are we going on a mission? As Chen Suian reveled in his newfound strength, an unexpected visitor suddenly appeared at the training room door. Oblivious, Chen Suian remained on the sofa, still humming his cheerful tune. Just as he was about to continue his rivalry with Zhao Zilong, he noticed Luo Tianyi, exuding an aura of chill, standing at the entrance. Zhao Zilong, intending to greet Luo Tianyi, was met with a piercing glare that left him and the others exchanging bewildered looks, unsure of what had transpired with her. Moments later, Luo Tianyi approached Chen Suian, causing Tian Xingjian and Lu Pangpang to tremble in fear, ready to greet her. However, at Luo Tianyi's silent signal, they dared not utter a word, casting pitying glances at the oblivious Chen Suian. The training room fell into an eerie silence. amplifying the clarity of Chen Suian's humming. Suddenly sensing an unsettling atmosphere, Chen Suian paused, realizing the temperature had inexplicably dropped, rendering the room somewhat chilly. Moreover, why had everything grown so quiet? Where were Tian Xinjian's gaming exclamations? Where were Lu Pongpong's munching sounds? Feeling the strange ambience, Chen Suian halted his tune and sat up, slowly turning his head. To his dismay, he found Luo Tianyi staring at him with an expressionless face, causing him to jump instinctively. When had this fierce woman arrived? Noticing Chen Suian's reaction, Luo Tianyi's expression grew colder. Over the past month, she had observed Chen Suian closely, only to find that he had spent the entire time idly passing the days, seemingly lacking any ambition. Had it not been for his thunder-based abilities and his previous bravery in slaying beasts, she would have long since dismissed him. Although Chen Suian was taken aback, he swiftly regained his composure and stood up, donning a sycophantic smile as he greeted, "Deputy Director Luo, what brings you here?" However, internally, Chen Suian was cursing, "Damn it, this old tigress isn't going to prevent me from slacking off again, is she? And each time she shows up, it's enough to scare someone to death." Clearly, Luo Tianyi was oblivious to Chen Suian's inner thoughts, as she spoke in her cool, detached tone. "I am here because your team too has been assigned a task. This time, I will be leading the team personally, as Captain Zhang has taken a few days off for personal matters." With that, Luo Tianyi cast a fierce glare at Chen Suian and continued, "If I catch you slacking during the mission, there will be consequences." Though her words hung unfinished in the air, the frost emanating from her was palpable, and the threat was unmistakable. The once sycophantic smile on Chen Suian's face instantaneously transformed into a mask of righteous indignation as he declared, "Deputy Director Luo, who doesn't know that I, Chen Suian, never slacks off? When at work, I am diligent and devoted, akin to a tireless ox, laboring quietly for the people and contributing to society." Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Who would trust Chen Suian's words? After all, he had spent the majority of his 8-hour shifts over the past month idly passing time. Naturally, Luo Tianyi was not swayed by his fabrications either. She merely shot him a fleeting glance before addressing the rest of the group. "Tomorrow at 7, gather at the entrance of the guard department. Your task is straightforward. Protect the students from No. 1 high school as they venture outside the city for training. This may take several days. I hope you are adequately prepared." Having delivered her message, Luo Tianyi did not linger and promptly departed. Once Luo Tianyi had left, Zhao Zilong's face lit up with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Finally, a mission, and we get to protect the students from No. 1 high school during their outdoor training. I can't wait to show off in front of the ladies. Who knows, I might even win one over." As he contemplated this, a lecherous grin crept onto Zhao Zilong's face. The others regarded him with exasperation, wondering what fantasies were brewing in his mind. Nevertheless, the rest of the group was jubilant. After 2 long months of waiting, a task had finally arrived, providing them an opportunity to stretch their legs. Additionally, there would be compensation for the mission, and since it was merely a protective detail for students, it hardly posed a significant risk, which further heightened their spirits. In stark contrast, both Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang wore expressions of dismay. Lu Pangpang's unhappiness stemmed from his own weakness. Venturing outside the city was perilous for him. In this world, safety was confined to the city limits, while the wilderness was fraught with dangers including ferocious beasts, demonic entities, and other malevolent forces. Although Chen Suian shared some of these concerns, his greater source of discontent lay in the fact that he seemed unable to indulge in idleness. Alas, he wondered how many days this task would last. A single day without leisure would leave him feeling utterly restless. Chen Suian shook his head with a sigh. Hearing Chen Suian's murmurs caused the corners of everyone's mouths to twitch once more. Who was it that had just proclaimed with such righteous fervor that he never slacked off? It was clear that Chen Suian's words could not be trusted. Soon, the workday came to a close, and Lu Pangpang and Chen Suian prepared to procure supplies for outdoor survival. After all, no one knew how many days they would need to safeguard the students during their training outside the city. At the mall, Lu Pangpang gazed at the myriad of shops, his head spinning. "Chen Gu, what should we prepare first? Shouldn't we stock up on plenty of food?" This left Chen Suian somewhat speechless. Why was Lu Pangpang solely fixated on food? Nevertheless, he replied, "Well, fatty, you can't think only of food. Haven't you seen the videos on wilderness survival? The essentials are shelter, fire, and then food." As he spoke, Chen Suian stroked his chin thoughtfully, continuing, "For shelter, we obviously need tents, and fire means lighters. Oh, and portable chargers, flashlights, and burlap sacks are also crucial. Chen Gu, I understand everything else, but what purpose does a burlap sack serve in the wild?" Lu Pangpang timidly raised his hand. Chen Suian, who had been deep in thought, glanced at Lu Pangpang and explained, "Naturally, it's for disposing of bodies." "Ah, Tui. No, I meant it's for carrying beast meat." Chen Suian's offhand remark about disposing of bodies nearly terrified Lu Pangpang, who thought Chen Suian was up to something sinister. However, upon learning it was for carrying beast meat, he understood, as there were indeed plenty of beasts outside the city. If they could slay one, They could bring back the meat for consumption or sale. As for the concern of whether beast meat would spoil, Lu Pangpang was not worried. For beast meat contained a slight amount of vitality, which could mitigate spoilage to a certain extent. Beast meat would remain edible for 3 to 4 days, but beyond that, it would likely begin to decay. Chapter 18. A Nightstick Shatters Brotherhood? The following day, as it was summer, dawn broke early, and the sun quickly ascended, casting its scorching rays upon the earth. At the entrance of the guard department, apart from Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang, the members of Team 2 had already gathered. Even Luo Tianyi was present, awaiting the arrival of Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang. In the lineup, Zhao Zilong was drenched in sweat from the blazing sun. Damn it! Why haven't Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang shown up yet? It's already past 7. Zhao Zilong exclaimed, panting. Huang Tian, overhearing him, nodded in agreement. Do you think those two overslept? I doubt it. Perhaps they're just too scared to come. Li Weiqiu speculated, pushing up his glasses. Meanwhile, Luo Tianyi, standing at the front, radiated an aura of coldness that prompted Zhao Zilong and the others to instinctively close their eyes in comfort. To their surprise, the chill that had once intimidated them now felt exceptionally welcome. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang finally appeared in the distance. However, upon seeing them, Zhao Zilong and the others were momentarily stunned. Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang were burdened with a massive pack on their backs, their hands laden with various bags, giving the impression that they were moving their entire households. This starkly contrasted with the small backpacks that the others carried. What on earth? Why are Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang bringing so much stuff? Zhao Zilong was the first to react, his expression one of disbelief. The others mirrored his shock. Their mouths agape. Even the usually expressionless Luo Tianyi couldn't help but rub her forehead in exasperation. She had encountered many oddities, but never such an astonishing one. Chen Suian, who had been hunched over under the weight of his enormous pack, straightened up upon noticing the group in the distance and feigned nonchalance as he greeted them. Hee. Looks like everyone arrived quite early. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, taken aback by his words. Early? They had been waiting for a full half hour. Well past the agreed-upon 7 o'clock. At that moment, Lu Pangpang wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily and casting a resentful glance at Chen Suian. Had he known better, he would not have heeded Chen's advice to bring so much stuff. The weight was exhausting. Confronted by the two individuals laden with an array of bags, the chilling aura emanating from Luo Tianyi intensified, causing Zhao Zilong and the others behind her to close their eyes in comfort. In this sweltering summer heat, having a human air conditioner was indeed a blessing. At that moment, Luo Tianyi coldly addressed them. Chen Suian, Lu Pangpang, you two are already half an hour late. Upon witnessing Luo Tianyi's frostbitten expression, Lu Pangpang, filled with trepidation, immediately shifted the blame onto Chen Suian, exclaiming, Vice Director Luo, it's all Chen's fault for making me prepare so many items. Which is why I was delayed. Hearing this, Luo Tianyi promptly directed her icy gaze towards Chen Suian, sensing that he was indeed the source of this predicament. Feeling the weight of Luo Tianyi's frigid stare, Chen Suian awkwardly chuckled, at a loss for words. However, internally, he was cursing vehemently. Damn that chubby guy! Showing no sense of brotherly loyalty. Is this what they mean by a single baton shattering brotherly bonds? Yet that chubby fellow hasn't even faced a single baton. Although Luo Tianyi contemplated reprimanding Chen Suian, she decided to hold off on any punishment, considering the impending task. Alright, Chen Suian, Lu Pangpang. We will address your tardiness after the mission. For now, both of you hurry back to the team. We are heading to the first high school. She commanded in a frosty tone. Chen Suian, who had feared he was doomed, felt a surge of relief and quickly replied, Alright. I'm returning to the team right away. Though he might still face repercussions later, for the moment, he had evaded disaster. Perhaps hoping that this formidable tigress would forget about the incident. Lu Pangpang shared a similar expression of relief as he followed Chen Suian back to the group. However, upon arriving, Lu Pangpang felt the weight of Chen Suian's resentful gaze, which made him quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Zhao Zilong, observing the duo burdened with bags, curiously inquired, What on earth did you two bring? Why so many items? With a sense of pride, Chen Suian replied, We've prepared all the essentials for wilderness survival. Tents, survival tools, burlap sacks, snacks, and seasonings. After a moment of silence, Zhao Zilong gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Impressive. Yet, he found himself puzzled about the burlap sacks, unable to fathom their purpose. When Zhao Zilong voiced his confusion, Chen Suian elaborated on the explanation he had previously given Lu Pangpang, prompting Zhao Zilong to exclaim in astonishment. I can't believe you thought of that. The others, hearing the conversation, wore expressions of disbelief, having completely forgotten to bring burlap sacks themselves. Naturally, their chatter did not escape Luo Tianyi's ears, causing her lips to twitch slightly. However, she wasted no time and signaled for everyone to board the vehicles. It was clear that they could not rely solely on their legs for this expedition. The Guardian Division had already prepared transportation. On the highway, several military green Hummers emblazoned with the Guardian Division insignia sped along. Drivers who had been leisurely cruising suddenly caught sight of the roaring military vehicles and were on the verge of cursing, only to silence themselves upon realizing they were Guardian Division vehicles. The Hummers, moving at a rapid pace, soon arrived at the first high school. As the doors swung open, Chen Suian immediately doubled over, retching onto the ground. It wasn't motion sickness, but rather the result of the dizzying speed at which they had traveled. Simultaneously, another door of a Hummer opened, and Lu Pangpang also emitted a loud retch, leaving him pale, having never experienced such a rapid ride, especially with the sudden drifting turns. In contrast, the other members of the second team emerged from the vehicles with composure, clearly accustomed to such high-speed travel. Luo Tianyi maintained her stoic expression, showing no signs of distress. Zhao Zilong, witnessing Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang's plight, couldn't he help but smirk at their weakness, thinking, if you can't handle a car ride, you're definitely not cut out for this. Once they disembarked, the group made their way toward the playground of the first high school. Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang, originally hoping for a moment's respite, had no choice but to hasten their steps. Chapter 19. Out of the city. On the playground, dozens of students had gathered, their voices filled with excitement and anticipation for the upcoming expedition beyond the city limits. Finally, I can witness the beasts and other creatures up close. Just wait and see how I'll dominate. One exclaimed. Yes, I can't wait to see how I'll handle those little beasts. Another chimed in. Oh, my great sword is already itching for action. These students, engrossed in their discussions, remained oblivious to the group of individuals clad in Guardian Division uniforms observing them from a short distance. Zhao Zilong, noticing the students' naive enthusiasm, couldn't he help but scoff. These students seem to think the outside world is some kind of amusement park, believing that the beasts and demons are harmless. Having undertaken numerous missions, he knew well that the outside was a veritable paradise for beasts, where one wrong move could lead to perilous consequences. Tian Xingjian nodded in agreement, remarking that once these novices encountered the ferocity of the beasts, they would no longer view the outside world as an adventure. Fortunately, this time, only the strongest class of third-year students was permitted to venture out, suggesting that each student possessed a certain level of capability, at least enough to handle the most basic of beasts. While the two conversed, Lu Pangpang, scanning the crowd, suddenly pointed and exclaimed, "Whoa, Chun, look at that stunning girl." Chen Suian, who had been contemplating how to discreetly slack off, was immediately drawn to the direction Lu Pangpang indicated. In the midst of a group of young students stood a girl of breathtaking beauty. She possessed a complexion as white as snow, with large, sparkling eyes that resembled clear water, her long ponytail swaying gracefully behind her. As she laughed, her charming dimples appeared, giving her an enchanting yet innocent appearance. Chen Suian was momentarily mesmerized, but he quickly regained his composure, his face betraying no emotion. He recognized this enchanting girl. It was none other than the perpetually icy Luo Tianyi. Though their appearances were similar, their styles were distinctly different. One was a frozen beauty, while the other radiated a fresh, youthful charm reminiscent of first love. As Lu Pangpang gasped, the other members of the second team also noticed the beautiful girl, their expressions a mix of awe and surprise. Fortunately, the girl remained oblivious to their gaze. Otherwise, she might have mistaken them for a group of infatuated admirers. Before long, Luo Tianyi returned, accompanied by several middle-aged teachers. Spotting the second team, she coolly introduced the teachers behind her, saying, "These individuals are the teachers responsible for this trip. Their role is to ensure the safety of the students. I hope you will cooperate fully with them." The members of the second team nodded in unison, acknowledging the introduction. The middle-aged teachers smiled warmly at the team, offering a friendly greeting. Subsequently, the group moved toward the center of the playground, where the students awaited them. The students in the playground swiftly became aware of a group of individuals. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed towards Luo Tianyi and her companions, drawn in by the striking uniforms of the Guardian Division, not to mention the two individuals burdened with hefty packs resembling small mountains. Additionally, the presence of the icy beauty, Luo Tianyi, was exceedingly captivating. Eventually, among the teachers at the forefront, the most formidable instructor took the opportunity to introduce the personnel from the Guardian Division to the students. "Dear students, this is a team dispatched by the Guardian Division to ensure our safety during this expedition. Let us extend a warm welcome to them with our applause." Upon concluding his remarks, the teacher initiated a round of applause, which the other teachers and students readily joined, welcoming the Guardian Division with fervent claps. Soon it was Luo Tianyi's turn to speak. She offered a few succinct words before preparing to embark on their journey. The male students, upon catching sight of the stunning Luo Tianyi, couldn't help but steal glances at her. While their school-less flower was certainly not lacking in beauty, the styles of the two were evidently different. Some boys naturally favored the allure of the icy beauty that was Luo Tianyi. Yet, she displayed no emotion, maintaining her frosty demeanor. For this outing, the first high school naturally opted for a bus, considering the presence of dozens of students. Relying on ordinary cars would have required an impractical number. Once all the students and accompanying teachers boarded, a military green Hummer from the Guardian Division paved the way, followed closely by the bus as they sped towards the outskirts of the city. Upon exiting the urban area, desolation greeted their eyes. The road, worn over countless years, was flanked by overgrown weeds, and the pavement was riddled with potholes. Inside the vehicle, Chen Suian gazed around with curiosity, as this was his first venture beyond the city limits. Lu Pangpang, sharing the same experience, looked left and right, equally intrigued. Chen Ge, do you see any magical beasts? Why am I not spotting any? Lu Pangpang inquired as he peered outside. Chen Suian, still scrutinizing the view, shook his head. I haven't seen any magical beasts either. This puzzled Lu Pangpang, who scratched his head. That's strange. Didn't they say there are many magical beasts outside the city? Zhao Zilong, who was driving, overheard the conversation and responded with a hint of exasperation. While there are indeed many magical beasts outside, the vastness of the area diminishes the likelihood of encountering them. Most magical beasts tend to congregate within the beast forest, so it's quite normal not to see any. Realizing this, Chen Suian nodded in understanding. However, scarcely had he spoken when a sudden roar of a magical beast echoed through the air. With little time for reaction, the convoy was confronted by a towering 3-meter wolf. Its azure fur glistened as it drooled, fixated on the approaching vehicles, its keen sense detecting the presence of numerous humans inside. Just as the wolf made a move, the surrounding atmosphere turned frigid. In an instant, the wolf's expression shifted to one of panic as shards of ice began forming on its fur. Before it could react, the area was engulfed in ice and snow, the ground beneath it crystallizing into blocks. The wolf, now encased in ice, resembled a frozen statue, its terrified visage unmistakably clear. As the leading military Hummer barreled through, it shattered the frozen wolf into countless pieces, leaving the students on the bus in stunned silence. Even those in the Hummer, including Chen Suian, wore expressions of disbelief. What just happened? How did that Qingfeng wolf get frozen so suddenly? Zhao Zilong exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Pangpang instinctively echoed. That looks like a second-tier magical beast. And now it's gone. Although Chen Suian was equally shocked, he feigned composure, stating, no need to look. It must have been that tigress who acted. This remark left Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong momentarily dumbfounded. Tigress? They pondered, recalling Luo Tiany's icy demeanor and her notorious temper, which indeed fit the description well. With the appearance of the first magical beast, several others soon followed, all meeting the same swift fate. The convoy safely arrived at the entrance of a beast forest, the primary goal being to allow the students to attempt hunting magical beasts, making this forest the ideal location for such an endeavor. In a clearing not far from the forest, several vehicles had come to a halt. The bus doors slowly opened, and the students began to disembark in a single file. Upon witnessing the pristine natural surroundings, they were collectively awestruck by its beauty. The accompanying teachers, glancing at the time, noted it was still early, deciding to allow the students to venture to the forest's edge for some preliminary training. The teachers approached Luo Tianyi for a brief consultation. She had no objections, understanding their mission was merely to protect the students without undue interference. Once granted her consent, the teachers announced the plan to the students, encouraging them to form small teams. After all, hunting magical beasts alone posed significant risks. Teamwork would provide a crucial advantage in confronting any threats. The students quickly grew animated, seeking out partners to form teams. In a mere short while, 10 teams were established, each comprising 5 to 8 members. Observing this, Lu Pangpang shivered slightly and whispered to Chen Suian, Brother Chen, if I have to lead a team all by myself, isn't that akin to delivering myself as a meal? I haven't even reached the second tier, maintaining his calm demeanor. Chen Suian glanced at Lu Pangpang and reassured him, rest assured, you will not be assigned to lead a team alone. It was unlikely that anyone with common sense would assign a first-tier ability user like Lu Pangpang to protect a team on his own. He would likely be paired with a more powerful individual. As expected, Lu Pangpang was teamed up with Tian Xinjian, while Chen Suian was assigned to work alongside Zhao Zilong. The others were similarly distributed, ensuring each team had a designated protector. Notably, Chen Suian was pleasantly surprised to find the enchanting girl he had encountered that morning among those he was responsible for. While astonished, he kept his emotions in check, internally plotting how to navigate this situation. Zhao Zilong, upon realizing he would be leading a team that included the stunning girl from earlier, was filled with excitement, secretly vowing to impress her with his prowess, hoping to capture her attention and perhaps even win her affection. With this thought, he let out a chuckle, leaving Chen Suian perplexed by his seemingly silly demeanor. In the midst of the crowd, Qin Mo Yao observed the foolishly grinning Zhao Zilong, her delicate brows knitting together as she pondered, how can someone from the Guardian Division appear so foolish? I wonder if he will be able to adequately protect us. However, with her prowess as a second-tier mind master, she could certainly fend for herself even in the absence of protection. As Qin Mo Yao was lost in thought, a young man from the team approached her with a somewhat sycophantic expression, a bag of snacks in hand. Mo Yao, these are some snacks I prepared for you. Fearing you might get peckish during your training outside, he presented the bag with an exaggeratedly earnest demeanor. Yet, upon regaining her focus and seeing the young man's face, Qin Mo Yao couldn't help but feel a mixture of exasperation and resignation. Finally, She shook her head and declined. Wang Peng. You can keep what you've prepared for yourself. No. Mo Yao, I have plenty. Don't worry about me. Wang Peng clearly misinterpreted her refusal, assuming it to be a form of concern, which only served to widen his grin. Qin Mo Yao, bemused by Wang Peng's exceptional misunderstanding, grew impatient and reiterated. I said no. If you wish to eat, do so to your heart's content. Meanwhile, Chen Suian, who had been quietly observing the exchange, inexplicably recalled a certain sheep named Fei Yang. Without further delay, each team made its way toward the outskirts of the beast forest. The perimeter of the beast forest was primarily inhabited by first to second tier beasts, with scarcely any third or fourth tier creatures present. Thus, Chen Suian felt little apprehension, confident that as long as no formidable third tier beasts appeared, he could handle the situation. Throughout their journey, Zhao Zilong maintained an exuberant demeanor, incessantly boasting to the students in the squad. This is your first time in the beast forest, right? I remember that during my first visit, I slew no less than 100 beasts. I even narrowly escaped being ambushed by a third-tier beast. With me protecting you, you have nothing to fear. As long as I'm around, any third-tier beast will meet its demise. His grandiose claims elicited a wave of admiration from a few girls in the 8-member team. Wow, you're incredible. To have slain so many beasts on your first visit. A third-tier beast is doomed. How awe-inspiring. Of course, Qin Mo Yao did not share in their admiration for Zhao Zilong. Instead, she regarded him with mild curiosity before quickly averting her gaze. Chen Suian, upon hearing Zhao Zilong's exaggerated boasts, could not suppress a smirk. He mused to himself, this fellow truly knows how to brag. A third-tier beast will die? More likely, it's you who will meet your end. It was common knowledge to Chen Suian that during his initial venture into the beast forest, Zhao Zilong had returned home in tears, frightened and seeking his mother. As for how Chen Suian became privy to this information, it was during a gaming session with Tian Xingjian that he learned of Zhao Zilong's embarrassing plight. Chapter 21. I want to lodge a complaint against the Guardian Division. Although Chen Suian harbored disdain for Zhao Zilong's braggadocio, he refrained from exposing him. His intent was to take advantage of the situation, delegating the dirty work to Zhao Zilong, who would surely relish the opportunity to show off in front of the students. Thus, throughout the journey, Chen Suian remained largely silent, leisurely munching on snacks while listening to Zhao Zilong's bluster. At the same time, the system's prompt echoed in Chen Suian's mind. Ding. Detecting that the host is engaging in slacking off, attribute increased by 1. The system rewarded any behavior related to slacking off, and since Chen Suian was currently idle and relaxed, he was duly recognized as such. Before long, the group arrived at the outskirts of the beast forest, where their presence caught the attention of a second-tier beast prowling nearby. In an instant, the creature let out a ferocious roar and lunged toward Chen Suian and his companions, inexplicably drawn to the scent of human flesh. The students in the team were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the beast and did not instinctively retaliate. Qin Mo Yao, too, found herself immobilized. It was her first time facing a beast at such proximity. The foul stench emanating from the creature was almost palpable, evoking a profound sense of disgust within her. Its bloodthirsty gaze sent shivers down her spine. Seeing the beast charge forward, Chen Suian remained unfazed. Instead, he calmly opened a bag of chips and began munching away, appearing as though he were merely an audience member at a show. He knew Zhao Zilong would never miss such a prime opportunity to flaunt his prowess. And given that this was merely a low-tier beast, Zhao Zilong should be able to handle it with ease. Furthermore, if things went awry, he was more than capable of dispatching the creature with a single blow. Sure enough, upon spotting the beast, Zhao Zilong's excitement was palpable. Finally, he had the chance to shine. He swiftly retrieved his spear from his back, enveloping it with his extraordinary powers. Instantly, the spear ignited in flames, raising the surrounding temperature. The next moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and he thrust the spear forward with the force of a dragon. The sheer power of the strike tore through the air, creating a deafening whoosh. The second-tier beast, sensing the overwhelming aura, instinctively recoiled, attempting to flee. But Zhao Zilong's spear was already upon it. With a resounding crash, the beast was impaled through the head by the spear, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After executing the feat, Zhao Zilong twirled the spear with flair, feeling a surge of pride as he thought to himself, that performance deserves a solid 9. 9 out of 10 for showmanship. However, he noted the considerable drain on his energy. To ensure a swift kill, he had to unleash a significant move. As he was merely a second-tier, 6-segment fighter, not capable of slaying a second-tier beast with a standard attack. The students in the team were momentarily stunned, but as realization dawned, they gazed at Zhao Zilong with admiration, exclaiming, wow, amazing. You killed a second-tier beast with a single strike. So impressive. And you look so cool doing it. Even Qin Mo Yao regarded Zhao Zilong with astonishment, pondering, how can someone from the Guardian Division be so formidable? I must intensify my training. Just moments ago, she had been rendered speechless in the face of the beast. Had she been without protection, she might have met a grim fate at its jaws. This realization dawned upon her. highlighting her lack of practical experience. As the students continued to admire Zhao Zilong, an unexpected sound of munching reached their ears. Crunch, crunch. So delicious. The students turned their heads toward the source of the noise, finding Chen Suian contentedly devouring a large bag of chips, even emitting sounds of satisfaction. Noticing the stares directed at him, Chen Suian quizzically asked, Why are you all looking at me? Do you want some? The expression on the students' faces twitched at his words, internally questioning, how can this Guardian Division member be so different from the others? Is this really the right time for snacking? It became evident to the students that Chen Suian was rather unreliable, leading them to suspect he was merely slacking off. Qin Mo Yao shared this sentiment, feeling that this member of the Guardian Division was far too frivolous, especially given the gravity of their current situation. It was evident that Chen Suian was a habitual slacker, prompting Qin Mo Yao to regard him with contempt. Those who indulge in idleness at work truly deserve disdain. With an air of arrogance, Qin Mo Yao stepped forward to chastise Chen Suian, exclaiming, How dare you eat at such a time? I shall lodge a complaint with the Guardian Department. Unfazed, Chen Suian, mid-bite of his potato chips, glanced at the haughty Qin Mo Yao, his expression serene, continuing his snack unabated. Crunch, crunch. Oh, go ahead and complain. After all, I have shed blood for my country. What is wrong with enjoying a morsel at work? This response left Qin Mo Yao momentarily speechless, as she had not anticipated such a nonchalant reaction from him. Qin Mo Yao faltered, caught off guard by Chen Suian's calm demeanor. Struggling to find words. In the crowd, the devoted sycophant Wang Peng immediately sprang to Chen Suian's defense, declaring, People like you have no right to be in the Guardian Department. I will certainly inform my father to file a complaint against you. Turning to the irate Qin Mo Yao, he added with concern, Mo Yao, fear not. My father is a level 4 esper, and the Guardian Department will surely heed his request to expel this fellow. At Wang Peng's words, Qin Mo Yao cast him a disdainful glance, retorting coldly, My affairs require no intervention from you. If I were to employ my family's influence, I hardly need your assistance, as my lineage is unfathomably deep. Observing Chen Suian shake his head, she thought, Let this fool indulge in his sycophancy. He deserves whatever comes his way. At that moment, Zhao Zilong quickly came to Chen Suian's defense, saying, All right. Isn't it perfectly normal for my brother to have a bite to eat at work? I hope everyone can show me some grace and overlook this matter. Though Zhao Zilong enjoyed showing off, he stood firmly with Chen Suian, as both were part of the same team, and thus he felt compelled to support him. The others, hearing this, chose not to press the issue further. Had Zhao Zilong not eliminated the second stage beast earlier, they could have faced severe danger. Consequently, they all respected Zhao Zilong's stance, and Qin Mo Yao, seeing this, also refrained from saying anything more. Chapter 22. Salivating with Desire. Although the incident had concluded, Chen Suian was not one to forget grievances easily. He had etched this event into his mental ledger. How dare you threaten to complain? Just wait until the moment you find yourselves in peril. You shall reap what you've sown. Chen Suian mused inwardly. Thus, the group continued their journey along the edge of the beast forest, encountering numerous creatures along the way, though most were of the first stage. This provided an excellent opportunity for the students to hone their skills. Faced with the ferocious beasts, the inexperienced students were clearly gripped by fear, failing to execute the techniques they had learned in practical lessons. Some even made fatal mistakes, requiring Zhao Zilong's intervention to rescue them. Additionally, several girls were so terrified by the brutal appearance of the beasts that they burst into tears, hesitant to engage in battle. Notably, Qin Mo Yao revealed herself to be a second-stage mentalist, managing to single-handedly slay a second-stage beast during this trial, which took Chen Suian by surprise. He had never anticipated her to possess such prowess. Overcoming her fear in her first encounter with a beast was truly commendable. As time passed, the sun began its descent, signaling the end of their day's training. The performance of the students, aside from Qin Mo Yao, was rather lackluster. None had displayed the valor Chen Suian had shown during his initial confrontation with the beasts, leading him to question whether these students were indeed more timid than he. After concluding their training, the group dared not linger along the beast forest's periphery and prepared to return to their previous campsite. Upon their arrival, they found several teams had already returned, each student appearing disheveled, smeared with the blood of beasts, exuding a pungent odor of carnage. Chen Suian spotted Lu Pongpong's group among those returning and hurried over to him. Pang, do you have the seasonings? I've brought back some magical beef. Let us have a barbecue. Chen Suian grinned. Lu Pongpong's eyes sparkled at the mention of a barbecue. Really? Count me in. The thought of aromatic grilled meat made Lu Pongpong's mouth water uncontrollably. Let us set up the portable grill we prepared. Without hesitation, Chen Suian pulled Lu Pangpang toward an open space to assemble the grill. Their actions drew the attention of several curious students, who watched the duo with interest. Even Qin Mo Yao was captivated, puzzled about Chen Suian's intentions. Wang Peng, witnessing this, merely scoffed, sneering, This fool has no idea what he is doing. He then presented a cup of instant noodles he had prepared to Qin Mo Yao, saying, Mo Yao, this is specially for you. It's far superior to those compressed biscuits. However, As expected, Chen Suian flatly rejected his offer, stating, "No thanks. You enjoy it." Wang Peng was not particularly surprised. Chen Suian had always treated him this way. Surveying the surroundings, Wang Peng noticed that everyone else was munching on dry, tasteless compressed biscuits while he alone held a cup of noodles. Instantly, a sense of superiority surged within him, and he savored the aroma wafting from his noodles even more. Yet, before he could take more than a few bites, an aroma even more enticing than his noodles wafted through the air. What could be more fragrant than my noodles? Intrigued, Wang Peng followed the scent to its source, which led him to Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang. The aroma of grilled beef enveloped the area, capturing the attention of not just Wang Peng, but also the other students, who were nibbling on their dry biscuits. One by one, they cast hungry glances toward Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Even Chen Suian, who had planned to enjoy her meticulously prepared lunch, was drawn in by the enticing scent. At that moment, Chen Suian had already placed slices of magical beef onto the grill, and as he brushed on some oil, the savory aroma intensified. Lu Pangpang could hardly contain himself, nearly drooling. "Brother Chen, thank goodness I listened to you and brought this gear. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the chance to enjoy such delicious beef." Lu Pangpang wiped away the drool pooling at the corner of his mouth. Chen Suian, flipping the beef, found himself equally tempted by the enticing fragrance. "Pangpang, this magical beef is incredibly fresh. It was slaughtered less than an hour ago, and it's a second-stage specimen. Consuming it will strengthen your body and enhance your vitality." Lu Pangpang's appetite grew. "When will it be ready?" "Just a little longer. It's almost half-cooked now. We just need to season it." From a distance, Chen Suian, overhearing Chen Suian's words, widened her eyes. The reason was simple. The second-stage beast she had slain earlier was indeed a magical cow. This meant that the beef they were preparing was cut from the creature she had defeated. Upon contemplating this, Chen Suian couldn't help but feel a profound sense of loss. Why hadn't she thought to bring back some of that magical beef to roast? Surely, it would have been far superior to her already frozen meal. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Chen Suian sprinkled some seasoning over a few slices of magical beef, marking the completion of his culinary endeavor. The aroma wafting from the seasoned magical beef was utterly tantalizing, leaving everyone salivating and forgetting their previous intentions of consuming their rations. Impatiently, Lu Pangpang produced disposable utensils from seemingly nowhere and eagerly seized a piece of magical beef, devouring it in an instant. The moment he bit into it, he closed his eyes in bliss, convinced that nothing in the world could rival such delectable beef. Chen Suian, not one to be left behind, quickly joined in the feast. Before long, the roasted magical beef had vanished, prompting him to bring forth more pre-sliced meat to grill. However, he seemed to notice a group of students who were watching him with eager anticipation, their mouths watering. An idea struck him, a clever scheme to earn a bit of extra coin. Soon, he began hawking the grilled magical beef, proclaiming, "Delicious beef. Only 1,999 for a piece." The crowd reacted with disbelief. "Why is it getting more expensive? 1,999? We might as well rob someone." Wang Peng, who had been consuming instant noodles, was so taken aback that he tossed his meal aside in shock, exclaiming, "What? 1,999? This is outrageous." After a moment of astonishment, Wang Peng realized something was amiss. His instant noodles had been discarded in his moment of excitement. "Damn it, my noodles," he lamented, gazing mournfully at the scattered remains on the ground. The tantalizing aroma of beef lingering in the air only exacerbated his hunger, causing his stomach to rumble audibly. Frustrated, he vowed, "I, Wang Peng, would rather starve than buy beef from that fool." Time slipped by, and before he knew it, Wang Peng found himself ravenously consuming the grilled magical beef, exclaiming with each bite, "Oh, mother, this is truly delicious." Despite his earlier resolution to avoid Chen Suian's beef, he succumbed to the alluring scent, abandoning his previous stance. To add insult to injury, Chen Suian raised the price by an additional 1,000 upon seeing him approach. Wang Peng, irate, bit down hard on a piece of beef, feeling as if he were biting into Chen Suian himself. Apart from Wang Peng, most of the others flocked to Chen Suian to purchase the delectable meat, allowing him to amass a tidy profit. Meanwhile, Chen Suian, struggling with her unpalatable meal, frequently glanced over at Chen Suian's stall, torn between the desire to buy some beef and the fear of being targeted by him, especially after witnessing Wang Peng's apparent misfortune. However, the thought of Wang Peng paying an extra 1,000 did not seem particularly significant. Eventually swayed by the irresistible aroma, Chen Suian made her way to Chen Suian's bustling stall without further hesitation. Upon her arrival, she blushed slightly and shyly called out to Chen Suian, who was busy grilling, "Please, may I have 3 pieces of grilled magical beef?" Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Suian looked up to see the bashful Chen Suian. His eyes brightened, not merely because of her beauty, but due to the prospect of another sale. Yet, Chen Suian was known for holding grudges. Since she had threatened to report him, he decided to increase the price. 3,000 for 1 piece. 9,000 for 3, he stated nonchalantly, prepared for such an outcome. Chen Suian was unfazed, nodding eagerly, "All right, In an instant, Chen Suian's expression faltered, internally cursing himself for not initially asking for 5,000. However, he couldn't backtrack now. After all, he was a man of integrity. Within moments, the magical beef was grilled to perfection and handed to Chen Suian. Unable to resist, she took a bite immediately. This is incredible. Seeing her enraptured expression, Chen Suian couldn't help but boast, of course. My culinary skills are unparalleled. Yet, his moment of pride was short-lived as a hand suddenly struck the back of his head. Instinctively, he shielded his head and yelped in pain. Ouch. Who dares to ambush me? Chen Suian. Turning around, he was met with the icy, flawless visage of Luo Tianyi, causing him to freeze in place. Muttering to himself, oh no. With arms crossed and a bemused smile, she regarded him and said, oh, you've certainly learned your idioms well, haven't you? Ah, Luo Jia. You've just returned? Chen Suian stammered awkwardly, attempting to smooth over the situation. You must be exhausted. Would you like some beef? Luo Jia? Luo Tianyi frowned, taken aback by being addressed so informally. Noticing her discomfort, Chen Suian scratched his head sheepishly, explaining, calling you Deputy Luo feels too formal. So I thought I'd call you Luo Jia instead. If that is not acceptable, I can revert to Deputy Luo. Inwardly, he was lamenting, knowing he needed to divert the conversation before this fierce woman questioned him about earlier events. Luo Tianyi, however, was unyielding, her tone icy as she replied. Do as you wish. She hadn't forgotten the matter at hand. Upon returning, she had caught a whiff of the roasting meat from miles away, darkening her expression. Who didn't know that one should avoid creating such a strong scent in the beast forest? Otherwise, it could attract a swarm of beasts. Seeing Chen Suian grilling meat, she felt compelled to reprimand him. Thankfully, the aroma hadn't traveled far. She quickly enveloped the campsite in a protective barrier to contain the scent, lest it lure beasts to them, a situation she could not guarantee the safety of all students. Do you not know that you shouldn't produce such a strong scent outside the city? Do you wish to attract beasts? Luo Tianyi glared at Chen Suian coldly. If he were acting maliciously, she wouldn't hesitate to deal with him. If not, she might consider some leniency. Faced with Luo Tianyi's inquiry, Chen Suian scratched his head in confusion. I had no idea. It was clear he was unfamiliar with the rules of the beast forest, having never been there before. Lu Pangpang beside him shared a similar look of bewilderment. Noticing their perplexed expressions, Luo Tianyi's anger subsided somewhat. Suddenly, she turned her gaze toward Zhao Zilong and Huang Tianshang, who were heartily enjoying their meal, and coldly questioned them. You're not newcomers to the beast forest. Surely you must know better. Zhao Zilong and his companions, still savoring their food, looked equally puzzled. Replying in unison, we seem to be unaware. After all, it was customary for people venturing outside the city to bring simple, edible provisions. Who would think to set up a barbecue in such a dangerous locale? Thus, Zhao Zilong had genuinely overlooked this detail. Observing the grease-smeared faces of Zhao Zilong and his friends, Luo Tianyi felt momentarily speechless. It appeared they had been so focused on feasting that they had forgotten the regulations of the outside world. Observing from the shadows, Chen Suian noticed that Luo Tianyi was on the verge of anger. He immediately grasped her cold little hand with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Luo Jia, this situation is entirely my fault. Come, allow me to treat you to some roasted beef. My beef is absolutely delectable. Caught off guard by his sudden grasp, Luo Tianyi's icy demeanor faltered, a faint blush creeping to her ears. This was the first time, aside from her father, that a boy had held her hand. Feeling the warmth of Chen Suian's large hand, she found herself inexplicably unperturbed, even feeling a tinge of shyness. Had Chen Suian noticed her expression, he would have been utterly astonished. Could the ferocious tigress actually be shy? Chapter 24. Into the Beast Forest. The following day, the morning sun illuminated the earth as the students in the camp gradually arose, preparing to embark on a new day of training. Chen Suian, yawning, emerged from his tent, stretching languidly. I slept splendidly last night, he remarked. Thanks to Luo Tianyi's protective barrier, there had been no beast attacks throughout the night, allowing him to enjoy a restful slumber. After a simple breakfast, Chen Suian sought out the group led by Chen Suian. However, upon witnessing the state of her students, he was taken aback. Each of them bore dark circles under their eyes, and their skin was riddled with what appeared to be numerous insect bites. What on earth happened to them? Chen Suian wondered, perplexed. Zhao Zilong, who had arrived earlier, shook his head and explained, what else could it be? They forgot to bring tents and insect repellents for this training, so they had no choice but to serve as a buffet for the mosquitoes last night. Upon hearing this, Chen Suian patted his chest in relief. Thank goodness I was wise enough to bring everything I could. Otherwise, I would have been like these unfortunate souls. Feasting the mosquitoes too. The students, already irritable from their night of torment, cast him glances filled with resentment. Were it not for Chen Suian's esteemed status, they might have retaliated against him. Zhao Zilong then interjected. All right, everyone, shake off the fatigue. We are set to begin today's training, just as we did yesterday, by slaying beasts along the perimeter of the beast forest. Die! With a commanding shout from Chen Suian, a peak first-level beast fell to her sword. The surrounding students gasped in awe. Wow, Qin's prowess is remarkable. She dispatched that peak first-level beast in mere moments. An adept mind master is truly formidable, able to slay beasts without getting a drop of blood on them. Unlike me, a mere martial artist who must engage in close combat. Qin Mo Yao is both beautiful and powerful, utterly enchanting. Even Zhao Zilong regarded Qin Mo Yao with astonishment, surprised by her ability to dispatch a peak first-level beast so effortlessly. Although she had fought valiantly to defeat a second-level beast the previous day, her prowess today was even more impressive. After vanquishing the beast, Qin Mo Yao sheathed her blue flying sword, expressing her dissatisfaction. This place is crawling with first-level beasts. It's hardly a challenge for me. Given her status as a second-level mind master, the first-level beasts offered little in terms of training, prompting her desire to venture deeper into the beast forest. The other students exchanged glances, realizing the disparity in their abilities. While they struggled to defeat first-level beasts, Qin Mo Yao was already seeking more formidable foes. Without further ado, she prepared to press onward into the depths of the forest, hoping to encounter second-level beasts. As the others readied themselves to follow, a booming voice interrupted, "Wait." The sudden shout halted Qin Mo Yao and the others in their tracks as they turned to see Chen Suian, his expression serious. With a slow, deliberate tone, he inquired, "You don't want the corpse of this beast, do you?" The group initially anticipated some significant announcement, only to find Chen Suian merely asking about the beast's remains. Absurd, they thought collectively. Qin Yao regarded him with exasperation, having expected something profound, only to receive this triviality. "Not interested? If you wish to take it, feel free," she replied. Shaking her head, Chen Suian's eyes brightened at her response, and he cheerfully said, "Thank you. I thought you might offer me a discount for some barbecue." With that, he eagerly retrieved a pre-prepared sack and began to butcher the peak first-level beast into manageable pieces, stuffing them into the bag. Qin Mo Yao's mouth twitched in disbelief. She had not anticipated Chen Suian's peculiar preparedness. Once filled, he excitedly hoisted the 2 bags onto his back, grinning. "Huh, this will yield a tidy sum. Whether I grill it back at camp or sell it elsewhere, there's no loss for me. And the best part, I got it for free. What a delight." Witnessing this, Zhao Zilong scratched his head, pondering why he had never thought to bring a sack when hunting beasts. Wang Peng couldn't help but chuckle under his breath, penny pinching. Although his voice was low, Chen Suian, as a martial artist, heard him clearly. Instantly, Chen Suian made a mental note to add a little extra to Wang Peng's next barbecue order. At that moment, Qin Mo Yao suggested, "These beasts are too weak. We should delve deeper." Zhao Zilong hesitated, aware that venturing further would lead them into the territory of third-level beasts, too risky. Before he could voice his concerns, other students eager to please Qin Mo Yao chimed in. "I agree with Qin Mo Yao. These beasts are simply too weak. Indeed, our abilities cannot be showcased here. These beasts are laughably easy." "I concur." With most students in agreement, Zhao Zilong found himself at a loss for words. "I can only hope we don't encounter any third-level beasts by chance," he sighed, shaking his head. However, he reassured himself that the likelihood of encountering third-level beasts at the forest's edge was minimal. Chen Suian chose to remain silent, musing that these students were utterly oblivious to their limitations. They couldn't even handle the simplest first-level beasts alone, yet aspired to challenge the forest's periphery, essentially delivering themselves to the beasts on a silver platter. Even if he attempted to stop them, their pride would render them deaf to his warnings. Perhaps it was best for these overconfident students to learn a lesson the hard way. Fortunately, Chen Suian felt confident in his ability to face third-level beasts. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to join these stubborn students on their perilous journey. Thus, the group pressed onward into the depths of the beast forest. With Chen Suian humming a cheerful tune, undeterred by the unfolding events, the system chimed in his mind, further lifting his spirits. Chapter 25, The Three-Eyed Tiger. As their journey deepened, encounters with demonic beasts became increasingly frequent, and the beast's levels were also on the rise. This escalation placed immense pressure on the students venturing into the demonic beast forest, leading to numerous perilous situations along the way. Fortunately, Zhao Zilong intervened to rescue these students. Those who had initially harbored ambitious aspirations were now hesitating and contemplating retreat. "I feel we should not venture deeper," one lamented. Indeed, the encounters with demonic beasts are intensifying, and their levels are escalating. Another echoed, "I would rather return to the outskirts of the demonic beast forest. It is far too terrifying within." Upon hearing these discussions, Qin Mo Yao wore a look of helplessness, as she had yet to encounter a second-tier demonic beast, which limited her ability to showcase her skills. Zhao Zilong also considered endorsing a retreat from the demonic beast forest, as the pressure on him was growing with each step deeper into the forest, and he feared encountering a third-tier beast. With this thought in mind, Zhao Zilong spoke up, "All right, for everyone's safety, we should withdraw to the periphery of the demonic beast forest. If we continue deeper, we will inevitably face more beasts." His words garnered immediate agreement from many classmates. Yes, let us retreat from the demonic beast forest." Although Qin Mo Yao felt a twinge of reluctance, she saw no alternative. Just as the group prepared to withdraw from the forest's edge, a sudden roar from a demonic beast echoed from not far ahead. Before anyone could react, a tiger, its body adorned with golden white fur and possessing 3 piercing eyes, emerged from the grass before them. The unexpectedly appeared 3-eyed tiger fixed its bloodthirsty gaze upon Chen Suian and the others. A second-tier, 3-eyed tiger. Zhao Zilong instantly recognized the creature, deducing from its aura that it was a second-tier beast. However, the tiger's presence seemed somewhat unstable, suggesting it had only recently advanced in rank. Chen Mo, who had been disheartened by the lack of second-tier encounters, felt her spirits lift upon hearing Zhao Zilong's identification. Before Zhao Zilong could elaborate further, Chen Mo commanded her azure flying sword with her thoughts, launching it towards the 3-eyed tiger. Demonic beast, prepare to meet your end, she declared, with astonishing speed. Her sword surged toward the tiger. Before the beast could comprehend the situation, the flying sword sliced across its body, drawing forth a torrent of blood and a pained cry. Unfazed, Chen Mo continued her assault, directing her sword relentlessly at the 3-eyed tiger. Despite its agony, the tiger mustered its strength to swipe at the flying sword with its claws, but the sword deftly evaded its attack, executing a sharp turn and striking the beast once more. The tiger cried out again, clearly outmatched by the newly promoted second-tier beast. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, Chen Mo smirked. Humph. Do you think this young lady is to be trifled with? At this juncture, the tiger, now frightened, cast a wary glance at Chen Mo before roaring and bolting away. Alarmed, Chen Mo shouted, "You shall not escape." Without hesitation, she pursued the fleeing tiger. Witnessing the scene, Zhao Zilong exclaimed, "Hey, don't chase after it." However, his warning came too late. In mere moments, Chen Mo had vanished from sight. Concern for her safety gripped Zhao Zilong. Though he yearned to follow, he realized he could not abandon the other students. He turned to Chen Suian in urgency. "Brother Suian, you must follow that girl and protect her. We cannot afford any mishaps." Zhao Zilong knew Chen Suian was capable of defeating mid-tier demonic beasts, thus trusting him to ensure Chen Mo's safety. Little did Zhao Zilong know that Chen Suian possessed far greater strength than he assumed. Initially lounging idly, Chen Suian sighed in resignation, realizing his time of leisure was over. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "All right, I will bring her back. You all exit the demonic beast forest first." He then tossed the bag of demonic beast meat he had previously prepared to Zhao Zilong, saying, "Please hold on to this for me." Before Zhao Zilong could react, Chen Suian shot off like an arrow, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhao Zilong in a state of bewilderment. Once he regained his composure, Zhao Zilong scratched his head in confusion, pondering, "Why does it feel like Chen Suian's speed surpasses my own?" He quickly dismissed the thought, attributing it to an error in perception. After all, how could a martial artist at the initial stage possibly be faster than him? Turning back to the still-dazed students, Zhao Zilong instructed, "We must retreat from the demonic beast forest. Remaining here may attract more beasts to our scent." The students, still in shock, nodded in agreement. Though they wished to wait for Chen Mo's return, the instinct for self-preservation prevailed, fearing the potential influx of additional beasts. Even Wang Peng, the ever-adoring follower, did not object, clearly unwilling to risk his life against the demonic beast. After Chen Suian bolted out, he pursued the direction Chen Mo had taken. Along the way, he could hear her cries and the tiger's anguished roars. He couldn't help but think, this foolish girl is so reckless. Does she not fear being devoured by the beast? Despite his exasperation, he quickened his pace. After all, his mission was to protect the students, and he could not allow any harm to come to Chen Mo. If anything were to happen to her, the formidable woman would surely accuse him of slacking off. How could he ever enjoy his leisure time again? Thus, he resolutely refused to allow such a scenario to unfold. With this thought in mind, Chen Suian abandoned all restraint, accelerating towards Chen Mo's direction. Chapter 26. Woe is me. I feel I may meet my end. "Humph. You beast, where do you think you're going?" Chen Mo exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she closed the distance to the 3-eyed tiger. With determination, she commanded her flying sword to strike at the fleeing tiger. The beast, sensing the imminent danger, instinctively tried to evade, but the sword found its mark, slashing deeply into its thigh. With a resounding impact, the once dashing tiger crashed to the ground, emitting a mournful wail. Witnessing the tiger's fall, Chen Mo couldn't suppress her glee, gleefully proclaiming, "You cannot escape now." Without holding back, she summoned a second flying sword, sending it forth to join the assault on the grounded beast. Another flying sword was also in motion, darting towards the 3-eyed tiger with remarkable speed. Faced with the onslaught of 2 flying swords, the already battered 3-eyed tiger let out a desperate cry for help. At that moment, the 2 swords drew ever closer, and Chen Mo could vividly envision the scene of the tiger's demise. As expected, the 2 swords soon pierced through the tiger's skull, a torrent of blood gushing forth, splattering across the ground and nearby vegetation. The struck 3-eyed tiger managed only a piercing wail before its consciousness gradually faded away. With the deed accomplished, A triumphant smile graced Chen Mo-Yao's face as she prepared to summon the two swords back. However, in the next instant, an unforeseen event occurred. The tranquil beast forest erupted with a thunderous roar, filled with the fury of an enraged creature. This roar reverberated like a clap of thunder, shattering the serenity of the forest and unleashing a terrifying pressure that spread outward. The expression of elation on Chen Mo-Yao's face froze, for she could sense that the oppressive force was aimed directly at her. Before she could contemplate the implications, the ground trembled violently, and the trees of the forest began to sway violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Amidst the upheaval, a colossal silhouette gradually materialized before Chen Mo-Yao. To her astonishment, a three-eyed tiger, towering at 5 meters tall and as massive as a small mountain, emerged from the woods nearby. This formidable creature emanated an aura of dread, fixating its 3 eyes intently on Chen Mo-Yao. It was this detestable human. She had slain its offspring. Overwhelmed with rage, the three-eyed tiger unleashed a furious roar, gathering a terrifying beam of energy in its mouth and directing it towards the petrified Chen Mo-Yao. Whoa! It seems I am doomed. Overcome by an acute sense of impending doom, Chen Mo-Yao could no longer contain her tears and burst into sobs. Little did she realize that just a moment ago, she had reveled in her victory over the beast, only to now face her own demise. As she beheld the approaching beam, her mind raced through the fragments of her life. Woo-woo. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Woo-woo. Farewell, delicious food. Just as despair enveloped Chen Mo-Yao, a tall figure suddenly appeared before her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the figure swiftly drew a blade from its waist. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed, accompanied by a crescent-shaped arc of dark red energy, exuding a chilling presence. Within a heartbeat, the crescent strike collided with the beam emitted by the three-eyed tiger. 2 blinding lights erupted, illuminating the surroundings and forcing onlookers to squint in order to discern the unfolding scene. Following this, a deafening explosion resonated, akin to a thunderclap reverberating through the air. The explosion unleashed a multitude of shockwaves that surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, spreading outward with astonishing velocity. These shockwaves, imbued with unparalleled power, seemed intent on obliterating everything in their path. Where they traversed, the air compressed violently, creating visible ripples, while the once majestic trees and sturdy stones crumbled and shattered under the immense force. Chen Mo-Yao stood in disbelief, gazing at the towering figure before her, her eyes wide with astonishment and incredulity. Did the terrifying attack of the three-eyed tiger truly get thwarted? The figure shielding her, Chen Suian, could not help but mutter in frustration. Damn it, my peaceful day was interrupted. Now I have to face this ferocious third-tier beast. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, Chen Mo-Yao would have already met her fate. Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Mo-Yao was momentarily taken aback, and Chen Suian's visage flashed in her mind. In her shock, she found herself speechless. Who could have anticipated that the usually inconspicuous Chen Suian would prove to be so formidable? He could withstand the assault of a third-tier beast? Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing his silhouette, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. At that moment, Chen Suian cast a disapproving glance back at the dazed Chen Mo-Yao, exclaiming, "You silly girl, don't you fear for your life? Chasing after beasts alone in the beast forest. And now look, you've killed the cub, and the mother has come to avenge it." With that, Chen Suian's expression grew solemn as he regarded the nearby third-tier, three-eyed tiger. This was his first encounter with such a formidable creature. In the past, he would have fled without a second thought, but now he felt that he might have a chance against it. After all, he had reached the martial master realm, and his abilities had advanced to the second tier. He could certainly contend with a low-tier, third-tier beast. In response to Chen Suian's teasing, Chen Mo-Yao's eyes reddened, her voice laced with grievance. How was I to know that the second-tier three-eyed tiger was the offspring of this third-tier one? I never anticipated the beast forest would be so perilous. As they conversed, the third-tier three-eyed tiger, realizing its attack had been deflected, let out another furious roar. It then raised its sharp claws, launching a relentless assault towards Chen Suian and Chen Mo-Yao. Waves of golden claw strikes surged forth like an unending tide, each blow infused with tremendous power, as if to rend the very fabric of reality itself. Chen Suian inhaled deeply, gathering his energy. In the next moment, his gaze hardened, and he raised his arm, swinging the blade in his hand. In an instant, a flurry of fierce blade lights erupted like a howling tempest, imbued with boundless might, striking down upon the claw strikes with relentless intensity. Whirlwind blade technique. Chen Suian's voice rang out, and with each swing, the blade energy wove a tapestry of brilliance in the air. In an instant, the tempestuous blade strikes collided fiercely with the three-eyed tiger's relentless claw attacks. Each clash generated tremendous shockwaves that seemed to tear the air asunder, accompanied by deafening explosions. As a blade light flickered past, aside from his hair being slightly tousled, Chen Suian remained unscathed. Similarly, the three-eyed tiger emerged unharmed, indicating their strengths were evenly matched. The three-eyed tiger regarded Chen Suian with a grave expression. sensing that this human's power was on par with its own. However, upon recalling its slain offspring, an inferno of rage ignited within its eyes. It would not let the one who had slain its child escape unpunished. Resolute in its vengeance, the three-eyed tiger ceased to hold back, unleashing its full third-tier beastly aura, its body radiating a blinding golden light. Seeing this, Chen Suian's brow furrowed in alarm. Oh no, it's about to unleash its ultimate attack. True to his apprehension. The next moment, the three-eyed tiger released a thunderous roar, accompanied by a surge of energy far mightier than before. It began to gather a powerful force in its mouth, gradually forming a dazzling golden sphere of energy. As time passed, the golden energy sphere expanded, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Suian felt an unprecedented surge of crisis as his brows furrowed in agitation. The chilling aura emanating from the situation also struck Chen Suian, who had been hiding behind him, instilling in her a deep-seated fear. Clutching the hem of Chen Suian's garment, she whimpered, "Woo-woo, what should we do?" Just as Chen Suian was preparing to unleash a powerful move, he felt the tug at his clothing and couldn't help but scold her. "Let go of me." "Ah." Chen Suian responded, her expression one of utter bewilderment. "You want to die?" "I certainly do not. Just let go." Chen Suian retorted, exasperated. He was on the verge of executing a formidable attack when Chen Suian, in her naivety, interrupted him. Upon hearing his words, Chen Suian quickly regained her composure, nodding obediently. Oh. At that moment, Chen Suian had no time to concern himself with her, for the golden orb of light in the three-eyed tiger's mouth was expanding rapidly, its overwhelming presence intensifying. With no further inclination to conceal his power, Chen Suian summoned forth the purple lightning within him, and in an instant, he was enveloped by a tempestuous aura of violet electricity. The violent purple bolts surged around him like a roaring ocean wave. As this electric tempest manifested, a suffocating aura of annihilation spread forth. Chen Suian, closest to Chen Suian, was the first to experience this alarming sensation. In an instant, her breath quickened, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere. Her face was a portrait of shock, eyes wide, and her cherry lips agape, as if one could fit a sausage within. "Why, you're a lightning ability user?" she stammered, her voice laced with disbelief. Previously, she had believed Chen Suian to be an ordinary martial artist, only to discover he was capable of contending with a third-tier beast. Now, to learn that he was indeed a lightning ability wielder was a revelation that left her utterly astounded. Had her capacity for astonishment not been robust, she might have already screamed in shock. However, Chen Suian was too engrossed in channeling the violet lightning, directing it toward the straight blade in his hand. In a mere moment, the once commonplace blade transformed into a weapon enveloped in crackling purple lightning, radiating an increasingly blinding glow. The three-eyed tiger, which had been gathering energy, sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Suian's blade, causing its fur to stand on end, a wave of existential dread washing over it. Realizing the peril, the three-eyed tiger refrained from allowing Chen Suian to continue amassing lightning and hastily launched the long-accumulated golden energy sphere toward him. The golden orb sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Chen Suian at an astonishing velocity. The air around it was torn asunder by the force of its passage, producing a sharp, shrill cry. Each inch of the atmosphere seemed to warp and rip apart, producing swirling mists of white fog. Furthermore, the brilliance of the golden sphere was so blinding that anyone glancing upwards from the periphery of the beast forest could see its glaring radiance. Chen Suian, nearest to the golden sphere, found himself momentarily blinded by its dazzling light, squinting to catch sight of the approaching orb. As it drew ever closer, he ceased to channel the lightning and instead raised his arm, gently swinging the blade, now thoroughly engulfed in the terrifying purple lightning, toward the golden sphere. In an instant, a flash of lightning erupted as a slash resembling a purple lightning dragon surged upward to meet the golden orb. In a heartbeat, the two collided with the force of a meteor striking the earth, unleashing a blinding brilliance that illuminated the forest as if it were daylight. The previously cacophonous roars of the beasts in the forest fell silent. Shortly after the light appeared, a heart-wrenching roar echoed from the perimeter of the beast forest, a sound of utter despair. As the blinding radiance gradually subsided, Chen Suian finally beheld the fate of the three-eyed tiger. Once a formidable creature, it had been cleaved in two, its blood staining the surrounding earth a deep crimson. Chen Suian exhaled in relief as the purple lightning receded back into his body. The divine lightning slash had proven to be as fearsome as anticipated, dispatching the third-tier three-eyed tiger in a single strike. In truth, it was not only the prowess of his innate skill, the divine lightning slash, that was potent. It was also the SSS level ability, Divine Thunder 9 Heavens, that enabled him to engage in battle beyond his tier and achieve such swift victory. After executing the divine lightning slash, Chen Suian felt no fatigue but instead was invigorated. Perhaps his ascension to the second tier of his ability was a contributing factor, for now he sensed he could still invoke the divine lightning slash 2 more times. In summary, Chen Suian had become markedly more enduring, and the duration of his power had extended. With that thought, he sheathed the blade. Now partially ravaged by the ferocious lightning, and mused, indeed, invincibility is as lonely as snow. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Chen Suian stood agape, struggling to articulate her thoughts, her mind reeling from the overwhelming astonishment. At that moment, her gaze toward Chen Suian was infused with a newfound admiration, accompanied by an indescribable emotion. Having vanquished the third-tier beast, Chen Suian was not one to neglect the most crucial task at hand, looting the corpse. Ah, how bothersome, he exclaimed cheerfully, gleefully retrieving the beast core from the three-eyed tiger's cranium, simultaneously preparing to dismember the carcass for storage. Chen Suian, observing him, found herself charmed by his enthusiasm. Who would have thought that the individual who had just effortlessly slain a third-tier beast would find such joy in acquiring a beast core and meat? The art of dismembering beasts had become second nature to Chen Suian, and in a brief while, the three-eyed tiger was reduced to a mere skeleton, leaving onlookers to wonder which beast had devoured it so thoroughly. As he continued to gather the remaining bones of the three-eyed tiger, Chen Suian had no intention of leaving anything behind, recognizing the nutritional value of the bones for broth, not to mention their potential for sale. Once he had packaged everything, he finally turned his attention to the still-dazed Chen Suian. Hey, why are you just standing there? We should leave before we attract more beasts. I have no desire to fight again, he admonished her, slinging several bags over his shoulder. Upon hearing his words, Chen Suian quickly snapped back to reality, nodding obediently. Oh, all right. Outside the beast forest, Zhao Zilong was anxiously awaiting the return of Chen Suian and Chen Suian, his heart in turmoil. Having witnessed the strange phenomena within the beast forest, he was increasingly concerned for their safety. In the crowd, Wang Peng voiced his apprehension. Is Suian in danger? Can that guy really bring her out safely? Zhao Zilong shared his concern, while he knew Chen Suian was capable of dealing with second-tier beasts. The disturbances they had heard from within the forest were clearly beyond what even a second-tier beast could cause. The other students began to chatter animatedly, expressing their concerns about whether the illustrious Chen would be in trouble. It seemed that the individuals from the Guardian Division had been rather lackadaisical, their abilities evidently lacking. If anything were to happen to Chen, how could I possibly continue living? No, I absolutely cannot stand by and watch misfortune befall her. Those guardians appeared exceedingly unreliable. Zhao Zilong, feeling anxious, suggested without hesitation, all right, I shall seek assistance from others in the Guardian Division, and then I will venture in to assess the situation. You all should prepare to return to the camp. As Zhao Zilong was about to take action, a commotion arose from the beast forest. And soon Chen Suian appeared before everyone, carrying a bag. Trailing closely behind was Chen Suian, her face alight with excitement, prancing behind Chen Suian while incessantly chattering, Brother Suian. Are you tired? Do you need my help? Brother Suian, thank goodness for you. Without you, I would have never found my way out of the beast forest. However, Chen Suian, burdened with the bag, paid her no heed, having been thoroughly vexed by her incessant chatter throughout their journey. Zhao Zilong and the others, witnessing this scene, were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why Chen Suian seemed so fervently devoted to Chen Suian. It appeared not merely as enthusiasm, but rather as infatuation. Chen Suian, noticing Zhao Zilong and the others, calmly remarked to the bewildered Zhao Zilong, I brought this fool back. With that, he shook his head and sighed, sigh? I nearly lost my life for this task. Despite his lamentations, Chen Suian was discreetly observing his surroundings, as he was primarily lamenting for the sake of additional rewards for the mission. Chen Suian, having understood the reality, was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Chen Suian would express such sentiments. She had witnessed him dispatch the three-eyed tiger with a single stroke, thus questioning the notion of any real danger. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, believing that Brother Suian had his reasons for such statements. Zhao Zilong, snapping out of his stupor, heard Chen Suian's lament and promptly thumped his chest in assurance. Brother Suian, rest assured, I shall report this to the Guardian Division. You will undoubtedly receive additional compensation beyond the mission reward. Chen Suian nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his efforts were not in vain, aside from his leisurely pursuits. There were indeed rewards for diligence. It could be said that Chen Suian always came out ahead, never engaging in losing ventures. After lamenting, Chen Suian turned to the surrounding students, who wore bewildered expressions, and suggested, given the unusual happenings in the beast forest today, I believe we should return to the camp to observe the situation before proceeding with further training tomorrow. In truth, Chen Suian was eager to return to his tent for a well-deserved rest, and perhaps indulge in some leisure. Zhao Zilong concurred, nodding yes. I believe we should assess the situation in the beast forest before continuing our training tomorrow. Unbeknownst to Zhao Zilong, the recent occurrences in the beast forest were orchestrated by Chen Suian himself, prompting him to advocate for a cautious approach. Meanwhile, Wang Peng rushed towards Chen Suian with a concerned expression, exclaiming, Suian, are you all right? I was worried something might have happened to you. Chen Suian, who had been gazing at Chen Suian, was abruptly interrupted by Wang Peng's sudden appearance, leading her to cast him an irritated glance. I have told you not to address me so intimately. Besides, with Brother Suian here, how could anything happen to me? Wang Peng, utterly bewildered, could not fathom why Chen Moya referred to that guardian lad as Brother Suian or why she gazed at him with such affection. Ignoring Wang Peng's confusion, Chen Moya bounded eagerly towards Chen Suian, calling out, "Brother Suian, wait for me." Chen Suian, burdened with the bag, found himself at a loss for words as he replied, "Oh dear, you are quite bothersome." The exuberant Chen Moya simply grinned, replying, "Brother Suian, that's precisely why I am here." Chen Suian sighed in resignation, lamenting the unexpected attention from a beautiful girl, cursing his own unfortunate charm. Witnessing this exchange, Wang Peng's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze filled with incredulity. No. How could my Moya be like this? The other students and Zhao Zilong displayed expressions of shock, astounded by the transformation of Chen Moya, who had previously spoken harshly to Chen Suian, now seemingly enamored with him. Could it be that the act of a hero rescuing a damsel truly inspires affection? This thought crossed the minds of many, each contemplating the potential of trying their hand at heroism for love. Little did they know, those who resembled heroes often received accolades, while those less fortunate were left with the lamentation of, "I have no means to repay your kindness. I can only serve you in the next life." Chapter 29. I have long known everything. Within the camp, apart from Chen Suian and his companions who had retreated due to the anomalies in the beast forest, the other teams had also returned in advance. Upon returning to the camp, Chen Suian was preparing to seek out Lu Pangpang to sample the meat of the third-tier beast when he was summoned by Luo Tianyi to a secluded spot. At that moment, Chen Suian trembled slightly as he gazed at Luo Tianyi, who radiated an aura of chill, his eyes filled with confusion. Unable to grasp why she had called him to this remote location, he silently speculated, could it be that my leisurely conduct at work has been discovered? After a brief pause, Luo Tianyi finally spoke in her cold, composed tone, "The anomalies in the beast forest are related to you, aren't they?" Her words startled Chen Suian. He had not disclosed this matter to anyone. How could this fierce woman be aware? It seemed Luo Tianyi had perceived Chen Suian's inner thoughts, explaining nonchalantly, "There was thunder during the anomalies in the beast forest, and you possess lightning abilities. Thus, I surmised the connection. So, you need not be surprised. As for how I knew you were a lightning ability user, it was during the beast attack on Jiangnan City that I became aware." Chen Suian was left utterly befuddled. What? How come she knows my secrets? Luo Tianyi, noticing his bewildered expression, displayed a rare smirk, relishing the fact that his secrets had been uncovered. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "So, what level is your lightning ability? It should be no less than B rank, right?" Initially concerned that his cover had been blown, Chen Suian felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Luo Tianyi's words. Thankfully, she remained unaware of his SSS level power, otherwise, he would undoubtedly be in peril. The existence of SSS level powers was exceedingly rare worldwide. Contemplating the implications of such a power emerging would lead to assassination, seduction, or being used as a test subject for research. Hence, Chen Suian was determined to keep his SSS level abilities under wraps until he reached a point of invincibility. Now that Luo Tianyi presumed his abilities to be merely B rank, he resolved to reveal that information, allowing him to fight without concealing his powers in the future. With this thought in mind, Chen Suian feigned astonishment and disbelief, exclaiming, "How could you possibly know that?" In response, a rare look of pride appeared on Luo Tianyi's previously expressionless face as she replied coolly, "It was a guess." As she spoke, Luo Tianyi paused momentarily, casting a questioning glance at Chen Suian. "But why did such a tremendous phenomenon occur during your battle with the beast? It appears that your strength has indeed reached the third tier, hasn't it? The anomalies in the beast forest could not possibly have been produced by a mere second-tier ability user," she speculated, her thoughts leading her to conclude that Chen Suian had ascended to the third tier. However, disbelief lingered in her mind, given Chen Suian's age. How could a B-grade ability user possibly attain the third tier at just 19? After all, she possessed the SS-grade ability, Wrath of Winter, and had only reached the third tier at 18, and even then, it required a significant amount of resources. Now, at 21, she had ascended to the pinnacle of the fourth tier, just a step away from the fifth. In contrast, Chen Suian, with a B-grade ability and lacking abundant resources, could hardly achieve the third tier at such a young age. Naturally, Chen Suian would not admit to being a third-tier user. With great power comes great responsibility, and he had no desire to shoulder such burdens. He merely wished to meander through his job until the end of the day. I am hardly a third-tier ability user. I am just a humble second-tier user. As for the strength of my attacks, it is entirely due to my innate skill." At this moment, Chen Suian touched his nose, feigning modesty. "Innate skill?" Luo Tianyi echoed, her expression one of confusion. "Indeed, my innate skill is a charged strike. Essentially, I accumulate energy over time, and when danger arises, I can unleash this terrifying blow." Chen Suian fabricated with a serious demeanor. Yet, it was precisely this explanation that convinced Luo Tianyi, for she knew that some individuals indeed possessed such innate abilities, thus raising no suspicions. Once Luo Tianyi grasped the situation, she nodded and said, "All right, I understand now. You will receive an additional reward for slaying a third-tier beast during this mission. Furthermore, your B-grade lightning ability should be reported to Director Li, as it would increase your monthly resource allocation. What do you think? Chen Suian readily agreed, raising both hands in approval. Receiving additional resources each month was akin to being gifted free money. Who would refuse such an offer? After finalizing everything, Luotianyi simply stated, "Do your best. Promotions and salary increases are not out of reach." While she might not have paid much heed to others, Luotianyi was particularly attentive to Chen Suian, a promising B-grade lightning ability user. Her interest was further sparked by his courageous act of saving the citizens of Jiangnan City, which had fostered a favorable impression of him in her mind. However, upon hearing her words, Chen Suian couldn't help but internally scoff. Was this fierce woman truly painting an optimistic picture for him? Regardless, his intent to coast through his work remained unchanged. As for promotions and salary increases, he would leave that to fate. Subsequently, Chen Suian ceased his contemplations, resting his hands behind his head, humming a tune as he prepared to seek out Lu Pangpang. However, as he passed by Zhao Zilong, the latter, with a curious expression, pulled him aside. "Suian, what were you and Vice Director Luo sneaking off to do just now? It couldn't be something illicit, could it?" Zhao Zilong uttered with a mischievous chuckle, leaving the rest unspoken, his laughter suggesting a train of thought best left unvoiced. Chen Suian, caught off guard by Zhao Zilong's insinuation, was at a loss for words. Where on earth was this guy's mind wandering? What could he possibly have done with that formidable woman? Even if he had any such thoughts, he feared she would crush him without hesitation. How could he dare entertain such notions? "Zilong, my friend, you shouldn't speak so recklessly. If that fierce woman finds out, I can't guarantee your continued existence," Chen Suian teased, casting a knowing look at Zhao Zilong. This caused Zhao Zilong to recall Luotianyi's perpetually frosty demeanor and her terrifying aura. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Indeed, if she learned of his comments, he would likely not survive to tell the tale. "Suian, I was merely joking. I must attend to something, so I'll take my leave," Zhao Zilong said hurriedly, retreating from Chen Suian's presence. Watching him flee, Chen Suian shook his head, wondering if that fierce woman truly was as intimidating as everyone claimed. Chapter 30. What? Is the Wanbao Pavilion your family's establishment? Not long after, Chen Suian found himself approached by Qin Moyao. With a beaming smile, she greeted him, "Brother Suian. What a coincidence to see you again." "Ah, indeed, quite the coincidence," Chen Suian replied, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he regarded her. Ever since he had saved this naive girl, she had become rather attached to him. However, unaware of Chen Suian's thoughts, Qin Moyao cheerfully rummaged through her small backpack, producing several packets of snacks to offer him. "Brother Suian, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Please take these snacks." Snacks? That might not be appropriate." Chen Suian hesitated, though ultimately accepted the treats. In truth, his backpack was already brimming with snacks, and he had no real need for more. However, the allure of free goodies was simply irresistible. Upon seeing Chen Suian accept the snacks, Qin Moyao's face lit up with a radiant smile, resembling a flower blooming in the warmth of spring. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be taken aback. For who could have imagined that the renowned campus beauty, Qin Moyao, could look so enchanting when she smiled? Yet, Chen Suian was too preoccupied with the snacks to notice the brilliance of her smile, let alone the way she gazed at him with affectionate eyes. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, the training expedition for the students of Class 1 came to an end. Over the past few days, the students had undergone significant growth through various challenges, bravely confronting fierce beasts rather than fleeing in terror. Remarkably, Chen Suian had managed to evade any formidable beasts during this time, instead opting to coast through the experience. In contrast, Qin Moyao had grown considerably more subdued, no longer chasing after fleeing beasts, but instead choosing to cling to Chen Suian. This shift garnered her a fair share of envious glares, particularly from Wang Peng, who harbored considerable animosity toward Chen Suian. Unfazed by the jealousy, Chen Suian remained focused on completing the mission so he could return home and relax. With the training concluded, it was time to return to Jiangnan City, exhausted from the relentless battles against the beasts and sleepless nights filled with anxiety. The students were eager to return to the comfort of their homes and enjoy a restful night's sleep. Upon returning to Jiangnan City, Chen Suian was rewarded with a day off. After enduring such intense tasks, it was only fitting for the team to take a break. However, for Chen Suian, a day off felt much like any other, as he often spent his time idly at work while still reaping the rewards of the missions. Nonetheless, he was delighted to have the day off, as it allowed him to sell the beast meat and low-tier beast cores he had collected. Yet, before he could leave, Qin Moyao caught up with him once more. "Brother Suian, where are you headed? Can I join you?" she asked bashfully. For a girl to express such sentiments to a boy was quite commendable. It was almost akin to a subtle invitation for a date. Chen Suian pondered momentarily, realizing he had no idea where to sell the beast meat and cores. Upon hearing Chen Suian's murmured musings, Qin Moyao instantly raised her hand with palpable excitement, exclaiming, I know, Brother Suian, Are you considering selling the beast meat and beast cores obtained from the beast forest? It just so happens that my family seems to be able to procure such items. As Chen Suian pondered over this, he scratched his head in confusion at Qin Imoyao's words, asking, your family can procure them? Hee. Yes, Wanbao Pavilion is indeed owned by my family. At this revelation, a proud smile graced Qin Imoyao's face. Chen Suian was struck with astonishment. Your family owns Wanbao Pavilion? Being a resident of Jiangnan City, he was well aware that Wanbao Pavilion resembled a marketplace dedicated to the sale of items for cultivators. It was a place where virtually every cultivator had made a purchase. Moreover, it seemed that Wanbao Pavilion was not limited to Jiangnan City alone, as it had branches in numerous other cities across the nation, making it a ubiquitous presence in the majority of urban centers. Instantly, Chen Suian's gaze towards Qin Imoyao brightened. If Wanbao Pavilion truly belonged to her family, then she was practically a wealthy heiress. Feeling the heat of Chen Suian's fervent gaze, Qin Imoyao's fair cheeks flushed inexplicably, and she shyly questioned, why are you looking at me like that? Chen Suian quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat awkwardly, unable to believe his ears. Ahem. Is Wanbao Pavilion genuinely owned by your family? Of course, I have no reason to deceive you, Qin Imoyao reassured, placing her hand on her slightly elevated chest to emphasize her sincerity. Wonderful, wonderful. Then what are we waiting for? Let us head directly to your family's Wanbao Pavilion. This way, I can sell my beast meat and beast cores for a significantly higher price, Chen Suian exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Embodying the essence of a money-minded individual. Hee great. Qin Imoyao, witnessing Chen Suian's delight, felt an unexpected joy herself. She found Chen Suian to be particularly special. While others would seek to curry favor upon learning about her family's ownership of Wanbao Pavilion, he remained unchanged in his demeanor, devoid of any overt attempts at flattery. Coupled with the memory of his heroic rescue of her feelings towards him deepened into something more profound and inexplicable. Wanbao Pavilion had but a single location in Jiangnan City, situated in the heart of the most bustling street. Upon their arrival, Chen Suian and Qin Imoyao were greeted by a colossal structure resembling a shopping mall, towering into the clouds with a unique and modern design that delivered an overwhelming visual impact. The most eye-catching aspect was the prominent sign emblazoned with the words Wanbao Pavilion. Immediately drawing attention, Qin Imoyao navigated through the pavilion with ease, guiding Chen Suian inside while explaining, this place is quite similar to a mall, as each shop offers different items. Over there is where weapons are sold, and that area specializes in beast meat. Let me take you to sell the beast meat first. Before long, Qin Imoyao led Chen Suian to a shop exclusively dedicated to the sale of beast meat. As they stepped inside, a friendly saleswoman approached them, greeting, hello? How may I assist you? It was evident that the saleswoman did not recognize Qin Imoyao, which was understandable given that she seldom visited this establishment. Aside from a few high-ranking individuals who were acquainted with her, it was normal for others to remain oblivious to her identity. Displaying a charming smile, Qin Imoyao addressed the saleswoman, hello? Could you please fetch Mr. Lu for me? Just mention that I am Qin Imoyao. The saleswoman appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed herself, nodding respectfully. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. Once the saleswoman departed, Chen Suian began to survey the shop. Noting the various types of beast meat displayed at each stall, he observed several patrons selecting from the offerings. However, the prices for the beast meat were astonishingly steep. Ordinary first-tier beast meat cost 50 per pound, second-tier 100, and the lowest third-tier beast meat fetched a staggering 300 per pound. With prices escalating alongside the creature's rank, this gave Chen Suian a rough estimate of the value of his own beast meat, which he surmised would fetch a considerable sum. Before long, an elderly gentleman hurriedly arrived, and upon seeing Qin Imoyao, he greeted her with utmost respect. Miss Qin. This scene startled many within the shop. For the old man was the appraiser for the beast meat store and the store manager, and it was quite unusual for him to display such deference towards a young girl. Qin Imoyao waved her hand dismissively, pointing to Chen Suian beside her, and cheerfully said, this is my friend who wishes to sell some beast meat. Mr. Lu, could you assess how much he should receive? Relieved, the old man realized that there was no urgent matter at hand, as Miss Qin's visit was merely to assist her friend in selling beast meat. He turned to Chen Suian, inquiring respectfully, young friend, may I ask what types of beast meat you wish to sell? Well, I have everything from first to third tier, Chen Suian replied, retrieving a burlap sack from his backpack. As he began to produce bag after bag of beast meat, the old man's eyebrows twitched with astonishment. It was his first encounter with someone who could bring such a substantial quantity of beast meat all at once. Finally, once Chen Suian had emptied all the burlap sacks, the old man began to assess the value based on the beast's tier. Naturally, he offered the highest prices, as he could not afford to undervalue the goods of Miss Qin's friend. In no time, Chen Suian's bank card received a credit of 300,000. This windfall left him grinning widely. So much money. The old man, observing Chen Suian's joy, wore a peculiar expression. While he recognized that anyone who could befriend Miss Qin must come from a notable background, he did not expect Chen Suian to be so elated over what he deemed a modest sum. Qin Imoyao chuckled at the sight, finding Chen Suian to be quite amusing. Hehe. Alright, let me take you to sell the beast cores. Chen Suian, naturally agreeable, followed Chen Moyao to the shop specializing in beast cores. After selling the beast cores, Chen Suian received another 300,000, bringing his total earnings to 600,000. This caused him to be exceedingly jubilant. Hehe. With the combined sales of the beast meat and beast cores, I have 600,000 now. My wallet is flourishing. Observing Chen Suian's exuberance, Chen Moyao playfully clasped her hands behind her back, teasingly inquiring, "So, Brother Suian, now that you've struck it rich, will you treat me out to a meal?" Still riding the high of his excitement, Chen Suian readily agreed, "Of course." After all, a significant portion of the profits from the beast meat and cores could be attributed to Chen Moyao's influence. Treating her to a simple meal was the least he could do. Perfect. There's a hot pot restaurant nearby. Let us go there. Upon the mention of food, Chen Moyao's face lit up with enthusiasm, clearly embodying the spirit of a true foodie. Meanwhile, outside Wanbao Pavilion, a white van was parked along the roadside. Inside, several burly men were surreptitiously observing the imposing structure of Wanbao Pavilion from a distance. "Boss, are we really going to rob Wanbao Pavilion? It's not exactly an easy target." One man, bearing a scar across his eye, hesitated to voice his concerns. The dark-skinned man seated in the front passenger seat scoffed dismissively. "Not an easy target? Once we pull off this heist, we can flee abroad. What can Wanbao Pavilion do to us? Moreover, within the confines of the Wanbao Pavilion, one can find an array of items belonging to cultivators. Even a mere handful could ensure our well-being for lifetimes to come. Boss, why not rob a bank instead? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to take the cash?" queried one of the robbers, scratching his head in confusion. However, upon hearing this, the burly man with a dark visage became even more sullen and retorted, "Are you a fool? A few million in a bank card is of little use. Unlike the Wanbao Pavilion, where even a single high-tier treasure is worth millions." Yet, another robber voiced his concerns, "But the security at Wanbao Pavilion seems formidable. It appears we cannot seize it swiftly." The dark-faced man smirked coldly and reassured them, "Fear not. I have already devised a plan. The head of security at Wanbao Pavilion has been turned to our side. He will assist us when the time comes." "Huh, boss. You're impressive, even managing to sway the head of security at Wanbao Pavilion. Once we take control, we shall have our way," exclaimed a scarred-faced man, a lewd grin spreading across his face. The other robbers, hearing this, mirrored similar expressions, envisioning the beautiful women within the pavilion they could claim, knowing that once this job was done, they would not remain in Huaxia. Even if the police sought to apprehend them, they would be powerless. Although the dark-faced man shared this sentiment, he nonetheless cautioned the group, "Enough. Regardless of how you proceed, remember to gather the valuable items first. We are pressed for time and must act swiftly. Otherwise, once the police and the guardians catch wind of this, our escape will be impossible. Rest assured, boss. I'm quick on my feet, you know that," boasted the scarred man, thumping his chest. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere within the van turned peculiar as the robbers exchanged odd glances, silently contemplating how unexpectedly flamboyant their leader had become. The dark-faced man felt the weight of their scrutiny and darkened further, retorting, "You think I'm aware of your speed? I've never tried it." Yet, the others remained skeptical, their eyes still fixed on the duo. It was no wonder, as their leader often relished in feeling others' muscles, even proclaiming their excellence. It dawned on them that their boss might be a little too inclined in that direction. The scarred man realized he had inadvertently revealed his inner thoughts. Unable to bear the curious stares any longer, the dark-faced man finally declared, "Enough. It is time for action. Our first task upon entering the Wanbao Pavilion is to eliminate those uncooperative security guards. Then we will activate the barrier, rendering their phones useless and preventing anyone from escaping." "Understood?" The robbers nodded solemnly, familiar with the protocol. "All right, let us commence." The dark-faced man waved his hand, and 6 or 7 burly figures emerged from the van, leaving passers-by bewildered. No one expected such a number of strong men to emerge from a mere van, aptly dubbed a lightweight troop carrier. The group, exuding an air of menace, approached the Wanbao Pavilion but was intercepted by 2 security guards of martial prowess at the entrance. "Halt! What are you doing?" one guard demanded, sensing their ill intent from their demeanor. The dark-faced man grinned maliciously, and before the guard could react, 2 small knives had already pierced the hearts of both guards. In an instant, their eyes widened, and torrents of blood gushed from their wounds. The next moment, several robbers unceremoniously dragged the guards' bodies inside and shut the doors of the Wanbao Pavilion, hanging a closed-for-business sign in the process. Once inside, the corpses were unceremoniously discarded onto the floor, and one robber produced several flagpoles, planting them in various locations. In a flash, the entire Wanbao Pavilion was enveloped in a blue light, which vanished moments later, as if nothing had transpired. Now, the Wanbao Pavilion was effectively sealed, and the robbers felt emboldened, especially with the head of security on their side. The establishment had fallen into their grasp. Meanwhile, in the security room of the Wanbao Pavilion, several martial guards on duty witnessed the unfolding chaos through the monitors, their expressions turning to panic. Some were even poised to press the emergency button when a middle-aged man entered and halted them. The guard looked at him in confusion. "Captain." "Why?" But before he could finish, a knife had pierced his heart without warning. Shaking his head, the middle-aged man muttered, "I don't want to do this either. But I need a lot of money." The other guards were momentarily stunned by the scene, failing to comprehend what had just occurred. However, as the middle-aged man turned his gaze toward the remaining guards, they quickly regained their wits, realizing their captain was in league with the robbers. "Captain, I saw nothing. Please let me go." "Captain, I didn't see anything either. Spare me." They begged, their voices laced with fear. As martial artists, they were no match for their captain, who possessed the strength of a martial master, and even if they could contend with him, the robbers outside would surely not let them escape. Thus, their only recourse was to plead for their lives. Seeing the desperation in the guard's eyes, the middle-aged man grinned wickedly. "Want to live? Then you must join us. Otherwise, you face certain death." Indeed, the only chance for these guards to survive lay in aligning with the robbers, for the middle-aged man would not show them mercy. One guard hesitated, his family weighing heavily on his mind, reluctant to embrace a life of crime. Yet, the very next second, the middle-aged man swiftly beheaded him. "Humph. If you don't want to join us, then die," he scoffed. The remaining guards, witnessing the swift execution, wasted no time in agreeing to join the robbers, their earlier reluctance vanishing in an instant. The middle-aged man smiled in satisfaction, unconcerned about their potential betrayal. After all, once their hands were stained with the blood of innocence, there would be no turning back. Meanwhile, in the hot pot restaurant within the Wanbao Pavilion, Chen Suian was fixated on a piece of cooked meat, just about to reach for it with her chopsticks. However, the next moment, another pair of chopsticks snatched it away first. This left Chen Suian pouting in dismay. "Brother Suian, you took the meat I cooked." Chen Suian, who was about to bring the meat to his mouth, felt a twinge of embarrassment at her forlorn expression. Unable to resist the allure of the delicious hot pot, he reluctantly placed the meat back into her bowl. "Here you go." Chen Suian's earlier discontent vanished the instant she saw the meat in her bowl, replaced by sheer delight. "Hee, I knew Brother Suian is truly good to me." Chen Suian mused inwardly. "Sigh? This girl has been a great help to me. There's no way I could return the food now." At this moment, Chen Suian was oblivious to Chen Suian's thoughts, only feeling a touch of shyness as she gazed at the meat in her bowl. Just moments ago, Brother Suian had nearly delivered the meat to her lips, which implied that eating it was tantamount to sharing an indirect kiss with him. With this thought, a blush crept across Chen Suian's face, and she suppressed her excitement as she delicately picked up the meat and slowly brought it to her mouth. This meat seems to taste 100 times more delectable than usual," Chen Suian mused to herself. Chen Suian, noticing the sudden flush on Chen Suian's cheeks, was equally perplexed. Why was this silly girl blushing like a ripe fruit? Just as they were savoring their meal, a cacophony of chaotic, panicked voices suddenly erupted from outside, laced with cries of fear and despair. "Help! Robbers have invaded the Wanbao Pavilion. Wah! My husband has been killed by robbers. Wah! My wife has been taken by robbers. Help! Why is my phone out of signal? I can't call for help. What about the security at Wanbao Pavilion? Don't mention it. The security at Wanbao Pavilion is in cahoots with the robbers. Someone ran out for help and got killed. Wah, we are doomed." Chen Suian, still partaking in his meal, felt his expression stiffen, inwardly cursing. Could my luck be this terrible? How is it that I come here to sell my goods only to stumble upon a robbery at Wanbao Pavilion? Chen Suian mirrored his shock. She never anticipated that robbers would breach the Wanbao Pavilion. Moreover, the security there was also in league with the robbers. Panic quickly set in for Chen Suian. If robbers had indeed taken control of the Wanbao Pavilion, her situation would be perilous. Setting aside her identity as the pavilion's young lady, her appearance alone would undoubtedly attract the attention of those robbers. What fate awaited her then? At this moment, Chen Suian sighed. "Damn it. Am I truly this unlucky? Why must I encounter yet another crisis?" Hearing his words, the panicked Chen Suian finally turned her attention to Chen Suian and beside her. Upon seeing him, she felt an unexpected sense of reassurance wash over her. Chapter 33. Brother Suian, the robber is coming for me. Brother Suian, what should we do now? Chen Suian anxiously grasped Chen Suian's hand, as if this action alone could bestow her with the security she desperately sought. Chen Suian, who had been silently grumbling, felt her soft, delicate grip and turned to see the fear etched on Chen Suian's face. In response, he gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." At that moment, the hot pot restaurant was in a state of turmoil. The patrons had heard the commotion outside, and many realized their phones were devoid of signal. This realization dawned upon them that there truly were robbers at Wanbao Pavilion. "What do we do? My phone really has no signal. There are real robbers. No, I need to find a place to hide. Yes, we must find somewhere safe." Just then, a burly man wielding a spiked club and wearing a lewd grin appeared at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. "Haha, so many women here." The arrival of the lascivious man sent a chill through the air, rendering the atmosphere tense. A piercing scream shattered the silence. A robber. As this scream echoed, The patrons of the hot pot restaurant erupted into a frenzy, shouting, "Robbers! They're here! Run! Wah! Help, I'm scared!" Seeing the chaos, the man at the door chuckled with excitement. He reveled in the panic-stricken expressions of the patrons. Among them, he spotted a particularly beautiful woman. Haha, if I could just have a taste of this exquisite beauty, I would die without regrets. His gaze burned with desire as he fixated on Chen Mo, who was cowering in Chen Suian's embrace. To be honest, it was the first time he had encountered such a stunning woman, especially with her expression of fear, which only made her more endearing. She exuded a pure charm, coupled with an air of nobility that intensified his lustful thoughts. He was determined to possess her, but he needed to act swiftly, otherwise, his fellow thugs would surely not let her slip away. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, feeling the intensity of the man's gaze, whispered to Chen Suian, "Brother Suian, it seems the robber is coming for me." In truth, Chen Mo was not overly frightened by the robber, as she perceived from his aura that he was merely at the martial artist level. A mere martial artist was not a challenge for her, especially considering Chen Suian was by her side, having previously dispatched a third-tier demon beast with a single strike. Chen Suian's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary third tier. As Chen Suian felt the soft, petite form in his arms shift slightly, he gently patted Chen Mo's back and whispered, "Don't panic. When he approaches, I will strike him from the shadows." Chen Mo looked puzzled, not comprehending why someone as strong as Chen Suian would resort to ambush. However, she was unaware of Chen Suian's cunning strategy, regardless of the enemy's strength. It was prudent to strike from the shadows, as ambushes carried the least risk while yielding the greatest rewards. Sure enough, the robber soon approached Chen Suian and Chen Mo with a lewd grin, threatening Chen Suian, "Hey, kid. Let me have some fun with the beauty in your arms, and maybe I won't kill you." Chen Suian remained silent, patiently waiting for the hulking man to draw closer. The robber, incensed by Chen Suian's lack of response, growled, "You little brat, are you seeking death? Have you forgotten your current predicament? I'll break your limbs first, then have my fun with your girl." As the man spoke, his excitement grew. He relished the thought of reenacting a scene from a movie. Hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes shimmered with murderous intent. How dare he threaten to injure Brother Suian? Meanwhile, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Chen Suian's mouth. Only those familiar with him would recognize that he was genuinely enraged. If the situation had been different and they were merely ordinary individuals, the robber would have undoubtedly succeeded. Just the thought of it filled Chen Suian with indignation. Such scum, such filth, exist only to bring calamity to others, not to mention the countless homes they have shattered. Unbeknownst to the robber, he was mere steps away from death. When he was within 5 paces of Chen Suian, the latter finally made his move. In a swift motion, Chen Suian seized a chopstick and enveloped it with his chi. In the next moment, the chopstick sliced through the air, aimed directly at the robber's head. The speed was so astonishing that sparks flew as the chopstick sliced through the air, leaving the robber no time to react before he felt a sharp pain in his skull. As the chopstick pierced through, the dying man could scarcely comprehend this. However, he didn't finish his sentence before collapsing, his consciousness fading away. Had he known of Chen Suian's terrifying strength, he would have summoned his fellow robbers for reinforcements. Alas, there were no second chances. He was dispatched in a single strike. Chen Mo, emerging from Chen Suian's embrace, directed a few fierce kicks at the fallen robber, exclaiming, "Scum! Scum! You got what you deserved." Meanwhile, Chen Suian ignored Chen Mo and began searching for a weapon among the chaos. He had not brought his usual blade, as it had shattered after he unleashed the divine thunder slash last time, so he had opted not to carry it, intending to purchase a new one at a later time. However, he never anticipated that an emergency would arise so suddenly, leaving him without a reliable weapon in hand. In the hot pot restaurant, there naturally would be no weapons, with the only exception being the formidable wolf-tooth club wielded by the burly man. Observing this, Chen Suian couldn't help but let out a sigh. The wolf-tooth club was indeed a weapon, albeit a rather crude one. It would surely inflict considerable pain upon impact, wouldn't it? As he spoke, Chen Suian picked up the club and swung it a few times, noting its weight, much heavier than a knife. Chen Mo, watching him brandish the club, inquired with a puzzled expression, "Brother Suian, what are you doing with that wolf-tooth club?" Chen Suian shot her a glance and swung the club again, replying, "What do you think? Of course, I'm going to deal with the robbers." His declaration left Chen Mo in a state of shock. "What? Brother Suian, you intend to confront the robbers? But it's dangerous outside, and we don't know how many there are, nor their strength. We should find a place to hide first. If any robbers discover us, we can retaliate then. If we secure a concealed spot, taking down 1 or 2 robbers should be a simple task for us, right? Once the police arrive, we'll be safe. And there's no need to confront the robbers at all." Chapter 34. Thankfully, the socks smell nice. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Chen Suian's demeanor shifted from his usual playful self to one of seriousness as he fixed his gaze on her. "While I could hide, what about those outside? And you, silly girl, seem to have forgotten that I am a member of the Guardian Division. When disaster strikes, I must stand before countless people. Seeing Chen Suian's earnest expression made Chen Imoyao's heart race. She found him incredibly handsome when he was serious. Although she had harbored feelings for him before, she now realized she had truly fallen for him. In times of calamity, her instinct was to protect herself, yet Brother Suian sought to safeguard thousands. How noble. Without further delay, Chen Suian instructed Chen Imoyao, "You find a place to hide. I will go outside to deal with the robbers." He turned to leave. But at that moment, his hand was grasped. He instinctively knew the delicate hand that held him belonged to Chen Imoyao, leading him to believe she did not want him to go. However, her subsequent words surprised him. "Brother Suian, I want to go with you." This was truly unexpected for Chen Suian, who turned to find Chen Imoyao gazing at him with unwavering determination. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "All right. Your abilities should suffice against the martial-level robbers. Although it may be risky for you to follow me, at least I can look out for you." Moreover, Chen Suian had no intention of engaging in a head-on confrontation. It would be far too perilous for the two of them to face an unknown number of robbers with uncertain strength. With this in mind, a cunning idea began to form in his mind. However, he would need one more item. Turning to Chen Imoyao, clad in a light blue dress with her delicate feet adorned in white stockings, he contemplated his next move. Sensing his intense gaze upon her exposed calves, Chen Imoyao's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "Brother Suian, why are you looking at me like that?" Surely, wouldn't he consider touching her legs at this moment, would he? Hee. I have a plan to deal with the robbers, but I need to borrow something from you. Chen Suian replied with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Chen Imoyao's face turned crimson as a troubling thought crossed her mind. Did Brother Suian want her to seduce the robbers and then ambush them? The mere notion made her eyes well up with tears. How could he ask her to do such a thing? What if the robbers violated her? Yet, her distress was not merely about the task at hand, but rather the realization that Brother Suian would even consider her for such an endeavor. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Chen Suian was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and reassured her, "All right. If you don't want to lend me your stockings, then there's no need to cry." Indeed, Chen Suian had simply intended to borrow Chen Imoyao's stockings, as robbers often wore them, and he thought that by donning them, he could disguise himself and launch a surprise attack. He anticipated her reaction would be so extreme over a mere request for stockings. Still feeling hurt, Chen Imoyao was momentarily taken aback by his words and instinctively responded, "Just the stockings? Ah, if you don't want them, I can find something else." Chen Suian scratched his head. He truly couldn't think of a suitable alternative at that moment. In an instant, the redness that had adorned Chen Imoyao's eyes faded. Realizing she had misunderstood, Brother Suian merely wished to borrow her stockings. Although she was unaware of his intentions, she shyly replied, "Well, that is fine." That puzzled Chen Suian. She had just been about to cry, and now she was shyly accepting his request? Yet, he thought nothing more of it, nodding. "Then please take one off for me." One? Chen Imoyao was confused as to why he required just a single stocking. Regardless, she suppressed her embarrassment and slowly began to remove the white stocking from her delicate leg under his watchful gaze. Internally, she hoped Brother Suian wouldn't find her stockings repugnant. As Chen Suian watched the silk slip off her porcelain-like leg, he found himself inexplicably stirred. Even as the stocking revealed her dainty foot, he swallowed hard, questioning whether he might have a foot fetish. At that moment, Chen Imoyao, feeling shy, presented the warm stocking to him, saying, "Brother Suian, here you go." Chen Suian, for reasons he couldn't comprehend, felt his heart race as he took the stocking with slightly trembling hands, immediately inhaling the delightful scent of jasmine. He sighed in relief. Grateful he had borrowed Chen Imoyao's stockings. Had he requested those of a brutish man, he might have fainted from the stench, unlike the fragrant scent of Chen Imoyao's. Truly, stockings worn by delicate feet are fragrant. Chen Suian couldn't help but feel a twinge of peculiarity. Yet, he wasted no time, inhaling deeply before slipping the warm stocking over his head. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in the rich aroma of jasmine, every breath infused with floral fragrance. Witnessing this scene, Chen Imoyao blushed deeply, her face, petite ears, and fair neck all turning crimson. She had never anticipated that Brother Suian would don the stockings so directly. It was enough to render her utterly bashful. Thankfully, her stockings were not foul. Otherwise, she would have no idea how to face him again. "What are you doing, Brother Suian?" She stammered, her shyness evident. Chen Suian, eager to clarify, quickly explained, "I'm going to disguise myself as a robber to approach the real ones and then ambush them. Please don't misunderstand. I am definitely not some sort of pervert." Upon hearing this, Chen Imoyao nodded, understanding the situation. Nevertheless, her embarrassment did not wane. Chen Suian then shook his head, dispelling any distracting thoughts. The priority now was to eliminate the robbers at Wanbao Pavilion. At that moment, with the wolf-tooth club slung over his shoulder and the stocking covering his head, Chen Suian indeed bore a striking resemblance to a robber. Beside them, Chen Imoyao caught sight of Chen Suian's attire and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. To the untrained eye, one might mistake Chen Suian for a bandit. Let us confront this rogue. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Suian strode towards the exit. prompting Chen Mo Yao to adopt a serious demeanor and hastily follow in his wake. Chapter 35. Release that girl. Allow me to handle this. Inside the Wanbao Pavilion, chaos reigned supreme, with a cacophony of screams and wails echoing through the air. Amidst this tumult, two boisterous guffaws stood out, jarring against the backdrop of panic. Haha. At last, I can indulge in some real carnage. My blade has long been thirsting for blood. Ha ha ha. Black Tiger, don't you dare slay the beauty. I still wish to savor her. Two burly men, their appearances betraying their nefarious intentions, eagerly observed the fleeing crowd. The bald-headed ruffian among the two stroked his smooth scalp and addressed a shifty-eyed youth nearby. Fear not. I have no intention of harming a lovely woman. After all, I have my uses for her. At that moment, a child's innocent sobbing pierced the air. Wah wah. Mommy, daddy, where are you? Instantly, the attention of the two bandits was drawn, and a chilling grin spread across the bald man's face. I delight in slaying these weeping little ones. With that, he raised his blade and swung it towards the crying child not far away. In an instant, blood spattered, and the child's cries were silenced. The bald man, now smeared with the splatter, paid it no mind, instead erupting into maniacal laughter as he continued to swing his weapon at the fleeing masses, each strike seemingly extinguishing a life. Meanwhile, the shifty-eyed youth began his own misdeeds, seizing a reasonably attractive female student and leering, "Ha. Just obey me and let me have my fun, and perhaps I shall spare you." The student was already in tears, pleading, "No, please." The youth's excitement surged upon hearing her distress, and he hastily prepared to unfasten his pants. However, at that critical moment, a commanding voice rang out, "Release that girl." The shifty-eyed youth froze, taken aback by the audacity of whoever dared to play the hero. The girl, pinned beneath him, felt a glimmer of hope. Could someone be coming to her rescue? Furious, the youth turned to confront the interloper, thinking, which fool dares to intervene? But upon seeing the newcomer, he fell into stunned silence. The figure, clad in a white hood and brandishing a spiked club, advanced with an intimidating gait. This appearance was even more menacing than his own. Had he mistaken the intent of this individual? Then, the hooded figure spoke. "I told you to release that girl. Let me take over. Do you not comprehend?" The youth, momentarily taken aback, realized that this individual was vying for the first opportunity. The nearly torn garment of the female student left her bewildered. She had thought someone was coming to save her, only to discover he merely wished to take precedence. In that moment, despair washed over her, and thoughts of self-harm arose. Better to end her life than to be violated by these scoundrels. The youth, now seething with rage, glared at the approaching figure. "Brother, I found this girl first. I should have the first go. If you wait, I promise you can have your turn afterward." Dressed as a bandit, Chen Suian responded with a cold smirk. "No way. I detest waiting in line." This declaration only fueled the youth's fury further. This man was utterly unreasonable. However, after a moment's contemplation, the youth decided against jeopardizing camaraderie over a mere woman. "Fine, brother. I abhor strife among comrades. It's just one girl. Let us share her." The youth's face twisted into a lewd grin, igniting Chen Suian's fury. Beyond a doubt, he was a true monster devoid of humanity. Yet, Chen Suian refrained from immediate action. At this distance, he could not guarantee a single strike would suffice to eliminate the miscreant. If he failed, the girl would be in grave peril. With renewed resolve, Chen Suian quickened his pace, exclaiming, "Is that so? Then let us proceed together." The shifty-eyed youth, oblivious to the murderous intent glimmering in Chen Suian's eyes, laughed heartily. "Excellent. More participants make it all the more entertaining." Unbeknownst to him, Chen Suian had closed the distance to within 5 paces. In that instant, a strike would spell certain doom for the youth. Unaware of his impending fate, the youth jovially inquired, "Brother, how do you wish to play this?" The moment the words left his lips, Chen Suian's spiked club was already in motion. "You can go play elsewhere," he retorted coldly. With a resounding thud, the youth's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, blood spraying in every direction. Fortunately, Chen Suian had anticipated this, channeling his internal energy to shield himself from the gruesome splatter. The female student, witnessing the scene, was utterly bewildered. Why had the bandit turned on another bandit? After dispatching the foe, Chen Suian glanced at the still-dazed girl and gestured behind him. From the shadows, Chen Mo Yao rushed towards him with alacrity. "Brother Suian, I was worried you might reveal yourself, but it seems the bandits couldn't identify you," she exclaimed, breathless with excitement. "If every encounter goes this smoothly, those bandits will soon be eradicated." Chen Suian waved dismissively. "Fear not. The hood conceals my identity. They likely mistake me for one of their own. Now, Mo Yao, please check on that girl to see if she is unharmed." Nodding, Chen Mo Yao approached the dazed student, having witnessed everything from her concealed vantage point. Had it not been for Brother Suian, the girl would likely have faced unspeakable horrors. Feeling a surge of compassion, Chen Mo Yao knelt before the girl and gently reassured her, "All is well. That bandit has been vanquished by Brother Suian." Upon hearing this, the girl could no longer suppress her emotions and broke down in tears, overwhelmed by the relief of having survived. Chen Mo Yao embraced her, murmuring soothing words. It's all right. Chen Suian observed quietly from a distance, surprised by Chen Mo Yao's comforting demeanor. Had he been in her place, he would have been at a loss for what to do. Chapter 36. I have already seen through it. Once the girl was calmed, Chen Suian instructed Chen Mo Yao to lead her to safety and continued his search for the remaining bandits. Before long, he encountered another bandit, who was frantically pursuing the fleeing crowd, his attire drenched in blood and wielding a sharp, bloody blade. Chen Suian clenched his spiked club, thinking, such scum truly deserves to perish. At this moment, the bald brute noticed Chen Suian not far away, which compelled him to halt his pursuit of others. Casting a puzzled glance in Chen Suian's direction. Strange, does anyone among you brothers wear a hood? Chen Suian, exuding an air of familiarity, swaggered over and exclaimed, Bald brother, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, the bald man immediately sensed something amiss. His brothers typically addressed him as Black Tiger, not Bald Brother. Realizing this, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. This individual was undoubtedly not one of them. However, the bald man refrained from raising an alarm, instead chuckling, I got a bit carried away earlier and forgot my mission. Despite his jovial facade, the bald man had already stealthily gripped his weapon, poised to strike when this imposter drew closer. In no time, Chen Suian was within 7 steps of the bald man, prompting Chen Suian to consider striking. Yet, the bald man was the first to make his move. With a powerful stomp, he swung his large blade towards Chen Suian, his face contorted into a menacing grin. Kid, you've been unmasked. Prepare to meet your end. In response to the sudden assault from the bald man, Chen Suian remained unfazed, instead offering a cold smirk. Even if you have seen through me, I have already closed the distance. As he spoke, he infused his wolf-toothed club with vital energy and swung it fiercely at the bald man. The once menacing expression of the bald man turned to bewilderment as he sensed the aura of a martial master emanating from Chen Suian. No, how could this brat be a martial master? Had he known, the bald man would have fled upon spotting Chen Suian, rather than foolishly walk into his demise. Despair washed over him. As a mid-level warrior, he stood no chance against a martial master. As expected, when the bald man's blade met Chen Suian's wolf-toothed club, it shattered like paper under the force of the impact. The club, undeterred, continued its descent towards the bald man, who could only emit a mournful wail. My life is forfeit. In the next instant, his body was obliterated, blood and flesh scattering across the ground. Though Chen Suian felt a twinge of nausea at the sight, he couldn't help but think it was too merciful a death for the bald man. After dispatching another robber, he swaggered off in search of more. Along the way, it seemed the staff of Wanbao Pavilion had vanished, leaving uncertain whether they had been slain or were merely hiding. In the beast core shop, several robbers frantically stuffed high-grade beast cores into sacks, while the shop's clerks and customers lay lifeless. Once the shop was cleared, a scar-faced robber, brimming with excitement, turned to the burly man beside him and inquired, Boss, where shall we strike next? Without hesitation, the burly man waved his hand and declared, to the resource shop. That's where the real valuables lie. Meanwhile, after eliminating the bald man, Chen Suian resumed his hunt for other robbers. After an indeterminate amount of time, instead of encountering more robbers, he stumbled upon a women's clothing store where several security guards, clad in uniforms, were viciously assaulting a few women. Witnessing this scene, Chen Suian could no longer suppress his murderous intent. No wonder Wanbao Pavilion had been so easily overrun by robbers. It turned out these very security guards were complicit. Particularly, upon hearing the women's cries and the lewd laughter of the guards, Chen Suian's fury erupted uncontrollably. Inside the clothing store, the middle-aged security captain surveyed the scene with satisfaction. Initially, these guards had been reluctant to partake in such deeds, but now they seemed fully complicit, even more inhumane than the robbers outside. At that moment, a figure clad in white silks and wielding a wolf-toothed club entered the store. Instantly, the guards froze, and before they could react, Chen Suian's club came crashing down. The nearest guard was swiftly bludgeoned into a bloody pulp. Chen Suian continued his relentless assault, and before long, the remaining guards were reduced to mere fragments, leaving only a middle-aged man standing in the distance. The women, having been traumatized, were left in a state of shock. Currently, Chen Suian paid no heed to the women. His focus was on the middle-aged man, who radiated the presence of a martial master. From the aura, he seemed slightly stronger than Chen Suian. Likely a second or third tier martial master, but not yet at mid-level. Nevertheless, this warranted serious consideration, as it was Chen Suian's first encounter with a human martial master, and he was uncertain if he could prevail. The middle-aged man regarded Chen Suian, puzzled by the masked assailant's motives. However, it didn't take long for him to suspect the possibility. Could these robbers be planning to eliminate their own? The thought ignited a surge of anger within him. He had taken immense risks to act as an undercover, expecting a share of the spoils once this was over. Yet now, it seemed they intended to cut him out. Does this tiger not roar, and you think me a sickly cat? He seethed. Fine. You wish to betray me? Let us see if you possess the strength. With that, the middle-aged man summoned his vital energy, channeling it into his long blade. Once enveloped in power, he swung the blade forward, unleashing a crimson arc aimed at Chen Suian. In response to the crimson strike, Chen Suian mobilized his own vital energy, directing it into his wolf-toothed club as he countered the attack. The two forces collided with a thunderous boom. Chapter 37. Damnable old cunning fox, he's an awakened. As Chen Suian's club clashed with the crimson arc, it dissipated with an explosive force. However, the sheer intensity of the confrontation forced Chen Suian to stagger back a few steps, indicating that he had slightly fallen behind in this exchange. Yet, this was to be expected, as Chen Suian was merely a first-tier martial master, while his opponent was a third-tier. The fact that Chen Suian could withstand the assault was already remarkable. If it had been any other first-tier martial master, they might have been injured by such an attack. Chen Suian's ability to withstand the blow stemmed from his exceptionally robust vital energy compared to that of a typical first-tier martial master. The middle-aged man, surprised that Chen Suian had withstood his assault, did not relent. In the next instant, he employed his martial arts technique, transforming into a gust of wind as he charged towards Chen Suian. Chen Suian, quick to react, used the wind blade technique without hesitation, brandishing his wolf-toothed club in a flurry of powerful strikes that swept forward like a tempest. The middle-aged man, poised to charge towards Chen Suian, was instantly beset by a tempestuous assault. Damn it, how did this kid discern my intentions? He thought, gazing at the relentless barrage of attacks. Time was not on his side, and he quickly inhaled deeply, wielding his long knife in a continuous arc. Each slash resembled a crashing wave, imbued with boundless power and authority, surging forth to counter the onslaught. Every strike radiated terrifying energy, as if it could rend the very fabric of space itself. However, the ferocious assault was not to be underestimated. Each blow matched the ferocity of the man's slashes. After what felt like an eternity of clashes, the arena was engulfed in smoke, obscuring both Chen Suian's and the middle-aged man's visibility of one another. It was only when the haze dissipated that Chen Suian beheld the middle-aged man, seemingly unscathed. The latter squinted at Chen Suian, and in the blink of an eye, vanished, lunging towards him with renewed vigor. This time, Chen Suian was caught off guard, unable to employ his martial techniques as the man closed the distance. Thus commenced a brutal close-quarters combat. The speed of the middle-aged man's long knife was astonishing, delivering 3 to 4 strikes per second, leaving Chen Suian somewhat flustered, as his experience in close combat was woefully inadequate. Moreover, the man's swift knife techniques, combined with Chen Suian's unfamiliarity with the Wolf Fang Club, placed him at a distinct disadvantage. Had he wielded a knife instead, he might have fared better. As the middle-aged man's relentless attacks continued, Chen Suian found himself on the defensive, unable to keep pace and resorting to mere survival. The clashing of weapons reverberated through the air, each strike leaving a trail of afterimages, the sounds of their weapons slicing through the atmosphere, resounding incessantly. The sheer velocity of their duel would have overwhelmed any ordinary martial artist, likely leading to their swift demise. However, as time wore on, Chen Suian gradually found himself at a disadvantage. His inability to match the middle-aged man's speed resulted in defensive maneuvers that ultimately led to several cuts marring his flesh. Feeling the sting of fresh wounds, rage ignited within Chen Suian. How dare you underestimate me? Just because I remain composed, you presume me to be a mere child? With that thought, he repelled another strike from the middle-aged man, and in an instant, unleashed a surge of thunderous energy from within. The middle-aged man, momentarily taken aback, was struck by the unleashed thunder, causing him to stagger and slow his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Suian enveloped his Wolf Fang Club in crackling lightning and charged at the dazed man, bellowing, thunderous 8 trigrams. Do not inquire about the nature of this technique. It was merely a standard strike, embellished with a grandiose title for effect. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, an ability user? Yet, before he could fully comprehend, he was struck by the electrified Wolf Fang Club, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing through the walls of the establishment. After executing the blow, Chen Suian triumphantly tousled his hair. No more pretenses. I am indeed an ability user. Naturally, he would not let such a prime opportunity to strike a fallen foe slip away, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, pursuing the middle-aged man who had been cast outside. Upon slamming into several walls, the middle-aged man finally plummeted to the ground. Though he managed to rise, blood filled his mouth, and he coughed up a mouthful of crimson. The gaping wounds in his abdomen oozed blood, and the surrounding area bore the marks of scorching devastation. However, these were mere superficial injuries. The true damage lay in the violent lightning that had invaded his body, wreaking havoc upon his internal organs. Damn that cunning bastard. A lightning-type ability user. The middle-aged man cursed under his breath. Severely injured from the assault, he realized he was no longer an equal match for Chen Suian. A sense of desperation to flee crept in, but before he could act, a flash of lightning approached rapidly. Fear gripped him, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the internal injuries, and summoned his remaining strength to rally his long knife. He understood that retreat would lead to his doom. He must fight. In a matter of moments, the middle-aged man unleashed a series of slashes akin to crashing waves, each strike more forceful than the last. Chen Suian, grinning widely, brandished his lightning-infused wolf fang club and charged towards the torrent of strikes. As he closed in, he spun the club with ferocity, unleashing a whirlwind of destruction upon the parking lot. The whirling weapon, resembling a fiery wheel, surged toward the wave-like slashes, demolishing them with ease. The middle-aged man, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in terror. How does he possess so many skills? In truth, it was merely a straightforward attack from Chen Suian, devoid of any specialized techniques. However, the middle-aged man swiftly regained his composure and pleaded, "Brother, I surrender. Please spare my life." Upon breaching the onslaught of slashes, Chen Suian heard the man's desperate pleas. Instinctively, he inquired, "Do you eat beef?" Chapter 38, I don't eat beef. Taken aback, the middle-aged man was bewildered by the question. Nonetheless, driven by the instinct for self-preservation, he replied, "I do eat beef." "Ah, well, I don't eat beef." With that, Chen Suian swiftly closed the distance. And before the middle-aged man could react, the wolf fang club descended upon his skull. The resounding crack echoed as the man's head shattered upon impact. In his final moments, he inwardly cursed, "What the hell? You don't eat beef, so you kill me?" After dispatching the middle-aged man, the lingering thunder within Chen Suian receded. He then sought a moment of respite, as his vitality and ability had been significantly depleted from the recent skirmishes. Contemplating this, he located a secluded area to recuperate. However, before he could fully regain his strength, the sound of approaching footsteps and hushed voices reached his ears. "Boss, it's strange that Black Tiger and the others haven't joined us yet." "Heh, Scars. You know as well as I do that Black Tiger is likely busy with his killing spree, while the other brothers are probably preoccupied with their tasks. All right, let us quickly loot the valuables from Wanbao Pavilion, then escape abroad while the guardians and police are still unaware. After that, we can enjoy ourselves to our heart's content." Recognizing that these were undoubtedly bandits, Chen Suian wasted no time in concealing himself. He had no knowledge of the bandit leader's strength, but it was reasonable to assume it was no less than Tier 3. Given that the leader had subordinates, he knew he would stand little chance against them. Swiftly, he retreated into the earlier women's clothing store, reasoning that it would be the safest refuge. After all, it was unlikely that bandits would target a shop selling women's apparel. Before long, the sound of footsteps grew increasingly proximate, causing Chen Suian, concealed in the shadows, to feel a slight trepidation. Suddenly, the footsteps outside came to an abrupt halt, followed by a gasp. "Boss, look at how this man's head has been blown apart. Goodness, though I've taken many lives, it's my first time witnessing such a gruesome sight. This is utterly revolting. Boss, could this man in a security uniform be one of our accomplices?" Yet, such injuries could only have been inflicted by Qingyao wielding a spiked club. But why would Qingyao kill the security personnel who were supposed to assist us? Haha, Qingyao has done well, preemptively dealing with those security guards, thus sparing us the need to share our spoils with them. Outside, the burly man with a dark visage gazed at the body of the security guard, his head crushed, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. He had long wished to take action against these guards, thus eliminating the need to distribute their loot. Subsequently, the group led by the dark-faced man lingered not, swiftly departing towards other establishments. From his hidden vantage point, Chen Suian, upon hearing the vanishing footsteps, cautiously peered out, his figure dissolving into a crimson light before vanishing entirely. Not long after the dark-faced man's group had departed, they encountered another body, similarly disfigured, but soon recognized it as that of Heihu. Indeed, Heihu was wearing this color earlier today. Heihu is dead? The dark-faced man's countenance darkened upon seeing the headless corpse. An unsettling realization began to dawn upon him. Someone had slain Heihu, and that earlier guard must have met the same fate at the hands of this individual. With this thought, the dark-faced man fell into contemplation, eventually commanding, "Let us not dwell on this matter for now. Our foremost priority is to gather the valuable treasures and make our exit. As for Heihu's demise, it is simply fate." The scarred-faced man, perplexed, interjected, "Boss, someone has killed Heihu. Shouldn't we seek vengeance? That scoundrel must still be nearby." The dark-faced man cast a sidelong glance at the scarred-faced man and replied coldly, "Our priority is to find valuable items. All else can wait. Moreover, with Wanbage being so vast, locating the one who killed Heihu in a short time is virtually impossible. Our time is limited. We shall not squander it on such matters." Hearing this, the scarred-faced man's eyes darted about, ultimately grinning as he suggested, "Boss, how about I search for him? You all continue hunting for treasures?" In truth, he merely sought to find a woman for a bit of indulgence, while also scouting for valuable items to secretly hoard. As for Heihu's death, it hardly affected him. For someone like him, the occasional loss of a brother was a commonplace occurrence. The dark-faced man regarded the scarred-faced man with surprise. He had not anticipated such an inclination for vengeance from him, recalling that their relationship with Heihu was not particularly close. Yet, it soon became apparent that the scarred-faced man's intentions were less about revenge and more about seeking amusement with women. The dark-faced man did not object, saying, "Very well. Scar, go ahead and search. But be swift. Our time is running short." The scarred-faced man promptly assured, "Rest assured, boss, I shall be quick." The dark-faced man said no more, harboring no concerns that the scarred-faced man might fall short against the one who killed Heihu. For the scarred-faced man had already attained half-step martial master status, making him the second strongest among the bandits. It was prudent to let him track down that individual to avert any unforeseen complications. The other bandits watched the scarred-faced man with envy, wishing to break away from the group for some leisure as well, but the boss would not allow it. Excited, the scarred-faced man departed, eager to enjoy himself in Wanbage. However, the entire establishment appeared deserted, devoid of any human presence, let alone potential companions. Nevertheless, the scarred-faced man surmised that the patrons were merely hiding. Thus the apparent emptiness of Wanbage only heightened his excitement. He relished the thought of playing cat and mouse, eager to witness the expressions of those women when he inevitably found them. Meanwhile, within the hot pot restaurant, Chen Mo, concealed in the shadows, grew increasingly anxious. Her thoughts drifting to Chen Suian. I wonder how my brother Suian is faring? At that moment, several frightened girls clutched at her garments. Sister Chen, I'm scared. Sister Chen, what if those villains find us? Sister Chen, what shall we do if we are discovered? Chapter 39 Hee. Beautiful lady, here I come. Observing the frightened girls beside her, Chen Mo offered words of reassurance. Do not worry. We should be safe. Though the girls remained somewhat anxious, they felt a measure of comfort in her words. Just then, one of the girls tentatively inquired, Sister Chen, what is your relationship with that handsome guy? Could it be that you're a couple? Chen Mo felt her cheeks flush, stammering, something like that. She initially intended to deny it, but upon seeing the admiration in the girl's eyes when Chen Suian was mentioned, she opted to weave a little fib. The girl's eyes dimmed at this revelation, though she managed a forced smile, thinking, Sister Chen is truly fortunate to have such a wonderful boyfriend. Ever since Chen Suian had rescued her, she could not shake the image of his tall figure from her mind. Perhaps this was what they called love at first sight? Yet, when confronted with the exquisite beauty of Chen Mo, she recognized her own shortcomings and felt resigned, especially considering their apparent romantic connection. The other girls, intrigued, whispered amongst themselves, curious about the identity of the one who could win Chen Mo's heart. They were acutely aware of her exceptional qualities. Just moments ago, they had nearly fallen victim to the bandits, only to be saved by Chen Mo's prowess. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she was also exceptionally strong, igniting their curiosity as to which outstanding young man could possibly be her boyfriend. As the girls engaged in hushed conversation, outside the ladies' restroom, the scarred-faced man grinned. The beauties are awaiting me inside. Earlier, while searching, he had passed by the restroom and overheard the soft murmur of the girls' conversation. Were it not for his formidable strength, he would have missed their whispers entirely. With a lascivious smile, the scarred-faced man sauntered toward the ladies' restroom. Inside, Chen Mo immediately detected the approaching footsteps, causing her brow to furrow. She swiftly whispered to the other girls, someone is coming. What? Someone is coming? What do we do? Could it be the bandits? The girls trembled in fear. Chen Mo, however, had no time to address their concerns. She tightened her grip on the flying sword she carried. Just then, a lewd voice echoed, hee, beautiful lady inside, I know you're hiding in there. Let me in for some fun. With that, the footsteps drew nearer. Chen Mo promptly summoned her 2 flying swords, ready to strike should the bandit breach the entrance. The terrified girls, already on edge, stifled their voices, desperately trying not to make a sound. In the next moment, a figure appeared at the restroom entrance, a scarred-faced man. His face twisted into a lewd grin. Upon witnessing this, Chen Mo did not hesitate. She commanded 2 flying swords, which transformed into brilliant blue lights, hurtling towards the suddenly appearing scarred man. The 2 swords moved with astonishing swiftness, reaching the scarred man in the blink of an eye. Instantly, he felt a jolt of alarm within, as he had not anticipated the sudden onslaught of 2 flying swords. However, in the next moment, the scarred man reacted with remarkable speed, channeling a surge of vital energy that enveloped him, and in a flash, his form morphed into a streak of crimson light, narrowly evading the lethal blades. Chen Mo, taken aback by this display, could hardly believe that the bandit was capable of dodging her attack within such a brief span of time. Yet, she had no time to ponder. Swiftly directing her flying swords towards the scarred man once more, the bandit, having successfully evaded her onslaught, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunate for him, his cultivation level surpassed that of this woman, or else he might have faced a fatal fate. As he observed the renewed assault of flying swords, a cold smile crept across his face, and he scoffed, a mere trifling skill, daring to show off. With that, the scarred man brandished his large blade, infusing it with his vital energy, and with a fierce swing, effortlessly sent the approaching swords flying. Chen Mo, witnessing her swords being deflected, felt a grave sense of unease wash over her. She could sense that the bandit's strength far exceeded her own. Moreover, judging by the aura emanating from the scarred man, he did not appear to be an ordinary warrior nor a martial master. This led Chen Mo to deduce that he was likely a half-step martial master. while she was merely a newly ascended second-tier mind master, rendering her at a distinct disadvantage. At that moment, the scarred man's gaze landed on Chen Suian, his eyes lighting up with a fervent gleam. He had never encountered such an exquisite woman before, and to think that at her tender age, she had already reached the tier of a second-tier mind master. Was she not a prodigy? The thought made him grin lewdly. Heaven truly favors me, bestowing such a gem into my path. Feeling the bandit's predatory gaze upon her, Chen Suian felt a chill run down her spine. Yet she resolutely commanded her swords to charge at him once more. She understood that she could not overpower this brigand. All she could do was buy time. In her heart, she anxiously thought, Suian, where are you? If you do not arrive soon, your Suian will be subjected to humiliation. Of course, Chen Suian had already steeled herself for a grim fate. Rather than allow herself to be dishonored by this bandit, she would choose death. Her body could only belong to Suian. As the scarred man faced Chen Suian's assault, he merely chuckled, effortlessly swatting the flying swords away with a few casual strokes. Without hesitation, he charged towards Chen Suian and the other girls, leering as he exclaimed, Beauty, I'm coming for you. Let me enjoy this properly. Upon witnessing this, despair washed over Chen Suian, and she summoned her swords back, preparing to take her own life. Woo-woo. Goodbye, Suian. The other girls also wore expressions of hopelessness, unable to fathom the dire fate that awaited them at the hands of this bandit. The scarred man, now just steps away from Chen Suian, felt a surge of excitement. He was finally going to partake in the pleasures of such a rare beauty. However, in the next instant, his heart raced with terror as he sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. This compelled him to halt and glance back, only to behold a terrifying bolt of lightning slicing through the air towards him. Just as he attempted to defend himself, the thunderous strike obliterated him into a cloud of ash. Chen Suian stood frozen, staring at the unfolding scene, but she quickly regained her composure. A radiant smile illuminating her face, Suian had arrived. Chen Suian, having dispatched the scarred man, breathed a sigh of relief. He was fortunate to have arrived in time, for the consequences would have been dire otherwise. Before he could utter a word, Chen Suian, unable to contain her excitement, leaped into his arms. Her voice tinged with grievance. Suian, you almost didn't get to see Suian. Chapter 40. Damn it, being a bandit is indeed delightful. Feeling the petite form in his embrace, Chen Suian smiled gently, patting Chen Suian's back to soothe her. It's all right. Everything is fine now. He had intended to find Chen Suian and had rushed over upon hearing the commotion inside. As Chen Suian basked in the warmth of his embrace, inexplicably, she found herself reluctant to part. How she wished to remain in Suian's arms forever. The other girls looked on with envious eyes, their hearts imprinted with the image of Chen Suian's tall figure as he saved them. Not to mention his handsome features. How they longed to rush forward and embrace this dashing hero. Yet, they knew they could not compete with Chen Suian, so they could only watch enviously. At that moment, Chen Suian, observing Chen Suian clinging to him, helplessly remarked, All right, Suian, if you don't let go, do you wish to hold on forever? The moment Chen Suian, still relishing Chen Suian's warm embrace, heard his words, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly released him, stammering shyly, I didn't mean to. Chen Suian, ignoring her bashfulness, began to contemplate. He had already taken down 7 or 8 bandits, and the remaining ones had congregated together. He realized it would be impossible to eliminate them one by one. Rubbing his hair thoughtfully, he concluded that he would have to follow the group of bandits and look for an opportunity to strike. As for concerns about the bandits harming others, he felt little worry, as it seemed all other bandits from the Wanbao Pavilion had already been dealt with. All right, Suian, you all stay here. There's no need to worry about other bandits. I've taken care of them, Chen Suian said with a calm gaze directed at Chen Suian. Though she felt some apprehension, Chen Suian did not discourage him, merely expressing her concern. Suian, please be careful. Chen Suian understood that she could not deter Chen Suian. Even if she wished to assist, she felt powerless. After all, she had struggled against the previous bandit and could hardly contend with the others. Her presence would only serve to complicate matters for Chen Suian, so she resolved to wait for his return. Chen Suian turned and waved his hand, reassuring her, Don't worry, I'll be fine. Once outside, he set about searching for the bandits' whereabouts and soon spotted them in a cultivator's shop, filling sacks with goods. Some bandits even consumed cultivation pills, which made Chen Suian, who was observing from the shadows, envious. Damn it, being a bandit is indeed delightful. They get to enjoy the spoils for free, Chen Suian thought to himself while hiding. However, it was just a passing thought. He had no intention of truly becoming a bandit, as he cherished a tranquil life. Working during the day and enjoying a bottle of soda after hours was far more appealing than a life of crime. Speaking of taking it easy, he mused that he had been rather dedicated, even spending his holiday outsmarting bandits. Inside the cultivator's shop, a burly man with a dark complexion observed the sluggish movements of the bandits and grumbled irritably. Hurry it up. Anything in here is worth thousands. Do you know you're just picking up money? Move faster. Yes, boss. We're on it. The other bandits responded, quickening their pace at his urging. and before long, the shop's resources were completely cleared out. Each bandit was laden with bundles, and upon witnessing this, the burly man with a dark complexion prepared to retreat. However, he soon realized that the scar-faced brute, who had been absent for quite some time, had yet to return. This stirred a sense of anger within the dark-faced man. Damn it! How can that scar-faced fool still be playing around after I told him to hurry back? Is he not afraid of the law? Little did he know that the scar-faced man had already been eliminated and would not be returning. As the dark-faced man stewed in his frustration, a sudden wail of a child pierced the air from outside the shop. "Wah! Daddy, Mommy, where are you?" Instantly, this drew the attention of the dark-faced man and his fellow bandits. Outside, a small boy was crying inconsolably, having witnessed his parents being assaulted by villains, and he was urged to flee by them. Now lost and unaware of his parents' whereabouts, the boy's cries resonated deeply. In the shadows, Chen Suian observed the scene silently, pondering the uncanny connection he seemed to share with the child, especially at such a critical moment. The already irritable dark-faced man, upon hearing the child's cries, felt further vexed and gestured to his accomplices. "Go, take care of that little brat. He's driving me insane." The other bandits chuckled in response. "No problem, boss." To them, killing a child was as inconsequential as slaughtering a chicken or a dog, devoid of any moral burden. Soon, two of the bandits, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles, approached the sobbing boy, discussing amongst themselves how bothersome the child's cries were, contemplating whether to silence him with a swift blade or to toy with him for a while. Hearing their conversation, Chen Suian sighed. Let death come, then. Although he could have hidden and waited for the bandits to leave, he found it impossible to stand idly by while a young life was extinguished before his eyes. He could not bear the thought of being a mere observer to such tragedy, fearing it would haunt him for a lifetime. Thus, without further hesitation, he transformed into a streak of lightning and charged toward the two bandits. The moment Chen Suian appeared, both bandits took notice, as did the dark-faced man and the remaining 3 bandits inside the shop. However, before the 2 bandits could react, Chen Suian was already upon them. Without allowing them a moment to speak, he swung his wolf-tooth club in a sweeping motion, instantly crushing their organs with a single blow. Though he had just dispatched 2 bandits of martial prowess, Chen Suian felt no joy, for the dark-faced man and the 3 remaining bandits were now fully aware of his presence. Unperturbed, Chen Suian discarded the wolf-tooth club and retrieved one of the fallen bandit's straight blades, brandishing it with a flourish. A blade is far more effective. If wielding the club allowed him to unleash 80% of his potential, then with the blade, he could harness his full capabilities. After all, his martial arts and skills were intricately linked to the blade, and he had been a blade wielder for many years. Chapter 41, A Fierce Battle. The dark-faced man, having witnessed the events unfold, was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. What the hell? This kid just killed Old 6 and Old 8? The remaining 3 bandits were roused by his exclamation, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is there really someone brave enough to kill our brothers in front of us? This kid must not know how to write death. Old 6 and Old 8 are gone just like that?" Enraged, the dark-faced man waved his hand at the other bandits. Get rid of this kid. He deduced that this young man might very well be the one responsible for the demise of Black Tiger. And with the loss of 2 of his brothers, his fury soared. The remaining 3 bandits seized their weapons and charged at Chen Suian, their bodies radiating powerful energy. Sensing the surge of their chi, Chen Suian's expression turned serious, realizing that among them were 3 late-stage martial artists, not to mention a bandit leader of no lesser caliber than a martial master. Meanwhile, the dark-faced man unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, overpowering the aura emanating from the 3 bandits and advancing toward Chen Suian with astonishing force. The dark-faced man recognized that Chen Suian's abilities were extraordinary, otherwise, he would not have been able to eliminate his 2 subordinates so swiftly. Thus, he had no intention of holding back, preparing to join forces with his 3 lackeys to eliminate this threat. Facing the overwhelming pressure from the dark-faced man, Chen Suian furrowed his brow. He could sense that this was an aura belonging to a mid-stage martial master. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he felt it would be challenging to contend with a mid-stage martial master. However, in light of the circumstances, he saw no alternative but to fight. Yet, before confronting the dark-faced man, he needed to eliminate the martial artists who posed an immediate threat. Kill. Avenge Old 6 and Old 8. The foremost bandit charged at Chen Suian with a large blade, brimming with ferocity. Chen Suian, seeing this, smiled, grateful for the opportunity presented to him. With that, he became a flash of lightning, hurtling toward the leading bandit. In an instant, the once fierce bandit found his head severed from his body, dropping lifelessly to the ground. Confusion etched upon his features as he failed to comprehend his abrupt demise. This swift execution caused the 2 remaining bandits, who had been lagging behind, to slam on the brakes, inwardly relieved they had not charged forward like their unfortunate comrade, or they too would have met a swift end. Yet, before they could celebrate their narrow escape, Chen Suian, the harbinger of death, was upon them once more. Terrified, the 2 bandits turned and fled, crying out for the dark-faced man, "Boss, help." The dark-faced man's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated the fragility of his subordinates. Yet, he was determined not to let them perish so easily. Just as he prepared to intervene, Chen Suian struck, claiming yet another life, leaving 3 bandits lifeless on the ground. Witnessing this, the dark-faced man's fury ignited like wildfire. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Chen Suian, his expression darkening to a near blackness. Veins bulging as his breath quickened. In the next moment, he bellowed, "You seek death, you little brat." As he spoke, a terrifying energy surged from his body, the sheer pressure shattering the floor tiles beneath him. Chen Suian, recognizing the imminent threat posed by the enraged, dark-faced man, did not dare underestimate him. Seizing the opportunity, he launched an offensive, employing the Gale Blade technique. The blade struck like a tempest, relentlessly aiming toward the dark-faced man. The dark-faced man merely scoffed, raising his spear and channeling dark red energy into it. Soon, the spear glimmered ominously, the crimson light intensifying as the dark-faced man infused it with his chi. "Kid, this is a B-grade weapon. You're as good as dead," he declared, swinging his spear as blossoms of deadly strikes cascaded toward the relentless onslaught of the Gale Blade technique. With just a few breaths, Chen Suian's martial skills were effortlessly neutralized. It appeared that the burly man with the dark face was merely executing a few casual strikes without exerting his full strength. At this moment, Chen Suian's expression was gravely serious, for he had not anticipated that this bandit would possess a B-rank weapon. Coupled with the bandit's mid-level martial artist prowess, it was entirely possible that he could contend with a peak mid-level martial artist. Indeed, B-rank weapons were formidable. Possessing one allowed even those several realms above oneself to be easily dealt with. The primary advantage of a B-rank weapon was its capacity to significantly enhance the power of martial techniques or skills while simultaneously reducing the consumption of one's vitality. Of course, each B-rank weapon was worth millions, with top-tier B-rank weapons potentially exceeding tens of millions in value. Note: weapon ranks range from F to SSS. Chen Suian truly did not expect a bandit to possess such a weapon. This was indeed an extraordinary circumstance. He was already at a disadvantage. And now the odds were even more stacked against him. Before Chen Suian could contemplate further, the dark-faced man had already begun to unleash a flurry of attacks with his spear directed at him. Chen Suian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time and activated his strongest trump card, the SSS tier ability, Thunder God, S9 Heavens. A vast amount of vitality was immediately channeled into the thunder, and even the glimmer of lightning flickered in his eyes. In an instant, the dark-faced man's onslaught was thwarted. However, Chen Suian's face grew pale, as the terrifying impact had left his arm numb. The dark-faced man, upon witnessing the surge of ability emanating from Chen Suian, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man would be a lightning element wielder. Yet, this revelation did not deter him from his intent to eliminate Chen Suian. Regardless of the lightning abilities, he would still kill him. With that thought, the dark-faced man stepped forward, causing the floor tiles of the shopping mall to crack underfoot, as if the entire building trembled. In the next moment, he lunged toward Chen Suian, his spear thrusting forward. "Kid, prepare to die." The dark-faced man's speed was astonishing, seemingly leaving Chen Suian no time to react. Fortunately, Chen Suian had been on guard and immediately unleashed his most powerful strike, the Divine Thunder Slash. At this point, he no longer cared about conserving his ability. If he failed to withstand this blow, his life would surely be forfeit. Chapter 42, Attribute Points Breakthrough. A terrifying, dragon-like blade of thunder appeared out of thin air, cleaving toward the charging dark-faced man. The sight caused the man's expression to shift, as the aura of thunder emanating from Chen Suian instilled a sense of threat within him. Instantly, the vitality within him surged toward his spear, amplifying its menacing power. In a brief moment, the two forces collided. A resounding boom echoed through the air as Chen Suian's Divine Thunder Slash was shattered for the first time. Yet it also thwarted the dark-faced man's strike. The man's countenance darkened as he gripped his spear tightly. He could hardly believe that his repeated assaults had been repelled. After all, he was a mid-level martial artist, and with the assistance of a B-rank weapon, how could he not subdue a mere boy? With a cold snort, the dark-faced man resolved to employ a martial technique, as a relentless surge of vitality erupted from him toward his spear once more, this time in even greater quantity. Chen Suian, recognizing the imminent danger, could not allow the dark-faced man to unleash this attack, which would undoubtedly be far more potent than before. Without hesitation, he launched another Divine Thunder Slash toward the dark-faced man. In consideration of safety, Chen Suian gritted his teeth and executed yet another Divine Thunder Slash. By this point, his abilities were nearly depleted, leaving his complexion somewhat wan. The dark-faced man, now prepared to unleash his martial technique, realized he had to hastily respond to Chen Suian's two fearsome slashes, sweeping through the armies. With that proclamation, he swung his spear in a sweeping motion, sending forth a crescent-like attack extending 5 meters towards the two Divine Thunder Slashes. As the two forces collided, a tremendous sound erupted, and the shockwave shattered the surrounding tiles, causing the entire floor to tremble. The fierce clash stirred up a cloud of dust, obscuring Chen Suian's view of the dark-faced man. However, it was highly likely that the dark-faced man remained unharmed. Realizing this, Chen Suian immediately communicated with the system in his mind. System, allocate all attribute points to enhance my abilities. Moments later, the mechanical voice of the system responded, ding. 4,000 attribute points deducted. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the second tier, third stage. In the next instant, Chen Suian felt an overwhelming surge of ability within him, increasing exponentially by the second, until finally, he heard a satisfying crack as he successfully broke through 2 minor realms. This filled him with immense joy, not solely because of the sudden advancement, but due to the restoration and enhancement of his abilities to their peak. Indeed, a breakthrough in my abilities allows for a full recovery. Chen Suian had previously suspected this. Otherwise, he would not have dared to exhaust all his abilities at once. Just as Chen Suian was reveling in his breakthrough, he suddenly sensed a lethal threat approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively raised his blade and executed a divine thunder slash. In an instant, he repelled the dark-faced man who had emerged from the smoke, wounding him in the process. The dark-faced man stared incredulously at the shallow cut on his chest. How could he feel that this boy's attack had grown significantly stronger? Seizing the opportunity while the dark-faced man was momentarily stunned, Chen Suian swiftly transitioned into the Gale Blade technique. A series of slicing strikes, akin to a raging wind, surged toward the dark-faced man. The dark-faced man, regaining his composure, regarded the Gale Blade technique with disdainful laughter. For some reason, facing Chen Suian's terrifying thunderous blade seemed far more intimidating than confronting this Gale Blade technique, which he now perceived as feeble. He raised his spear, intending to casually deflect the Gale Blade technique with a few strikes. However, at that moment, an unexpected divine thunder slash emerged amidst the flurry of the Gale Blade technique. Caught off guard, the dark-faced man was once again struck by the sudden attack. This time, due to his underestimation, he lost an arm. Who would have imagined that a divine thunder slash would unexpectedly arise from the midst of the Gale Blade technique? The dark-faced man, now missing an arm, was drenched in cold sweat, blood pouring from him like a waterfall. Yet, he did not scream nor panic. Instead, he regarded Chen Suian with a calm demeanor. Fortunately, the severed arm was not the one holding the spear. Otherwise, his combat prowess would have been severely diminished. Chen Suian would not squander the opportunity to take advantage of his opponent's misfortune. After landing a successful strike, he continued to unleash the Gale Blade technique. The dark-faced man, seeing the Gale Blade technique, instinctively believed it concealed that terrifying thunderous blade, and thus he unleashed his martial technique without reservation to sweep it away. However, he soon realized that there was no formidable strike hidden within the Gale Blade technique. Rapidly, he comprehended that he had been outsmarted. Chen Suian, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle. His intention was to deplete the dark-faced man's vitality. Furthermore, he could continue to catch the dark-faced man off guard. When the dark-faced man believed Chen Suian had unleashed the divine thunder slash, he had not. When he thought Chen Suian had refrained from using it, it would indeed be the dark-faced man's demise. As Chen Suian contemplated this, he lifted his blade and continued to unleash the Fury Wind Blade technique, simultaneously shouting, "Behold, divine thunder slash." The dark-faced man, startled, mistakenly believed that within this Fury Wind Blade technique lay yet another divine thunder slash, prompting him to execute a sweeping counterattack. However, there was no divine thunder slash, leaving the dark-faced man even more vexed. Having been deceived twice already, he vowed not to fall for such tricks again. Determined to take the initiative, he resolved not to remain passive. Yet, in the next moment, the Fury Wind Blade struck again. The dark-faced man scoffed. Did he truly think him a fool? Would he be so easily tricked again? Thus, he prepared to shatter the Fury Wind Blade with ease, only to suddenly realize that concealed within it was indeed a divine thunder slash. Alarmed, the dark-faced man wasted no time and unleashed his most formidable technique. His spear shot forth like a dragon. The tip of the spear instantly coalesced into a massive, dark red blood dragon, stretching an impressive 7 meters. The blood dragon roared and surged toward the Fury Wind Blade and the hidden divine thunder slash. In mere moments, all of Chen Suian's attacks were obliterated, and the blood dragon still had enough strength to lunge towards him. A triumphant expression crossed the dark-faced man's features. The boy was doomed. However, he soon discovered that the Chen Suian who had once stood before him had inexplicably vanished. The blood dragon struck nothing but air. Just as the dark-faced man pondered Chen Suian's whereabouts, a chill ran down his spine. Not good. With swift reflexes, he turned to look behind him. As expected, he beheld 3 5-meter-long divine thunder slashes. His pupils constricted in horror, and he barely managed to shout, "No." Chapter 43, The Genius Training Camp? The terrifying purple lightning swiftly engulfed the dark-faced man, his screams echoing in the wake of its ferocity. After an indeterminate time, the violet tempest gradually dissipated, revealing the desolate ground below, ravaged by the thunder. The dark-faced man had likely been reduced to naught but ash, leaving only his B-grade spear unscathed. With everything resolved, Chen Suian sighed in relief. Fortunately, his prior efforts to accumulate attribute points had borne fruit, or he might have met with disaster here. A day later. Within the office of the director of the Guardian Bureau, Chen Suian looked helplessly at the duo seated before him, Luo Tianyi and Li Hu. Honestly, you've already asked me about this matter twice. Is it truly necessary to inquire yet again? After dispatching the bandits, Chen Suian had sought a way to dispel the barrier and subsequently called for the Guardian Bureau to handle the aftermath. Following this, he was subjected to a routine interrogation. As such significant events warranted a thorough understanding of the circumstances. Li Hu, seated in his chair, chuckled awkwardly upon hearing Chen Suian's words. Given the gravity of the situation, we naturally must confirm the details once more. He paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, if what you claim is indeed accurate, then you have accomplished a great feat. Surely, rewards will be forthcoming. Initially exasperated, Chen Suian's eyes brightened at the mention of rewards. Oh, if only I had known. I could recount this incident 10 times over without hesitation. The tale began on a bright and sunny morning. Luo Tianyi, usually expressionless, felt her head spinning from Chen Suian's incessant chatter and coldly interjected, "Get to the point." Taken aback by the sudden interruption, Chen Suian cast a surprised glance at Luo Tianyi, inwardly thinking, "This fierce woman dares to cut me off. I'll ensure she learns why flowers bloom so beautifully." Nevertheless, he dutifully recounted the events concerning the Wanbao Pavilion. After hearing Chen Suian's account, Li Hu gazed at him in astonishment. "You pretended to be a bandit and eliminated several of them? And when discovered, you managed to turn the tables. You even dispatched the mid-stage Grandmaster bandit wielding a B-grade weapon?" Facing Li Hu's astonishment, Chen Suian nodded nonchalantly. "Yes, this is something I have repeated numerous times." Even Luo Tianyi, who usually maintained her composure, displayed a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated Chen Suian's strength to surpass her expectations. Moreover, Luo Tianyi felt an increasing fondness for Chen Suian, recognizing that he discerned right from wrong amidst significant matters. Although he often slacked off at work, when it came time to step up, he would not hesitate. Not to mention, his ability to single-handedly eliminate so many bandits was something even a genuine mid-stage martial artist would struggle to achieve. Reflecting on this, Luo Tianyi regarded Chen Suian with softened eyes and remarked, "Director Li, I believe Chen Suian's account holds merit. It aligns with the circumstances reported at the scene." Li Hu nodded in agreement. He too believed that Chen Suian was unlikely to lie. Thus he spoke up. "All right, young man, I will report this incident. Rest assured, rewards will be forthcoming, and you have indeed accomplished a great deed. Without your intervention, it is likely that none would have survived at the Wanbao Pavilion." As he spoke, Li Hu regarded Chen Suian with immense satisfaction. The recent events had been more tumultuous than usual, but thankfully, there had been no significant casualties. All thanks to Chen Suian's efforts. Hearing that rewards awaited him, Chen Suian grinned broadly. "Hee, it's all in service of the people." Upon witnessing Chen Suian's avaricious demeanor, Luo Tianyi couldn't help but smile faintly. He truly was an amusing character. After some light-hearted conversation, Li Hu dismissed Chen Suian. Naturally, he departed without delay, humming a cheerful tune as he exited. Once Chen Suian was gone, Li Hu turned to Luo Tianyi with a smug expression. "Little Luo, don't you think he is quite impressive? You've seen his performance these days, right? This is precisely why I fought to keep him on board." Speaking of Chen Suian, he had encountered a cult attack within a month of joining the Guardian Bureau. During that incident, he had bravely stepped forward to thwart the cult, minimizing the casualties among the populace. At this moment, Li Hu seemed lost in thought, his expression growing complex as he murmured to Luo Tianyi. "I still remember when I arrived and found him covered in blood. It was then I realized the kind of person Chen Suian truly is. Though he enjoys slacking off at work, when darkness descends, he is always the first to stand up." Listening to this, Luo Tianyi's expression mirrored his complexity. It was clear that one could not simply judge by appearances. Some individuals who seemed ill-natured could actually possess great virtue. Chen Suian was an embodiment of this paradox, appearing rather lackadaisical on the surface, yet rising to the occasion when danger loomed. Observing Luo Tianyi lost in thought, Li Hu recognized that his words had successfully altered her perception of Chen Suian. With this realization, Li Hu spoke again. "Little Luo, I know you hail from the Luo family in the capital, and you surely have the means to facilitate Chen Suian's entry into the genius training camp, correct?" Luo Tianyi, still in contemplation, cast a surprised glance at Li Hu. "You wish for Chen Suian to join the genius training camp of the Guardian Bureau?" Li Hu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. You previously mentioned that Chen Suian is a lightning element ability user, which sparked this idea. If that young lad, Chen Suian, were to gain entry into the genius training camp, his future would undoubtedly be resplendent, for nearly all who emerge from such a prestigious institution ascend to high ranks within the Guardian Division. However, the threshold for admission to the genius training camp is exceedingly high. For those with supernatural abilities, an A-grade power is required, alongside a cultivation level of at least Tier 3. As for consciousness masters, they must possess a refined personal weapon, also necessitating a Tier 3 cultivation level. Warriors, on the other hand, must master an A-grade martial skill to a degree of minor accomplishment. with the same Tier 3 prerequisite. Alas, it appears that Suian does not quite meet these criteria, and as you know, Xiao Luo, there remains but half a year until the camp opens. It is improbable that Suian will reach the necessary standards within this time frame, thus barring him from entering the genius training camp. If he must wait for the next opportunity, it will be 4 years hence. 4 years is an interminable span that could set Suian back considerably. Hence, I implore you, Xiao Luo, to assist this young man. Chapter 44. Alas, it was never my intention to slack off. My true desire is to grow stronger. Upon finishing his statement, Li Hu regarded Luo Tianyi with an anxious expression, fearful of her refusal. Indeed, he has fretted greatly over Suian's prospects. After contemplating Li Hu's words, Luo Tianyi fell silent. Deep in thought, given Chen Suian's qualifications, it is evident that he does not qualify for the genius training camp. She has been closely observing his performance these past few days. Chen Suian has truly fulfilled his duties within the Guardian Division, consistently placing himself at the forefront during calamities. After a lengthy deliberation, Luo Tianyi finally spoke, her lips curling slightly. I shall take it upon myself to ensure Chen Suian's entry into the genius training camp. Li Hu's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Excellent. Thank you, Xiao Luo. After dealing with this matter, Chen Suian made his way to the training room of Team 2, ready to indulge in some leisure, oblivious to Li Hu's efforts on his behalf. He was equally unaware of Luo Tianyi's intention to assist him. Upon pushing open the door to the training room, he beheld Zhao Zilong engaged in training and Tian Xingzhan absorbed in a game. Everything appeared as it always did. As Chen Suian prepared to recline on the sofa, Zhao Zilong, noticing his entrance, immediately set aside his training and rushed over, excitement radiating from him. Brother Chen, did you really single-handedly defeat the robbers from Wanbao Pavilion? I heard there were 2 martial masters among them. Observing Zhao Zilong's enthusiasm, Chen Suian maintained his composure and nodded. Indeed, they were merely martial masters, easily dealt with. He allowed himself a moment of bravado, though he had nearly been slain by the leader of those robbers. Surprisingly, Zhao Zilong did not doubt him. Instead, gazing at Chen Suian with admiration. Brother Chen, you've been concealing your strength all along. How could you keep this from me? Initially, Zhao Zilong had believed himself to be significantly stronger than Chen Suian, only to discover that he was mistaken. Just then, Lu Pangpang emerged from the shadows. Casting a mournful glance at Chen Suian, Brother Chen, we agreed to slack off together. How did you become so strong? Upon hearing that Chen Suian had defeated all the robbers alone, Lu Pangpang felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath him. He was clearly frightened for his brother's well-being and worried about the disparity in their fates. Noticing Lu Pangpang's woeful expression, Chen Suian awkwardly scratched his nose. His progress was due to system rewards, naturally propelling him to greater heights. However, he quickly patted Lu Pangpang on the shoulder in a comforting manner. Fatty, put in some effort, don't slack off at work. If you do, perhaps you can keep pace with me. With that, Chen Suian stood with his hands clasped behind his back and gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, lamenting, alas, it was never my intention to slack off. My true desire is to grow stronger. Chen Suian spoke the truth. He did not wish to idle away his time. But the system's bountiful rewards were simply too enticing. Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced by Chen Suian's feigned nonchalance. They knew all too well who was perpetually slacking off at work. Yet, this did inspire Lu Pangpang. Brother Chen, you're right. I can't afford to slack off any longer. I must strive to surpass you. To this, Chen Suian waved dismissively, encouraging him to pursue his aspirations. Internally, however, he mused, what a joke. No matter how hard the fatty tries, he could never surpass someone with my advantages. Zhao Zilong, witnessing Lu Pangpang's newfound determination, felt a pang of urgency. Originally intending to engage in a bit of secret competition, he realized that even the strongest member of Team 2 was now striving harder. He resolved to push himself even further. After sharing a few motivational words with Lu Pangpang, Chen Suian settled onto the sofa, ready to indulge in leisure once more. Oh, the sweet prospect of idleness awaited. The next moment, the familiar notification from the system echoed in his mind. Tian Xingzhan, who had been gaming nearby, glanced at the reclining Chen Suian in surprise. He had not anticipated Chen Suian's prowess to be so formidable, capable of defeating even martial masters. Moreover, facing a dozen fierce bandits alone and emerging unscathed demonstrated that Chen Suian's strength was indeed remarkable. This realization instilled in Tian Xingzhan a sense of impending competition. Would his title as the strongest of Team 2 be usurped? Should he not put in the effort as well? With this thought, Tian Xingzhan reluctantly stowed away his phone and headed toward the training area, resolved to train diligently. Observing this scene, Chen Suian scratched his head in confusion. How peculiar. Tian Xingzhan was actually training instead of gaming? Since joining Team 2, Chen Suian had never witnessed Tian Xingzhan engage in training, which struck him as odd. Even the others were baffled, unable to fathom why Tian Xingzhan had suddenly decided to train. Seeing the heightened sense of urgency in Zhao Zilong, he thought, if even the strongest member of Team 2 is putting in the effort, I must work harder. Thus, Zhao Zilong decided to forego sleep that night, determined to secretly exert himself and dazzle everyone with his progress. Consequently, the training room was left with only the lounging Chen Suian. This solitude felt somewhat disconcerting to him. He had grown accustomed to the company of Tian Xingzhan and Lu Pangpang, yet now both had chosen to strive for improvement. Nonetheless, this did not deter Chen Suian from his idleness. As long as he could slack off and reap rewards, he would grow stronger without the burden of arduous effort. For several days, this pattern continued, with Chen Suian indulging in leisure. However, the good times were not to last, as Luo Tianyi appeared in the training room at an unforeseen moment. Upon spotting the reclining Chen Suian, she sighed in exasperation. She believed that Chen Suian possessed considerable talent and should be exerting himself rather than constantly seeking ways to slack off. Noticing Luo Tianyi, Chen Suian instinctively stood up, apprehensive that the formidable woman might be there to reprimand him. To his surprise, however, Luo Tianyi was not there to chastise him, but rather to bestow rewards upon him. The events surrounding the Wanbao Pavilion incident had been reported by Director Li, and the higher-ups had decided to commend him for his actions. Luo Tianyi regarded Chen Suian with her signature icy demeanor. Yet, Chen Suian paid little heed to her frosty expression, well aware that this was her usual countenance, seemingly devoid of other emotions. At that moment, Chen Suian's primary concern was the nature of the rewards he might receive. In the training room, all others paused their exercises, their curious gazes fixated on Luo Tianyi, eager to discern what rewards Chen Suian would receive for his remarkable achievements. Chapter 45. How adorable. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Luo Tianyi spoke in a cool, measured tone. The higher-ups have decided to award you a second-class merit. Your rank will be elevated to lieutenant. Additionally, you will receive a reward of 30,000 points. Moreover, you will have the opportunity to learn an A-class martial skill. Upon hearing this, the audience was left in stunned disbelief, their mouths agape, including Chen Suian himself. The bounty was overwhelmingly generous. Merely the chance to learn an A-class martial skill was enough to incite envy, let alone the 30,000 points. 30,000 points. In monetary terms, that equated to 300,000 yuan. Furthermore, the second-class merit was a coveted accolade that many longed for but could not attain. While the promotion in rank was noteworthy, the members of the second squad were not particularly astonished, as they had all already achieved the rank of lieutenant. It is worth mentioning that the Guardian Division is directly affiliated with the military, and thus its personnel typically hold military ranks, which tend to correspond with their positions. Upon hearing the announcement of these rewards, Chen Suian couldn't help but rub his hands together with glee, exclaiming, "I've struck it rich." Noticing Chen Suian's gleeful demeanor, Luo Tianyi shook her head and admonished, "Chen Suian, do not become complacent. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence." "Of course, Luo Jia." Chen Suian replied without a moment's hesitation. If he were to encounter bandits again, he would charge forward without question, driven solely by the prospect of rewards. When Luo Tianyi heard Chen Suian refer to her as Luo Jia once more, she chose not to comment further, continuing in her cool voice, "Very well. The 30,000 points and the opportunity to learn the A-class martial skill have been credited to your identity badge. You may exchange them at the resource repository later. However, you must come to my office after work. I will present you with your second-class medal." Chen Suian had no objections. Understood. With that, Luo Tianyi concluded the matter and turned to leave, leaving the others exchanging glances in disbelief. Finally, Lu Pangpang gleefully addressed Chen Suian, exclaiming, "Chen Ge, you're going to strike it big. You even have a chance to learn an A-class martial skill." Zhao Zilong looked at Chen Suian with envy, saying, "Chen Ge, this time you've received 30,000 points as a reward. Just imagine what you could exchange for." Faced with the admiration of his peers, Chen Suian waved his hand dismissively, claiming, "It's merely a trifling reward. Is there really any need for such excitement?" The crowd was left perplexed. Who was it that had been the most excited just moments before? The time for the workday to end passed swiftly. Chen Suian felt as though it had been no time at all before he was off the clock. This time, upon finishing work, he did not hurry home, but instead cheerfully hummed a tune as he made his way to Luo Tianyi's office. Before long, Chen Suian arrived at Luo Tianyi's office and politely knocked on the door. "Knock, knock. Luo Jia, may I come in?" However, there was no response from within. Chen Suian gently knocked again, saying, "Luo Jia, if you remain silent, I'm coming in." Still receiving no answer, Chen Suian decided not to wait any longer and prepared to open the door to see if Luo Tianyi was inside. As he turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, he was greeted by the sight of Luo Tianyi, resembling a sleeping beauty, peacefully reclined on the office sofa. Her silky, long hair cascaded over the sofa, and her slightly closed eyes resembled those of a princess in slumber, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, as if whispering secrets of her dreams. Her complexion was as fair as snow, delicate and smooth, reminiscent of finely crafted jade, radiating an enchanting sheen. Every inch of her skin appeared to have been meticulously polished and sculpted, without a single flaw. As Chen Suian beheld the tranquil scene before him, his heart skipped a beat. He had only ever seen Luo Tianyi's cold demeanor. He had never witnessed such a gentle sight of her sleeping so sweetly. With this thought, a smile crept onto Chen Suian's lips. If he were to capture this moment of Luo Tianyi in slumber, it would surely be amusing once she awoke. However, he quickly reconsidered. Should he actually go through with it, he feared he would face the wrath of a tiger mother. Entering the office, Chen Suian did not disturb the sleeping Luo Tianyi, but instead found a chair nearby, quietly admiring her adorable appearance. Before long, Luo Tianyi's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, unaware of Chen Suian sitting beside her. In the next moment, she sat up like a sweet and obedient little girl, rubbing her eyes. Witnessing this, Chen Suian thought to himself that Luo Tianyi looked incredibly cute at that moment. He felt an irresistible urge to pat her head. With that thought in mind, he could not suppress the temptation and extended his hand towards her small head. Just as he patted her head, akin to petting a dog, Luo Tianyi was instantly bewildered. Who dared to touch her head? When she looked up, she saw Chen Suian grinning at her, and her expression immediately turned icy, a chilling aura radiating from her. Feeling the sudden chill, Chen Suian's heart raced, and a single thought crossed his mind. I'm finished. In that fleeting moment, his mind raced, and before Luo Tianyi could retaliate, he quickly exclaimed, Luo Jia, I merely thought there was something on your head, and wanted to help you remove it. Please don't misunderstand. Naturally, Luo Tianyi was not swayed by Chen Suian's flimsy excuse. She had distinctly felt his hand on her head. If this incident were to reach the ears of the privileged youth in the capital, they would undoubtedly make him suffer greatly. After all, many a noble youth had pursued Luo Tianyi without so much as a touch, while Chen Suian had audaciously dared to pat her head. Although Luo Tianyi was somewhat angered, she refrained from striking him. Instead, she warned in a cold, fierce tone, next time you touch my head, you might find yourself without a hand. Upon hearing Luo Tianyi's fierce threat, Chen Suian awkwardly chuckled. He had no idea why he had instinctively reached out his hand just then. Thankfully, he was not met with a blow from the tiger mother. Otherwise, he doubted his small frame could withstand it. That said, he had to admit, Luo Tianyi's little head was indeed delightful to pat, much like that of a dog. If Luo Tianyi were to discover Chen Suian's thoughts, there would be no need for further words. She would undoubtedly send him straight to the hospital. After delivering her warning, Luo Tianyi returned to her previous icy demeanor and stood up, saying, Wait here, I'll retrieve your reward. Without waiting for Chen Suian's response, she approached the office desk and began rummaging through it. Before long, she produced a red box and handed it to Chen Suian, stating, This contains your second-class medal. Keep it safe. Chen Suian opened the box to find a gleaming golden medal nestled within. After a brief glance, he closed the box and bid farewell, saying, Goodbye, Luo Jia. Once Chen Suian departed, Luo Tianyi's expression became complex. It dawned on her that it was her first time allowing a boy other than her father to touch her head. Reflecting on this, Luo Tianyi felt a twinge of regret for not having given Chen Suian a proper beating. Chapter 46. You are still my master. Upon exiting, Chen Suian did not return home. Instead, he made his way toward the Guardian Division's resource repository. He intended to redeem his 30,000 points and take advantage of the opportunity to learn an A-class martial skill. Soon, Chen Suian arrived at the resource repository of the Guardian office. Before him stood an edifice soaring several dozen meters high, resembling a colossal tower that seemed to pierce the heavens, as if it were intertwined with the very sky itself. This architectural marvel boasted a distinctive design and graceful lines, emanating an aura of solemnity and mystique. Constructed from robust stone, its surface was adorned with exquisite reliefs and intricate patterns, showcasing an ancient and masterful craftsmanship. Under the sun's embrace, the tower glimmered with a soft radiance, rendering it exceptionally resplendent. From a distance, this tower-like structure appeared as a giant standing guard over the tranquility of the land. As Chen Suian drew closer, he observed numerous windows and doorways etched into the tower's facade, hinting at the mysteries contained within. Although it was not his first visit, he could not help but be awestruck. This tower, rumored to have been erected prior to the establishment of the Guardian office, boasted a history spanning nearly several centuries. Without lingering too long, Chen Suian strode purposefully toward the resource repository. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed an elderly gentleman reclined in a rocking chair, engrossed in a live broadcast, who also acknowledged Chen Suian's arrival. At that moment, the old man's phone emitted a sweet female voice. Thank you, Grandpa Lin. For the sports car? Thank you, Grandpa Lin. Sending love. Chen Suian's expression turned peculiar as he thought to himself, this old man truly has no shame. Meanwhile, the elderly man, hearing the streamer's words, broke into a grin, revealing the few remaining yellowed teeth he possessed, chuckling, Oh, sweetie, Grandpa loves you too. In that instant, Chen Suian nearly stumbled in shock. However, he dared not offend this seemingly unremarkable old man, for in the novels he had read, those who guarded such critical places as the resource repository possessed formidable powers. Moreover, Chen Suian surmised that anyone capable of safeguarding such a vast repository was undoubtedly a master in their own right. With this thought in mind, Chen Suian stealthily approached the old man from behind, Curious to discover what sort of streamer could entice him to spend his pension, he beheld a captivating female streamer, clad in revealing attire and possessing an alluring figure, dancing fervently, eliciting occasional displays of the old man's yellowed teeth. Chen Suian couldn't help but nod in silent agreement, recognizing the old man's taste. Of course, he only planned to observe for a brief moment before waking the entranced elder. With that resolve, he cleared his throat a few times to catch the man's attention. Ahem. However, the old man remained fixated on the streamer, not glancing at Chen Suian as he remarked over his shoulder, "Young man, no need to clear your throat. I've been aware of your presence for quite some time. If you wish to exchange something, simply go inside and deduct the points from your identity token upon your exit." Chen Suian was taken aback by this revelation. He had assumed the old man was oblivious to his presence, yet it turned out he had been aware all along. However, this was not entirely surprising, as the elder was indeed a master and could surely sense the slightest disturbances around him. Nodding in understanding, Chen Suian recalled his opportunity to learn an A-grade martial technique and inquired, "Grandpa, I have one chance to learn an A-grade martial technique. May I simply find a book on A-grade martial techniques inside?" The old man, still watching the energetic dance on his phone, cast a surprised glance at Chen Suian and replied, "You have a chance to learn an A-grade martial technique? Is there a problem, Grandpa?" Chen Suian tilted his head, puzzled. The elder scrutinized Chen Suian for a moment before turning back to the streamer. "The A-grade martial techniques are located on the 5th floor. If you truly possess the opportunity to learn an A-grade martial technique, present your identity token to access the 5th floor. Of course, if you do not have that opportunity, you will not be granted entry." Chen Suian did not linger, simply expressing his gratitude to the old man. "All right. Thank you, Grandpa." The elder waved his hand dismissively. "It's a trivial matter." With that, his attention returned to the alluring streamer on his phone. Chen Suian couldn't help but grimace, but he proceeded into the resource repository. Memories flooded his mind. The 1st floor was dedicated to martial artists, the 2nd to superhumans, the 3rd to mind practitioners, the 4th to weaponry, and the 5th housed the top-tier martial techniques. With this in mind, Chen Suian resolved to first explore the items for martial artists before investigating the 2nd floor and then seeking suitable weaponry on the 4th floor. Before long, the 1st floor came into view, revealing numerous wooden racks, each adorned with various items accompanied by descriptions. Tier 3 Water Arrow Turtle Beast Core, Intermediate Low-Grade Blood Chi Pill, Intermediate Low-Grade Healing Potion, Intermediate Low-Grade Body Refinement Pill, D-Grade Martial Techniques, C-Grade Martial Techniques, and Body Refinement Methods. Chen Suian found himself dazzled by the array of offerings, recognizing their value, though the prices were not insignificant. Lacking interest in the martial techniques available, as he was eager to acquire A-grade techniques upstairs, he refrained from wasting points on lower-tier techniques. Consequently, Chen Suian made a modest purchase of 20 intermediate low-grade blood chi pills, expending 8,000 points, with each pill costing 400 points. He also acquired 3 intermediate low-grade healing potions, each priced at 500 points, totaling 1,500 points. Afterward, he decided against further frivolous spending, opting instead to ascend to the 2nd floor to explore the items for superhumans. Tier 3 Thunder Spirit Pearl, exchange points, 4,000. Tier 3 Fire Spirit Pearl, exchange points, 3,000. Tier 3 Superhuman Training Potion, exchange points, 3,000. Talent Potion, exchange points, 30,000. Similarly, the offerings on the 2nd floor left Chen Suian bewildered. A talent potion that can enhance one's innate abilities? However, it seems useless for me, Chen Suian mused. As his innate talent was already at the pinnacle, SSS-Grade, these talent potions likely could not elevate his abilities further, and the price was exorbitant. A staggering 30,000 points, equivalent to 300,000 currency units, was far too steep. Naturally, Chen Suian opted against redemption, instead acquiring 2 Thunder Spirit Pearls, costing 8,000 points. In the end, he dared not take too much, knowing he still needed to explore the 4th floor for weaponry. Having spent 17,500 points, he retained 12,500, which should suffice for a decent weapon. However, upon ascending to the 4th floor and witnessing the weaponry available, he fell silent. The sheer expense of the weapons left him astounded. F-grade straight sword, exchange points, 4,000. E-grade battle knife, exchange points, 10,000. D-grade battle knife, exchange points, 50,000. C-grade battle knife, exchange points, 1,000,000. B-grade battle knife, exchange points, 4,000,000. The outrageous prices elicited a shocked exclamation from Chen Suian. Except for the F-grade and E-grade weapons, which were somewhat acceptable, the cost for the others were exorbitant. Observing his remaining points, he realized he could only afford an E-grade weapon. Yet, Chen Suian worried that an E-grade weapon might only withstand a few strikes of his tempestuous thunder. If it failed, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to forego the E-grade weapon, considering he had 100,000 in his bank account, allowing him to spend a few tens of thousands on a D-grade weapon instead. Upon pondering this, Chen Suian felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. The meager savings he had painstakingly earned had vanished just like that. Nevertheless, prioritizing his own survival, he resolved to invest in a D-grade weapon. Alas, regrettably, such items could only be exchanged with points, compelling him to consider visiting the Wanbao Pavilion later. With a sigh, Chen Suian shook his head in resignation. Subsequently, he decided to utilize the remaining 12,000 points to procure an E-grade combat suit. The E-grade combat suit, crafted from special materials, boasts high intensity and resilience, effectively shielding the wearer from various harsh environments, such as submersion in water or exposure to flames. Whether submerged or engulfed in fire, in extreme temperatures or adverse weather, it ensures the wearer remains unharmed, preserving combat efficacy under the most challenging conditions. Furthermore, it can withstand attacks from martial artists in the early to late stages of their realm. Upon reviewing the description of the E-grade combat suit, Chen Suian nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was a commendable choice. While it might only withstand assaults from late-stage martial artists, it could at least endure the ravages of water and fire, maintaining combat readiness even in extreme weather. With this, he had expended all 30,000 points awarded to him. Yet he felt no significant remorse, for he had essentially invested in enhancing his own strength. In the grand scheme of things, the value of his life far outweighed that of mere currency. Having completed his purchases, Chen Suian proceeded straight to the staircase leading to the 5th floor. Upon arriving at the base of the staircase, he noticed a faint blue energy barrier obstructing his ascent. However, Chen Suian was unfazed. Presenting his identification token dispelled the barrier instantly. With that, he strode confidently up to the 5th floor, unimpeded by the previously obstructive blue veil. Soon, he found himself on the 5th floor, where the wooden racks were significantly fewer than those on the 4th floor, which was hardly surprising given that this level housed advanced martial techniques, naturally in lesser quantity. Without further ado, Chen Suian approached the racks to examine the martial arts available. A-grade martial technique, 13 lethal shots, comprising 13 shots, each more powerful than the last. Mastering the ultimate 13th shot is comparable to a half-step S-grade martial technique. A-grade martial technique, petals of thought, where falling petals are as sharp as blades, capable of effortlessly severing steel and stone. As the petals dance in the air, they release an enchanting fragrance, intoxicating those nearby, while simultaneously concealing a lethal threat. This technique requires an exceptionally high level of mental energy to execute, and once unleashed, it can ensnare foes in a web of illusions from which they cannot escape. A-grade martial technique, Sea of Flames, able to summon a raging inferno. The temperature of this sea escalates with mastery, and when perfected, can engulf mountains and evaporate seas. A-grade martial technique, Instant Blade Slash, capable of dispatching enemies in the blink of an eye. Perfected, it can cleave mountains and sever seas. Upon encountering the Instant Blade Slash, Chen Suian felt a flicker of interest. However, he did not rush his decision and continued to search for alternatives. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing more suitable and thus opted for the Instant Blade Slash without hesitation. The A-grade martial technique was contained within a jade pendant. By infusing his vital energy into it, he would gain access to the method of cultivation. Chen Suian immediately channeled his energy into the pendant, and in an instant, the techniques for mastering the Instant Blade Slash materialized in his mind. He simply needed to practice this technique at home to reach the foundational level. With that thought, he returned the pendant and prepared to leave. Exiting, he once again spotted the elderly gentleman engrossed in a beautiful live streamer, causing Chen Suian to involuntarily twitch the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the old man noticed him and turned, asking, "What did you acquire? Present your identification token for point deduction." Chen Suian recounted his purchases truthfully. After a brief mental scan to confirm there were no discrepancies, the elder retrieved a card reader-like device and processed Chen Suian's identification token, resulting in an immediate disappearance of his points. Once the transaction was complete, the elder returned the identification token to Chen Suian, stating, "All done. You may leave now." "Thank you, sir." Chen Suian expressed his gratitude politely. The elder waved his hand dismissively, returning to his phone's live stream. Back home, Chen Suian wasted no time in retrieving the vitality pills and spirit pearls he had exchanged for, preparing to immerse himself in cultivation. He consumed the vitality pills as if they were free, and soon, an immense surge of vitality coursed through his body. Chen Suian directed this sudden influx of energy to cleanse his meridians. After an indeterminate period, with a resounding shout, he broke through to the 3rd stage of the martial master realm, advancing 2 minor levels in one go. With one more breakthrough, he would step into the mid-stage of the martial master realm. Post-breakthrough, Chen Suian nodded in satisfaction. 20 vitality pills for a 2-level ascent was commendable. Previously, he had consumed 5 pills to achieve a similar advancement in the martial artist realm, but now, in the martial master realm, the requirements for vitality were significantly greater. Thus, 20 vitality pills for such progress was acceptable. Shortly thereafter, he extracted the lightning attribute spirit pearls he had exchanged for that day to absorb their energy. Each spirit pearl possessed unique elemental properties. Fire spirit pearls were more suited for fire-based abilities, while lightning spirit pearls were tailored for lightning-based abilities. However, the lightning attribute spirit pearls were considerably more expensive than their ordinary counterparts. In no time, having absorbed 2 lightning spirit pearls, Chen Suian achieved another minor breakthrough, reaching the second stage, 4th level. Concurrently, fragmented visions danced in his mind before fading entirely. It seemed he had yet to grasp any new skills. Chapter 48. The Pain of Betrayal in Revolution. Having exhausted his cultivation resources, Chen Suian initially intended to practice the A-grade martial technique, Instant Blade Slash, to its introductory level. However, after a brief attempt, he abandoned the endeavor. Mastering an A-grade martial technique required weeks of rigorous training, and Chen Suian was not one to endure hardship. He decided instead to forego cultivation altogether, reasoning that as long as he could slack off at work and earn attribute points, he could simply allocate those points directly. Having concluded his activities, Chen Suian prepared for bed. As for cultivation, he dismissed the notion entirely. Cultivation was an impossibility. Only by lying flat could one achieve true bliss. However, just as he settled down, his phone rang, playing the melody, "I am a little green dragon, little green dragon, little green dragon." Huh. Who on earth would call at this hour? The ringing disrupted Chen Suian's preparations for sleep, jolting him awake. He picked up his phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, Taiyi, realized who it was. Curiosity piqued. Why was Chen Suian calling him so late? Perhaps she wanted to invite him out? The thought stirred a flicker of excitement within him, prompting him to hastily answer the call. In the next moment, a sweet female voice emerged. "Hello, Brother Suian?" Hearing Chen Suian's voice, Chen Suian cleared his throat. "Ahem. Suian, what brings you to call me?" "Hee, Brother Suian, I have wonderful news to share." Chen Suian's cheerful tone resonated through the phone. "Oh, what good news?" Chen Suian inquired, puzzled. "Well, my father wishes to express his gratitude for saving me and wants to invite you to our home for dinner tomorrow evening." On the other side, upon finishing her words, Chen Momo felt an overwhelming sense of shyness, akin to the sensation of introducing her elder brother, Suian, to her parents. With this thought, Chen Moya also buried her head into her pink blanket, utterly unsure of how she would face Suian the next day. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Suian nodded in agreement. "All right, no problem. I'll come to your house tomorrow evening, correct?" After all, a complimentary dinner was too good to pass up. And since he had already been invited, he felt it would be impolite to decline. No, it was certainly not for the sake of the adorable, wealthy heiress. Absolutely not. Initially still feeling bashful, Chen Moya, upon hearing the voice on the phone, could no longer contain her excitement. She picked up her phone and exclaimed, "Great. Suian, shall I drive to pick you up tomorrow? What is your address?" She paused, then continued, "Forget it. Just come to the Guardian's office to meet me. I finish work at 5 o'clock. Chen Suian replied. Wonderful. Suian." After a bit more idle chatter, Chen Suian ended the call, fearing that Chen Moya would keep him on the line indefinitely. The next day, Chen Suian arrived at the Guardian's office as usual. Pushing open the door to the training room, he discovered that Zhao Zilong, Lu Pangpang, and others had already started their training, seemingly making him the last to arrive. Chen Suian felt no embarrassment. Instead, he walked in with a calm demeanor. As he passed by, he noticed Lu Pangpang practicing his dodging skills, which astonished him. Who would have thought a plump individual could exhibit such agility, movements entirely uncharacteristic of someone of his stature? Meanwhile, Tian Xinjian was engrossed in his training and not playing games. Zhao Zilong and the others were similarly focused on their respective practices. Observing this, Chen Suian sighed, "Alas. Pangpang, even Tian Xinjian has betrayed the revolution. My heart aches." At that moment, he noticed someone else who was not diligently training, but rather leisurely reading a book. His eyes brightened. It seemed there was still a good brother keeping him company. However, Li Weiqiu, engrossed in his reading, also caught Chen Suian's gaze. He adjusted his glasses and explained, "Don't look at me like that. I'm actually honing my mental strength, not slacking off." Chen Suian had initially thought he had found a kindred spirit, only to realize Li Weiqiu was still engaged in training. Thus, he dismissed the thought and made his way to the sofa, took out some snacks, and began watching a beautiful live streamer. As he watched the attractive streamer in her revealing attire, Chen Suian couldn't help but think, this is delightful. Now I understand why that old man enjoyed watching beautiful streamers so much. The day passed swiftly, akin to a fleeting moment, and soon it was time to clock out. Just as Chen Suian was about to leave, Lu Pangpang called out to him, "Bro, where are you going? I happen to have 2 buffet tickets. How about we check out the buffet together?" Under normal circumstances, Chen Suian would have jumped at the opportunity without a second thought. But since he had already made dinner plans, he reluctantly declined. "Sorry, Pangpang, I can't today. Someone has invited me out for dinner." "Wait, what? Who's treating you?" Lu Pangpang asked, bewildered. Chen Suian glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "A beautiful girl is treating me to dinner." Upon hearing this, Lu Pangpang's face instantly contorted with disbelief. "Are you serious? A beautiful girl is taking you out?" "Of course I'm serious. Who doesn't know that I, Chen Suian, never tells lies? I have the title of the honest young man." Chen Suian patted his chest confidently. Lu Pangpang looked at him with disdain. "Bro, You just revealed your inner thoughts. Unfazed by Lu Pongpong's scorn, Chen Suian maintained his composure. All right, Pang Pang, I must be on my way. With that, he walked away, humming a cheerful tune. Seeing this, Lu Pang Pang hurriedly followed. Wait for me, bro. Let's go together. At the entrance of the Guardian's office, many departing employees were curiously gazing at the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked nearby, wondering how such a luxury vehicle had come to be at the Guardian's door. As Chen Suian and Lu Pang Pang emerged, they spotted the striking Rolls-Royce, which left the inexperienced Lu Pang Pang in awe. Whoa, that looks like a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's worth at least 10 million. Lu Pang Pang scratched his head in confusion. But why is such a luxury car parked here? Is it waiting for someone? Hearing the estimated value of the Rolls-Royce, Chen Suian's eyes lit up. With such a sum, he could acquire numerous resources for training. Just then, the door of the Rolls-Royce swung open, revealing a pair of long legs followed by a pure and adorable face. The crowd was momentarily mesmerized by the beauty alighting from the vehicle. Upon spotting Chen Suian, the sweet girl broke into a radiant smile and cheerfully called out, Suian, dear brother. As Chen Moya stepped out of the car, she quickly spotted Chen Suian among the crowd and joyfully exclaimed, Suian, brother. The onlookers at the Guardian's office were left in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. Was this stunning, wealthy beauty truly there for Chen Suian? What could possibly justify this? Did he merely possess better looks or greater strength than them? What else did he have to offer? A wave of envy washed over the crowd as they lamented internally, feeling a pang of bitterness as their goddess seemed to have chosen to embrace another. Nearby, Lu Pang Pang was equally dumbfounded, glancing between the composed Chen Suian and the beautiful Chen Moya, feeling as if the sky had fallen down. At this moment, Chen Suian turned to Lu Pang Pang and said, Pang Pang, I'll be heading out now. I'm going to dinner. Without waiting for a response, he strolled toward Chen Moya with his hands in his pockets. When he reached her side, Chen Moya naturally linked her arm with his and cheerfully said, Suian, brother, you're finally off work. I've been waiting for you for so long. Well, what can I do? I must be respectful during work hours. Chen Suian shook his head. To anyone unaware, they might genuinely believe he was dutifully committed to his job. In reality, Chen Suian was merely coasting through his workday. Suian, brother, hurry and get in the car. My parents are waiting for you at home, Chen Moya said, oblivious to any concerns, as she led him toward the Rolls-Royce. From a distance, Lu Pang Pang watched the scene unfold, his face filled with resentment. That wretched Chen. No wonder you turned down my dinner invitation. You were off on a date. Moreover, it was with such a stunning girl. Chen, what merit do you possess to deserve this? Lu Pongpong's words dripped with envy and jealousy. The other employees at the Guardian's office shared similar sentiments, their eyes filled with envy as they wished they could kick Chen Suian aside and take his place. Naturally, this incident would spread throughout the Guardian's office by the next day, but that was a tale for another time. Inside the car, Chen Suian and Chen Moya settled into the back seat, while a dedicated driver was stationed at the front. At this moment, Chen Suian pondered whether it was customary to bring a gift when visiting someone else's home for the first time. Contemplating this, he spoke up, Mo Yao. Please ask the driver to stop the car. I would like to purchase some gifts. However, Chen Mo Yao blushed and replied, Brother Suian, I've already prepared gifts for you. You can simply present them to my parents later. Taken aback, Chen Suian found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat like a kept man being fed by a wealthy patroness. Yet, a man of integrity cannot accept such charity. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement, realizing that since everything was already arranged, he had no grounds to decline. I initially intended to buy some gifts myself, but since you've taken care of it, I shall forego my preparations, he said, maintaining a calm demeanor. Chen Mo Yao, smiling brightly, responded, Brother Suian, there is no need for you to buy anything. The gifts I selected are thoughtfully chosen, and my parents will surely appreciate them. For reasons unknown, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she secretly thought, surely, her parents would take a liking to Brother Suian. Chen Suian, unsure of how to respond, could only nod in agreement. This exchange left the middle-aged man, who was both bodyguard and driver, filled with envy. What qualities did this young man possess to earn such admiration from the young lady? The Rolls-Royce glided to a halt in front of an opulent estate, and upon sighting the vehicle, the estate's guard promptly opened the gate. As they drove in, the car headed straight toward the magnificent central building. After a 5 or 6 minute journey, they arrived at the grand structure, revealing the vastness of the estate. Chen Suian was momentarily awestruck, contemplating the considerable fortune required to construct such a lavish abode. However, he quickly regained his composure. While indeed impressive, it did not belong to him. One could only lament the excesses of the wealthy. At that moment, Chen Mo Yao gently shook the dazed Chen Suian and said, Brother Suian, we have arrived. Let us get out. Oh, right, he replied. Once outside, Chen Mo Yao retrieved several beautifully wrapped gift boxes from the trunk and instructed Chen Suian, please hold these for me. You'll give them to my parents when we go inside. Observing the numerous gifts, Chen Suian wondered if they were perhaps too many. However, he felt he had no standing to complain, for these were not his purchases. Thus, he took the gifts and entered alongside Chen Mo Yao. Upon entering, They were greeted by lavish decor in a spacious, lofty hall. In the center of the hall sat a middle-aged gentleman, exuding an elegant demeanor and handsome features. At that moment, the gentleman noticed the commotion and looked up to see a striking young man beside his daughter, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his own youthful self. Clearing his throat, he thought to himself, certainly, this young man is far more handsome than I was at his age. Observing the pair, Chen Suian mused. No wonder his daughter spoke of this young man with such admiration. Without lingering on his thoughts, Chen Suian promptly stood up and greeted Chen Suian with a warm smile. You must be Suian, the one my daughter often mentions. At this, Chen Mo felt a rush of embarrassment, exclaiming, Dad, I hardly ever mention Brother Suian, perhaps just 5 or 6 times. Chen Suian, feeling somewhat shy, quickly replied, Hello, uncle. Although Chen Suian appeared to lack any significant aura, Chen Suian sensed that his presence was formidable. Even the faintest hint of his essence sent a shiver down his spine. May I call you Suian? Chen Suian inquired with a smile. Of course, you may call me Suian or Little Chen. Chen Suian nodded in affirmation. It was then that Chen Suian noticed Chen Suian was burdened with numerous gifts and, adopting a serious expression, remarked, Suian, it's generous of you to bring so many gifts. It seems rather extravagant. To this, Chen Suian maintained a cheerful demeanor, explaining, naturally, one should bring more gifts for a first visit. As he spoke, he cast a somewhat guilty glance at the grinning Chen Mo, realizing that all the gifts were, in fact, her doing. Just as the conversation flowed, a well-dressed lady in her 30s, strikingly similar to Chen Mo, emerged from the kitchen. Recognizing her resemblance, Chen Suian deduced that she must be Chen Mo's mother. As expected, upon seeing her, Chen Mo sweetly called out Mom. Yet, the lady seemed more interested in assessing Chen Suian. Upon catching sight of his handsome visage, she nodded in approval, thinking to herself, this must be the young man my daughter frequently speaks of. He's quite handsome and seems a fitting match for Mo. Feeling the weight of her scrutiny, Chen Suian became uneasy, wondering if he had somehow caught the eye of Chen Mo's mother. After all, why else would she be staring at him so intently? Clearing his throat, Chen Suian noticed his wife's lingering gaze on Chen Suian and felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. However, he understood that both he and his wife were merely concerned for their beloved daughter, so he coughed lightly to remind her, ahem. Upon hearing her husband's cough, Li Min realized her prolonged gaze was inappropriate and awkwardly said, You must be Suian, right? Mo has mentioned you several times. Chen Suian was taken aback, glancing at Chen Mo in confusion, wondering just how many times she had mentioned him at home for her parents to know his name. Chen Mo, sensing his gaze, felt her cheeks flush. She had only mentioned Brother Suian a few times. Why did her parents know so much? At this moment, Chen Suian, noticing his daughter's sudden shyness, ceased his teasing and said, All right, Suian, please take a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly. Sure, Chen Suian nodded, accepting the invitation without hesitation. Li Min added cheerfully, Yes, Suian, please make yourself comfortable. Dinner will be prepared soon. With that, she turned and returned to the kitchen. Although she could have easily asked the hired help to handle the cooking, she wished to express her own heartfelt intentions. Chen Suian plopped down onto the sumptuous sofa, reveling in its softness. Wait, wasn't every sofa inherently soft? Meanwhile, Chen Mo gracefully strode toward the kitchen, soon returning with 2 plates of fruit, placing them before Chen Suian, exclaiming, Brother Suian, enjoy some fruit. Unaware of the watchful gaze from Chen Suian, who felt a twinge of jealousy over his daughter's attention towards Chen Suian. Chen Suian sensed the weight of that look and quickly offered a plate of fruit to Chen Suian, saying, Uncle Chen, please have some fruit. This gesture seemed to alleviate Chen Suian's mood, and he nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Suian. You too, don't be shy, make yourself at home. Meanwhile, Chen Mo settled beside Chen Suian, sweetly asking, Brother Suian, would you like me to feed you? At that moment, Chen Suian, taking a sip of tea, nearly choked at his daughter's unexpected proposition, utterly astonished by her boldness. Chen Suian, equally embarrassed, forced a smile, pondering what her intentions might be and how it would shape Chen Suian's perception of him. Yet, Chen Mo remained oblivious to the situation. One arm wrapped around Chen Suian's, while the other held a toothpick skewering the meticulously prepared fruit, which she playfully offered to Chen Suian's lips. Her voice laced with a coy charm, Brother Suian, eat. Witnessing this, Chen Suian felt a tinge of helplessness, yet he complied and took a bite. In that moment, Chen Suian felt as if he were being inundated with a deluge of dog food. He sensed that if he lingered any longer, his daughter would undoubtedly continue to feed him more of the same. With this thought in mind, Chen Suian cleared his throat and said, Ahem. All right, you should go help your mother. I have some matters to discuss with Suian. Although Chen Mo wished to continue feeding Chen Suian, she reluctantly made her way to the kitchen. Once she departed, an eerie silence enveloped the room, leaving the 2 men exchanging awkward smiles. Eventually, it was Chen Suian who broke the silence. Suian, as a token of gratitude for rescuing my daughter, I would like to present you with a gift. A gift for me? Chen Suian was taken aback, but soon shook his head in refusal, saying, There's no need for that, Uncle Chen. I am a member of the Guardian Division. It is my duty. Though Chen Suian had a penchant for small gains, he was principled. However, Chen Tian paid no heed to Chen Suian's refusal. Instead, he rose and declared, Suian, you must not decline my gratitude for saving my daughter. Just wait a moment. I shall retrieve your gift from the study. With that, Chen Tian strode towards the study, leaving no room for Chen Suian to refuse. While he appreciated that his daughter had affections for this young man, he felt it was necessary to express his gratitude for saving her life. Chen Suian scratched his head, feeling a rare sense of bashfulness at the prospect of accepting a gift from another. Before long, Chen Tian returned, carrying a long wooden box intricately carved with exquisite patterns, suggesting it was of considerable value. With a beaming smile, Chen Tian placed the box before Chen Suian and said, Suian, this is a B-class weapon I am gifting you. Take a look and see if you like it. Upon hearing Chen Tian's words, Chen Suian was momentarily stunned. Could it truly be a B-class weapon? Such a weapon would easily be worth several million, and he was being gifted one? However, recalling that the illustrious Wanbao Pavilion was owned by Chen Tian, Chen Suian felt this might not be so surprising after all. After all, for Chen Tian, this could be a mere drop in the ocean. Considering that Wanbao Pavilion had branches throughout half of Huaxia, it was possible that Chen Tian's wealth surpassed that of several small countries. Not dwelling on the matter further, Chen Suian gazed at the wooden box with excitement, hesitantly asking, Uncle Chen, is it truly for me? Observing Chen Suian's eager demeanor, Chen Tian chuckled and patted his shoulder. Of course it is for you. Suian, do not feel shy. You saved my precious daughter. Gifting you a B-class weapon is nothing. I would even consider giving you my entire fortune. At this, Chen Tian silently added within himself, after all, he had only one beloved daughter, and should this young man marry her, his fortune would effectively become this young man's. Naturally, Chen Suian took Chen Tian's latter comment as a jest and paid it no mind. With bated breath and a flutter of excitement, Chen Suian reached out to open the wooden box, wondering what the B-class weapon might be. Soon enough, he lifted the lid, revealing a straight blade lying quietly within the box. Chapter 51, Testing the Blade. The blade measured over 3 feet in length and approximately 1.5 inches wide. Its elongated form exuding elegance and fluidity, with an exceptionally sharp edge that gleamed ominously. The hilt melded seamlessly with the blade, providing a comfortable grip, while the entire weapon radiated an aura of antiquity and mystique. Most captivating of all was the lifelike dragon intricately carved along the blade, coiling as if poised to ascend. Its scales and claws meticulously detailed, exuding an extraordinary realism. The hilt bore the inscription Dragon Reversal, and upon seeing this blade, Chen Suian's eyes sparkled with the brightness of 28-watt bulbs. This straight blade was precisely to his liking, and to think it was a B-class weapon made it all the more desirable. Noticing Chen Suian's exuberance, Chen Tian asked with a grin, Suian, what do you think of the blade? Excellent. Truly excellent. Chen Suian nodded vigorously, utterly satisfied with the weapon, unable to find any fault in it. Chen Tian, content with his approval, nodded in return, pleased that he liked it. Subsequently, Chen Tian encouraged Chen Suian to stow the blade away, and they began to engage in casual conversation. At the dining table, Chen Suian praised Li Min, saying, Aunt Li, your cooking is absolutely delectable. Sitting beside him, Chen Mo Yao stuffed her cheeks with food and chimed in, that's because Mom seldom cooks, but today she made an exception for Brother Suian. Oh, is that so? I doubt any 5-star hotel chef could rival Aunt Li's culinary skills. Chen Suian, with his own cheeks full, complimented in return. This elicited a radiant smile from Li Min, who replied modestly, oh, come now, Suian, I could never compare to the chefs of 5-star establishments. Yet, despite her words, her smile remained unwavering. She noted how perfectly suited her daughter and Chen Suian appeared, even in their dining habits. Seeing his wife so delighted, Chen Tian grinned and added, Dear, your cooking is indeed the best in the world. Li Min rolled her eyes playfully at Chen Tian, retorting, You're just trying to flatter me. Not at all, my dear. Your cooking is truly the finest. Chen Tian insisted sincerely. The couple then engaged in a playful exchange, showering Chen Suian and Chen Mo Yao with an abundance of affectionate banter, leaving them feeling as though they had feasted solely on love. After dinner, Chen Suian bid farewell to Chen Tian and Li Min. Although Chen Tian wished to keep him a while longer, the hour was late, and Chen Suian did not linger. Once he departed, the Chen family settled onto the sofa to watch television. In the midst of their viewing, Li Min, glancing at her daughter engrossed in the show, remarked meaningfully, Xiao Yao, what do you think of that boy Suian? Initially absorbed in the program, Chen Mo Yao paused, then bashfully replied in a whisper, Brother Suian is wonderful. Li Min, recognizing her daughter's feelings, smiled knowingly, realizing that her daughter had likely already developed feelings for Chen Suian, whom she herself held in high regard. Thus, she encouraged, make sure to seize the opportunity with this young man. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully protested, Mom. Seeing her daughter so shy, Li Min chuckled warmly. All right, let's not dwell on that. Yet, Chen Mo Yao, lost in her thoughts, reminisced fondly about the first time Chen Suian had saved her, realizing how handsome he truly was. The following day, in the training room of the Guardian Division's second team, Chen Suian arrived unusually early, eager to test the B-class weapon and discern its unique qualities. The mere thought of wielding such a weapon propelled him to rise early, a stark contrast to his usual tendency to sleep in. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find Zhao Zilong and the others already hard at work. This revelation prompted Chen Suian to exclaim in disbelief, "Wow, is it really necessary to be this competitive? Especially since even the chubby guy is so driven." Alas, it seemed the once snack-loving, laid-back chubby fellow had vanished, replaced by a fiercely competitive version. Chen Suian shook his head, reflecting on the transformation. However, the others, upon witnessing Chen Suian's early arrival, were equally astonished. It was indeed the first time they had seen him so punctual. Typically, he would never arrive before the last possible moment. Nevertheless, the group did not dwell on this anomaly and resumed their training, as the saying goes. The morning sets the tone for the day, and they understood the necessity of diligent effort. To everyone's surprise, Chen Suian did not recline as anticipated. Instead, he approached the training equipment. This unexpected move caused the others to halt their exercises, curious to discern Chen Suian's intentions. Could it be that he too wished to train? The mere thought prompted them to shake their heads, convinced that it was improbable for Chen Suian to engage in such activity. Yet, once again, they were taken aback when Chen Suian headed directly towards the impact machine, seemingly intent on training. Arriving near the impact machine, he prepared to assess the full power of his B-grade weapon with a single strike. This machine was specifically designed to measure attack power, constructed from special materials that could withstand assaults from martial spirits. It was clear that no matter how forcefully Chen Suian struck, he could not possibly damage the apparatus. Just as he was about to retrieve the dragon's reversal that was wrapped behind him, Lu Pangpang approached, his face alight with curiosity, and asked, "Chen Ge, what are you up to? Don't tell me you're going to train as well?" Given Lu Pangpang's familiarity with Chen Suian, he estimated the probability of Chen Suian training to be a mere 1, the remaining 99 reserved for him lounging about. What could have spurred Chen Suian to take such initiative? Perhaps he had been spurned by that alluring woman yesterday, prompting him to strive for self-improvement? Lu Pangpang's mind raced with possibilities, and had Chen Suian known, he would have likely been exasperated, thinking how this rotund fellow could conjure such elaborate theories. At that moment, Chen Suian glanced at Lu Pangpang and replied calmly, "Just testing the blade." Testing the blade? Lu Pangpang was bewildered, unable to comprehend the need for such an endeavor. Could it be that the sword provided by the Guardian Division held some special significance? The others exchanged puzzled glances, equally baffled by Chen Suian's peculiar behavior. Not wishing to elaborate, Chen Suian removed the cloth obscuring the dragon's reversal. As the black fabric fell away, the intricately carved dragon on the blade glimmered, radiating a chilling light that instantly conveyed to Lu Pangpang and the others that this weapon was extraordinarily sharp. Chapter 52. Oh no. Chen Ge has truly found himself a sugar mama. Wow, just looking at this knife makes it apparent how incredibly sharp it is, and its design is stunning. It's a remarkable blade. Lu Pangpang, possessing an eye for quality, recognized the exceptional nature of the weapon in Chen Suian's grasp, albeit failing to realize it was a B-grade weapon. Had he known, he would have surely exclaimed in astonishment. Nearby, Zhao Zilong nodded in agreement, affirming the blade's superiority. Only Tian Xinjiang sensed something amiss, feeling that this blade resembled a high-tier weapon. At this moment, Chen Suian disregarded the astonishment of Lu Pangpang and the others, lifting the dragon's reversal to perform a few practice swings, familiarizing himself with its balance. Eventually, he directed his attention toward the impact machine, ready to test the weapon's might. Under the watchful gaze of his peers, purple lightning surged within him, converging toward the dragon's reversal. As the violet energy enveloped the blade, the sculpted dragon appeared to come alive, emitting a resonant dragon's roar that reverberated like thunder in their ears, causing a painful resonance that felt as though it could shatter souls. This spectacle left the onlookers in a state of wide-eyed astonishment. Even Chen Suian himself was taken aback by the extraordinary capabilities of this B-grade weapon. Upon witnessing this, Tian Xinjiang could not contain himself and exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this really a B-grade weapon?" Initially unsure of the blade's identity, he recognized its true nature when he heard its dragon-like cry, confirming it was indeed a B-grade weapon. And not just any B-grade weapon, but one of the highest caliber, capable of producing such phenomena. Hearing Tian Xinjiang's exclamation caused Zhao Zilong to drop his jaw in disbelief. A B-grade weapon? Incredible! Lu Pangpang exclaimed, "What the heck? A B-grade weapon? Chen Ge, are you living off a rich woman?" Even the typically composed Li Weiqiu was visibly shocked. A B-grade weapon? Astonishing. Meanwhile, Chen Suian paid little heed to the outbursts of amazement, focusing instead as torrents of purple lightning surged into the dragon's reversal. In mere moments, he sensed that the energy within the blade was sufficient, and with decisive intent, he swung the dragon's reversal forward. Divine Thunder Slash. An immensely powerful blade slash materialized from thin air, and in the blink of an eye, the purple lightning strike collided with the impact machine, With a resounding crash, the machine trembled, and the connected display screen began to flash with rapidly fluctuating numbers. Before long, the attack power stabilized at the 8th segment of the late martial artist level. Chen Suian felt immense satisfaction. Without the assistance of the B-grade weapon, his Divine Thunder Slash would likely have only equated to a mid-level martial artist force. However, with the B-grade weapon's enhancement, his attack power soared to the late martial artist level. Moreover, Chen Suian noted a significant reduction in the consumption of his supernatural ability. Previously, he could perform the Divine Thunder Slash 10 times, but now he could manage an additional 2. Truly worthy of its B-grade classification, this weapon was exceptional. Chen Suian exclaimed joyfully. Witnessing the entire event, Lu Pangpang nearly fell to his knees. Chen Gu, this B-grade weapon is simply extraordinary. Zhao Zilong echoed, incredible. This B-grade weapon is phenomenal. Tian Xingjian declared, this B-grade weapon must be among the finest, worth at least 10 million. Upon hearing Tian Xingjian's remark, Chen Suian was taken aback. Could it be that the dragon's reversal was one of the most elite B-grade weapons, and worth over 10 million? Initially, he believed it to be merely an ordinary B-grade weapon, valued at a few $100,000, only to discover it was a top-tier B-grade weapon. Subsequently, Chen Suian stowed the dragon's reversal away. Having already tested it, he saw no need for further evaluation. At this juncture, Lu Pangpang approached Chen Suian. Curiosity etched on his face, and incredulously inquired, Chen Gu, where did you acquire this B-grade weapon? With the dragon's reversal now secured, Chen Suian glanced up at Lu Pangpang and casually remarked, a gift from someone. A gift? Lu Pangpang's expression was one of skepticism. Who would give away a B-grade weapon? If they had one, wouldn't they keep it for themselves? However, Lu Pangpang quickly recalled the enchanting woman who had come to collect Chen Suian the previous night, and a thought struck him. Could it be that the B-grade weapon was a present from that woman who came to pick you up last night? Wait, you knew about that? Were you following me? Chen Suian teased, a smile playing at his lips. The dragon's reversal was a gift from Qin Mo Yao's father, which is tantamount to being from Qin Mo Yao herself, he thought, relishing the chance to incite a tinge of jealousy in Lu Pangpang. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lu Pangpang's heart sank with envy. Damn, you've really hit the jackpot. And she's a wealthy beauty to boot? Oh no, Chen Gu is living off a sugar mama. What should I do? No one feared their brother's struggles, but they dreaded the notion of their brother living off a wealthy woman. The others had overheard Lu Pangpang and Chen Suian's exchange, and they too were left in shock. Could it be that Chen Suian's B-grade weapon was a gift from a rich woman? If Chen Suian had purchased it himself, they might have accepted it. But the fact that this B-grade weapon was gifted to him by a wealthy lady was simply intolerable. Zhao Zilong, dramatically clutching his chest, exclaimed, how envious I am. Why is it that Brother Chen can enjoy such luxuries? Observing the jealousy radiating from the crowd, Chen Suian smiled and said, I initially had no desire for it, but he insisted on giving it to me, so I had no choice but to accept. Indeed, Uncle Qin had insisted on gifting him this dragon reverse. And one could argue that it wasn't a lie. The crowd murmured in disbelief. This is infuriating. Why aren't we receiving gifts of B-grade weapons from wealthy ladies? Feeling disheartened, Lu Pangpang and the others dared not linger, not wanting to witness Chen Suian's infuriating expression any longer. Noticing their discomfort, Chen Suian sheepishly rubbed his nose, pondering whether he had been too harsh on them. However, he quickly dismissed the thought and returned to his relaxed state. A week later, Chen Suian was at home, applying the A-grade martial skills he had long memorized directly to the entry level, expending 1,000 unallocated attribute points. In an instant, he felt a rush of memories about the technique of the instant draw slash, as though he had trained for years. After attaining the entry level, Chen Suian decided to invest a few more thousand points to elevate the instant draw slash to proficiency. Soon after, he found himself devoid of attribute points, prompting a reflection on how quickly the points acquired through idling at work seemed to vanish. In mere moments, they were gone. On a typical day, upon arriving at the Guardian office, Chen Suian was summoned to the office by Luo Tianyi. As he gazed at her seated figure, reminiscent of a frozen beauty, he inquired, Sister Luo, what do you need me for? Luo Tianyi's crimson lips parted slightly. I have something significant to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Suian's mind raced. What could this formidable woman possibly want to say to him? Could it be that she had developed feelings for him due to his striking handsomeness? Shaking off the thought, he dismissed the notion. Surely, a woman of her caliber would not be interested in him. Without allowing him to dwell on his musings, Luo Tianyi began to explain, this matter pertains to you. I have enrolled you in the Genius Training Camp. In 6 months, you are to report there, and I hope you will take this time to enhance your skills. What? The Genius Training Camp? Chen Suian was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Perceiving his confusion, Luo Tianyi coldly clarified, the Genius Training Camp is a specialized institution established by the Guardian Office, where only the elite talents of the Guardian Office are admitted. Under normal circumstances, you would not qualify, but I have arranged your enrollment. I expect you to work diligently and refrain from slacking off at work. Can I opt out? Chen Suian tentatively asked. At this, Luo Tianyi emanated an icy aura, her gaze turning frosty as she replied, "What do you think?" She couldn't fathom why he would refuse. Those who graduated from the genius training camp were destined for greatness. Feeling the chill, Chen Suian involuntarily shivered, thinking to himself that this woman was akin to a human ice machine, capable of freezing a person solid. Realizing that he might not understand the benefits of attending the genius training camp, Luo Tianyi explained earnestly, "Do you know how many people wish to enter the genius training camp, but cannot? Once you are inside, you will receive instruction from top-tier mentors and have access to vast resources for cultivation. Within 6 months, your abilities will surely improve." Graduates often secure significant positions within the Guardian office, and after a few years of experience, you could become a cornerstone of the organization. Do you now comprehend the advantages of the genius training camp? Luo Tianyi fixed her gaze on him. She held a degree of affection for Chen Suian and naturally wished for him to ascend to greater heights. Chen Suian understood. Yet he was reluctant to enter the camp as it might hinder his leisurely pursuits. Sensing his hesitation, Luo Tianyi coldly declared, "If you refuse, don't even think about slacking off at work." Instantly, Chen Suian agreed without a second thought. After all, being part of the genius training camp was desirable. If he couldn't slack off at work, he might as well be dead. Besides, he had 6 months to enjoy his leisurely ways before the camp commenced. Who knew? Perhaps he could still find ways to relax even within the camp? Familiar with Chen Suian's character, Luo Tianyi couldn't help but twitch her lips in amusement. Nevertheless, she earnestly instructed him, "You must make the most of these 6 months, as everyone in the genius training camp is a third-tier ability user with A-grade talent. I hope you can reach the peak of the second tier in this time, so you won't fall too far behind. Who do you look down upon?" "I will definitely reach third tier within 6 months," Chen Suian proclaimed confidently. Following that, he added with a grin, "Thank you, Sister Luo, for your concern for me." The previously cold Luo Tianyi felt a blush creep onto her cheeks at his words, muttering, "Who cares about you?" Though she often maintained a frosty demeanor, she was, after all, just a young woman in her 20s and could not help but feel shy. Seeing Luo Tianyi's sudden blush, Chen Suian thought she resembled an endearing young girl at that moment, wishing he could pat her head. However, he refrained from reaching out, merely continuing to smile and teasingly remarked, "Sister Luo, have you ever heard that a girl's blush surpasses all sweet nothings?" Luo Tianyi, caught off guard by his sudden teasing, turned even redder but managed to pretend to be fierce, saying, "Get lost." In response, Chen Suian chose not to tease the icy beauty further, nodding, "All right, Sister Luo. I'm leaving." Once he departed, Luo Tianyi finally touched her flushed cheeks, murmuring to herself, "Why am I blushing? It was just a few words. But why do I feel like this man is different from the others?" As time passed, a month later, having amassed a significant number of attribute points through idling, Chen Suian directed those points into enhancing his ability level. In an instant, his ability tier reached the pinnacle of the second tier, and he estimated that with another 10,000 points, he could ascend to the third tier. However, he realized he couldn't solely focus on elevating his ability tier. He also needed to improve his skills, martial techniques, and warrior level. In fact, he anticipated that within another month, he would attain the third tier, unlocking new talents and skills. It was likely that even Luo Tianyi had not expected Chen Suian's rapid advancement. Had she known, she would have been utterly astounded. After all, who could progress from the second tier to the third in just 2 to 3 months? After upgrading his level, Chen Suian prepared to head to the Guardian office. This month had been particularly busy, as it coincided with the beast reproduction season. During the breeding season of the demon beasts, they typically exhibit extreme ferocity, compounded by the necessity of nourishment for their newly born offspring. Consequently, throughout this month, incidents involving demon beasts attacking humans are likely to proliferate. There exists a possibility that a surge of demon beasts could emerge. Should such a tide arise, the peril to human cities would exponentially escalate. Furthermore, these surges are categorized into 3 scales: small, medium, and large. A small surge typically consists of 100 to 1,000 beasts, posing a moderate threat to urban areas. A medium surge, ranging from 10,000 to 100,000, presents a severe danger. Finally, a large surge, with numbers between 100,000 and 1,000,000, constitutes a catastrophic threat. For a small city like Jiangnan, encountering a medium surge could render it precariously vulnerable. In the event of a large surge, the city would undoubtedly succumb, with neighboring smaller towns likely suffering the same fate. However, Jiangnan has only experienced small surges in recent years. A medium surge has occurred once in several decades, and a large surge has not been witnessed in over a century. Thus, Chen Suian harbored little concern, though he anticipated a busier month ahead. Chapter 54, Cackle, Cackle. Let destruction reign. Inside the training room of the second squad of the Guardian Division, Chen Suian and his comrades stood in a line before their long-absent captain, Zhang Wu. Zhang Wu, with a serious demeanor, addressed the group. "I trust you are all aware that this month marks the breeding period for demon beasts?" The squad members nodded in acknowledgement. This time of year heralds the mating season, a phenomenon they had become well acquainted with. Observing their responses, Zhang Wu continued without further ado. "Given the imminent threat of potential demon beast attacks on our city, our second squad must be adequately prepared. Of course, we are only to intervene in situations that ordinary Guardian personnel cannot manage. Our workload should remain manageable. Additionally, throughout the coming month, I will be with you, ready to address any missions that may arise. Now, if anyone has questions, feel free to ask. Zhang Wu was not overly concerned about the breeding season, as historically, only small surges had occurred, posing no real threat to Jiangnan. The others shook their heads, indicating they had no inquiries. They were already well versed in the protocols. With that, Zhang Wu dismissed the assembly. After the dismissal, Chen Suian, as per usual, reclined leisurely. Surprisingly, Tian Xingjian and Zhao Zilong, among others, were not engaged in training. This perplexed Lu Pangpang, who, eager to train, questioned Zhao Zilong. Brother Zhao, why aren't you training? Zhao Zilong, engrossed in a game, explained, Fatty, you don't understand. Do you? If we train now, we'll expend our stamina and supernatural abilities, jeopardizing our readiness for any missions. In battles against demon beasts, it is paramount to maintain peak condition. After all, the unexpected can occur at any moment. If we were to be caught off guard due to fatigue or diminished powers, it would be quite the disgraceful demise. Upon hearing this, Lu Pangpang grasped the rationale and resolved to forego training for the month, opting to revisit the matter later. With a grin, he pulled out snacks and settled beside Chen Suian. Brother Chen, would you like some? Faced with such a tempting offer, Chen Suian found it difficult to decline. Ah, Fatty, you're back to your old self, he remarked as he accepted the treats. It had been a while since he had seen Lu Pangpang indulging in snacks at work. The past few days had seen him overly focused and seemingly slimmer. Heh, Brother Chen, Haven tea, I always been myself? Lu Pangpang replied, munching contentedly. In the dilapidated old district of Jiangnan, a dimly lit alley housed several figures cloaked in black, whispering conspiratorially. Messenger Wang, are we truly going to orchestrate a grand scheme this time? One of the black-clad figures cautiously inquired of the one adorned with a raven mask. The masked figure cast a chilling glance at the questioner before erupting into maniacal laughter. Cackle, cackle. It has been far too long since our evil god sect has undertaken anything of significance. Others may have forgotten our existence. This time, I shall utilize this small city of Jiangnan to remind the world that we still endure. Moreover, we are in dire need of numerous test subjects. This presents a perfect opportunity to capture a multitude of humans for our experiments. Another black-clad figure chimed in, praising, Messenger Wang, your brilliance is unmatched. What a splendid plan to obliterate Jiangnan. If we distribute ample demon-attracting powder throughout the city, the lustful beasts will surely be drawn to it. With their heightened aggression during this period, they will undoubtedly assault Jiangnan. The continuous influx of demon-attracting powder will ensure a tide of beasts. And perhaps even a large surge is within the realm of possibility. In such chaos, the Guardian Division will have no capacity to intervene in our endeavors. The raven-masked leader continued to cackle, let destruction reign. Let destruction reign. I revel in witnessing the despair of humanity. The other cloaked figures joined in with their sinister laughter. Once Jiangnan descends into chaos, they could act freely without fear of reprisal. Very well, we shall wait until mid-month, when the beasts are at their most frenzied, to commence our actions, the raven-masked figure declared. Meanwhile, time swiftly passed for Chen Suian, and soon it was time to clock out. Despite the day's events, Jiangnan remained tranquil, with no demon beast attacks reported. Just as Chen Suian prepared to leave, Zhang Wu called for everyone's attention. Hold on a moment, I have something to discuss. Chen Suian, sensing the impending announcement, awaited Zhang Wu's confirmation, while Zhao Zilong and others appeared similarly anticipative yet composed. During the breeding period, our second squad must maintain a 24-hour watch. You 7 should deliberate on who will take the night shift. The following day, those who do not guard tonight will take on the duty instead. Though it may be arduous, your pay for this month will be doubled, alongside a reward of 400 points. Should any missions arise, there will be additional compensation. So, who will volunteer for the night? As Zhang Wu surveyed the group, Chen Suian pondered briefly before raising his hand. Captain Zhang, I will. Given that the night watch would likely be uneventful, he saw this as an opportunity to gain experience points without losing time at home. Zhang Wu, taken aback by Chen Suian's eagerness, found it puzzling. He had observed this young man as penchant for slacking off, yet here he was, displaying unexpected enthusiasm. However, he dismissed the thought and nodded in agreement. Very well. You shall remain on duty tonight. Turning to the others, he asked, who else wishes to stay? Lu Pangpang raised his hand. Captain Zhang, I will. Zhao Zilong also stepped forward. Count me in. With the trio volunteering, Zhang Wu nodded. Excellent. You 3 will stand guard tonight. As for Tian Xingjian, you all may return and rest. Tian Xingjian and his companions refrained from further conversation, bidding farewell to Chen Suian and the others before heading home for the day. As night fell, the city of Jiangnan succumbed to a tranquil silence, largely due to the mating season of the beasts, which prompted the residents to retire early for the night. Gradually, the city's lights dimmed, and the streets became increasingly deserted, enveloping the entire metropolis in an unusual stillness. Chapter 55. A piercing arrow through the clouds. thousands of troops come to greet. Within the Guardian Department, Chen Suian, reclining on the sofa, found himself engulfed in boredom. He suggested to Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, the long night stretches ahead with no inclination to sleep. How about we engage in some gaming instead? Lu Pangpang, munching on snacks, brightened at the suggestion. Absolutely, Brother Chen. I am a 100-star glory king. Zhao Zilong, overhearing, gazed at Lu Pangpang in astonishment. A 100-star king? How terrifying. Lu Pangpang, brimming with pride, lifted his chin and declared, of course. Now, let me log in and carry you to victory. An hour later. Brother Chen, why are all your skills hitting thin air? Lu Pangpang exclaimed, exasperated. And Zhao, why are you, a support, daring to chase after the enemy jungler? How could you? Lu Pangpang's frustration was palpable. He had initially intended to help Chun and Zhao rank up, only to discover they were an impediment. Chen Suian sheepishly rubbed his nose. Well, it's been a while since I played. I merely misfired my skills a tad. Zhao Zilong chimed in. I couldn't resist. That jungler was too arrogant. Lu Pangpang muttered in dismay. I should have known better than to boast about carrying these two. In Jiangnan City, Wu Liuyi and his team trudged through the eerily empty streets, clearly forced into overtime. Within the squad, Wang Chung expressed his weariness. I envy Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang. Once they joined the Iron Shield Guard, they no longer have to endure this grueling patrol. The others in the squad echoed his sentiments, lamenting, indeed. I've heard that the benefits of joining the Iron Shield Guard far surpass ours. Not only do they enjoy better perks, but they also don't have to patrol the streets. They can do as they please. A lamentation arose. Why wasn't I able to join the Iron Shield Guard? Then I wouldn't have to endure this late-night patrol. Wu Liuyi, overhearing their conversation, interjected, enough. Do you even have the qualifications to join the Iron Shield Guard? Not to mention Chen Suian. Even Lu Pangpang is a B-class ability user. While you seem to forget that the missions undertaken by the Iron Shield Guard are far more perilous than ours. Just then, a series of beastly roars erupted nearby, followed by two panicked human screams. Help! How did a beast emerge from the lake in the park? Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have played that game. Now I'm too scared to lift my head. You scoundrel! If you hadn't insisted on hunting, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Help! Is there anyone who can save us? Wu Liuyi and his team exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing this dialogue. Eventually, Wang Chung, with a hint of jealousy, muttered, serves you right for playing so recklessly. Wang Qing admitted to feeling a twinge of envy as a single man. The other single members of the squad nodded in agreement, thinking, what were you thinking? Playing at this hour? You completely deserve it. Despite Wu Liuyi's internal musings on the recklessness of youth, he quickly commanded, enough. We must go and rescue them. Without hesitation, Wu Liuyi dashed toward the park, followed closely by the rest of the team. At the center of the park, an enormous lake had, unbeknownst to them, become the lair of two gigantic lizards. Their massive bodies loomed like small mountains, covered in thick scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen, seemingly impervious to harm. The lizards' eyes glinted with bloodlust and ferocity, and their long tongues flicked out, hissing ominously. Suddenly, the two colossal lizards noticed the presence of two humans lurking in the dark woods by the lakeside. The scent of humanity lured the giant lizards closer. The young man and woman were in disarray, their clothes in tatters, but they had no time to contemplate their appearances, as they were paralyzed by fear at the sight of the monstrous beasts. By the time they regained their composure, the lizards had already crawled ashore, closing in on them within a mere 100 meters, leaving them no opportunity to escape. One of the smaller lizards extended its long, slimy tongue, dripping with a viscous saliva that was utterly repulsive. A pungent stench filled the air, causing the young man and woman to gag. Yet, with the lizard's tongue nearly upon them, they could hardly afford to dwell on the foul odor. If they failed to evade it, they would surely meet their doom. Despair consumed them. Although they had undergone training, they were merely at the level of ordinary martial disciples, with no strength left to resist. Just then, a blade of energy surged through the air, cleaving through the lizard's tongue and spilling a copious amount of blood onto the ground. The giant lizard let out a wretched cry, laced with intense fury. Wu Liuyi, having arrived, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness, I wasn't too late. However, upon seeing the two formidable lizards radiating a menacing aura, his brow furrowed. He sensed they were likely third-tier beasts. As a mere early-stage martial artist, the prospect of defeating these beasts seemed utterly impossible. At that moment, the rest of the squad arrived, panting heavily, having exerted themselves to catch up with Wu Liuyi, though their levels still lagged behind. Upon witnessing the massive, powerful lizards, they collectively realized they were outmatched. They turned their gazes toward Wu Liuyi, hoping their captain could handle the situation. However, Wu Liuyi, with a serious expression, addressed his team, call for reinforcements from the Iron Shield Guard. I cannot handle this. The team members exchanged glances, realizing if their captain couldn't manage, they stood no chance. Without hesitation, Wang Chung retrieved a signal arrow from his pocket, ignited it, and shouted. A piercing arrow through the clouds, thousands of troops come to greet. With a swift motion, the signal arrow shot skyward, exploding into a brilliant display of fireworks, signaling for assistance. In the darkness, the sudden illumination of fireworks captured the attention of many, yet Chen Suian and his companions, still indoors, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Chapter 56. Was that slash from the captain not impressive? A piercing arrow through the clouds. Thousands of troops come to greet. Wang Cheng bellowed. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent, the members of the squad staring at Wang Cheng in bewilderment. Wu Liuyi's expression darkened. What on earth, Wang Cheng? Are you out of your mind? Why on earth would you pull out that ancient signal arrow from the Guardian department? You dolt. Use your phone to call for help. Embarrassed. Wang Cheng scratched his head sheepishly. Captain, my apologies. I completely forgot we could use our phones. The rest of the team, upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, nearly stumbled in disbelief, pondering whether Wang Cheng had spent too much time with Chen Suian and had contracted his peculiar affliction. Of course, if Chen Suian were aware of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Nonsense. You slander me." However, Wang Cheng swiftly picked up his phone and dialed for reinforcements from the Guardian division. Wu Liuyi, meanwhile, had no time to concern himself with such trivialities, as the two colossal lizards had launched another assault. Thus, Wu Liuyi could only devise a means to stall the two third-tier giant lizards. At the same time, he instructed the other members of the team, "One of you must evacuate the civilians while the rest of you help me hold off the beasts." It was indeed a formidable challenge for Wu Liuyi to contend with the two third-tier monsters alone, necessitating the assistance of his teammates. Inside the Guardian division, Lu Pangpang had reached a state of utter despair, as his phone displayed a disheartening streak of 10 consecutive defeats, revealing the tribulations he had endured recently. "Brother Chen, Brother Zhao, you have led me astray. I'm done playing with you." Lu Pangpang lamented, on the verge of tears. Chen Suian, glancing at his own phone, which bore the same unfortunate record, fumed. This wretched game. Not even a dog would play it. Beside them, Zhao Zilong nodded in agreement, lamenting the incompetence of his teammates. Hearing this, Lu Pangpang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering whether it was truly their fault. At that moment, Chen Suian exited the game and yawned. "Forget it. Gaming has lost its allure. I shall take a nap instead." Yet, scarcely had Chen Suian reclined when the training room door swung open. Zhang Wu entered with a serious expression and, without waiting for Chen Suian and the others to speak, declared, "Let us go. We have a mission." With that, Zhang Wu strode purposefully towards the exit. Chen Suian, reluctantly rising from his resting place, understood that even a second's delay in their mission could result in additional casualties. Zhao Zilong and Lu Pangpang shared no objections, having already retrieved their weapons and followed Zhang Wu. Emerging from the building, they found Zhang Wu already seated at the driver's position of a military Hummer, prompting Chen Suian and the others to hasten into the vehicle. As they settled in, Zhang Wu simply instructed, "Buckle up." The roar of the engine followed, and in an instant, the military Hummer surged forward, racing towards the incident site like a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky. Beneath the moonlight, the military Hummer sped along the deserted highway, arriving at the park in no time. Zhang Wu parked the vehicle outside, opened the door, and announced, "We're here. We can't drive in." The next moment, Lu Pangpang was the first to leap from the vehicle, retching violently. Ugh, it wasn't by choice. The speed had simply been too much. In contrast, Chen Suian and Zhao Zilong disembarked with composure, accustomed to such rapid transport. Noticing Lu Pangpang's distress, Chen Suian approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You're still too weak, fatty. You need more practice." At that moment, a cacophony erupted from within, accompanied by the roars of monsters and frantic human shouts, urging, "Quick, fall back. The two giant lizards are attacking." Zhang Wu, upon hearing this, vanished in a flash, prompting Chen Suian and Zhao Zilong to exchange glances before also disappearing from sight. Observing this, Lu Pangpang hastily wiped his mouth and called out, "Brother Chen, Brother Zhao, wait for me." He quickly followed suit. In the park's central grove, the once serene landscape had been ravaged, with trees uprooted and the ground pockmarked. Within this devastated woodland, two lizards resembling small mountains relentlessly assaulted Wu Liuyi and his team, who were already in disarray, particularly Wu Liuyi, whose body bore numerous wounds. As the strongest member of the team, he faced the greatest pressure, not only battling the two lizards but also rescuing his teammates whenever necessary. "Damn it, these lizards are tougher than I expected. I can't even breach their defenses." Wu Liuyi cursed, gazing at the metallic sheen of the lizard scales. His previous attacks had failed to inflict any damage on the creatures. Beside him, Wang Cheng, equally disheveled, suggested, "Captain, perhaps we should retreat. We only need to hold them off until reinforcements arrive." Wu Liuyi nodded in agreement. Their objective was simply to stall, not to engage in a head-on confrontation. At that moment, the larger of the two lizards seemed to enter a frenzied state, its eyes glowing a menacing red as if ablaze with rage. It opened its jaws, revealing sharp teeth, and emitted a deep, resonating growl. In the next instant, its body writhed violently, its tail whipping like a lash, stirring up a gust of wind directed towards the weaker members of the team. Realizing the imminent danger, Wu Liuyi cursed under his breath, preparing to intervene, only to find the other lizard's tail hurtling towards him. Wu Liuyi found himself in a perilous dilemma. If he rushed to save his teammates, he would be struck by the other beast. Conversely, should he refrain from acting, his comrades might perish. In that moment of despair, Wu Liuyi resolved to act. Determined to save his teammates, for he had already married and started a family, unlike the younger members of the team who might not yet have experienced love. They should not meet their end here. They had bright futures ahead. Just as Wu Liuyi prepared to leap into action, a glimmer of cold light shot forth from a distance, swiftly severing the tail of the lizard charging at him. In an instant, the tail fell to the ground, accompanied by the creature's anguished howl. Meanwhile, another crimson blade cleaved through the larger lizard, splitting it in two, ensuring it could no longer threaten anyone. Wu Liuyi stood momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Just then, a familiar voice broke through the chaos. "Captain, wasn't that strike impressive?" Chen Suian appeared beside Wu Liuyi, wielding a glistening blade that radiated an icy aura. Chapter 57. Not bad. You've finally found your drive. Wu Liuyi, taken aback by Chen Suian's unexpected presence, stammered, "Chen Suian?" However, before he could articulate further, the severed tail lizard roared in fury and charged at Chen Suian. Unfazed, Chen Suian flashed a smile at Wu Liuyi and said, "Just a moment, Captain. Let me handle this beast first." With that, he charged towards the lizard. Wu Liuyi, witnessing this, hastily warned, "Chen Suian, you fool. That's a third-tier monster." Wu Liuyi believed Chen Suian's abilities were still at the martial artist level, unaware that Chen Suian had already acquired the strength to slay third-tier beasts. Concerned, Wu Liuyi thought, "Why is this kid so reckless?" But in the next heartbeat, Wu Liuyi was left astounded by what unfolded before him. Chen Suian, facing the third-tier giant lizard, merely drew his blade with a delicate motion, and in a flash, a cold glimmer passed, causing the lizard's head to inexplicably detach and fall to the ground. It was a swift execution. The lizard had not even a moment to retaliate. Am I getting old? Am I hallucinating? Wu Liuyi rubbed his eyes, struggling to accept the astonishing sight. At that moment, the arriving Lu Pangpang overheard Wu Liuyi's words and chuckled alongside, saying, "Captain, you are not hallucinating. Rather, Brother Chen has grown even stronger." Similarly, Zhao Zilong, who had also rushed over, shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, "Alas, I had hoped to showcase my skills. Yet I was swiftly dispatched by Captain Zhang and Brother Chen. I feel as though I merely came to spectate." Meanwhile, Chen Suian, who had just vanquished the third-tier giant lizard, was not one to forget about looting the corpse. He first extracted the beast core from the lizard's head and prepared to dismember the body, as the flesh of third-tier monsters was indeed a valuable commodity. Not far away, Zhao Zilong, witnessing this, hastily warned Chen Suian, "Brother Chen, the lizard meat is hard to sell since no one desires to consume lizard flesh. After all, lizards appear quite repulsive, and they eat anything, making their meat undesirable." Upon hearing this, Chen Suian kicked the deceased giant lizard twice, cursing, "Damn it. Why must you be a lizard? If it were another third-tier beast, I could fetch a decent price, but even a mosquito's leg is still meat." Thus, Chen Suian decided to pack it up for transport. Nearby, Zhao Zilong and the others, witnessing this, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, inwardly thinking, Brother Chen remains unchanged, not in the slightest. However, shortly after Chen Suian finished dismembering, Zhang Wu approached with a peculiar expression, inquiring, "Chen Suian, what are you doing?" At that moment, while placing the lizard meat into a sack, Chen Suian replied, "Captain, I intend to sell this lizard, so I must cut up the meat." Zhang Wu responded with a bemused expression, "Chen Suian, are you not aware that someone will come to clean the battlefield shortly, and the lizard will be exchanged for points? Therefore, there is no need for you to dismember it. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I have already packed the lizard meat into sacks," Chen Suian exclaimed, astonished. The others could only twitch their lips at Chen Suian's words, realizing they had not had the chance to inform him, as he had dismembered the beast far too quickly. It was evident that Chen Suian was no stranger to the art of looting. Chen Suian then placed the sack of meat down and muttered to himself, "Well then, I'll leave it here for the cleanup crew to exchange for points. At least I won't have to deal with selling it." Although Zhang Wu found Chen Suian a bit of a goof, he was nonetheless satisfied with his strength. After all, to slay a third-tier monster with a single strike was no small feat. Chen Suian was likely stronger than Tian Xingjian. At that moment, Wu Liuyi approached, regarding Chen Suian with astonishment, exclaiming, "This shouldn't be. Captain, what are you doing?" Chen Suian, somewhat speechless, replied, "What do you mean?" Wu Liuyi instinctively retorted, "You shouldn't be this strong." Upon hearing this, Chen Suian proudly huffed, "Captain, do not underestimate me. I am no longer the same. A mere third-tier monster can be felled by my blade." Wu Liuyi fell silent, and after a moment, tentatively asked, "Could it be that since joining the Iron Shield Guard, you felt your strength was insufficient and thus dedicated yourself to rigorous training, resulting in such a transformation?" Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, who overheard this, were taken aback. Throughout this time, they had never witnessed Chen Suian putting in any effort to train. Rather, he seemed to spend his days loafing around. Now, hearing Wu Liuyi's words, they felt it was absurd. Chen Suian merely smiled at Wu Liui's assumption, choosing not to respond. He thought to himself, "Oh, my poor captain. I shall spare you the blow to your pride. If I were to reveal that my daily routine consists of merely coasting through, you would surely struggle to accept it." Seeing that Chen Suian remained silent, Wu Liui conjured an image in his mind of a diligent youth training late into the night. This made him pat Chen Suian's shoulder with appreciation, declaring, "Well done. You have finally shown ambition. I am quite pleased." "Ah, well, thank you," Chen Suian replied, somewhat bashfully. After exchanging a few more words, Wu Liui and his team departed with Chen Suian to return to the Guardian office. After all, Wu Liui's team had sustained injuries during the battle, and even he had incurred considerable wounds, making it unwise to continue patrolling the streets. They needed to return to the Guardian office to recuperate. Upon returning to the Guardian office, Chen Suian glanced at the time and realized it was already past 1 in the early morning. He then reclined on the sofa to rest, knowing that should any tasks arise, someone would awaken them, leaving him with little to worry about. Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, having been through the previous commotion, also felt fatigued and opted for rest instead of gaming. A night passed without incident. The following day, Chen Suian, who had dozed on the sofa, groggily awoke to find Tian Xinjian and the others present in the Guardian office. Chen Suian did not linger in bed, rising to stretch. Aside from the mission he had undertaken the previous night, the rest of the time had been relatively uneventful. Consequently, he had managed to sleep until dawn, which earned him a considerable number of slacking off attribute points from the system. Indeed, sleeping on the job certainly counted as slacking off. Chen Suian mused, stroking his chin. It seems this month, I shall accumulate a substantial number of attribute points. Chapter 58. Unlocking New Skill, Divine Thunder Descends. As the evening shift came to a close, Zhang Wu prepared to have Tian Xinjian and the others remain on duty while Chen Suian and his companions could return home for rest. However, at that moment, Chen Suian declared, "I wish to stay and work overtime." With his words, a profound silence enveloped the room, and everyone regarded Chen Suian with a mixture of bewilderment. Lu Pangpang even dug at his ears, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, you want to stay for overtime? I must have misheard." The others turned to Chen Suian, seeking confirmation of whether he had misspoken. To their surprise, Chen Suian reiterated, "Indeed, I want to stay for overtime." Observing this, Zhang Wu looked at Chen Suian with immense satisfaction, agreeing, "Very well. Chen Suian, you may stay tonight." He had not anticipated that Chen Suian would exhibit such initiative and ambition. He truly was a commendable young man. The others exchanged puzzled glances, sensing something peculiar about Chen Suian. Typically, when the workday ended, he was the first to flee. One could say he was unenthusiastic about work, but overly eager to leave. Now, Chen Suian was voluntarily opting to work overtime, a remarkable deviation from his usual demeanor. Nevertheless, no one voiced their concerns, and thus, Chen Suian was granted an unexpected night of overtime. After the shift, Lu Pangpang approached Chen Suian to quietly inquire, "Brother Chen, why the sudden willingness to work overtime? Is something afoot?" Chen Suian cast a sidelong glance at Lu Pangpang and declared, "Why do you possess such a low level of awareness, fatty? I am staying for overtime to ensure the safety of Jiangnan City and to protect the populace." Lu Pangpang fell silent, not knowing how to respond. Although he was unsure of Chen Suian's intentions, he still rummaged through his backpack and handed Chen Suian a variety of snacks, saying, "Well, Brother Chen, I do not know why you want to work overtime, but here are some snacks for you to enjoy tonight." This gesture touched Chen Suian, who clapped Lu Pangpang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "A true brother for life." However, Lu Pangpang, feeling bashful, scratched his head and added, "Brother, that totals 88 yuan. So remember to pay me back." Chen Suian, who had just been moved by the camaraderie, suddenly wore a look of incredulity, realizing that he had been touched only to be reminded of monetary matters. Get lost. As time swiftly flowed by, a week passed, during which numerous incidents involving monstrous beasts injuring individuals occurred in Jiangnan City. However, Chen Suian and his companions found themselves with few tasks, as the majority of these beasts were merely first and second-tier creatures, with rare appearances of third-tier ones. The ordinary patrols of the Guardian Division sufficed to handle the situation. Consequently, Chen Suian spent most of his time idling, resulting in a substantial increase in his attribute points. Thus, he resolved to allocate points to break through to the third tier of ability users, with the remainder invested in martial skills and techniques. System, bring up my attribute panel. Chen Suian commanded within the confines of his mind. Host, Chen Suian. Age, 19. Martial realm, 3rd stage martial master. Vitality, 25,000 calories. Martial techniques, A rank technique, instant blade draw slash, proficient, 4,000, 8,000. D rank, Baji Quan. Minor accomplishment, 13,000. C rank, Gale blade technique. Minor accomplishment, 14,000. Ability realm, 2nd tier, 10th stage. Ability points, 30,000 points. Note, requires an additional 10,000 to advance to the 3rd tier. Talents, S rank Divine Thunder Slash. Beginner, 3,001,000. S rank Divine Thunder Descends. Not yet unlocked. Note: requires 3rd tier to cultivate. SS-Rank Thunder Flash, not yet unlocked. Note: requires 5th tier to cultivate. SSS-Rank Thunder God of 9 Heavens, not yet unlocked. Note: requires 8th tier to cultivate. Unallocated attribute points, 20,000. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, Chen Suian stroked his chin in contemplation. His ability points now vastly exceeded his vitality. However, he had yet to break through to the 3rd tier. It seemed that his abilities required significantly more points than the ordinary S or SS level abilities. This was, however, to be expected, as the difficulty of breaking through to an SSS level ability was considerably greater, necessitating a substantial number of points. After some deliberation, Chen Suian decided to allocate 10,000 points to his ability points, preparing for his advancement to the 3rd tier. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of ability energy within him, akin to a refreshing spring flowing through, instilling a sense of comfort and clarity. Moments later, as time progressed, his aura intensified, eventually reaching a critical point where he seamlessly broke through to the 3rd tier of ability users. With this breakthrough, a formidable energy emanated from him, which did not go unnoticed by Lu Pangpang and others present in the training room. Instantly, they regarded Chen Suian with astonished expressions, for this aura could only be emitted by someone who had reached the 3rd tier. Could it be that Chen Suian had indeed surpassed this threshold? Lu Pangpang, in disbelief, muttered to himself, "Goodness, has Brother Chen broken through again?" Meanwhile, Zhao Zilong, engrossed in a game, suddenly found it less appealing upon sensing Chen Suian's breakthrough. Initially, he believed that everyone would be taking it easy this month, allowing him to enjoy his gaming uninterrupted, only to discover that Chen Suian had been secretly training. To add insult to injury, he had also attained a new level of prowess. This behavior was utterly intolerable, a blatant affront to natural order. Looking at the game in his hands, Zhao Zilong silently set it aside, realizing he should not lose sight of his goals and ought to devote himself to training instead. Tian Xingzhan, also gaming, shared a similar reaction, sensing that his position as the strongest in the 2nd squad was now in jeopardy. Others shared similar sentiments, pondering whether they too should secretly strive to enhance their skills. Unbeknownst to all, Chen Suian remained absorbed in his attribute panel. With his breakthrough to the 3rd tier, he unlocked the skill Divine Thunder Descends, signifying the addition of a potent new attack technique. Merely hearing the name of this skill, Chen Suian could sense its strength. Furthermore, since Divine Thunder Descends was a tier above Divine Thunder Slash, it was undoubtedly more powerful. At this juncture, he had 10,000 unallocated attribute points remaining, which he decided to invest 7,000 to elevate Divine Thunder Slash to proficiency, while the remaining 3,000 would be allocated to the newly unlocked Divine Thunder Descends. Having made his decision, Chen Suian distributed his attribute points as planned. Thus, the attribute points he had painstakingly accumulated through idleness were entirely expended, yet in their place, he had significantly enhanced his strength. Now, even when facing peak martial masters, he could engage in combat, and perhaps even contend against martial sovereigns, equivalent to 4th tier ability users. This exemplified the formidable nature of SSS level abilities, allowing him to effortlessly challenge those above him. Chapter 59, The Beast Siege. Within the dilapidated houses of the old district of Jiangnan City, a group of individuals clad in black robes convened once more. Messenger Wang. It has been half a month now, and this is the peak of the beast's ferocity. Should we not take action? One of the black-robed figures urged anxiously. Indeed, Messenger Wang. If we wait any longer, the beasts will enter their mating season. Another chimed in, equally impatient. The figure donning a crow mask showed no hesitation, declaring, "Very well. Tonight, we shall scatter the beast-attracting powder throughout the corners of Jiangnan City. It will undoubtedly draw in a multitude of beasts." With this, the crow-masked figure let out a chilling laugh. "Let us witness how Jiangnan City succumbs to the onslaught of the beasts tonight. By then, whatever we do in the city, the Guardian Division will surely have no time to intervene." The other cloaked figures echoed his sinister laughter, for tonight would be their night of revelry, and none could thwart their plans. "Prepare yourselves. We commence our operation tonight." The crow-masked figure instructed, and the others nodded in agreement, responding, "Yes, Messenger Wang." As night fell, Jiangnan City was devoid of its usual bustle, with most residents opting to remain indoors, waiting for the beast's mating frenzy to pass. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a cadre of black-robed figures was scattering the blood-scented powder throughout the city. Within the Guardian Division, it happened to be Tian Xingzhan and his team on duty that night, and Chen Suian, eager to accumulate more attribute points, had naturally remained behind. Notably, Lu Pangpang, finding home life unbearably dull, voluntarily requested to stay for the night shift. Seeing this, Zhao Zilong also chose to remain, intending to join Chen Suian and the others for some gaming. Thus, the entire 2nd squad was present. At that moment, Chen Suian reclined leisurely in a newly purchased rocking chair, humming a cheerful tune, evidently in high spirits. His successful breakthrough to the 3rd tier of ability users and the unlocking of a new skill had greatly uplifted his mood. Meanwhile, Lu Pangpang approached with a mischievous grin. Brother Chen, shall we game together? Surprised by Lu Pangpang's suggestion, Chen Suian raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say we were too much of a liability before? Why the sudden interest? To this, Lu Pangpang confidently patted his chest, declaring, though you all may be a handful, I, Lu Pangpang, refuse to turn my back on my brothers. Oh, very well. Chen Suian, intrigued, sat up, preparing to join Lu Pangpang for a gaming session. Why didn't you call me to game? Zhao Zilong, having appeared beside Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang, wore a resentful expression directed at Lu Pangpang. That despicable Lu Pangpang. Not inviting me to game is simply inhumane. Zhao Zilong's sudden appearance startled Lu Pangpang, who exclaimed, Zhao Gu, you walk so quietly, you nearly scared me to death. However, Lu Pangpang quickly summoned Zhao Zilong to join him for some gaming. All right, brother Zhao, let us embark on another adventure as the Three Musketeers. Thus, the trio commenced their gaming journey once more. 2 hours later, Lu Pangpang tossed his phone aside, muttering to himself, I thought the previous game was bad enough. But I never imagined it could get even worse. Chen Suian. Zhao Zilong. Was it really necessary to be this dismal? Yet, upon witnessing the alarming 20 consecutive defeats, Chen Suian calmly stowed away his phone, secretly pondering, could it be that I truly am this inept? Zhao Zilong stubbornly retorted, it's not us. The enemies are simply too formidable. Outside the suburban area of Jiangnan City, the beast forest was particularly tumultuous during the night. The beasts, in the throes of their mating season, roared and prowled, exuding a potent aura to attract potential mates. This led to fierce battles among the creatures as they vied for reproductive rights, painting the ground crimson with blood. Some weaker beasts quickly fell victim in this struggle, their demise further inciting the remaining beasts into a frenzy. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, laden with the scent of blood, causing most of the beasts in the forest to abruptly cease their fighting. They lifted their heads, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light as they gazed towards the direction of Jiangnan City. It was as if these creatures could sense the presence of something they deeply craved in that direction. Soon, a beast let out a deafening roar and began sprinting towards Jiangnan City. Following suit, the majority of the beasts echoed its roar and dashed in the same direction. In no time, hundreds, if not thousands, of beasts were converging towards Jiangnan City, forming a small tide of beasts in the heart of the beast forest. 4 fifth-grade beasts detected the peculiar scent in the air, which inexplicably captivated them. They roared in unison and began moving towards the outskirts of the forest. With the 5th-grade beasts leading the charge, an increasing number of beasts followed them towards Jiangnan City. In a matter of moments, what began as a small tide transformed into a medium-sized wave of creatures. Countless beasts surged from all directions, whether running, flying, or crawling, irresistibly drawn by the enigmatic aroma. These beasts varied greatly in type and form, yet they shared a singular goal in joining this unprecedented wave. Some were colossal, akin to mammoths, their every step causing the ground to tremble. Others soared through the air like birds, their wings stretching several meters, and there were smaller beasts, agile as rabbits, weaving nimbly between their larger counterparts as they hastened forward. As time passed, more and more beasts joined this throng. Tens of thousands of them raced onward, creating a sight of extraordinary grandeur, shaking the earth beneath them. Meanwhile, the city defenses of Jiangnan were already under attack from numerous beasts lurking nearby. The soldiers stationed there paid little mind, as nightly assaults from beasts were commonplace. They merely eliminated those that attempted to scale the walls. However, as time progressed, the defenders began to sense an unusual shift. More and more beasts were launching attacks against the city's defenses. This prompted the commanding officer in charge of the defenses to promptly report the situation to the city and trigger the alarm. In no time, a piercing alarm echoed throughout Jiangnan City, sending waves of anxiety through its residents. Jiangnan City's government. As the mayor, Luo Yang received the news from the city defense troops immediately, convening a meeting to discuss the next steps. In the conference room, the upper echelons of Jiangnan City gathered. Upon seeing everyone assembled, Luo Yang wasted no time and initiated the meeting. I have just received word from the city defense forces that a relentless wave of beasts is attacking Jiangnan City, forming a small tide. Does anyone have anything to add? As the mayor, Luo Yang scanned the room for responses. Sitting among them, Li Hu stroked his chin and was the first to speak. I believe this situation is rather abnormal. Oh, abnormal? Luo Yang inquired, intrigued. Every year around this time, small waves of beasts would attack Jiangnan City, so he did not initially perceive anything unusual. The other high-ranking officials chimed in, questioning Li Hu's assertion. Isn't this just another beast tide? It has happened before. What is so abnormal about it? I suggest we simply return home and get some sleep. By tomorrow, the tide will be eradicated. Exactly. I was just dozing off when I was summoned for this meeting. I'm utterly exhausted. Luo Yang felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that Jiangnan City had enjoyed peace for so long that some had forgotten the ferocity of the beasts. If they were to breach the city, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the citizens of Jiangnan. Li Hu frowned, casting disapproving glances at the higher-ups, silently musing. These individuals have grown far too complacent. They seemed to have forgotten the brutality and terror of the beasts. He recalled the past, when beasts had breached cities, the bloody scenes etched vividly in his memory. Now, these officials appeared to underestimate the threat posed by the beasts, which infuriated him. He understood their savage nature all too well, should they form a medium or large tide. The consequences would be dire. Yet, these officials seemed blissfully unaware, overly confident in their ability to manage any crisis. This blind optimism filled Li Hu with trepidation. He feared that if the beasts did indeed attack, these leaders would be caught unprepared. With this thought, he voiced a warning. Everyone must not let their guard down. I sense something is amiss. First, we had not observed any signs of a small beast tide forming outside the city. Yet why is there one attacking Jiangnan City tonight? Moreover, beasts typically do not attack at night, as many species require rest. So, what could possibly entice them to forsake their rest and assault Jiangnan City? If something is indeed drawing them in, could it also attract beasts from the forest? As these words left his lips, the conference room fell silent. For if Li Hu's suspicions held any truth, Jiangnan City was on the brink of a monumental disaster. Upon hearing Li Hu's words, Luo Yang too fell into deep contemplation, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the conference table. Though Li Hu's remarks were startling, for the sake of the citizens, Luo Yang had to consider the implications. If all the beasts from the forest were indeed drawn here, what course of action should they take? Within the conference room, no one dared to speak further. Instead, they were lost in thought, with only the sound of Luo Yang's fingers drumming against the table breaking the silence. Finally, Luo Yang was the first to break through the silence. Director Li, your observations are not without merit. We need to dispatch someone to investigate the situation before we can make any decisions. Previously, the city defense forces that had returned for rest were summoned back to stand by at all times, along with the police force and the guardian department. At this point, Luo Yang rose and declared, "Very well. I shall personally venture outside the city to assess the situation in the beast forest." Concern arose among the crowd, with someone voicing, "Is it not too perilous for Mayor Luo Yang to go himself?" However, Luo Yang waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "I am a 5th-tier ability user, unless a 6th-tier beast appears. I can safely withdraw." He added, "There is no need for further persuasion. Focus on your own duties." Observing this, the other high-ranking officials ceased their objections and prepared to return to their respective posts. Luo Yang did not linger, transforming into a streak of light as he darted towards the outskirts of the city under the cover of night. As Luo Yang soared over the city defenses of Jiangnan, his brow furrowed in concern upon witnessing a relentless tide of beasts advancing from above. This revelation weighed heavily on his heart, yet he continued his flight, determined to ascertain the situation more clearly. The further he ventured, the greater the number of beasts he encountered, particularly airborne creatures that launched attacks upon him. Nevertheless, these lower-tier flying beasts were easily dispatched by Luo Yang. Before long, he reached a point 50 kilometers outside the city, just a few dozen kilometers from the beast forest. Just as he intended to press on, a thunderous sound akin to a stampede of horses reached his ears, accompanied by billowing clouds of smoke and the cacophony of thousands of beastly roars. Stunned, Luo Yang's eyes widened, particularly upon spotting 4 5th-tier beasts leading the horde. A sense of dread enveloped him. The seemingly endless tide of beasts, alongside the 4 5th-tier creatures, signified a medium-sized, if not a large-scale, beast wave. While Luo Yang grappled with the gravity of the situation, one of the 5th-tier beasts noticed him in the sky. The creature let out a fearsome roar, launching a formidable attack towards Luo Yang. Sensing the impending danger, Luo Yang acted without hesitation, unleashing his abilities. In an instant, a torrent of water surged from within him, coalescing into a lance of water in his hand. Without a moment's pause, he hurled the spear towards the beast's attack. The collision produced a resounding explosion, the shockwaves radiating outward in all directions. Meanwhile, Luo Yang's figure flickered and vanished. He could not afford to delay, for he needed to relay this intelligence swiftly. The 5th-tier beast, having lost sight of Luo Yang in the aftermath of the explosion, let out an enraged roar. Ignoring the depletion of his energy, Luo Yang soared back towards Jiangnan City, becoming a brilliant blue streak against the night sky. Chapter 61. Fear not, for I shall undoubtedly see tomorrow. Upon his rapid return to Jiangnan City, Luo Yang convened an urgent meeting to escalate the matter to the provincial authorities. The atmosphere in the conference room was laden with tension, each face etched with concern. After what felt like an eternity, Li Hu was the first to break the silence, stating, "Mayor Luo Yang, you've discovered that 4 5th-tier beasts are leading tens of thousands of beasts towards Jiangnan City. Have you requested assistance from above? It seems implausible for us to withstand this with our current capabilities." In response, Luo Yang shook his head, his expression grave. "I have reported the situation, but the fastest reinforcements from the province will take at least 3 hours to arrive. The medium-sized beast wave is merely dozens of kilometers away, and they could reach us in under half an hour. In other words, we must endure for at least 2.5 hours. Otherwise, our city will fall, and the citizens of Jiangnan will become prey to the beasts." With solemnity, Luo Yang looked at the upper echelons of Jiangnan City and declared, I implore everyone to ensure that, by any means necessary, we do not allow the beasts to breach our defenses in the next 3 hours. The high-ranking officials nodded in agreement, pledging their support. Fear not, Mayor Luoyang. I will immediately mobilize personnel from the police department to assist the city defense forces. One declared. Indeed, Mayor Luoyang, if necessary. We can summon martial artists and second-tier cultivators within the city to bolster our defenses, another added. Our guardian department can also lend a hand. Luoyang swiftly made decisions. Very well, everyone must do their utmost to hold for 3 hours. However, the police and guardian department should not divert all their forces to the city defense. We must retain a significant portion to prevent any beasts that breach the defenses from harming the citizens of Jiangnan. As for summoning martial artists and second-tier cultivators, it cannot be enforced, they must volunteer. Additionally, we will implement a reward system. Those who slay first-tier beasts will earn military merit points, which can be redeemed for cultivation resources. This should encourage many cultivators to step forward and assist with the defenses. Understood. The officials of Jiangnan City responded in unison. Soon, each high-ranking official began to mobilize efforts in preparation for the impending beast wave. Returning to the guardian department, Li Hu promptly relayed the news to his colleagues and called back personnel who had gone home to rest. Chen Suian, upon hearing this news, was taken aback. He had never anticipated the emergence of a medium-sized beast wave just outside the city, steadily advancing towards Jiangnan. At that moment, Lu Pangpang expressed his trepidation, turning to Chen Suian and asking, Brother Chen, with so many beasts approaching Jiangnan City, can we hold them off? Observing Lu Pangpang's fear, Chen Suian comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying, Do not worry. Did they not say that if we can hold for 3 hours, reinforcements will arrive? I believe we can manage. Nearby, Zhao Zilong also tried to reassure Lu Pangpang, exclaiming, Fear not, for I, Zhao Zilong, shall protect you. Nothing will happen to you. Meanwhile, Zhang Wu, standing at the front, addressed the members of the second squad, stating, Our mission in the Iron Shield Guard, second squad, is to eliminate any beasts that breach the city defenses and ensure the safety of the citizens of Jiangnan. Is that clear? The members, including Chen Suian, all nodded in understanding. Observing their response, Zhang Wu continued with a complex expression. Furthermore, if anyone wishes to leave a farewell message, now is the time. For each one of us may very well meet our end at the jaws of the beasts, and none can predict if we will see tomorrow. All right. I will give you 5 minutes to write your messages or speak to your families, he concluded. Afterward, Zhang Wu turned and exited the training room, preparing to call his wife and children for a heartfelt goodbye, uncertain of his fate for the morrow. Once Zhang Wu left, Zhao Zilong and the others wore complex expressions but quickly began dialing their family members, bidding farewell. Lu Pangpang was no exception, while Chen Suian sat back on the sofa, polishing his dragon reverse. Truth be told, Chen Suian felt a twinge of envy towards Lu Pangpang and the others for having families to bid farewell to, unlike him, who was alone and would leave no memories behind even in death. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chen Suian felt unusually calm at that moment, neither frightened nor panicked, as if he were merely confronting a trivial matter. Perhaps it was because he had long ceased to have ties in this world. As Luo Tianyi strolled past the training room, her attention was immediately drawn to Chen Suian, who was meticulously polishing his blade. For reasons unknown, she sensed a tinge of melancholy in his demeanor. Observing this, she approached him with a purposeful stride. Chen Suian, engrossed in his task, quickly became aware of Luo Tianyi's approach, and his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. He thought to himself, what brings this fierce tigress over here? Is she here to cause me trouble? To his surprise, Luo Tianyi halted before him and, with a cool tone, inquired, Aren't you going to bid farewell to your family? Upon hearing her frigid voice, Chen Suian momentarily froze, initially intending to retort, I have no family. However, the next instant, a smile returned to his face as he cheerfully responded, Sister Luo, how thoughtful of you. Accustomed to Chen Suian's teasing, Luo Tianyi's expression remained unchanged as she calmly replied, I'm merely concerned that you may not survive until tomorrow. Chen Suian felt a pang of disappointment. He had thought Luo Tianyi was expressing genuine concern, only to realize she was merely worried about his survival. He waved his hand dismissively and said, No worries. Even if I don't make it to tomorrow, I will be content. Luo Tianyi, upon hearing this, felt an inexplicable ache in her heart and silently pondered whether her previous words had been too hurtful. This prompted her to consider offering some words of comfort, yet when the moment arrived, they remained unspoken. Instead, she feigned a fierce threat, stating, Chen Suian, if you fail to appear before me tomorrow, I shall not permit you to slack off at work. Chen Suian was left speechless by her remark. If he did not survive until tomorrow, what was the point of going to work? Nevertheless, he understood that Luo Tianyi was indeed concerned for him, albeit in her own peculiar manner. A smile crept across his face as he assured her, Sister Luo, I recognize your concern. Rest assured, I will certainly be here in full tomorrow. Huh? Who is concerned about you? Luo Tianyi retorted, maintaining her bravado. Observing her stubbornness, Chen Suian chuckled, finding her as endearing as a little girl. However, Luo Tianyi did not linger, as her responsibilities as the second-in-command of the Guardian Division demanded her attention. As she departed, Chen Suian felt a sudden uplift in his spirits and began to hum a cheerful tune. Chapter 62. Let the operation commence. 5 minutes later, Chen Suian and his companions gazed solemnly at Zhang Wu, who stood at the forefront of their formation, awaiting the assignment of their tasks. Zhang Wu surveyed the 7 individuals before him, contemplating for a moment before proceeding with the distribution of duties. Lu Pangpang, Chen Suian, Zhao Zilong. You are tasked with clearing the beasts that have breached the city defenses to the south. Li Weiqiu and Huang Shangtian, you will handle the northern sector. Taiyi Xingjian and Mocha, take care of the eastern front. As for me, I shall oversee the western front. Is that understood? Understood. The group affirmed with nods. Very well, I shan't elaborate further. Remember, if you encounter beasts that are beyond your capabilities, retreat and call for reinforcements. Do not jeopardize your lives, Zhang Wu advised. Concern etched on his face as he regarded their youthful visages. Although the southern district was not the most prosperous area of Jiangnan City, it housed the densest population, with at least 1/3 of the city's inhabitants residing there. Fortunately, the southern district remained safe, as the beast-infested forest lay to the west, rendering the western sector the front line and placing the northern and eastern regions at risk. The southern district, being the only area distanced from the western front, was thus deemed the safest within Jiangnan City. Upon Chen Suian, Lu Pangpang, and Zhao Zilong's arrival in the southern district, they found every household with tightly shut doors and not a single light illuminating the streets, creating an eerie silence. Zhao Zilong, armed with a long spear, surveyed the darkened streets and scratched his head in confusion. How peculiar. The alarm has been sounded in Jiangnan City, yet it seems no one is reacting at all. Not even a flicker of light. Have you considered that illuminating the night can attract beasts? Chen Suian remarked quietly. Realization dawned on Zhao Zilong as he exclaimed, that makes sense. Meanwhile, Lu Pangpang clutched a hefty hammer, glancing anxiously around, and nervously asked, Brother Chen, do you think the beasts might suddenly pounce on us? Observing Lu Pangpang's timid demeanor, Chen Suian smirked and replied, Pangpang, why are you so frightened? Fear not. The southern district is the safest. No beast should have made their way here just yet. Okay, if you say so. Lu Pangpang felt a bit more at ease thanks to Chen Suian's words. However, the next moment, a commotion erupted nearby, startling the newly relaxed Lu Pangpang, who exclaimed, Holy cow! Brother Chen, beasts are appearing. Chen Suian had no time to tend to Lu Pangpang. He had already shifted into a vigilant stance, his grip tightening around Long and I, ready to draw his weapon at a moment's notice. The footsteps grew louder, and soon, Chen Suian recognized several familiar voices. Captain, do you think the beast tide will breach Jiangnan City? Indeed, Captain. I've heard there are at least tens of thousands of beasts approaching Jiangnan City. Can we truly hold them off? Enough. Regardless of whether we can withstand them, we must protect the citizens of Jiangnan City. Have you forgotten our oath upon joining the Guardian Division? Hearing these familiar voices, Chen Suian instinctively called out, Captain? Lu Pangpang, who had been tense, was equally taken aback, realizing they had unexpectedly encountered their former captain, Wu Liuyi. As anticipated, Wu Liuyi's team soon appeared around the corner. Upon spotting Chen Suian and his companions, Wu Liuyi paused momentarily but quickly recovered, joyfully striding towards them. What brings you two rascals here? Wu Liuyi exclaimed. The other members of Wu Liuyi's team, upon seeing Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang, couldn't help but smile and followed suit. Chen Suian eagerly embraced Wu Liuyi, exclaiming, Captain, it's so good to see you. Wu Liuyi, playfully pushing Chen Suian away, chided, What else with the hug, you rascal? I only fancy women. Chen Suian chuckled, Hee hee. I'm just thrilled to see you. Captain, all right. Are you two here to ensure the safety of the citizens in the southern district? Wu Liuyi inquired with curiosity. Lu Pangpang nodded in affirmation, replying, Yes. That's right, Captain. Upon hearing this, Wu Liuyi patted both Lu Pangpang and Chen Suian on the shoulders, smiling with concern. In that case, be careful. I don't want to see you two missing limbs. Chen Suian patted his chest confidently, declaring, Rest assured, Captain, I'm formidable, unless a fourth-tier beast shows up. They won't stand a chance. Wu Liuyi couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself that Chen Suian still had a penchant for boasting. Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. Just make sure to stay safe. At that moment, Wu Liuyi recalled something important and slapped his forehead. Almost forgot, my wife is due to give birth next month. I'll be hosting a grand banquet, and you two better come. Really? No kidding? Captain, you're not trying to con me into giving you a gift, are you? Chen Suian joked. Wu Liuyi's expression darkened as he replied, Get lost. I'm not that desperate for your measly gift. Certainly. Wu Liuyi was well aware that Chen Suian was merely jesting and did not dwell on it excessively. He waved his hand and remarked, All right. Let us not linger any longer. I still have to patrol over there. You youngsters, take care of yourselves. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wu Liuyi continued his inspection with his team. Once Wu Liuyi departed, Lu Pangpang scratched his head and suggested, Brother Chen, should we also conduct a patrol in the southern district? Chen Suian nodded in agreement. Of course we should. While I do enjoy a leisurely day at work, it is evident that now is not the time for idleness. Zhao Zilong had no objections, and thus Chen Suian, quite uncharacteristically, embarked on a patrol of the southern district. In a certain corner of the southern district, several figures cloaked in black gathered. One of them cackled, "He, Messenger Wang. May we commence our actions now?" Most of the forces in Jiangnan City are preoccupied with defending against the lurking demonic beasts. Presently, only a few small teams from the Guardian Division remain in the southern district, utterly incapable of thwarting us. Upon hearing this, a black-clad figure adorned with a crow mask sneered, "Hee, let us begin our operation. It is high time the world recognized the name of our evil god sect. Hee, I have awaited this moment for far too long. Ha ha, women, I crave women." The other cloaked figures were equally exhilarated, emboldened by the knowledge that no one could impede their actions. Chapter 63. So it is this elder, quite improper. At this moment, atop the city walls of Jiangnan, Luo Yang stood solemnly, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars from demonic beasts echoed through the air, prompting Luo Yang to instinctively exclaim, "They are coming." Before long, a thick cloud of smoke billowed in the distance, accompanied by the thunderous sound of countless beasts thundering forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. The first sight to catch their eyes was the four towering fifth-tier demonic beasts leading the charge, each standing several dozen meters tall, resembling moving mountains. Behind these formidable creatures trailed an innumerable horde of beasts, surging forward like a tide of steel. Under the night sky, the glowing red eyes of the beasts appeared particularly vivid. The city defense forces stationed in Jiangnan were struck with terror at this sight, their faces paling as it was the first time they had encountered such a multitude of demonic beasts. It seemed as though the entire horizon was filled with beasts, rendering it impossible to ascertain their true numbers. This led the city defenders to doubt whether they could withstand the onslaught of the demonic beasts for even 3 hours. Meanwhile, Luo Yang turned to his companions Li Hu, Qin Tian, and Lin Ping, the commander of the city defense forces, and declared, "You must not allow those 4 fifth-tier demonic beasts to approach. Our Jiangnan city will not withstand their assault if they do. We must take the initiative and hold them off." "Ha, no problem. They are just 5th-tier beasts. I have dealt with them before." Qin Tian laughed boldly, displaying no fear in the face of the 5th-tier beasts. His presence here was a result of Luo Yang seeking his assistance. At that moment, Li Hu, seemingly inspired by Qin Tian's bravado, also laughed heartily. "Ha! My great blade is eager for battle." However, Luo Yang then turned to the elder beside him, who wielded a 3-foot-long green blade, and said, "Elderly, while we engage the 5th-tier beasts, I hope you can assist the city defense forces in fending off the beast tide. They will not withstand the onslaught alone." The elder picked up his wine flask and took several hearty swigs, then grinned widely, revealing a few large yellow teeth. "Rest assured, young Luo, I shall lend my aid. With me here, those beasts shall not breach our defenses." Luo Yang nodded, fully aware of the elder's formidable strength. As long as he was present, Jiangnan City would never fall. Without further hesitation, Luo Yang, observing the approaching tide of beasts, leaped into the air and bellowed, "Everyone, follow me to slay the beasts." With that, he surged forward like a streak of blue light towards the 4 fifth-tier demonic beasts. Seeing this, Qin Tian mounted his flying sword, and under his mental command, transformed into a golden flash, charging towards the foremost 5th-tier beast. Li Hu and Commander Lin Ping of the city defense forces unleashed their prowess, all heading towards the 5th-tier beasts. Before long, Luo Yang and his companions collided with the 4 fifth-tier beasts, unleashing a torrent of fearsome attacks that decimated the surrounding lesser beasts, resulting in countless casualties. However, the horde of tens of thousands of demonic beasts did not falter. They continued their relentless charge towards Jiangnan City. In fact, the beasts at the front slowed down momentarily, only to be trampled to death by the tides surging behind them. The city defense forces watched in dread as the seemingly unstoppable wave of beasts drew nearer, each one grappling with fear, some even contemplating abandoning their weapons and fleeing. However, the thought of their homeland behind them compelled them to stifle their instincts to escape. The elder observed the scene with a shake of his head and a sigh. At this rate, when the demonic beasts assault the city, half of them will surely flee. Yet, the elder harbored no disdain for the city defenders. Fear is an inherent human emotion, especially in the face of tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Can one truly fathom standing atop the city walls, gazing out at an unfathomable tide of beasts? Even the sky was shrouded by colossal flying creatures, casting a shadow over the land. At this moment, the elder took another swig from his flask, savoring the flavor with a satisfied expression, and murmured, "What a fine wine." He then secured the flask at his waist, squinting at the approaching swarm of tens of thousands of beasts, before his figure transformed into a golden flash, soaring into the air. In the dark of night, the surrounding city defenders immediately noticed the elder hovering above, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. "Look, that elder is flying up in the sky. What in the world? What is he doing? Isn't he afraid of being attacked by the beasts?" "Your worries are unfounded. An elder who can fly must be a formidable figure. I think I recognize him. Isn't he the elder from the Guardian Division who enjoys watching beautiful streamers? Goodness. So it is this elder. He has become quite improper. I am from the Guardian Division and have often seen him watching beautiful streamers perform at the resource exchange. Upon hearing this, the elder in midair felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What is this? I simply have an appreciation for beautiful things. Why am I deemed improper? Contemplating this, the elder snorted lightly. Very well, let these youngsters see that I shall always be their elder. With that, the elder made a slight motion, his right hand darting like lightning to draw a gleaming sword from his back, the blade measuring over 3 lengths, sharp beyond measure, radiating a chilling light. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a terrifying aura erupted from the elder, enveloping him in a massive golden glow, as dazzling as the sun itself. In the darkness, the blinding golden light emanating from the elder illuminated a radius of several dozen kilometers. Inside the city, when Zhao Zilong suddenly beheld the radiant golden light in the sky, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! How blinding! I nearly went blind." Lu Pang echoed his surprise. "Goodness! How dazzling!" Hearing their exclamations, Chen Suian couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking to himself that these two were utterly uncultured, resorting to exclamations of disbelief without any finesse. Unlike him, who could articulate his surprise with eloquence. With a gentle admonition from the elder, a golden radiance surged forth from his being, cascading towards the 3-foot-long sword in his grasp like an unstoppable tide. Upon contact with this golden energy, the sword transformed instantaneously into a dazzling spectacle, its blade shimmering with resplendent golden light, as if imbued with life itself, quivering slightly as though it were emitting a melodic hum. As the terrifying golden power continuously flowed into the sword, its might intensified, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. This scene left the soldiers stationed atop the city walls utterly astounded. Chapter 64. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the prowess of Li Songnan's blade. The spectacle rendered the city defense troops speechless, merely sensing this aura instilled in them an overwhelming dread. Just as the soldiers were reeling from the shock, the elder slowly raised the sword, glowing with blinding golden light, and spoke in a voice aged yet resonant. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold my blade, Li Songnan." Although Li Songnan's voice was not particularly loud, inexplicably, his proclamation echoed throughout the skies of Jiangnan City. Whether it was the city defenders or the citizens observing from the shadows, all gazed upwards at Li Songnan, who now bore no trace of his usual playful demeanor. The smile had vanished entirely, replaced by a countenance of solemnity and gravity. Li Songnan stood still, his gaze intense and profound, his previously slightly hunched form now erect like a razor-sharp sword. In the next moment, he gently swept the sword forward, unleashing a sword aura that stretched for dozens of meters. This aura exuded a terrifying presence, as if it intended to rend the very fabric of space. The golden light emanating from the sword illuminated the night, casting Jiangnan City in a brilliance akin to daylight. The horrifying sword aura surged forth like a great wall towards the throngs of rampaging beasts. As it passed, the air twisted, producing a shrill whistle. The once crazed beasts, now filled with terror, halted in their tracks, with the foremost among them stopping abruptly. Unfortunately, those behind could not do the same, trampling the halted beasts mercilessly. Soon, the sword aura swept through the ranks of thousands of frenzied beasts, effortlessly cleaving through the front line with no resistance. However, the golden sword aura did not dissipate. Instead, it continued its relentless assault upon the horde. At this moment, the sword aura resembled a towering wall of blades, preventing the beasts from advancing even an inch. Yet, once the sword aura was exhausted, the horde resumed its charge towards Jiangnan City. Li Songnan's strike had claimed the lives of several thousand beasts. While this was inconsequential in the face of the multitude, it significantly bolstered the morale of the city defenders. The soldiers atop Jiangnan City's walls witnessed the entire spectacle, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. Who could have anticipated that an elderly gentleman with graying hair could unleash such a formidable attack? They finally grasped the meaning behind the phrase, "Elder, you are indeed the elder." After a moment of stunned silence, a tsunami of exclamations erupted. "Incredible. The elder is astonishing. Initially, I thought the elder was an unseemly old man, but I now realize how gravely mistaken I was. This elder is terrifyingly powerful. Previously, I misjudged you as a lascivious old man, but after witnessing that strike, I have resolved to take you as my role model. Incredible. Incredible. This is akin to in a hall filled with flowers, 3,000 guests, a single sword cold as frost, spanning 14 states. Elder, I wish to take you as my master." At this moment, the defenders who had witnessed that sword strike shed their fear of the beasts and were instead filled with fervor. They yearned to wield the 3-foot-long sword like Li Songnan, to slay thousands of great demons in a single stroke. Above the heavens, Li Songnan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. That strike had consumed a third of his extraordinary power, nearly exhausting the old man. However, Upon witnessing the uplifted spirits of the soldiers, he nodded in satisfaction, knowing that his most potent strike had not been in vain. Did you all witness that? Such mere beasts could not withstand a single blow from me. Are you still afraid? Li Tsongnan addressed the fervent crowd below again in his aged voice. Upon hearing this, the soldiers erupted in a unified roar. We are not afraid. What are beasts to us? They have but one head and 4 legs. We can slay them. No matter how ferocious the beasts, my family stands behind me. I shall be more ruthless than the beasts. At this moment, the morale of the city defenders reached its zenith. They no longer feared the horde, even if they were vastly outnumbered. Li Tsongnan nodded in immense satisfaction. Their spirit was indeed commendable. In the southern district, Chen Suian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Li Tsongnan's voice, recognizing it as that of the elder from the Guardian Division who enjoyed watching beautiful streamers. This realization led Chen Suian to reflect. Indeed, the novels often depict that the more eccentric an elder, the more likely they are to be a master. Meanwhile, Lu Pangpang, already ignited with fervor by Li Tsongnan's words, brandished his wolf fawn club and muttered, "Where are the beasts? Where are the beasts? I want to unleash a slaughter." As for Zhao Zilong, he adopted a more theatrical stance, brandishing a spear and declaring coldly, "Today shall be your doomsday, beasts." Chen Suian felt a wave of exasperation. Perhaps he was the only rational one in this group. However, it seemed the southern district had yet to encounter any beasts, leaving Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong nearly caught up in excitement. "All right, let us check over there for any beasts," Chen Suian proposed, glancing at the overly dramatic Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, who readily agreed. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A signal firework exclusive to the Guardian Division erupted in the western part of the southern district. Upon witnessing this, Chen Suian narrowed his eyes, sensing that beasts had indeed infiltrated the southern district. Lu Pangpang, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Chen, let us hurry to provide support." "Yes, let us go." Chen Suian wasted no time, his figure flashing as he raced towards the western part of the southern district, with Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong quickly following suit. On the streets of the western southern district, 2 figures clad in black robes were laughing maniacally, charging towards the attack from Team Wu Yui. "Ha ha ha. Do you weaklings think you can stop us, the cult of the evil god? You must be seeking death." One of them jeered. "I was enjoying the company of a lovely lady, but now you've interrupted me. I'll deal with you first, and then go back to find more lovely ladies." As the vicious attacks approached, Wu Liui's expression remained impassive. When their team patrolled this area, they had heard desperate cries for help, initially believing it to be a beast attack, only to find 2 fiends far more despicable than any beast. Upon their arrival, they discovered the streets were already drenched in blood, with the elderly, children, and even pregnant women slain. Furthermore, the 2 black-robed figures had captured dozens of Jiangnan citizens. And shockingly, they were brazenly assaulting a pregnant woman in plain view. Such beings could not even be classified as human. They were the very embodiment of demons. Contemplating this, a murderous intent radiated from Wu Liui, and the other members of his team also exuded an aura of vengeance directed towards the 2 black-robed figures. Chapter 65, Dawn Pill. Boom, boom. With a series of explosive sounds, Wu Liui barely managed to fend off the attacks of the cloaked figures. One was a mid-stage martial artist, while the other had reached the late stage. They were far beyond what Wu Liui, a novice martial artist, could withstand. The 2 cloaked figures, witnessing this, continued their manic laughter, jeering, "Do you truly think you can obstruct our Shaoxia god sect? You are courting death. Haha, why waste words on him? Just kill them directly." Wu Liui's expression grew grim as he coldly addressed the members of his team. "You all must flee. I will stay here to hold them off." However, Wang Cheng, one of the team members, stubbornly shook his head. "Captain, I refuse to abandon you." The others echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Captain, we cannot allow you to face the enemy alone. I, too, will remain." This caused Wu Liui to curse under his breath. "You bunch of fools. I told you to leave because your powers are too feeble. You would only hinder me. Go, quickly, leave and do not burden me." Yet, as the team hesitated, the late-stage martial artist among the cloaked figures sneered. "Heh, wanna leave? Have you consulted me?" As he spoke, the cloaked figure's body began to swell rapidly, transforming into a colossal form in the blink of an eye. His skin darkened, sprouting a layer of dark red, dense fur that resembled animal pelage but bore an eerie aura. Additionally, his head underwent a grotesque transformation, revealing a terrifying visage with sharp fangs and claws. Most striking was the long, powerful tail that emerged from behind him, thickly covered in scales that glimmered with a cold light. In the next instant, the cloaked figure vanished, and Wu Liui's pupils constricted in alarm as he urgently warned the others, "Run." However, barely had Wu Liui finished speaking when the figure appeared before Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in terror upon seeing the cloaked figure suddenly materialize, realizing he had no time to react to the figure's astonishing speed. In the next moment, the figure's razor-sharp claws pierced Wang Cheng's heart, and with a swift yank, he held up a still-beating heart. With a sinister grin, the cloaked figure exclaimed, "Fresh hearts are the most delectable. As he spoke, he thrust the heart into his mouth and bit down, blood spraying forth and saturating the air with a metallic scent. The sound of him chewing sent chills down the spine. Wang Cheng, witnessing the horror, attempted to utter a word, but before he could speak, his life was extinguished. And he collapsed. Wu Lu-yi, witnessing this dreadful scene, gasped, Wang Cheng. Yet, Wang Cheng had already met his end. A wave of sorrow and fury surged within Wu Lu-yi. Without hesitation, he brandished his sword and charged at the late-stage cloaked figure, shouting in anguish, "Everyone else, leave. Hurry." He was determined not to witness any more of his team perish before his eyes, even if it meant his own demise. He would hold off these two cloaked figures. Wu Lu-yi's desperate shout snapped the others out of their stupor, igniting a flicker of hesitation within them. Could they truly abandon their captain here? However, they soon resolved to flee, recognizing that remaining would only lead to their own deaths and distract their captain further. At that moment, the mid-stage cloaked figure lunged forward, brandishing a massive blade towards several members of the team. Meanwhile, Wu Lu-yi was already engaged in combat with the late-stage cloaked figure, unable to extricate himself to aid his comrades. As the mid-stage cloaked figure approached the team, a massacre unfolded. One by one, the team members fell, succumbing to the might of the mid-stage cloaked figure, their lives extinguished forever. As Wu Lu-yi battled the late-stage cloaked figure, his heart ached, his eyes filled with rage and sorrow. With each familiar face that fell into a pool of blood, he recalled the moments they had shared, patrolling the streets together, training side by side, fighting as one. Yet now, he was powerless to change their fate. Each visage was indelibly etched in Wu Lu-yi's mind, their memories flashing before his eyes. "Captain, what does it feel like to be in love? I've never experienced it." "Captain, one day I will become a powerful warrior, and I will protect you. Captain, next month I'm marrying my girlfriend. Be sure to come celebrate." As he watched his team fall to the cloaked figures, tears glistened in Wu Lu-yi's eyes, his voice choked with rage as he murmured, "Rest assured, I will avenge you." Just then, the late-stage cloaked figure delivered a devastating blow, catching the stunned Wu Lu-yi off guard, cackling coldly. No more games. The late-stage cloaked figure prepared to deliver the final strike to Wu Lu-yi. Yet, Wu Lu-yi rose from the ground, spitting out blood, and reached into his pocket to retrieve a dark red pill, which he promptly swallowed. As he ingested the pill, his aura surged, vitality igniting within him. He had consumed the Dawn Pill, a potion provided by the Guardian Division, which forcibly elevated one's realm at the cost of one's life. It appeared formidable, but the price was steep. It was a last resort. The essence of the Dawn Pill was simple, to bring forth the light of dawn amidst the encroaching darkness by sacrificing one's own life. In mere moments, Wu Lu-yi's realm ascended from the initial stage of martial artist to the mid-stage, and his ascent showed no signs of halting. This astonished the late-stage cloaked figure, who quickly instructed his companion, "Quick, let us strike together and eliminate him." The mid-stage cloaked figure, swallowing hard in fear, nodded in agreement. The two cloaked figures unleashed their most powerful attacks towards Wu Lu-yi. At that moment, Wu Lu-yi had already broken through to the late-stage martial artist, pushing toward the martial sovereign realm, and within a short span, he achieved that breakthrough. Finally, Wu Lu-yi's escalating aura stabilized. As he witnessed the incoming attacks, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He shattered the attacks aimed at him and charged at the two cloaked figures. Chapter 66. Wu Lu-yi's last words. When Chen Suian and his companions arrived, they were met with a scene of carnage. The streets flowed with blood, littered with lifeless bodies. What drew their attention were the several corpses clad in the Guardian Division's uniform. Upon seeing their faces, Chen Suian froze in shock, Wang Cheng. In addition, there were two bodies gruesomely severed into 4 or 5 pieces, presenting a horrific sight. "What on earth transpired here?" murmured Lu Pang, aghast at the scene. However, Chen Suian soon noticed a figure slumped against a wall not far away, drenched in blood, his hair streaked with gray, and his breath exceedingly weak, as if he were on the brink of death. At that moment, the previously motionless Wu Lu-yi, hearing the commotion, laboriously lifted his head to behold Chen Suian. "Lu Pang and Zhao Zilong." "Chen Suian, you brat, you've come." With a hoarse voice, Wu Lu-yi spoke. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Chen Suian was momentarily taken aback, especially when he beheld Wu Lu-yi's aged visage, prompting an incredulous exclamation. "Captain?" Although Chen Suian found it hard to believe, he hastened towards Wu Lu-yi, who was leaning against the wall. Lu Pang was equally astonished. He too recognized the frail figure as that of Wu Lu-yi. "Captain, what has happened to you? Should I take you to the military hospital?" Chen Suian inquired with concern as he approached Wu Lu-yi. In response, Wu Lu-yi gently shook his head and, with a rasping voice, continued, "No need. Suian, I just consumed the Dawn Pill, and my life is drawing to a close." Chen Suian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had not anticipated that Wu Lu-yi had ingested the Dawn Pill. At that moment, Wu Lu-yi muttered softly to himself, "I owe an apology to Wang Cheng and the others. If I had taken the Dawn Pill sooner and eliminated those 2 followers of the evil god cult, Perhaps Wang Cheng and the others would still be alive. Evil God cult? Chen Suian, having overheard Wu Luyi's murmurs, grasped that the events unfolding here were indeed orchestrated by the evil God cult. Wu Luyi, sensing the gradual ebb of his vitality, bore no expression of fear or regret on his face. Instead, he smiled gently and remarked, "To see you two lads at the end of my life. I have no regrets. After all, if I were to die alone, I would have many unspoken regrets." At that moment, the weakened Wu Luyi suddenly succumbed to a fit of coughing, blood spilling from his mouth. Chen Suian quickly urged, "Captain, I must take you to the military hospital. What if they can save you?" Chen Suian was acutely aware that the price of consuming the dawn pill was the burning away of one's life. And he understood that even a trip to the military hospital might not save Wu Luyi. Yet, for reasons unknown, he clung to a flicker of hope. What if the military hospital could indeed save Wu Luyi? Beside them, Lu Pangpang was already in tears, his voice trembling. "Captain, please. Let us take you to the military hospital." Wu Luyi felt his life force gradually waning, aware that his time was limited. Nevertheless, he had a few words he wished to convey to Chen Suian. Enough. My time is short, Suian. I have a few messages for you to relay to my wife." Seeing this, Chen Suian opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, choosing instead to listen quietly to Wu Luyi's final instructions. Perhaps it was the nature of those nearing death to reflect upon the happiest moments of their lives. Memories of Wu Luyi's courtship and marriage to his wife flooded his mind, along with visions of what his unborn child might look like. Regrettably, he would never see his child's face. "Wife, I may be departing this world. Should our child be born after my passing, if it's a boy, name him Wu Weigua, to protect the homeland. If it's a girl, name her Wu Shu He, a repository of knowledge and grace. Once the child is born, entrust them to my parents, and you, being still young, should seek out a good partner. I hope that in our next life, we may reunite." Wu Luyi murmured, his wife's tender smile vivid in his mind, even hearing her voice calling out to him. "Luyi, what are you doing here? It's time to go." "Indeed, it is time for me to depart," Wu Luyi thought to himself, using the last vestiges of his strength to address Chen Suian. "Suian, do you remember what I just said?" Chen Suian nodded solemnly. "I remember." Yet, his eyes were already reddened. He understood that these would likely be Wu Luyi's final words. In the end, Wu Luyi gradually closed his eyes, his breath fading away. Thus, Wu Luyi departed from this world. Witnessing this, Chen Suian felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow, yet he did not weep. For he had a mission to fulfill, to find and eliminate the minions of the evil god cult, lest countless homes be shattered by their malevolence. Lu Pangpang, beside him, was already weeping profusely, choking out Wu. Captain Zhao Zilong remained silent. Although he had no personal connection to Wu Luyi, as a fellow protector, he too felt a profound sense of grief at Wu Luyi's passing. At that moment, Chen Suian steadied his emotions and comfortingly patted Lu Pangpang's shoulder. "Enough. Now is not the time for tears. We must track down the remaining members of the evil god cult." Hearing this, Lu Pangpang took a deep breath to steady himself. "All right." In that instant, Lu Pangpang transformed his sorrow into fury, directing his ire towards the evil god cult, who were responsible for the captain's demise. "Let us investigate elsewhere," Chen Suian suggested. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Wu Luyi's lifeless body. Knowing they had to leave it here for the time being, they could not afford to bury him now, as they needed to swiftly identify the members of the evil god cult. To the east of the southern district, two figures cloaked in black reveled in their prowess, committing heinous acts as the streets lay strewn with corpses. After dispatching an elderly man, one of the black-robed figures erupted into manic laughter, exclaiming, "The thrill of killing is exhilarating." The other black-robed figure, upon hearing this, shook his head and cautioned, "You've slain too many. We may not have enough subjects for the experiment, and it would be unfortunate if Wang Xinshe were to blame us." "Huh, what does it matter? There are plenty of people in Jiangnan City. Even if I kill everyone here, there are still others elsewhere," the black-robed figure dismissed with a wave of his hand. As he spoke, he prepared to continue his hunt, relishing the sensation of playing cat and mouse. However, beneath the shroud of night, a figure crackling with purple lightning leapt towards them, swiftly closing the distance. Chapter 67. The fourth stage black-robed figure? The two conversing black-robed figures, upon catching sight of the flickering purple lightning figure, were momentarily taken aback, but soon their alarm set in. "What is that? It approaches us. Damn it, whatever it is. We must stop it." Yet, at that moment, Chen Suian had already reached the two black-robed figures, his weapon, Dragon's Reversal, raised without them noticing. In the next instant, Chen Suian executed a swift draw and slash, a gleaming arc of cold light slicing through the air. Before the two black-robed figures could mount a defense, Chen Suian's blade had severed their heads from their bodies. The severed heads fell to the ground, and the headless corpses collapsed without awareness. After dispatching the two black-robed figures, Chen Suian calmly sheathed Dragon's Reversal, remarking, "To have died so easily, you were fortunate." Before long, Zhao Zilong and Lu Pangpang arrived, panting heavily. Upon their arrival, They discovered the battle had concluded, and Chen Suian was quietly awaiting their presence. Zhao Zilong could not help but comment, "Brother Chen, your speed is astonishing. I could hardly keep up, and in such a short time. You have already slain 2 members of the evil god cult." However, he had to admit that following a master like Chen Suian offered him a profound sense of security. Lu Pangpang wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Indeed. Brother Chen, your speed is simply extraordinary. I nearly couldn't keep pace." In response, Chen Suian shook his head. "If I hadn't moved swiftly, another life might have been lost." Zhao Zilong and Lu Pangpang exchanged glances, realizing Chen Suian's deeper consideration, which elucidated his remarkable speed. Just then, Chen Suian felt a surge of alarm within himself and urgently warned Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, "Be cautious." In the distance, a shadowy street was suddenly pierced by a cerulean claw strike, which materialized before Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong. At this sight, both Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong felt a tremor within their hearts, their expressions shifting dramatically as they beheld the approaching claw. At such a close range, even if they wished to defend themselves, it was too late. Were they truly destined to perish here so easily? In this moment of peril, Chen Suian sprang into action, unleashing a divine thunderbolt that swiftly struck at the cerulean claw. In an instant, the claw was shattered by Chen Suian's divine lightning strike, though the strike itself was also dissipated in the process. Barely a moment after the claw's destruction, a figure clad in black robes and wearing a raven mask emerged from the shadows, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah? A mere initial stage 3-tier ability, user managed to neutralize my attack?" Chen Sun narrowed his eyes, sensing an overwhelming pressure emanating from the masked figure. This aura was certainly not that of a 3-tier practitioner, but more likely that of a 4-tier adept. Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, still reeling from the shock, gazed at the raven-masked figure, who was flanked by 2 ordinary black-robed individuals. At this juncture, one of the ordinary black-robed figures spoke with a cruel grin. "Why waste words, Messenger Wang? Let us simply eliminate them and avenge our fallen brothers." The raven-masked figure cast a cold glance at the speaker, retorting in a frigid tone, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties?" With that, an imposing aura radiated from the masked figure, causing the previously outspoken black-robed man to tremble in fear. Hastily apologizing, "Messenger Wang, how could I dare to instruct you? It shall not happen again. Should there be a next time, you know the consequences." The raven-masked figure responded coolly, "I trust you understand." Hearing this, the black-robed man nodded vigorously, haunted by the memory of a fellow black-robed individual who had perished under Messenger Wang's wrath for a similar transgression. Meanwhile, Zhao Zilong and Lu Pangpang instinctively edged closer to Chen Suian, with Lu Pangpang whispering, "What should we do, Brother Chen?" Chen Suian's gaze remained fixed on Messenger Wang, his tone heavy with gravity. "What can we do? We must fight. Leave the strongest, the raven-masked one, to me. As for the other 2 black-robed figures, you can handle them, can't you?" Lu Pangpang, feeling the formidable aura radiating from the 2 black-robed figures, gulped nervously. "Brother Chen, I don't think I can manage." He was merely a 2nd-tier 4-stage ability user and felt outmatched by the 3rd-tier practitioners. Beside him, Zhao Zilong scratched his head, admitting, "I feel the same way." This prompted Chen Suian to fall silent for a moment before he finally said, "Then quickly call for reinforcements. You 2 must find a way to hold them off for a while." "Understood." Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong did not hesitate to comply. Zhao Zilong swiftly retrieved a signal arrow from his pocket. In this dire situation, there was no time to make a phone call, and they would have to resort to this antiquated method. However, in the darkness, such a signal arrow was most effective, for once launched, it would be visible throughout Jiangnan City. A signal arrow, and forth come the thousands. Zhao Zilong instinctively uttered, pulling the arrow's string and releasing it into the night sky. In an instant, brilliant fireworks erupted above, visible to the entirety of Jiangnan City. Observing this, Messenger Wang wasted no time, commanding the 2 black-robed figures, "Eliminate those 2 weaklings. Leave the boy to me." "Yes, Messenger Wang." The 2 black-robed figures responded in unison. With that, the 2 black-robed figures underwent a transformation, morphing into half-man, half-beast forms. Witnessing this, Chen Suian was not surprised, knowing that those from the cult of the evil god were a deranged lot. Their doctrine revolved around merging the formidable powers of beastly entities with the frailty of humanity, rendering the cult reviled and huaxia, often labeled as heretical. Yet, it was undeniable that some feeble individuals gained immense strength through such unions. Although this method provided rapid power, the drawbacks included a loss of rationality, bloodlust, and a propensity to consume one another. Moreover, not everyone could successfully merge with a beast. The failure rate hovered around 90%, meaning only 10% could achieve such a union. Those who failed either transformed into mindless beasts or perished entirely, marking the successful members of the evil god cult as extraordinarily fortunate. At this moment, the 2 half-man, half-beast black-robed figures charged toward Zhao Zilong and Lu Pangpang. The duo, sensing the impending threat, armed themselves for battle, while Chen Suian remained undisturbed, his focus unwavering on Messenger Wang. Chapter 68. Damn brat, How is he so powerful? Messenger Wang regarded Chen Suian with keen interest, puzzled as to who had instilled such courage in this youth, who believed he could confront a 4-tier practitioner as a mere 3-tier ability user. However, Messenger Wang resolved not to linger any longer. A mere 3-tier ability user was hardly worth his time. You should perish, he declared, his body suddenly expanding and rapidly growing, his form taking on monstrous features characteristic of beastly entities. In a brief span, Messenger Wang towered at 5 meters, his physique resembling that of a small giant, covered in a thick layer of azure fur. His face transformed into a terrifying visage, complete with sharp fangs and a bloodthirsty, frenzied gaze. At this moment, he emanated an overwhelming aura that made Chen Suian feel as though he were facing a ferocious beast, reveling in the raw, savage power coursing through him. Messenger Wang laughed heartily. This power is truly intoxicating. In the next breath, he turned his gaze toward Chen Suian, sneering, "You can feel my formidable strength, can't you? Kneel and beg for mercy now, and I may grant you a reprieve." Initially, he had intended to kill Chen Suian outright, but he reconsidered. Having a 3-tier ability user among his experimental subjects might prove more entertaining. In response, Chen Suian wasted no words, bursting forth with violet lightning. He unleashed the divine lightning strike toward the half-man, half-beast Messenger Wang. A terrifying violet lightning blade materialized, hurtling toward Messenger Wang at breakneck speed, the air crackling with a piercing sound. Messenger Wang's smile faltered as he sensed that Chen Suian's strike possessed the might of a 4-tier practitioner's skill. Impossible. How can this brat, a mere 3-tier ability user, unleash an attack of a 4-tier practitioner? He roared internally. He recalled the sacrifices he had made, for unions with beasts, to attain his current 4-tier prowess. The thought of this youth, unblemished and effortlessly wielding such power, filled him with jealousy. Why had he endured so much suffering to achieve his strength, while this young man had seemingly acquired it with ease? Were the members of the evil god cult to learn that Chen Suian had achieved such might without effort, relying solely on luck, they would surely be consumed by envy. At this moment, a fierce glint flickered in Messenger Wang's eyes. He was resolute in his intention to eliminate this youth today, for his heart harbored an unquenchable rage. As the lightning blade drew ever closer, he felt no fear stir within him. He gripped the spear tightly in his hands, his eyes glinting with ferocity. As the thunderblade approached, the Messenger Wang let out a sudden roar, channeling all his strength into his arm. With a mighty swing, he swept the spear forward. Sweep the azure wind. This furious shout seemed to carry an infinite might, causing the very space around them to tremble. The spear traced a sharp arc through the air, accompanied by a howling gust of wind. In that instant, a formidable energy erupted from the spear, forming a 5-meter-long azure blade of light, resembling a ferocious beast bearing its fangs as it lunged forward. This azure blade was overwhelming, imbued with boundless killing intent and authority. It surged towards the thunderblade with astonishing speed, colliding head-on with the crackling lightning of the blade. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, reminiscent of 2 celestial bodies colliding. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, kicking up clouds of dust and producing a piercing, explosive sound. Observing this, Chen Suian narrowed his eyes, internally acknowledging the formidable strength of a 4th-tier cultivator. If one were to know his thoughts, they might scoff, questioning how a mere 3rd-tier ability user could hold his ground against a 4th-tier cultivator, yet still dare to claim the latter's prowess. Just as Chen Suian pondered, a sudden azure attack emerged from the smoke, hurtling towards him. Without hesitation, he summoned a torrent of purple lightning, transforming into a streak of lightning to evade the assault. With no time to waste, he wielded his blade and charged towards the Messenger Wang amidst the haze. Feeling an imminent threat, Wang instinctively swung his spear forward. When their weapons clashed, the sound of metal colliding rang out. Following this exchange, they engaged in close combat, with Chen Suian attacking at a staggering rate of 5 strikes per second. Wang, too, wielded his spear with relentless precision, resulting in a cacophony of clashing weapons, accompanied by the sound of air being torn asunder. At this moment, both Chen Suian and Wang unleashed 5 to 6 strikes each second, their weapons becoming mere blurs. A single misstep from either would lead to injury. What manner of creature is this? How can a 3rd-tier ability user contend with me, a 4th-tier cultivator, on equal footing? Wang's astonishment grew with each exchange, realizing that Chen Suian was indeed matching him blow for blow, rendering his higher-tier advantage moot. In contrast, Chen Suian felt his strength gradually amplifying, likely due to his recent ascension to a 3rd-tier ability user, still in the process of mastering his newfound power. With the enigmatic figure before him serving as a sharpening stone, he began to harness his formidable abilities. Meanwhile, as 2 ordinary figures clad in black robes charged towards Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, the duo had no choice but to flee without hesitation. Given their capabilities, they were ill-equipped to confront the black-robed assailants, thus resorting to tactics of delay. Lu Pangpang, fearful that the black-robed figures might relent in their pursuit, taunted them. "Come chase me, you sons of turtles. If you catch me, I'll let you call me daddy." After a moment's reflection, He deemed his previous remark insufficiently harsh and continued, "You sons of turtles, I should have pinned you to the wall at the outset to spare humanity from your menace. Even if you call me daddy now, I'll never recognize you." At this, the black-robed pursuer behind him seethed with rage. "I'll make sure you're unrecognizable. You dead fatso." With that, the black-robed figure quickened his pace, closing the distance to less than 50 meters, relentlessly narrowing the gap. Chapter 69, The God of Thunder Descends? When Lu Pangpang glanced back, he beheld the furious black-robed figure, brandishing a large blade, fervently closing in. Suddenly, he realized he might have gone too far with his taunts. Watching the distance shrink, Lu Pangpang hastily pleaded, "Haha, brother, it was just a joke. I'm actually your son, please spare me." The black-robed figure, undeterred, coldly retorted, "Too late. I'll chop you into pieces and feast on your flesh." Hearing this, Lu Pangpang's expression fell, wishing he could slap himself for his reckless provocations. Nevertheless, he summoned every ounce of strength to accelerate his escape, fearing that he might truly meet a gruesome end. Simultaneously, Zhao Zilong harbored similar thoughts, worried that the black-robed figure pursuing him might give up midway. Thus, he too resorted to provocation, shouting, "The one chasing me is nothing but a dog. A big fool. A big fool." Instantly, the black-robed pursuer's fury reached a boiling point, vowing, "I swear I will kill you. If I don't, my wife might just run off with the neighbor." How ruthless. Zhao Zilong realized he may have overstepped with his taunts. Yet, with no turning back, he could only flee desperately, hoping for reinforcements from the Guardians to arrive swiftly, or else he would be unable to endure much longer. Back with Chen Suian, he continued his fierce battle with Wang, each clash tearing through the air, the ground beneath them marred by the aftermath of their confrontation. While nearby structures bore the brunt of their ferocity, Chen Suian began to experience tremors coursing through his body, his arms growing numb from the relentless impact. Wang, too, bore the marks of battle, his body marred by wounds, his arms suffering from the repeated collisions. Additionally, his internal organs sustained minor injuries, as Chen Suian's attacks were infused with violent purple lightning, wreaking havoc within him. As they collided and then separated, Wang's gaze hardened. If he continued this way, even if he were to kill Chen Suian, he would emerge gravely injured himself. Thus, Wang resolved to unleash his full power, intent on ending this confrontation swiftly. The azure light emanating from him grew increasingly blinding, akin to a radiant azure sun rising within him, casting an awe-inspiring glow in the darkness. Simultaneously, his aura intensified, resembling an erupting volcano, continuously releasing boundless energy and authority. The surrounding air was disturbed by this overwhelming presence, swirling into vortices and howling outward. The azure luminescence enveloped his spear, which erupted in dazzling brilliance, exuding a terrifying and unparalleled might that caused the very air to ripple with distortion. Witnessing this, Chen Suian felt a jolt of urgency. Is he preparing to unleash a powerful move? However, Chen Suian would not remain passive, readying his own formidable strike. Let them collide and see who emerges victorious. However, Chen Suian possessed an unwavering confidence in his ultimate skill, for it was an S-rank ability, one that could only be rivaled by an opponent of equal prowess. At this thought, Chen Suian inexplicably felt a surge of exhilaration, his very blood boiling with fervor. In an instant, an array of violet lightning erupted from his being, coiling and intertwining around him like a tempestuous storm of thunderous dragons. Within mere moments, the entire space seemed to be enveloped by this dazzling yet perilous display of purple lightning, creating a breathtaking yet ominous spectacle. Amidst this electric aura, Chen Suian resembled a thunder deity descended upon the mortal realm, exuding an aura of majesty and inviolability. On the opposing side, the messenger Wang, who was still gathering his ultimate move, widened his eyes in astonishment upon sensing the annihilating and frenzied energy radiating from Chen Suian. It was incomparably mightier than his own. No, he could not allow this young man to unleash his full potential, for it could spell his own demise. With this realization, Wang prepared to execute his final, desperate strike. As his energy was nearly at its peak, raising his brilliantly shining spear, a ferocious gleam flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "Flame of 1,000 cuts." In an instant, Wang unleashed a flurry of azure blades, each swing of his spear igniting the air with a radiant glow. Waves of azure energy sliced through the void, imbued with inexorable might, racing towards Chen Suian as though intent on reducing him to mere ashes. In the span of a single breath, Wang had conjured hundreds of azure blades, their sheer numbers overwhelming, illuminating the darkened street with their brilliance. Meanwhile, Chen Suian took a deep breath, unhesitatingly activating his S-rank skill, Divine Thunder Manifest. Instantly, the violet lightning surrounding him intensified, enveloping him in a shimmering cascade. Subsequently, a formidable suit of armor, gleaming with purple light, began to materialize around him, each piece pulsating with a mesmerizing, electric brilliance, as if harboring boundless power and authority. Simultaneously, a magnificent helmet adorned his head, completely encasing it. The helm, intricately engraved with ancient runes and designs, emanated an aura of mystique and antiquity, radiating a resplendent violet glow akin to the arrival of a thunder god, invoking a sense of reverence. At that moment, a colossal silhouette of a thunder giant gradually emerged behind Chen Suian, towering several stories high, its eyes blazed with electric energy, seemingly capable of perceiving the very essence of existence. Clutched in its hand was a gargantuan thunderblade, forged entirely from violet lightning. And clad in armor composed of countless arcs of electricity, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a deity of thunder descending upon the earth. This thunderous apparition was visible for miles, its brilliance captivating the attention of all within the vicinity, leaving the nearby survivors in stunned silence. Chapter 70. What happens when both powers converge? Survivors within a radius of several dozen kilometers were left in awe at the sight of the thunderous figure that had suddenly manifested in the night. Each one taken aback by the spectacle before them. Look, what is that? Goodness! It's as if the thunder god has come to earth. This is extraordinary. There must be a formidable combatant engaged in battle over there. Simultaneously, Luo Tianyi, rushing to provide support, also noticed this astonishing scene, her cold gaze betraying a flicker of shock. Among the personnel of the Southern City Guard, it appeared that only Chen Suian was a thunder-based ability user. The summoner of this thunderous apparition was unmistakably him. Yet, it was not merely the power of the figure that astonished Luo Tianyi. She was equally taken aback by Chen Suian's capacity to wield such a terrifying skill. The destructive aura emanating from the thunder giant was on par with that of a peak mid-tier 4th-level ability user. This revelation left Luo Tianyi incredulous. She had previously thought him to be merely a 2nd-tier thunder user, only to discover that his true potential far exceeded her expectations, enabling him to unleash such formidable attacks. It seemed Chen Suian had been concealing his true abilities from her, masquerading as a 2nd-tier user while he was, in fact, a 4th-tier one. Luo Tianyi felt a twinge of indignation at the realization, yet she understood his reasoning. In this perilous world, it was only prudent to keep one's true strength hidden. On the other side, Chen Suian, now enveloped by the thunder giant, felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, exponentially greater than before. However, he had no time for contemplation, as the multitude of azure blades were swiftly approaching. A sudden inspiration struck him, with the enhancement of the thunder giant. What if he combined it with his divine thunder slash skill? The synergy of both powers would surely yield incredible strength. With this thought, an eager glimmer sparked in Chen Suian's eyes. He sensed that under the aegis of the thunder god, his divine thunder slash would be immensely potent. Acting on impulse, he hastily channeled his internal energy towards the dragon's reversal in his grasp. In a heartbeat, the weapon became enveloped in violet lightning, its power seemingly amplified by the divine presence. However, the drawback was that his internal energy was depleting rapidly. At this rate, it would be exhausted in mere minutes. Yet, Chen Suian felt no hesitation. He firmly planted his left foot forward, and the immense thunder giant mirrored his movement, stepping in unison. The scene unfolded as if Chen Suian and the thunder giant were one, exuding an aura of seamless unity. In the next moment, Chen Suian raised his arm, lifting the dragon's reversal, now crackling with purple lightning, while the thunder giant simultaneously raised its colossal blade. With a fierce determination, Chen Suian swung the weapon, the thunder giant mimicking his action. Suddenly, a 10-meter-long strike of violet lightning materialized, slicing through the air towards the oncoming azure blades. As the azure blades collided with the immense lightning strike, they shattered like mere paper, their power utterly eclipsed. The 10-meter thunder strike, seemingly untouched, continued its relentless advance towards Wang, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake, leaving behind a faint trail of violet lightning. Witnessing the spectacle, Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Chen Suian's attack was so terrifying, effortlessly dismantling his ultimate move in the blink of an eye. And now, that very force was barreling towards him? What the hell? Is this kid cheating? A 3rd-tier ability user matching me blow for blow, and with such a fearsome skill. Wang mentally cursed in frustration. Yet, before he could bemoan his fate, he had no choice but to brace himself for the impending strike, or risk his own demise. Thus, he summoned every ounce of his remaining energy and unleashed his ultimate move once more. Flame of 1,000 cuts. In a heartbeat, hundreds of azure blades surged forth once again towards the incoming thunderous strike. The thunderblade slash was momentarily halted by a barrage of defenses. Yet it soon shattered the myriad of luminous blades and surged once more towards the messenger Wang. Witnessing this, Wang was gripped by terror, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and summoned the vitality within him, unleashing hundreds of azure blades in retaliation. At this juncture, evasion was no longer an option. He had no choice but to continue his assault. Yet, this latest offensive merely drained a fraction of the thunderblade slash's formidable power, failing to obliterate it entirely. As the menacing thunderblade slash drew ever closer, a sense of despair enveloped Wang. It was over. He could scarcely fathom that his illustrious life would culminate at the hands of this young upstart. Reflecting on his existence, he considered himself a legend among legends. At the age of 20, dissatisfied with the mundane, he had joined the cult of the evil god. Through numerous unions with demonic beasts, he ascended to the pinnacle of his life, ultimately becoming a fourth-tier ability user. As the Thunderblade Slash approached, Wong pondered the entirety of his life, realizing with a sinking heart that he had not performed a single virtuous deed, but rather had committed numerous heinous acts. Would he face the inferno in the afterlife? In this moment, the man, burdened with a lifetime of sin, found himself regretting the absence of good in his actions, fearing the flames of hell, as even those on the brink of death might turn to kindness. The next instant, the Thunderblade Slash, akin to a meteor aglow with resplendent light, streaked through the void, hurtling towards Wong with astonishing speed. Upon reaching him, it erupted with cataclysmic force, unleashing an unending torrent of thunder and devastation. This overwhelming might seem to rend the very fabric of the world as it unleashed a colossal shockwave, violet lightning radiating in all directions. In mere moments, structures within a radius of several hundred meters were obliterated, and Wong, caught at the epicenter of the explosion, was likely reduced to mere ash. Upon witnessing the transformation of Wong into smoke, Chen Suian finally exhaled in relief, the thunder goddess specter dissipating as well. If he maintained this state any longer, the reserves of his supernatural abilities would be entirely depleted. Presently, Chen Suian had already expended the majority of his powers during this confrontation. Prolonging the battle would render the outcome uncertain. Chapter 71, Brother Chen. Are you a human or a ghost? Haha. However, the descent of divine thunder combined with the divine thunder light slash is simply magnificent. Chen Suian nodded in satisfaction. Yet, he soon scratched his head, sensing he had overlooked something of great importance, but the thought eluded him. Meanwhile, the rotund Lu Fatty, frantically fleeing, could not help but cry out in despair upon seeing the approaching figure, cloaked in black. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? The black-cloaked pursuer cackled in response. Ha ha ha, you fat fool, weren't you just insulting me? I shall ensure your demise. Hearing this, Lu Fatty felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have held his tongue, for at least he might have retained his life. Before long, Lu Fatty's pace began to falter, as the supernatural energy within him had been nearly exhausted from his frantic sprint, rendering him unable to maintain his previous speed. The black-cloaked figure's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he surged forward, quickly closing the gap to Lu Fatty. Die, you fat fool, he shouted, brandishing his massive blade towards Lu Fatty. Feeling the terrifying blade slicing through the air behind him, Lu Fatty exclaimed, my life is forfeit. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The black-cloaked figure suddenly felt a chilling drop in temperature. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his entire body was encased in ice. Strangely, even as he froze, an expression of exhilaration lingered on his face, oblivious to the unfolding calamity. Lu Fatty, feeling the sudden chill in the air, wondered, why am I feeling so cold? Is this what it feels like to face death? Yet, after waiting for a considerable time without any wounds appearing on his body, he turned to glance back at the black-cloaked figure. To his astonishment, he found the figure had been transformed into an ice statue. What the hell? What is going on? Lu Fatty exclaimed in disbelief. At that instant, a flash of blue light streaked before him, followed by a crisp crack. The once frozen black-cloaked figure shattered into pieces, fragments scattering in all directions. The frost-laden figure of Luo Tianyi, her expression as frigid as ice, turned to the dazed Lu Fatty and inquired, where is Chen Suian? Upon seeing the beautiful yet icy visage of Luo Tianyi, Lu Fatty finally regained his composure and quickly pointed in the direction he had come from. Brother Chen should be over there. I saw lightning lighting up that area. Good. Luo Tianyi replied tersely, her form dissolving into blue light and vanishing without further words. Once she departed, Lu Fatty released a breath of relief, thinking to himself, thank goodness for my good fortune. Director Luo has arrived just in time. Yet, he couldn't help but worry about Zhao and Chun. Would they be all right? Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by a hand on his shoulder. Fatty, I'm glad you're safe. The unexpected gesture sent Lu Fatty jumping, but upon hearing the familiar voice, he turned in astonishment. Zhao, how did you get here? Zhao Zilong chuckled. I was saved by Director Luo as well. I followed her here, but I was too slow and got left behind. Oh, I see. Lu Fatty nodded, realization dawning upon him. No wonder Zhao Zilong was here. He had thought he had been slain by the black-cloaked figure and had returned as a spirit. It seemed he had been overthinking it. When Luo Tianyi arrived at the battlefield, she found it in ruins, the majority of buildings obliterated. As if a great conflict had transpired. Her heart tightened with concern, wondering if Chen Suian was in danger. She called out his name, Chen Suian. Where are you? Who is calling me? Chen Suian's puzzled voice soon echoed back. He emerged slowly from a narrow alley, his disheveled appearance coming into view. Upon seeing him, Luo Tianyi felt a wave of relief. At least Chen Suian seemed unharmed. Now, tell me what happened, she demanded, arms crossed as she scrutinized him. Well, it's a long story, starting from a dark night. Chen Suian began, but was interrupted by Luo Tianyi. Get to the point. All right. To put it simply, The cult of the evil god appeared in the southern district, and we ended up fighting. Understood. Focus on recovering your supernatural abilities for now. I will check if there are any remaining members of the evil god cult in the southern district. While Luo Tianyi pondered the sudden appearance of the cult, her immediate priority was to eradicate their presence in the area. As the thought crossed his mind, Luo Tianyi's figure once again transformed into a blue light and vanished from sight. Chen Suian, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that the southern district might harbor some sinister cult. With Luo Tianyi's arrival, he felt reassured that even if there were remnants of such a cult, they would no longer pose a significant threat. Before long, Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong arrived, and upon seeing the devastation around them, they were taken aback. What on earth happened here? Where's Brother Chen? He can't have met a grim fate, can he? No way. If that's the case, oh no. Brother Chen, your demise is truly tragic. In the corner, as Chen Suian regained his abilities, he overheard their conversation and felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, his fists clenching involuntarily. These two are cursing me, aren't they? He mused inwardly. With that thought, Chen Suian quietly approached the two, who were still scanning the area and discussing Brother Chen's whereabouts and whether something truly terrible had transpired. Surely not. Brother Chen values his life so much. He wouldn't meet his end so easily, would he? Unable to endure any longer, Chen Suian patted their shoulders and exclaimed, "You two are cursing me, aren't you?" The sudden gesture startled Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, causing them to jump. What the heck? Who just touched me? They turned to see Chen Suian. His expression darkened with annoyance. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Pangpang cautiously asked, "Brother Chen, are you human or a ghost? What do you think?" Chen Suian retorted, exasperated. How could a living person like him possibly be a ghost? Chapter 72. The Eerie. After Luo Tianyi thoroughly inspected the southern district, she found no trace of the sinister cult, indicating that its members might have been eradicated. Not lingering in the southern district any longer, she promptly set her sights on the other districts. Uncertain whether the cult's presence was confined to the southern district, she pondered whether it might also be lurking in the northern, eastern, or western districts. Meanwhile, the city defense lines of Jiangnan were stained crimson with blood as countless monstrous beasts clambered over the walls, engaging fiercely with the human defenders. Every moment witnessed the demise of these beasts, yet the city's defenders also suffered losses, their blood rendering the walls a dark scarlet. Although the casualties among the defenders remained relatively low, the overwhelming tide of beasts threatened to breach their defenses, and many had already infiltrated the city. Observing the chaos, Li Tsongnan furrowed his brow, realizing that if he did not intervene, the city's defenses might soon collapse. He leapt into the air once more, radiating a brilliant golden light, and unleashed his most formidable strike against the relentless horde of beasts. Instantly, a golden sword aura resembling a great wall stood before the monstrous tide, momentarily stalling their assault. This provided the defenders with a much-needed respite, allowing them to push back the beasts encroaching upon the walls. However, as the golden aura dissipated, the horde continued its relentless advance towards Jiangnan. In a matter of moments, the beastly tide surged once again against the city walls. Li Tsongnan found himself at a loss. The previous strike had drained a significant portion of his abilities, and he doubted he could muster another of such magnitude. Thus, he wielded his sword against the lower-tier beasts, hoping to alleviate the pressure on the defenders. With Li Tsongnan's intervention, the defenders indeed felt a significant reduction in their burden, yet they remained locked in a stalemate with the monstrous tide. Meanwhile, the souls of fallen humans and beasts wafted through the air, instantly attracting numerous anomalies from the wilderness. These entities, akin to sharks detecting blood, pounced on the departed souls with frenzied abandon. They opened their gaping maws, greedily devouring these spirits as if to claim them entirely. As time passed, the number of anomalies swelled, and their power grew stronger. During this fierce conflict between humans and beasts, neither side had the luxury to contend with these aberrations. This allowed the anomalies to feast unabated on the souls, further augmenting their strength. Among them was a ghostly figure clad in red, who, amidst this consumption, successfully ascended to the 5th tier of anomalies, establishing herself as the most formidable among them. Thus, the red-clad ghost took command of thousands of anomalies, breaching Jiangnan's defenses and infiltrating the city, poised to unleash havoc upon its millions of inhabitants. For the red-clad ghost, merely devouring the deceased souls could not quench her insatiable thirst for power. Only by consuming the living essence and flesh could she attain greater strength. Under her leadership, the anomalies disregarded Jiangnan's defenses, gliding through them as if they were mere phantoms, and entered the city. As chaos erupted in Jiangnan, a family of 3 huddled in a room within an apartment, gripped by panic. A little girl, nestled in her parents' embrace, gazed up at their worried faces with innocent curiosity and asked, "Daddy, will the beasts really come in and eat people?" "Shoo, Xiaoxua, keep your voice down. We can't let the beasts outside hear us. They might truly come in and devour us." Her father replied, concern etched on his face. He had just received news from a relative in the city defense forces that Jiangnan was surrounded by the monstrous tide, and the defenses could be breached at any moment. putting the city in grave danger. Her mother echoed his concerns, saying, I wonder what the situation in Jiangnan is like now. I hope the defenses haven't been breached. Just then, a series of unusually loud footsteps echoed from the corridor, reverberating throughout the space and causing the parents to feel a surge of anxiety. Could it be the beasts? They mused, unable to fathom who else would be out at such a time. As this thought crossed their minds, the little girl remained oblivious to their fear, her innocent face lighting up as she exclaimed, Daddy, Mommy, I think there's someone outside. In an instant, her parents broke out in a cold sweat, and her mother swiftly covered the little girl's mouth, whispering, Xiaoxue, don't make a sound. Confused but obedient, the little girl nodded. However, just then, the footsteps abruptly ceased, followed by a loud knock on the door. Knock, knock. The sudden sound sent chills down the parents' spines. But soon they reasoned that if it were a beast, it wouldn't be so polite as to knock. Thus, they concluded that whoever stood outside was certainly not a beast. Perhaps it was just a prank from someone. As the knocking continued, a hoarse voice called out, Is anyone there? The parents exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled as to why someone would seek them out at such a time. However, the little girl's father soon summoned his courage, rising to his feet and striding towards the door, while the little girl's mother held her tightly, observing the scene unfold. In no time, the father reached the threshold and prepared to peer through the peephole to discern who was knocking at this hour. In an instant, a spine-chilling figure emerged before him. It was a visage horrifically disfigured, as if it had endured unspeakable torment. The skin was grotesquely torn, resembling a fruit stripped of its outer layer, exposing a network of gaping wounds that were both shocking and repulsive. Muscles and bones were laid bare, stark against the air, emanating an aura of dread. The mouth was contorted and deformed, with only ragged remnants of flesh where lips should be, revealing sharp teeth that glinted ominously. Upon witnessing this horrifying sight through the peephole, the father's face was immediately etched with terror, his mouth agape in an attempt to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. Finally, he let out a piercing shriek. A ghost. Chapter 73. Return my child's life. The deafening cry reverberated through the air, and the father collapsed in fright. The little girl's mother and the child, upon hearing the scream, were similarly overtaken by fear. At that moment, the knocking escalated in urgency, accompanied by a raspy voice. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. I know someone is inside. Naturally, the father could not bring himself to open the door. Instead, he mustered his courage to try and barricade it with a table. However, at that instant, the door shattered, and the malevolent spirit surged into the home. What followed were the anguished screams of the little girl's parents and the child. Yet, before long, the screams ceased, and the malevolent spirit emerged from the house, its presence more formidable than before, continuing on to the next dwelling. Such events unfolded throughout Jiangnan City, leaving an indeterminate number of casualties in their wake. Soon, the Guardian Bureau received numerous distress calls reporting these bizarre occurrences. As the one stationed in the city, Luo Tianyi was the first to receive the news. Her brow furrowed in concern. She had not anticipated such eerie phenomena to arise at such a critical moment, suggesting that a multitude of abnormalities had infiltrated Jiangnan City, hence the multitude of distress calls. With no time for contemplation, Luo Tianyi promptly set out towards the western part of the city, where the anomalies were most prevalent, needing to oversee the situation personally. In the southern district, Chen Suian had also regained his previously expended abilities, and alongside Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, they began to patrol the area, searching for any remnants of the evil god cult. The trio traversed the dimly lit streets, enveloped in an eerie silence, until Zhao Zilong could no longer contain himself. Breaking the stillness, I wonder if Jiangnan City will be overrun by demonic beasts. What will we do if that happens? What else can we do? If Jiangnan City falls, we'll have to find a way to escape. Chen Suian shrugged in response. Lu Pangpang, taken aback, exclaimed, Brother Chen, shouldn't we be protecting the citizens of Jiangnan City? Why talk of fleeing? Pangpang, think about it. If Jiangnan City is breached by demonic beasts, what do we have to defend the citizens? Just the three of us? Don't be ridiculous. That would merely be delivering ourselves to the beasts. Therefore, our best course of action is to preserve ourselves first, and then see if there's an opportunity to rescue others, Chen Suian explained, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Pangpang. Lu Pangpang nodded, recognizing the grim reality. Indeed, if Jiangnan City were to be overrun, their survival would take precedence, as the three of them could not possibly withstand a tide of tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Before long, the trio approached the end of the street. But at that moment, a faint light flickered in the distance, starkly visible against the darkened backdrop. Intrigued, they turned towards the source of the glow, only to discover 2 red candles had been lit at the roadside. Kneeling beside the candles was a woman clad in white, her hair disheveled, and before her burned a basin of fire. The woman continued to toss paper offerings into the flames, her sobs echoing through the air. Woe is me. Where's my child? The chilling sound of her weeping, combined with the eerie scene, startled Chen Suian and his companions. What the hell? Is she insane? Burning paper in the dead of night? Lu Pangpang muttered, his heart racing. Good grief. This woman must be seriously disturbed. Burning paper at this hour nearly gave me a heart attack, Zhao Zilong echoed, both men cursing in disbelief. Only Chen Suian felt a sense of unease. Who in their right mind would burn paper money in the street at this hour, wailing like a banshee? Suddenly, he noticed that the woman emitted an aura of coldness, devoid of vitality. Quietly, he whispered to Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, could she possibly be a ghost? Upon hearing this, both Zhao Zilong and Lu Pangpang immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the woman exuded an unsettling chill that did not belong to the living. Good heavens! It really is a ghost. Is it truly a ghost? They exclaimed in tandem, having initially assumed her to be a living person. This misunderstanding was hardly surprising, as Jiangnan City had not experienced such supernatural incursions in quite some time, thus clouding their judgment. The mournful wails of the disheveled woman intensified, her aura of coldness growing stronger. Oh, my child, how could you have died? I understand now. Someone must have harmed you. I will seek vengeance. At this proclamation, the ghostly figure lifted her head, revealing a deathly pallor, her gaze fixated on Chen Suian and his companions, as she muttered, it was you. You killed my child. You shall pay for my child's life. With that, the ghost's hair began to grow wildly, surging toward Chen Suian and the others. The spectral figure continued her frenzied cries. You will pay for my child's life. You will pay. In response, Chen Suian's expression darkened. Is this ghost out of her mind? She is accusing me of something I didn't do. I've never even seen your child. Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong exchanged glances, both internally reflecting. Brother Chen is indeed unique. Anyone else would be terrified of a ghost, yet he dares to call her insane. To be fair, Chen Suian's lack of fear stemmed from the ghost's weak aura, suggesting she was merely of second-tier strength. Such a spirit would be easily subdued by his lightning abilities. Of course, Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong were also unafraid, as they sensed the ghost's weakness. Could a ghost weaker than them still be called a ghost? They could easily obliterate her. Meanwhile, the disheveled ghost's excitement surged as she thought, these foolish humans dare to venture out at this hour. If I do not consume them, who shall I feast upon? As the ghostly figure drew ever closer, her hair seemingly animated with a life of its own. Chen Suian summoned a faint purple lightning from his fingertips, directing it towards the advancing strands of hair. In an instant, a slender bolt of purple lightning surged forth, colliding with the ghost's elongating tresses. Within a mere breath, the lightning met the ghost's hair, erupting with a cacophony of crackles and flashes of radiant light. The ghost's hair was instantly singed, releasing a noxious stench of burning. The ghost contorted in agony, her mouth agape as she emitted a harrowing scream that pierced the very fabric of reality. Chapter 74, The Ghost in Red. As the purple lightning made contact with the ghost's hair, a thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by dazzling flashes of light. The ghost's hair was swiftly incinerated, and her expression twisted in torment. She screamed a wretched cry. Ah! This chilling wail seemed capable of penetrating the soul, sending shivers down the spine. Her body trembled violently, her hands clutching at her scalp in a futile attempt to alleviate the pain, yet to no avail. The purple lightning continued its relentless advance, eroding her very being and subjecting her to unprecedented agony and despair. Ultimately, under the onslaught of the purple lightning, the ghost's malevolent energy diminished at a visibly alarming rate. She writhed in pain, shrieking in despair, but her suffering was powerless to halt the devastation wrought by the lightning. As time passed, her dark energy waned further, until it finally dissipated entirely. In the wake of her obliteration, only a white spiritual orb and a singed lock of hair remained. Having completed his task, Chen Suian shook his head in bemusement, remarking, "You sought to provoke trouble, and now look where you are," vanished into thin air. His unique ability, which effectively countered the supernatural, required little effort on his part. The ghost was rendered utterly destroyed by the lightning. Nearby, Lu Pangpang regarded the now dissipated ghost with a look of pity, silently reflecting on the unfortunate fate that had befallen her by crossing paths with Chen. Zhao Zilong shared similar sentiments, recognizing the perilous nature of the ghost's encounter with Chen. At that moment, Chen Suian was oblivious to their thoughts, his excitement palpable as he approached the white spiritual orb. He picked it up, scrutinizing it, and nodded in satisfaction. It was a rare find, boasting a 99% purity. In the Xiqing district, the entire area had devolved into a bizarre playground of horrors, with a multitude of citizens from Jiangnan City having perished, and the streets teeming with strange entities. When Luo Tianyi arrived on the scene, her brow furrowed deeper with concern. She had not anticipated that the first assault on Jiangnan City would not stem from the monstrous tide, but rather from these strange beings. With most of Jiangnan City's forces focused on repelling the beastly onslaught, there was insufficient strength to address these anomalies. Should these entities continue to consume the populace, they would undoubtedly grow stronger, potentially surpassing the danger posed by the external beast tide. As Luo Tianyi pondered these matters, a wandering entity took notice of her presence in the street. Immediately, an expression of excitement flickered across its visage as it lunged toward her. It sensed the powerful energy emanating from her. Consuming her would surely amplify its own strength. Yet, The entity had entirely underestimated the disparity in power between them. When the entity lunged, Luo Tianyi noticed it as well. However, she displayed no signs of panic. Instead, she calmly waved her hand at the entity. In an instant, the creature was encased in ice, transformed into a frozen statue. Maintaining her tranquil demeanor, Luo Tianyi walked past the now encased entity, which shattered into a cascade of ice, its essence dissipating into the void. As she traversed the street, other entities, driven to madness, charged at her, but she effortlessly dispatched them. By the end of her journey, she had eliminated countless aberrations, at least several hundred. However, in comparison to the thousands haunting Xiqing, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Nonetheless, her actions had drawn the attention of the most formidable of the entities, the ghost in red. Before long, Luo Tianyi halted, for at the end of the street stood a ghost clad in crimson. This specter stood silently, observing her, emanating an overwhelming aura of dark energy that chilled the very air around them. Luo Tianyi's gaze hardened. The malevolent energy radiating from the ghost was far too potent. She surmised it had reached a 5th-tier level of malevolence. As a peak 4th-tier practitioner, facing such an opponent posed significant challenges. For the tiers were not merely numerical, but qualitative. For instance, achieving the 4th tier granted one abilities akin to a spring-s flow, while the 5th tier resembled a meandering stream. Yet, with her SS-grade ability, Rage of Winter, she believed she could bridge the gap, indicating that her strength was on par with the ghost in red, placing them in a precarious stalemate. However, in the malevolent landscape of Xiqing, the situation was far from favorable. The uncertainty of other entities ambushing during her confrontation with the ghost loomed ominously. In that moment of contemplation, the ghost in red suddenly unleashed a piercing shriek, a sound akin to a sharpened arrow slicing through the air, resonating throughout Jiangmen City. This chilling wail, reminiscent of a lament from the underworld, was steeped in infinite sorrow and malice, striking at the very essence of one's soul. The entities lurking beyond, upon hearing the ghost's anguished cry, rallied towards her direction. In the Nanxing district, Chen Suian and his companions had encountered numerous entities during their patrol, all of which he had effortlessly banished to the afterlife. However, upon hearing the ghost's anguished scream, he paused momentarily. Who on earth is making such a ruckus in the dead of night? Chapter 75. Whoever dares to retreat, I shall devour them. Who would be so audacious as to scream at such volume in the dead of night? Chen Suian exclaimed. Beside him, Lu Pangpang timidly raised his hand, suggesting, could it be that a ghost is responsible for such a loud outcry? A ghost? Indeed, that is quite plausible. Indeed, it seems that only a ghost could emit such a loud cry in the dead of night. If it were not a ghost, then perhaps it would be the work of a madman. At this moment, Zhao Zilong appeared to have an epiphany, his expression grave as he spoke. Brother Chen, Fatty, this is unmistakably the voice of a ghost. However, it seems to be calling forth other entities, and typically, a ghost capable of summoning such a wide array of phenomena would possess at least a 5th-tier strength. This implies that a 5th-tier anomaly has emerged in Jiangmen City, and it is actively summoning other anomalies. One cannot help but wonder what transpired to provoke a 5th-tier entity to summon others. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Chen Suian was momentarily taken aback, ultimately expressing incredulity. A 5th-tier anomaly? In Jiangmen City? Lu Pangpang also wore a fearful expression, asking, what should we do? However, as the three conversed, a piercing arrow shot up from the western district, illuminating the night sky with brilliant fireworks, whereupon 2 large characters spelling support appeared amidst the display. Observing this, Lu Pangpang was the first to exclaim, that is the support signal from the Guardian Division. Brother Chen, what should we do? After contemplating the signal for a few moments, Chen Suian resolutely declared, let us proceed to the western district for assistance. It stands to reason that the anomalies from the southern district will be drawn to the western district. Thus, the southern district should be temporarily safe. We shall eliminate those anomalies in the western district. Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong nodded in agreement, offering no objections to Chen Suian's plan. Consequently, Chen Suian transformed into a streak of lightning, darting towards the western district, driven by a premonition that something significant was unfolding there. Behind him, Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong hurriedly followed suit. Along the way, Chen Suian encountered numerous anomalies making their way to the western district, all of which he dispatched with ease. Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong also managed to eliminate several anomalies along the route. This further confirmed Chen Suian's suspicion that a grave situation was indeed developing in the western district. Otherwise, why would a 5th-tier entity summon so many anomalies to it? Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Tianyi found herself at a disadvantage against the red-clad ghost, whose power was initially on par with hers. However, as the red-clad ghost summoned forth a myriad of lower-tier anomalies, Luo Tianyi gradually fell behind. Although these lower-tier anomalies posed no real threat to her, one must not forget the menacing presence of the red-clad ghost lurking nearby. Whenever Luo Tianyi redirected her focus to fend off the incoming lower-tier anomalies, the red-clad ghost seized the opportunity to launch surprise attacks. Conversely, when she turned her attention to the red-clad ghost, the lower-tier anomalies would swarm towards her in a frenzy. While these lower-tier entities were not capable of inflicting severe damage upon Luo Tianyi, the sheer number of them compelled her to remain vigilant. Moreover, as time passed, ever more anomalies began to converge upon her location, causing her anxiety to mount. She yearned to eliminate the red-clad ghost swiftly. For once that was accomplished, the remaining lower-tier anomalies would pose little threat. With this thought in mind, Luo Tianyi activated her innate skill and launched an assault against the red-clad ghost. Frosty Snow. Cold Plum. In an instant, snowflakes began to cascade from the sky, each one resembling a flawless plum blossom, pure and crystalline. Upon contact with the descending snowflakes, the lower-tier anomalies were instantly encased in ice. Strangely, those frozen entities began to shatter into countless fragments, their souls scattering into the ether. In a heartbeat, a significant number of lower-tier anomalies surrounding Luo Tianyi were eradicated. Witnessing this, the red-clad ghost unleashed a tremendous surge of dark energy, which swirled around her like a black tempest. The once glistening snowflakes that had fallen from the sky seemed to be devoured by this powerful aura, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a chilling void. Simultaneously, the red-clad ghost swiftly maneuvered her hands, coalescing a massive black claw of shadowy energy. This claw, glimmering with an eerie light, carried with it an overwhelming chill and murderous intent as it lunged towards Luo Tianyi. The claw sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sound as if it sought to rend everything apart. Upon witnessing this, Luo Tianyi waved her hand, transforming hundreds of ice spikes into projectiles aimed at the shadowy claw. In that moment, the red-clad ghost's attack was obliterated by Luo Tianyi's counterstrike. Yet, the red-clad ghost did not relent. She continued to bombard Luo Tianyi with relentless assaults, plunging her into a fierce battle as new anomalies joined the fray. Returning to Chen Suian and his companions, when they arrived at the Western District, they were immediately besieged by a multitude of anomalies. Among them was a formidable fourth-tier entity leading hundreds of lower-tier anomalies in a coordinated attack against the trio. Fortunately, Chen Suian not only possessed formidable strength, but also wielded an exceptionally effective lightning-based power against such entities, allowing him to navigate the onslaught with relative ease. However, Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong found themselves in dire straits, struggling against the overwhelming tide of anomalies, particularly as some entities, known for their stealthy attacks, targeted them from behind. Lu Pangpang even suffered a hit to his backside from a lower-tier anomaly, causing a chilling sensation to wash over him as the dark energy seeped into him, leaving him feeling as though a pile of ice had been dumped upon him. Thankfully, the attacking anomaly was of a low rank, inflicting only minimal harm rather than any serious injury. At that moment, the fourth-tier doll ghost led the horde of anomalies to surge towards Chen Suian, their cacophonous shrieks echoing as if they intended to tear him to shreds. These anomalies varied in form, some with twisted bodies, others brandishing sharp claws and fangs, and some exuding a pungent stench of decay. Observing this, Chen Suian did not hesitate. Purple lightning erupted from him, enveloping his weapon, Dragon's Reversal, in the same electric energy as he charged towards the anomalies. Upon the emergence of the purple lightning, many anomalies recoiled in fear, some even contemplating retreat. However, the fourth-tier doll ghost immediately devoured those who dared to withdraw, augmenting its own power. In a childlike voice, the doll ghost threatened the others, proclaiming, "Whoever dares to retreat shall be consumed." This left those anomalies that had considered fleeing no choice but to press forward, driven by fear, towards Chen Suian, who radiated with purple lightning. Chapter 76, The Power of Thunder. Where the lightning strikes, obliteration follows. As the tide of hundreds of anomalies surged forth, Chen Suian was surrounded by flickering purple lightning, reminiscent of agile serpents dancing around him. The intertwined bolts formed an impenetrable shield, meticulously safeguarding Chen Suian. Upon contact with this layer of purple lightning, the anomalies emitted agonized cries, as if they had encountered their natural nemesis. They attempted to breach the shield, but the purple lightning mercilessly obliterated them, scattering their very souls. Chen Suian stood within the protective embrace of the purple lightning, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the oncoming anomalies. Being the embodiment of the most potent and unyielding force, the lightning naturally countered these entities. Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong remained closely behind Chen Suian. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed by the horde in no time. Shielded by the formidable purple lightning surrounding Chen Suian, the anomalies dared not approach too closely. Certainly, Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, while taking refuge behind Chen Suian, were not idle. Each employed their unique abilities to counter the bizarre assaults that surged towards them. The duo's retaliatory strikes provoked the strange entities further, inciting them to lunge at Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong. However, as they approached, they were instantly met with the violent discharge of purple lightning emanating from Chen Suian, sending them into a state of utter disarray. Observing this, Lu Pangpang, who had initially felt a tinge of fear, instantly regained his bravado, exclaiming, "These mere aberrations stand no chance against me." Indeed, the proximity to Chen Suian imbued Lu Pangpang with a profound sense of security, rendering the multitude of aberrations seem trivial. Zhao Zilong, not to be outdone, postured coolly, declaring, "Today, I shall confront these hundreds of aberrations alone, unafraid." With that proclamation, flames erupted around him as he brandished a fiery spear, charging towards the onslaught of bizarre attacks. A sharp glint heralded his assault, followed by his spear striking like a dragon. The inferno, propelled by the tip of Zhao Zilong's weapon, surged forth, incinerating the aberrations upon contact. Their agonized cries echoed as several weaker entities succumbed to the flames. However, the duo's relentless onslaught only served to incite the ferocity of the aberrations, which, disregarding the looming threat of the purple lightning, charged recklessly towards Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong. This prompted the once arrogant duo to retreat closer to Chen Suian, causing the aberrations to hesitate momentarily. Though they longed to eliminate the two obnoxious humans, the fear of being struck by lightning was a powerful deterrent. Lu Pangpang, seizing the opportunity, called out provocatively, "If you dare, come closer. Those who hesitate are nothing but cowards." Zhao Zilong echoed his defiance, taunting the aberrations. "Your father stands before you. Come forth and let him hear your cries." In an instant, the aberrations could no longer contain their fury. They were proud entities that had never endured such humiliation. Determined to devour these two humans, they let out a shriek and charged forward with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Chen Suian wore a frown, realizing that Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong were truly embodying the phrase dog's leg in their antics. Moreover, they were using him as a human shield. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the aberrations advance, Chen Suian unleashed a torrent of purple lightning, which annihilated the charging entities in an instant, leaving not even a trace behind. This display of power caused those that had contemplated attacking to halt, as they did not wish to meet their demise so readily. They still desired to survive in this world. Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong watched with exhilaration, their thoughts echoing, "With Brother Chen here, we are invincible." After witnessing the might of Chen Suian's lightning once more, the aberrations dared not approach the trio, encircling them at a distance instead. Even the fourth-tier aberrations refrained from closing in, as the lightning posed a significant threat to their existence. Furthermore, Chen Suian's lightning was no ordinary force. The purple lightning far surpassed the blue in potency. Having only recently attained fourth-tier strength, they were unwilling to risk their lives. Thus, the only recourse for the fourth-tier entity was to summon additional aberrations for assistance, convinced that while hundreds might not suffice to eliminate this formidable human, thousands surely would. If they could amass a greater number of aberrations, the human would be easily vanquished, and they could then consume him effortlessly, gaining immense power in the process. With this thought, the fourth-tier doll-like specter emitted a distinctive shriek to summon reinforcements. Following its call, numerous aberrations from the vicinity of the Western District were drawn to its aid, and as time passed, their numbers would only increase. Meanwhile, the red-clad female specter, also summoning her kin, found herself perplexed, sensing that the influx of aberrations around her was dwindling, even fewer than before. What could possibly be happening? Unbeknownst to her, thousands of aberrations had been lured to Chen Suian and his companions, significantly reducing the numbers heading towards her. In the midst of the battle, Luotianni also perceived a decrease in the surrounding aberrations, which brought a glimmer of hope to her eyes. Though she could not fathom the reason for this sudden reduction, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. Without hesitation, she unleashed her skills against the remaining thousands of aberrations, intending to dispatch them before confronting the red-clad specter. In an instant, a magnificent tiger composed entirely of ice materialized, its body glistening like crystal, each hair shimmering with a cold radiance, exuding an aura of frigid air. As it opened its mouth to roar, the chilling breath froze the surrounding air into a mist of ice. The ice tiger lunged at the horde of aberrations, resembling a ferocious beast descending from the mountains. With each pounce, it claimed the life of an aberration, and with a flick of its tail, it felled dozens more. In mere moments, the tiger had dispatched hundreds of aberrations, and it seemed that the remaining thousands would soon meet a similar fate. At last, Luotianni was free to focus her full attention on the red-clad specter. The latter, witnessing the unfolding carnage, let out an enraged howl and charged at Luotianni. Chapter 77. Where thunder strikes, the clouds must change. Returning to Chen Suian's side, as time progressed, an ever-increasing number of aberrations converged around him, enveloping him in a sea of countless entities in less than half an hour. This sight left Lu Pangpang, who was observing everything, swallowing hard in fear, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, I sense that we are in grave danger." Zhao Zilong, surveying the overwhelming multitude of aberrations, felt his scalp tingle with anxiety. There must be thousands of them, no doubt. Facing such a daunting number, even standing still to be struck would likely exhaust him, let alone the fact that these aberrations would not simply allow him to attack freely. Among this throng, there were numerous second and third-tier entities, and even 4 fourth-tier ones. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had yet to initiate an assault. In truth, the reason the aberrations refrained from attacking was entirely due to the potent purple lightning radiating from Chen Suian. The entities were innately averse to the most potent forms of lightning, and the purple variety was exponentially more fearsome than its blue counterpart. They, being born of darkness, cherished their lives and had no desire to perish without cause. Moreover, they awaited reinforcements. Once more of their kind arrived, it would be an opportune moment to strike. Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, witnessing so many aberrations for the first time, felt their legs weaken. Yet, gazing at Chen Suian's calm demeanor inexplicably brought them a sense of reassurance. Lu Pangpang even ventured to inquire, "Brother Chen, do you possess confidence in dealing with all these aberrations?" Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Chen Suian's lips, as he thought to himself that he indeed held a measure of confidence. Otherwise, he would not have waited so long without taking action. His aim was to attract more aberrations, allowing them to eliminate them in one fell swoop rather than hunting them down individually. Should he summon the Divine Thunder and unleash the Divine Thunder Slash, he could indeed contend against the thousands of aberrations. Although such a course of action might be perilous, Chen Suian was willing to take the risk for the sake of the citizens in the Western District. He had not forgotten the oath he made upon joining the Guardians. Those words were etched into his heart like a blade. Today, by drawing the attention of 1,000 aberrations, he could potentially save countless lives in Jiangnan City. So why should he fear to try? Though Chen Suian had a natural instinct for self-preservation, for the lives of thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, he was prepared to face danger. Beside him, Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong felt a great deal more at ease upon hearing Chen Suian's newfound confidence. As Chen assured them of his certainty, the number of aberrations approaching began to dwindle, indicating that all nearby had gathered. Consequently, under the command of 4 fourth-tier aberrations, the throngs surged towards the 3 of them. The thousands of aberrations spread like a black tide, inundating the surrounding streets. As they beheld the oncoming horde, Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong could not entirely shake their fear, but they soon gripped their weapons tightly, preparing for a fight to the death. Chen Suian, too, ceased to hold back. A torrent of purple lightning erupted from within him, enveloping his entire being. With a fierce gaze fixed upon the approaching throngs of aberrations, he felt no trepidation. Rather, a surge of battle fervor welled within him. In a resonant voice, he proclaimed, "Wherever the thunder strikes, the winds and clouds shall surely change. As yin and yang collide, the thunder shall shake the heavens. All thunder in this world is mine to command. Come forth, divine thunder." In an instant, the skies over Jiangnan City darkened, thunder rumbled ominously, and purple lightning flickered incessantly above. This sudden transformation caught the attention of many survivors below, who began to murmur in curiosity, wondering what had caused the weather to shift so dramatically. Why has it suddenly turned into a thunderstorm? Why is the lightning purple? Surely, there must be some great calamity unfolding. In that tense moment, a deep rumble of thunder reverberated from the heavens, and a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended with ferocious speed. This bolt resembled a roaring dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura of power and destruction, illuminating the entire world. The lightning struck Chen Suian, and at that moment, an ethereal image of the thunder god manifested above him, enveloping him in its divine presence. Countless strands of purple lightning coiled around him, forming a magnificent suit of thunder armor. With the towering figure of the thunder god, he became the true embodiment of thunder, annihilating all in its path. This unexpected change caused the offensive of the thousands of aberrations to falter, especially when they beheld the thunder god's manifestation. Fear gripped them inexplicably. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Suian raised his weapon, Dragon's Reversal, and unleashed the divine thunder slash upon the throng. The thunder god's image mirrored his movements, wielding a colossal sword of purple lightning that cleaved towards the multitude of aberrations. A 10-meter-long lightning blade materialized and sliced through the air towards the aberrations with astounding speed. At that moment, it resembled a furious lightning dragon, attacking with ferocity. Before the devastating slash reached the thousands of aberrations, the foremost among them was already reduced to ash by the impact of the thunder. The 4 fourth-tier aberrations, witnessing this, were struck with terror and hastily retreated. Before the remaining aberrations could react, the lightning blade struck. In an instant, the brilliance of purple lightning illuminated the entire street, while the wailing of the aberrations echoed, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, filled with despair and agony, sending chills down the spine. Chen Suian's slash had claimed the lives of hundreds of aberrations, scattering countless remnants of their spiritual orbs. However, Chen Suian did not pause, pressing forward as he continued to hunt down the remaining hundreds of aberrations. Each moment wasted diminished the time he could sustain the thunder goddess form. The surviving aberrations were still reeling from the impact of his strike when the thunder god's image swept across them once more, claiming dozens of aberrations in a single stroke. Yet, Chen Suian did not intend to linger on these lower-tier aberrations. His focus was set on the 4 fourth-tier ones. Once they were defeated, the remaining low-tier aberrations would pose little threat. With this resolve, he fixed his gaze upon the now terrified 4th-tier aberrations. As they sensed his intent, a chill ran through them. In the next moment, Chen Suian unleashed another divine thunder slash aimed directly at them. Chapter 78. Born as a ghost, yet they flee? A 10-meter-long lightning blade surged towards the four fourth-tier aberrations. Upon witnessing the approaching strike, they were momentarily paralyzed with fear. However, they quickly regained their senses and attempted to counter the divine thunder slash with their own attacks. Unfortunately, they had grossly underestimated its power. Their efforts were swiftly shattered. Though the might of the divine thunder slash had diminished considerably, it remained fearsome. 3 of the fourth-tier aberrations, realizing their attacks were futile, hastily sought refuge. Yet one foolish aberration boldly charged towards the incoming divine thunder slash, attempting to withstand its onslaught. The result was inevitable. It was mercilessly obliterated. Its essence scattered to the winds. The remaining 3 fourth-tier aberrations were left bewildered, unable to comprehend how their companion had reached such a level only to meet such a fate, now rendering them even more vulnerable to this human threat. Witnessing the effortless demise of a fourth-tier aberration brought joy to Chen Suian. He had expected a struggle, but the foe had fallen so easily. This bolstered his confidence as he pressed onward towards the remaining 3 fourth-tier aberrations. Meanwhile, Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong followed closely behind, utilizing their unique abilities to deal with the remaining horde of aberrations. On another front, Luo Tianyi, unbothered by any other aberrations, quickly gained the upper hand against the red-clothed ghost. Having just ascended to the 5th tier, the ghost struggled to master its newfound power and was no match for Luo Tianyi, who possessed SS-level abilities. After delivering a powerful blow that injured the red-clothed ghost, it erupted in rage, letting out a howl. Previously aided by other aberrations, it had maintained the advantage, but for some inexplicable reason, its allies had ceased their support, leaving it vulnerable against this human adversary. As Luo Tianyi launched another assault, hundreds of ice spikes shot forth at astonishing speed. The red-clothed ghost could only wave its hand, summoning a gust of chilling wind to deflect the icy projectiles. However, unbeknownst to it, an ice tiger summoned by Luo Tianyi was stealthily approaching from behind, ready to strike. Before the red-clothed ghost could react, the massive ice tiger lunged forward with its jaws wide open, preparing to pounce. Subsequently, the ghostly figure clad in red emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, her voice piercing and shrill, as if it could penetrate the very essence of one's soul. The ice tiger, with its razor-sharp fangs, sank them mercilessly into her form, the sheer force rendering the red-clad specter utterly defenseless. In an instant, her body was torn asunder, a dark miasma gushing forth from the wound, diminishing her presence significantly. This act, however, ignited a fierce wrath within her, and she unleashed a surge of formidable malevolence, obliterating the nearby ice tiger. Witnessing this, Luo Tianyi remained impassive, her expression unchanged as she continued to unleash her skills upon the red ghost. The specter was already no match for her, and now, having sustained further injury, she was even less equipped to contend with Luo Tianyi. Aware of this reality, the red ghost, after withstanding Luo Tianyi's onslaught, abruptly transformed into a wisp of shadow, attempting to flee. This unexpected turn momentarily startled Luo Tianyi, but she quickly regained her composure, transforming into a streak of azure light to pursue. No matter the circumstance, the red ghost could not be allowed to escape, for her presence posed a grave threat to Jiangnan City. Meanwhile, Chen Suian had already vanquished another fourth-tier anomaly, leaving only 2 remaining. As for the lower-tier anomalies, they had either fled or been exterminated. Very few remained on the battlefield. The remaining lower-tier specters dared not intervene in Chen Suian's clash with the fourth-tier anomalies, for any attempt to engage would be tantamount to offering themselves as mere fodder, as the residual force of the battle could effortlessly dispatch them. Seeing Chen Suian's overwhelming strength, the 2 remaining fourth-tier anomalies were gripped by fear. If this continued, their demise seemed inevitable. After withstanding 1 round of Chen Suian's attacks, they turned to flee. Just as Chen Suian prepared to eliminate the 2 fourth-tier anomalies in one swift motion, he could not help but curse in frustration. Damn it. To be a ghost, and yet choose to flee without a fight. A true disgrace to the ghost realm. Nevertheless, Chen Suian was not one to let the 2 fourth-tier anomalies escape. He immediately reached skyward, summoning the ethereal visage of the thunder god in synchrony. In an instant, the sky darkened, thick clouds swirling ominously, illuminated by flashes of lightning. From within this tempest, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended towards the fleeing fourth-tier specters. The 2 anomalies, caught unawares, were struck by the massive bolt, resulting in a heart-wrenching wail echoing through the air. Ah, mommy, it hurts so much. Where are you, mommy? After a few more pitiful cries, the fourth-tier doll ghost fell silent. When the purple lightning dissipated, only a spirit orb remained in its place. This spectacle left the remaining fourth-tier anomaly in a state of shock. It had never anticipated that a human could command the very thunder from the heavens to launch an assault against them. In truth, after invoking the thunder goddess descent, Chen Suian had felt the ability to manipulate the lightning above, but he had concealed this power, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. However, he had not expected the 2 fourth-tier anomalies to be so timid, fleeing before the battle had truly begun. Thus, he was compelled to reveal his hand prematurely. resulting in the swift annihilation of one fourth-tier specter. As the bewildered fourth-tier anomaly struggled to comprehend the situation, Chen Suian directed another bolt of lightning, this one resembling a small barrel, from the heavens. The stunned fourth-tier specter had no time to react before being struck down, meeting its end in an instant. With this, all four fourth-tier anomalies were eradicated, marking the conclusion of this fierce battle. Chen Suian exhaled in relief. Confronting thousands of anomalies, along with the four formidable fourth-tier specters, had placed immense pressure upon him. Fortunately, victory was achieved. Otherwise, he would have been doomed to join them in the afterlife. Just as Chen Suian contemplated dismissing the ethereal visage of the thunder god, a sudden chilling wind swept through the area, causing his limbs to feel icy. The encroaching malevolence sought to invade his very being, yet upon reaching the outer layer of the thunder goddess form, it vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, Chen Suian spotted a figure in red, with a visage grotesquely twisted, rushing towards him. Chapter 79, The Red-Clad Ghost Strikes. My heavens, is that ghost a fifth-tier anomaly? Chen Suian felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the red ghost, far more potent than that of the earlier fourth-tier specters, leading him to deduce that she was indeed a fifth-tier entity. This revelation startled him. While he could manage fourth-tier anomalies, facing a fifth-tier specter was akin to a calf attempting to pull a cart, an exercise in futility. As Chen Suian contemplated retreating, he suddenly noticed an attack hurtling towards the red ghost from behind. Caught off guard, she was struck, letting out a cry of agony as her dark energies diminished. The relentless Luo Tianyi, her expression icy, unleashed another barrage of attacks upon the red ghost. In an instant, the ghost was hit once more, emitting several more cries of pain, her strength further waning. Now, the red ghost was far weaker than before, rendering her even less capable of contending with Luo Tianyi. After enduring several more strikes from Luo Tianyi, the red ghost quickened her pace towards Chen Suian. She sensed the potent human soul and vitality nearby, perceiving an opportunity to devour him and restore her strength. Luo Tianyi, noticing the red ghost's intent and the looming figure of Chen Suian, furrowed her brow in concern, particularly as she observed the ghost accelerating toward him. The usually composed Luo Tianyi called out urgently, "Chen Suian, run." Chen Suian, upon seeing the ghost barreling towards him, felt a jolt of alarm, mentally cursing, "Why is that ghost coming for me?" Without further thought, he took a deep breath, raised his hand to the sky, and bellowed, "Lightning, descend." In an instant, dozens of bolts of purple lightning, each the size of a finger, cascaded from the heavens towards the red ghost. If Chen Suian chose to flee now, he would surely be outpaced by the fifth-tier specter, even if he managed to escape. What would happen to Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong? Thus, he directed his attack at the red ghost. Moreover, he was not acting recklessly. He sensed that after absorbing several of Luo Tianyi's strikes, the red ghost's aura had diminished significantly compared to a typical fifth-tier anomaly, which was why he dared to launch an assault. Dozens of bolts of purple lightning descended upon the red ghost, each imbued with destructive power. The ghost, unprepared for such an onslaught from above, was struck by the barrage of lightning, resulting in a piercing shriek that resonated through the air, chilling the bones of those who heard it. The thunderous cacophony echoed as the bolts of lightning erupted upon her, transforming the surroundings into a tempest of electric fury. Powerful currents coursed through the red ghost, as if intent on tearing her apart entirely. Trapped within this storm of lightning, the red ghost writhed in torment, yet could not escape the shackles of the tempest. Gradually, her corporeal form began to grow translucent, the once dense aura of darkness dissipating. Ultimately, the red ghost transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing into the ether. Thus, the fifth-tier red ghost met her demise at the hands of Chen Suian's thunderous wrath. This unexpected turn of events left Chen Suian somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that with a single strike, he could vanquish a fifth-tier ghostly apparition clad in red. How remarkably formidable he felt. However, it must be noted that the ghost had already sustained significant injuries from Lu Tianyi's previous assault, and in a moment of carelessness, had failed to heed the thunderous lightning descending from the heavens. These factors collectively allowed Chen Suian to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, it was indeed his formidable lightning that rendered him capable of such an accomplishment. Witnessing the entire spectacle from behind the red-clad specter, Lu Tianyi was equally taken aback. How could a fifth-tier entity be felled by Chen Suian in a mere instant? This revelation prompted her to question the true nature of Chen Suian's abilities. She speculated that his powers were undoubtedly beyond a mere B rank, perhaps even A rank or S rank. After all, how could a third-tier ability user possibly defeat a fifth-tier being with a single strike? Moreover, she observed that the hue of Chen Suian's lightning was purple, a color renowned for its superiority over blue lightning. As Lu Tianyi pondered these thoughts, Chen Suian, having dispelled the illusion of the thunder god, strolled over with a grin to collect the fifth-tier spirit orb. Hehe, just imagine how much a fifth-tier spirit orb can fetch. In the current market, such orbs were valued at around 1 million, hence Chen Suian's elation. At that moment, Lu Tianyi emerged from her reverie, catching sight of Chen Suian's eager expression. which elicited a faint smile from her lips. Noticing Lu Tianyi's gaze, Chen Suian hastily tucked the orb into his pocket and approached her with genuine concern. Sister Luo, are you alright? Lu Tianyi, having noticed Chen Suian's subtle actions, found it amusing. It was clear he feared she might seize the orb from him. She held no significant attachment to the 5th-tier spirit orb, recognizing it rightfully belonged to Chen Suian, who had defeated the creature. Curiosity etched on her face. Lu Tianyi scrutinized Chen Suian. When did you become so formidable? She recalled that just a month prior, he was merely a 2nd-tier ability user, yet here he was. Not only a 3rd tier now, but capable of dispatching a heavily wounded 5th-tier entity in an instant. Such an acceleration in power was staggering. In response to her inquiry, Chen Suian maintained his composure, coolly replying, I believe I have always been this impressive. However, his retort was met with a swift flick to the forehead from Lu Tianyi, who demanded, speak the truth. Chen Suian winced, exclaiming in pain, ouch. Is it really necessary to hit me for that? That's what you get for being dishonest. She retorted, her tone playful, yet devoid of the usual chilliness. To an outsider, this exchange might easily be mistaken for a flirtatious banter. Observing Lu Tianyi's proud demeanor, Chen Suian couldn't help but reflect on her unexpectedly charming expression, even as he rubbed his sore head, and internally mused, why does this fierce tigress suddenly seem so proud? Sensing Chen Suian's unwavering gaze, Lu Tianyi felt a bit flustered and quickly urged, do tell, how have you managed to elevate your strength so swiftly? Chapter 80. The reinforcements have finally arrived. As for the rapid enhancement of my abilities, it may simply be attributed to my exceptional talent, Chen Suian proclaimed. His hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, embodying the solitude of a master. Lu Tianyi, unimpressed, delivered another playful flick to his forehead before turning away, coolly instructing, enough of this. You all return to the southern district for patrol. I must attend to other anomalies here. Lu Tianyi, sensing Chen Suian's reluctance to elaborate, chose not to press further. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a flicker of annoyance brewed within her, perhaps stemming from his unwillingness to share. Rubbing his forehead, Chen Suian whined, Sister Luo, why do you keep flicking my forehead? Without glancing back, Lu Tianyi coldly replied, you deserve it. Soon, her figure vanished from sight, leaving Chen Suian, still nursing his reddened forehead. Meanwhile, Lu Pangpang and Zhao Zilong, who had silently witnessed the exchange, approached Chen Suian, their expressions filled with mirth. Brother Chen, you've truly impressed. Even Vice Director Luo, the embodiment of aloof beauty, seems taken with you. Lu Pangpang exclaimed with a playful grin. Indeed. Brother Chen, how did you achieve such prowess? Will you teach me a trick or two? Zhao Zilong chimed in, equally amused. Hearing this, Chen Suian's expression darkened, and he flatly replied, get lost. Time passed. 3 hours later. In the skies above Jiangnan City, 2 beams of light streaked across the horizon, heralding the arrival of 2 elderly figures above the city's defenses. The scene below was grim. The city's fortifications were stained crimson with blood, littered with the carcasses of monstrous beasts and fallen soldiers. After 3 hours of relentless battle, the defense forces had suffered catastrophic losses, with barely a fraction still capable of combat. Among these few remaining defenders, the condition was dire. Their stamina and vitality had been severely depleted. Li Tsongnan, in particular, had exhausted his abilities completely, having fought valiantly during the prolonged skirmish, claiming the lives of numerous beasts with each swing of his sword. Despite the heavy toll, the enemy forces still numbered in the thousands, presenting an overwhelming challenge to the beleaguered defenders. Meanwhile, in the distance, Luo Yang and his companions sought to assist, but were hindered by 5th-tier monsters, preventing their intervention. Observing the dire situation, the 2 elderly figures wasted no time in springing into action. A potent aura characteristic of 6th-tier abilities emanated from them, momentarily halting the relentless advance of the lower-tier beasts. The air grew tense as one elder slowly grasped the hilt of his sword. As he drew it, a brilliant radiance erupted from the blade, illuminating the darkness like a rising sun. With a graceful motion, he arced the sword downward, unleashing a colossal wave of searing energy toward the tide of beasts below. The night transformed into day as the blade cleaved through the air with apocalyptic might, casting a radiant glow across Jiangnan City. The defenders, witnessing such an awe-inspiring display of power, were left in stunned silence. This attack surpassed anything they had witnessed thus far, eclipsing even the previous elder's strikes. Li Tsongnan, his heart finally at ease, realized that reinforcements had arrived just in time. In that instant, a massive wave of cold, glimmering energy swept through the ranks of the beasts, decimating the forefront as they fell like harvested wheat, each cry of anguish echoing through the air, painting the ground a vivid crimson in mere moments as half of the attacking beasts succumbed to death or injury. The might of this strike left the remaining demonic beasts in a state of utter shock. Their eyes, once filled with a bloodthirsty fervor, now reflected sheer terror as they retreated backward, as if confronting not a mere human, but an invincible deity of slaughter. The 4 5th-tier demonic beasts, still engaged in battle, witnessed the spectacle, and their fear grew palpable. Ultimately, these 4 fifth-tier beasts were compelled to repel their adversaries, preparing to flee in haste. Yet, another elder in the sky took action. He reached for a small pouch at his waist, and in an instant, a colossal surge of spiritual energy emanated from it, unleashing a swarm of flying swords that poured forth like a locust plague, their sheer quantity dazzling to behold. These swords spiraled and danced in the air, gleaming with a frosty light, enveloping the entire space in a veritable rain of blades. Each sword radiated an imposing aura, clearly crafted from the finest materials. The elder then commanded the flying swords to pursue the fleeing fifth-tier demonic beasts. In mere moments, 2 of the fifth-tier beasts fell beneath the onslaught of the relentless blades, and shortly thereafter, the remaining 2 also succumbed. Thus, all 4 fifth-tier demonic beasts were vanquished, accomplished by the elder in less than a minute, a testament to the formidable prowess of a 6th-tier cultivator. As for the remaining tide of demonic beasts, the 2 elders dispatched them with ease, bringing the demonic beast surge to a close and restoring tranquility to Jiangnan City. Nevertheless, many matters still required attention, as numerous lives had been lost during this tumultuous event. Luoyang, as the mayor of Jiangnan City, promptly sought an audience with the 2 elders. "We are immensely grateful for your timely intervention, otherwise countless citizens of Jiangnan City would have suffered greatly." Luoyang expressed with heartfelt appreciation. One of the elder men, visibly older, shook his head with a sigh. "I apologize. We had just dealt with another surge of demonic beasts and responded immediately upon receiving notice. Had we arrived sooner, perhaps many lives could have been spared." The other elder nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we are currently in the mating season of the demonic beasts, with our elite forces dispatched across various locations to handle these crises. We hastened here after addressing another city's plight." Luoyang was well aware of the urgency during this mating season, understanding the multitude of tasks that demanded attention. Otherwise, the higher authorities would not have delayed their response. However, as Luoyang gazed upon the fallen soldiers of the City Defense Corps, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Chapter 81, Restoring Peace. Night swiftly passed, and the following day dawned with the sun rising gently. The golden-red sun cast its rays upon the blood-stained city walls of Jiangnan City and illuminated the survivors. They were fortunate, having survived the night's harrowing demonic beast surge, while those who perished were tragically lost, forever departing from this world. In just one night, Jiangnan City had undergone a monumental transformation, with many lives extinguished, a poignant reminder of the unpredictability of fate. Despite his exhaustion, Luoyang diligently attended to the aftermath of the demonic beast surge. Tasks included confirming which public officials had fallen in battle, arranging their burials, and managing subsequent compensation matters. Additionally, he needed to address the families of the deceased civilians, providing support to those left behind. Moreover, the corpses of the demonic beasts needed to be cleared from both within and outside the city. Otherwise, their accumulation would inevitably attract more beasts and anomalies. Left unattended, the rotting remains could also lead to outbreaks of disease. Jiangnan City was rife with pressing matters that required the mayor's attention. Once the 2 elders confirmed that the city was no longer in danger, they took their leave, as their own duties were demanding, and they could not remain in Jiangnan indefinitely. 3 days later, Jiangnan City returned to a semblance of peace, although construction teams were visible throughout the streets, busily repairing the damage wrought by the demonic beasts. Chen Suian had been feeling despondent in recent days, having delivered the last words of Wu Lui to his widow. Yet, she resolutely declared that she would not remarry but would instead raise their child alone. However, the challenges of single-handedly nurturing a child were immense, even with Wu Lui's compensation, and especially daunting considering the need to care for his parents as well. Consequently, Chen Suian exchanged the hundreds of low-tier spirit orbs he had acquired on the battlefield for money, which he then delivered to Wu Lui's wife. This was all he could do in the face of Wu Lui's demise, which had cast a shadow over his spirits. The Guardian Department was inundated with tasks, from eliminating lingering demonic beasts and anomalies to onboarding new recruits. The department had suffered moderate losses during the demonic beast surge, with over 30 personnel either killed by beasts or anomalies. To fill the void left by the fallen, a new batch of recruits was brought in. In contrast, Chen Suian's second squad had suffered no fatalities, although Mo Dao had sustained minor injuries due to a moment of carelessness during a beast ambush. Before long, Chen Suian entered the Guardian Department, intending to return to the training room of his squad as usual, but he encountered Luo Tianyi instead. She summoned him to her office. In Luo Tianyi's office, she observed Chen Suian's downcast demeanor and could not help but express her concern. "Chen Suian, what troubles you? You seem rather despondent these past few days. If something is bothering you, feel free to share." Chen Suian waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, Sister Luo. I've just been a bit tired lately." Not wishing to press further, Luo Tianyi shifted the conversation to another topic. "Well, Chen Suian, you performed admirably during the demonic beast surge, not only slaying cultists but also defeating a 5th-tier anomaly. I have reported your achievements, and the higher authorities have awarded you a first-class merit medal, a promotion to the rank of Major, a bonus of 100,000 points in the Guardian Department. along with the opportunity to select a 6th-tier spirit orb. Alternatively, you may choose an A-grade martial skill. Upon hearing the generous rewards, Chen Suian's spirits lifted instantly. A grin spreading across his face as he rubbed his hands together. Hee, are my rewards truly this lavish? Witnessing Chen Suian's renewed cheerfulness, a fleeting smile graced Luo Tiany's face, though it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, and her expression returned to its usual icy demeanor. Very well. I will present you with the first-class merit medal now. As for the other rewards, they will be credited to your identification token. You may redeem them at the resource repository later, Luo Tiany stated matter-of-factly. Understood. Chen Suian nodded. Afterward, Luo Tiany did not engage in further conversation, citing work as a reason to dismiss him. However, before leaving, Chen Suian turned to the cold-faced Luo Tiany and remarked with a grin, Sister Luo, you look quite lovely when you smiled just now. Although Luo Tiany's smile was fleeting, Chen Suian had noticed it, and he couldn't help but think that her smile was as beautiful as a snow lotus blooming atop a snowy peak. In response, Luo Tiany maintained her frosty demeanor, replying coolly leave. Yet, her flushed ears betrayed her true feelings. Unaware of this, Chen Suian waved his hand as he exited. I mean it. You should smile more often. After Chen Suian departed, Luo Tiany's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she murmured to herself, do I truly look so delightful when I smile? Upon exiting, Chen Suian promptly made his way to the resource repository of the Guardian Department. Upon his arrival, he discovered that a considerable number of individuals from the Guardian Department were present, not to exchange resources, but to seek the company of the venerable Li Tsongnan, the custodian of the repository. Following Li Tsongnan's remarkable performance in the recent battle, it became evident to all that he was a formidable figure, prompting many to attempt to ingratiate themselves with him. Surrounded by 5 or 6 young men, Li Tsongnan was engrossed in watching a beautiful live-streaming host. Old man, this beauty is not worth your attention. Allow me to recommend a far more alluring one. Nonsense. Don't heed his words, old man. I'm well aware of his taste. That does not qualify as alluring. It is merely plumpness. Heh, old man, I have a far superior beauty to suggest. If you take me as your disciple, I shall dedicate my lifetime of beautiful hosts to you. As Li Tsongnan listened to their banter, he felt a sense of exasperation. I merely indulge in watching beautiful hosts for my own enjoyment and longevity, while you lot seem intent on shortening my years with your suggestions. He remarked with a knowing look. It was clear that, as a man of principle, he would not entertain the frivolities they were proposing. The young men surrounding him were somewhat bewildered. Was this venerable figure truly so impure in thought? They were merely making innocent recommendations. Observing this scene, Chen Suian couldn't help but smirk. The old man was indeed a lecherous fellow, even claiming it was all for his well-being. Chapter 82, 4th Order Ability User. At the Happiness Community, after returning home from a resource exchange, Chen Suian was imbued with exhilaration, having obtained a storage bag from the Guardian Department as repository. Indeed, it was a storage bag akin to those found in novels, capable of holding items within its confines. This modest bag possessed an internal space of 30 square meters, roughly equivalent to half a room, allowing for the storage of a significant number of items. Finally, he would no longer need to carry sacks to collect beast cores and meat. However, the cost of this storage bag was exorbitant, 100,000 points, equating to a value of 1 million in currency. This was merely the most basic of storage bags. Higher-tier bags in the repository were priced at 30 to 40,000 points, far beyond his means. Additionally, Chen Suian exchanged for a 6th-order Thunder Element Spirit Pearl, eager to discern whether he could comprehend a new skill. With this thought, he settled onto the floor of the hall, prepared to absorb the energy from the 6th-order Spirit Pearl. Before long, the energy within the pearl was wholly absorbed, dissipating into ash without a trace. In its wake, a formidable ability surged within him, accompanied by vivid images that enveloped his mind. Suddenly, he found himself atop a majestic and perilous peak, soaring into the clouds, shrouded in mist as if it touched the very heavens. Surrounding the summit, endless lightning flashed and roared with a deafening crescendo, each bolt akin to a dragon, clawing at the fabric of reality. Lifelike thunder dragons roared past him, seemingly oblivious to his presence. In witnessing these thunder dragons, a spark of inspiration ignited within Chen Suian's mind. Why could he not manifest a thunder dragon of his own? With unwavering focus, he observed the majestic forms of these roaming dragons, intent on studying their essence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the images in his mind dissipated, and he grasped a new skill, thunder transformation into dragon. This revelation filled him with exuberance. He had managed to acquire a skill purely from a 6th-order Spirit Pearl, though its exact level remained uncertain. Generally, skills associated with dragons were not of low rank, for dragons were, after all, the kings of beasts. Thus, he examined his attributes and discovered that the newly acquired skill, thunder transformation into dragon, was rated at A tier. This brought him immense satisfaction. While it was merely an A-tier skill, its acquisition from a 6th-order Spirit Pearl was remarkable. Chen Suian began to entertain thoughts of combining this new skill with his existing God of Thunder Descend's ability, pondering whether their synergy could rival the power of S-tier attacks. With that, he set aside further contemplation, placing his belongings into the storage bag and preparing to rest. As for cultivation, it was a pursuit he deemed unlikely to undertake. Merely coasting through work and achieving occasional breakthroughs would suffice. He awoke at dawn, rising as usual to head to the Guardian Department, ready to commence another day of leisurely work. Notably, the remnants of the beasts that had plagued Jiangnan City had finally been eradicated, restoring tranquility to the Guardian Department. This meant Chen Suian had no pressing tasks and could once again engage in his leisurely pursuits. Arriving at the training room of Team 2, he observed his comrades diligently practicing. Perhaps the recent beast tide had instilled in everyone the importance of strength, prompting them to exert themselves with fervor, resulting in a rather competitive atmosphere. Witnessing this, Chen Suian shook his head with a sigh. When will this relentless competition cease? If only you could all relax like I do. Of course, Lu Pangpang and the others would not entertain Chen Suian's whimsical claims, as they firmly believed he must have been secretly working hard to achieve such rapid progress. Thus, Chen Suian resumed his leisurely existence until 3 months had passed. On a bright and pleasant afternoon, after 3 months of gradual effort, Chen Suian finally broke through to become a 4th-order ability user. Notably, as someone who simultaneously cultivated martial arts and abilities, he also ascended directly to the martial grandmaster level. Following this breakthrough, his physique and vitality surged significantly, enhancing his overall resilience, allowing him to no longer fear sudden ambushes. Moreover, upon becoming a 4th-order ability user, the purple lightning within him underwent a transformation, now infused with streaks of golden lightning. This alteration intensified the power of the lightning he could unleash, effectively doubling its strength. Consequently, Chen Suian felt confident in his ability to contend with early-stage 5th-order practitioners. Indeed, Chen Suian could now face early-stage 5th-order practitioners as a 4th-order ability user, demonstrating his remarkable prowess. He sensed that if he continued to advance, the lightning within him would undoubtedly evolve further, growing ever stronger. With this thought in mind, Chen Suian examined his attribute panel. Host, Chen Suian, age, 20, martial realm. First stage of martial grandmaster, vitality, 100. 000, martial skills, A-tier martial skill, instant draw / minor accomplishment, 8,000, 18,000. D-class 8 extremes fist, minor achievement, 13,000. C-class Gale blade technique, minor achievement, 14,000. Ability realm, stage 4, first tier. Ability points, 300,000 points. Comprehended skill, A-class thunder transformation dragon, proficient, 5,000, 800. Talent skill, S-class divine thunder light / beginner, 5,000, 1,000. S-class divine thunder descent, beginner, 8,000, 2,000. SS-class thunder flash, not yet initiated, note, requires reaching stage 5 for cultivation. SSS-class thunder god 9 heavens, not yet initiated, note, requires reaching stage 8 for cultivation. Unallocated attribute points, 9. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, Chen Suian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as the proficiency of his martial arts and skills remained lamentably low. However, he found himself without recourse. Having allocated all his attribute points to elevate his realm, it appeared that henceforth, he must prioritize enhancing the proficiency of his martial skills and abilities. Following his breakthrough, Chen Suian felt a buoyant spirit. Being able to contend with practitioners of stage 5 afforded him a modicum of self-protection in this world. He was no longer the pitiful novice he once was. Chapter 83, Preparations for the Genius Training Camp. The following day, Chen Suian arrived at the Guardian Division with a glum expression. The elation of having become a stage 4 ability user had entirely evaporated, as he was to travel to the magic city of the South Province to attend the Genius Training Camp. This implied uncertainty about whether he would have the leisure to slack off in the future. The thought of rigorous training was disheartening. All he desired was a peaceful existence devoid of toil. Yet, he had little choice. Should he decline, the formidable matriarch would undoubtedly make his life miserable, rendering any hopes of idleness futile. Soon enough, Chen Suian trudged to Luo Tianyi's office, knocking on the wooden door with a sigh. Knock, knock. Luo Jia. I'm coming in. In response, Luo Tianyi's cool voice beckoned. Come in. As he entered, he found Luo Tianyi engrossed in her work. Upon noticing Chen Suian's arrival, she paused and looked up, stating, You are set to depart for the Magic City tomorrow. Have you packed your belongings? With a grimace, Chen Suian nodded. Yes, Luo Jia. I have everything ready. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyi retrieved a token from her desk drawer and tossed it to Chen Suian. This token serves as your admission notice for the Genius Training Camp. When you arrive in the Magic City, simply present this token to gain entry. I will send you the address of the camp to your phone shortly. Chen Suian caught the token and examined it closely. It bore the words Guardian Division in simple engraving, its black and gold surface adorned with unfamiliar patterns. Rest assured, I have already registered your identity information on this token. Only when your ability or vital energy is infused will your name be displayed, Luo Tianyi said with a hint of assurance. Intrigued, Chen Suian infused his ability into the black gold token, and indeed, his identity information materialized. Name, Chen Suian. Age, 20. Rank, Major. Affiliation, Iron Shield Guard, Jiangnan City Guardian Division. The information was straightforward yet sufficient to verify Chen Suian's identity. After a moment of contemplation, he pocketed the token, ready to pursue his leisurely pursuits. Luo Jia. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. However, as he turned to exit, Luo Tianyi called out, "Wait a moment." Confused, Chen Suian turned back to the icy beauty of Luo Tianyi. "Is there something else, Luo Jia?" With an impassive expression, she replied coolly, "Tomorrow. I will accompany you to the Magic City." Chen Suian was taken aback. Could it be that Luo Tianyi was reluctant to part ways and wished to accompany him to the Magic City? Seeing his astonishment, Luo Tianyi clarified, "I have recently broken through to Stage 5, and I will be reassigned to the Guardian Division in the Magic City. Hence, I will be traveling there with you." Internally, Luo Tianyi mused that she was merely passing through and that it was coincidental to accompany Chen Suian. Yes, indeed, it was simply a matter of convenience. Upon hearing her explanation, Chen Suian felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing that he had misinterpreted her intentions. It was only natural that she would be reassigned after her breakthrough to Stage 5. Quickly dismissing any further thoughts, he agreed. "All right, no problem. Luo Jia, let us meet at the train station tomorrow." Afterward, Chen Suian refrained from further idle chatter with Luo Tianyi and hurried back to the training room of Team 2 to enjoy some leisure time. By evening, as the workday concluded, he finally informed his teammates of his upcoming journey to the Genius Training Camp. After all, he was a member of Team 2 and ought to bid them farewell properly. When Zhao Zilong and the others learned that Chen Suian was heading to the Genius Training Camp, their jaws dropped in shock, as if they could fit 2 eggs in their mouths. "Brother Chen, are you truly going to the Genius Training Camp? Is this for real?" "Exactly. Brother Chen, do you realize how difficult it is to gain entry into the Genius Training Camp? Only those with A-class abilities can qualify." As they discussed the Genius Training Camp, they recalled that in years past, Tian Xinjian had also participated in the camp's tests. Unfortunately, despite possessing A-class abilities, he had been unable to enter due to his realm not reaching Stage 3 at that time. Upon hearing this, Chen Suian was taken aback to discover that even Tian Xinjian had not been able to enter the Genius Training Camp. He had assumed Tian Xinjian had already participated. Sensing Chen Suian's surprise, Tian Xinjian shook his head with a self-deprecating sigh. "Back then, my realm did not meet the standards for the Genius Training Camp. For ordinary families like ours, reaching Stage 3 before the age of 21 is an arduous task. After that age, the camp no longer accepts recruits. Thus, I will never have the chance to enter the Genius Training Camp." Chen Suian was at a loss for words, unsure how to console Tian Xinjian. Had Tian Xinjian achieved Stage 3 and entered the Genius Training Camp back then, perhaps he would not be serving as an Iron Shield Guard in the small city of Jiangnan now. Yet, Tian Xinjian's mood did not remain somber for long. He soon regained his composure and congratulated Chen Suian. "Brother Chen Suian, once you enter the Genius Training Camp, you will soar to great heights. Be sure to look after us, your brothers." "Exactly. Brother Chen, you must not forget us. We have fought side by side." Zhao Zilong nodded, expressing his reluctance to part with Chen Suian. Within Team 2, he and Lu Pangpang had developed the closest bond with Chen Suian. So the news of Chen Suian's departure to the Genius Training Camp stirred a sense of melancholy in Zhao Zilong. Lu Pangpang, without needing further prompting, gazed at Chen Suian with a forlorn expression. "Brother Chen, are we truly going to part ways? I feel so sad." Seeing this, Chen Suian patted Lu Pangpang's shoulder in reassurance. "Don't worry, fatty. I'm only going for 6 months and will return. What is there to be sad about? Even if I cannot resume my position in Jiangnan City, I'll still come back to visit during holidays." "All right, Brother Chen, tonight, let me treat you to a grand feast to celebrate your entry into the Genius Training Camp." Lu Pangpang, having thought it over, was already aware that with Chen Suian's talents, he would not remain in Jiangnan City for long. With that in mind, Lu Pangpang resolved to work even harder, for he would need to keep pace with Brother Chen. Beside them, Tian Xinjian wore a complex expression as he gazed at Chen Suian, fully aware that the latter would likely not remain with the Guardian office in Jiangnan City for long. After all, those who emerge from the Genius Training Camp are all exceptional individuals. It is inconceivable that one would confine themselves to a mere small city like Jiangnan. Even if Chen Suian wished to stay, would the higher-ups permit it? It could be said that should Chen Suian enter the Genius Training Camp, he would soar to unprecedented heights, with a future brimming with potential. Chapter 84, Arrival at the Magic City Evening. In a barbecue stall named Happiness Barbecue on Jiangnan City South Commercial Street, Chen Suian and Lu Pangpang sat at a dining table, relishing the grilled delicacies brought by the proprietor and sipping on soybean milk retrieved from the freezer. This feast was a farewell gift from the members of Lu Pangpang's second team, who were all present, including their captain, Zhang Wu. At that moment, as Chen Suian looked at Lu Pangpang and the others, an undeniable sense of reluctance welled up within him. Without hesitation, he raised his soybean milk and stood, addressing Zhang Wu first. Captain, as we part ways, I cannot know when we shall meet again. I toast to you. With that, Chen Suian gulped down several mouthfuls of the soybean milk, exclaiming with a sense of satisfaction, "Ah, truly refreshing." Zhang Wu's lips twitched at this, thinking to himself, who drinks soybean milk while having barbecue? And to toast with a bottle of soybean milk? Surely this lad must have a screw loose. Nonetheless, Zhang Wu picked up a bottle of beer and declared, Chen Suian, I am delighted that you can attend the genius training camp. Without further ado, I toast to you with this bottle of beer. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Wu downed the entire bottle. Seeing this, Lu Pangpang clapped his hands and exclaimed, Captain, your drinking capacity is impressive. I shall toast you with a bottle as well. He too raised a bottle of soybean milk and drank. Zhang Wu couldn't help but twitch his lips again, but then grabbed another bottle of beer, boldly declaring, let us drink to that. Thus, another bottle of beer disappeared down Zhang Wu's throat. Observing this, Zhao Zilong also lifted his soybean milk, saying, Captain, I toast to you too. Zhang Wu had no choice but to continue drinking beer. Half an hour later, Zhang Wu's face was flushed, his body swaying precariously as he mumbled, I am not drunk. I am not intoxicated. Yet, a moment later, he slumped forward onto the table, sound asleep. Chen Suian couldn't help but shake his head, remarking, the captain has such poor drinking capacity. I've had several bottles and feel perfectly fine. If Zhang Wu were to hear this, he would undoubtedly retort, do you not possess any common sense? Can one get drunk from soybean milk? The following day, at the train station entrance, Chen Suian waited in boredom for Luo Tiany's arrival. Glancing up at the scorching sun, he lamented, where is this tigress? I might as well be roasted out here. Who are you calling a tigress? Luo Tiany appeared behind him, her tone laced with amusement. Instantly, Chen Suian's expression froze. Without a moment's thought, he forced a smile and turned to face the smirking Luo Tiany, saying, Sister Luo, you've finally come. If you hadn't shown up, I would have been cooked alive. However, the next moment, he received a sharp smack to the head. Ouch! Chen Suian cradled his head, casting a pitiful look at Luo Tiany. She couldn't help but chuckle, though she feigned seriousness as she warned, if I hear you call me tigress again, you will regret it. How could that be, Sister Luo? I would never call you a tigress. You must have misheard, Chen Suian insisted, fully aware that admitting it would lead to more than just a slap. All right, let us go buy tickets and prepare to depart. With that, Luo Tiany strode away. Chen Suian hastily called out, Sister Luo, wait for me. The pair soon procured tickets for the train to the Magic City, conveniently seated next to each other. In no time, the train departed for the Magic City. After several hours of travel, Chen Suian and Luo Tiany arrived without incident. Upon stepping out of the train station, Chen Suian marveled at the towering skyscrapers, exclaiming, this place is truly magnificent. A passing youth spat disdainfully, Pa, where did this bumpkin come from? Chen Suian acknowledged that his fists were indeed clenched, hardened with indignation. Luo Tiany, witnessing the exchange, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, drawing the attention of passers-by who marveled at her beauty. All right, do you know the address of the genius training camp? Do you need me to escort you there? Luo Tiany inquired, looking at Chen Suian. The previously indignant Chen Suian nodded at her words, sure. Sister Luo, if you have time, you can take me there. Very well, let us go. I joined the genius training camp before, so I know the way. As an SS level ability user, Luo Tiany had indeed been a part of the genius training camp, making her somewhat of a senior to Chen Suian. Thus, Luo Tiany hailed a taxi, leading Chen Suian to the outskirts of the Magic City, where the genius training camp of the Guardian office was situated. Soon, the taxi arrived at a grand and imposing structure that exuded an aura of antiquity and solemnity. Before them stood a magnificent edifice, towering majestically and delivering a powerful visual impact. To their astonishment, a pair of vividly lifelike fire cheilants stood guard at the entrance. These fire cheilants, radiating a faint flame and possessing eyes that seemed to burn with fire, appeared strikingly real. Chen Suian found himself momentarily entranced. These fire cheilants were undeniably far more authentic than the pair at the Jiangnan City Guardian office, and their aura was notably formidable. At this moment, Luo Tiany explained to Chen Suian, this is the genius training camp of the Guardian office. These fire cheilants stand sentinel at the entrance, emitting an aura that even 6th-tier anomalies dare not approach. The 6th-tier anomalies wouldn't dare to come near? Chen Suian was astonished. For the pair guarding Jiangnan City could only intimidate lower-tier anomalies. Deterring even 4th-tier ones was a significant challenge. Luo Tiany, noticing Chen Suian's astonishment, confirmed, indeed. These fire cheilants are forged from the bloodline of genuine fire cheilants. Thus they can indeed intimidate 6th-tier anomalies. As they spoke, Luo Tiany and Chen Suian approached the grand entrance, only to be halted by 2 security guards. You youngsters wish to enter, but do you have identification? Inquired an elderly man with white hair, scrutinizing Chen Suian and Luo Tiany. The other elder nodded, adding, if you are not here to attend the genius training camp, you cannot enter. As Chen Suian was about to produce his identification, Luo Tiany cheerfully greeted, Grandpa Lin, Grandpa Huang. Do you not remember me? The elderly man rubbed his eyes, uncertain. Is that you, little Luo?